The Kit Bag by Algernon Blackwood. When the words "not guilty" sounded through the crowded courtroom that dark December afternoon, Arthur Wilbraham, the great criminal K.C. and leader for the triumphant defence, was represented by his junior, but Johnston, his private secretary, carried the verdict across to his chambers like lightning. "It's what we expected, I think," said the barrister without emotion, "and personally, I'm glad the case is over." There was no particular sign of pleasure that his defence of John Turk, the murderer, on a plea of insanity had been successful, for no doubt he felt, as everybody who had watched the case felt, that no man had ever better deserved the gallows. "I'm glad too," said Johnston. He had sat in the court for 10 days watching the face of the man who had carried out with callous detail one of the most brutal and cold-blooded murders of recent years. The counsel glanced up at his secretary. They were more than an employer and employed, for family and other reasons. They were friends. "Ah, I remember, yes," he said with a kind smile. "And you want to get away for Christmas. You're going to skate and ski in the Alps, aren't you?" "If I was your age, I'd come with you." Johnson laughed shortly. He was a young man of 26 with a delicate face, like a girl's. "I can catch the morning boat now," he said. "But that's not the reason I'm glad the trial is over. I'm glad it's over because I've seen the last of that man's dreadful face. It positively haunted me. That white skin with the black hair brushed low over the forehead is a thing I shall never forget, and the description of the way the dismembered body was crammed and packed with lime into that—" "Don't dwell on it, my dear fellow," interrupted the other, looking at him curiously out of his keen eyes. "Don't think about it. Such pictures have a trick of coming back when one least wants them." He paused a moment. "Now go," he added presently, "and enjoy your holiday. I shall want all your energy for my parliamentary work when you get back, and don't break your neck skiing." Johnston shook hands and took his leave. At the door he turned suddenly. "I knew there was something I wanted to ask you," he said. "Would you mind lending me one of your kit bags? It's too late to get one tonight, and I leave in the morning before the shops are open. Of course, I'll send Henry over with it to your rooms. You shall have it the moment I get home." "I promise to take great care of it," said Johnston gratefully, delighted to think that within 30 hours he would be nearing the brilliant sunshine of the high Alps in winter. The thought of that criminal court was like an evil dream in his mind. He dined at his club and went on to Bloomsbury, where he occupied the top floor in one of those old, gaunt houses in which the rooms are large and lofty. The floor below his own was vacant and unfurnished, and below that were other lodgers who he did not know. It was cheerless, and he looked forward heartily to a change. The night was even more cheerless. It was miserable, and few people were about. A cold, sleety rain was driving down the streets before the keenest east wind he had ever felt. It howled dismally along the big, gloomy houses of the great squares, and when he reached his rooms he heard it whistling and shouting over the world of black roofs beyond his windows. In the hall he met his landlady shading a candle from the draughts with her thin hand. "This come by a man from Mr. Wilbraham's, sir." She pointed to what was evidently the kit bag, and Johnson thanked her and took it upstairs with him. "I shall be going abroad in the morning for 10 days, Mrs. Monks," he said. "And I hope you'll have a very merry Christmas, sir," she said in a raucous, wheezy voice that suggested spirits, "and better weather than this." "I hope so too," replied a lodger, shuddering a little as the wind went roaring down the street outside. When he got upstairs he heard the sleet volleying against the window panes. He put his kettle on to make a cup of hot coffee, and then set about putting a few things in order for his absence. "And now I must pack, such as my packing is," he laughed to himself, and set to work at once. He liked the packing, for it brought the snow mountains so vividly before him, and made him forget the unpleasant scenes of the past 10 days. Besides, it wasn't very elaborate in nature. His friend had lent him the very thing, a stout canvas kit bag, sack-shaped, with holes round the neck for the brass bar and padlock. It was a bit shapeless, true, and not much to look at, but its capacity was unlimited, and there was no need to pack carefully. He shoved in his waterproof coat, his fur cap and gloves, his skates and climbing boots, his sweaters, snow boots and ear caps, and then on top of these he piled his woolen shirts and underwear, his thick socks, puttees and knickerbockers. The dress suit came next in case the hotel people dressed for dinner, and then, thinking of the best way to pack his white shirts, he paused a moment to reflect. "That's the worst of these kit bags," he mused vaguely, standing in the centre of the sitting room, where he had come to fetch some string. It was after 10 o'clock. A furious gust of wind rattled the windows as though to hurry him up, and he thought with pity of the poor Londoners whose Christmas would be spent in such a climate, whilst he was skimming over snowy slopes in bright sunshine and dancing in the evening with rosy-cheeked girls. Ah, that reminded him, he must put in his dancing pumps and evening socks. He crossed over from his sitting room to the cupboard on the landing where he kept his linen. And as he did so, he heard someone coming softly up the stairs. He stood still a moment on the landing to listen. It was Mrs. Monks's step, he thought. She must be coming up with the last post. But then the steps ceased suddenly, and he heard no more. There were at least 2 flights down, and he came to the conclusion they were too heavy to be those of his bibulous landlady. No doubt they belonged to a late lodger who had mistaken his floor. He went into his bedroom and packed his pumps and dress shirts as best he could. The kit bag by this time was 2/3 full and stood upright on its own base like a sack of flour. For the first time he noticed that it was old and dirty, the canvas faded and worn, and that it had obviously been subjected to rather rough treatment. It was not a very nice bag to have sent him, certainly not a new one, or one that his chief valued. He gave the matter a passing thought and went on with his packing. Once or twice, however, he caught himself wondering who it could have been wandering down below, for Mrs. Monks had not come up with letters, and the floor was empty and unfurnished. From time to time, moreover, he was almost certain he heard a soft tread of someone padding about over the bare boards, cautiously, stealthily, as silently as possible, and, further, that the sounds had lately been coming distinctly nearer. For the first time in his life, he began to feel a little creepy. Then, as though to emphasize this feeling, an odd thing happened. As he left the bedroom, having just packed his recalcitrant white shirts, he noticed that the top of the kit bag lopped over towards him with an extraordinary resemblance to a human face. The canvas fell into a fold like a nose and forehead, and the brass rings for the padlock just filled the position of the eyes. A shadow, or was it a travel stain, for he couldn't tell exactly, looked like hair. It gave him rather a turn, for it was so absurdly, so outrageously like the face of John Turk, the murderer. He laughed and went into the front room, where the light was stronger. That horrid case has got on my mind, he thought. I shall be glad of a change of scene and air. In the sitting room, however, he was not pleased to hear again that stealthy tread upon the stairs, and to realize that it was much closer than before, as well as unmistakably real. And this time he got up and went out to see who it could be creeping about on the upper staircase at so late an hour. But the sounds ceased. There was no one visible on the stairs. He went to the floor below, not without trepidation, and turned on the electric light to make sure that no one was hiding in the empty rooms of the unoccupied suite. There was not a stick of furniture large enough to hide a dog. Then he called over the banisters to Mrs. Monks, but there was no answer, and his voice echoed down into the dark vault of the house and was lost in the roar of the gale that howled outside. Everyone was in bed and asleep, everyone except himself and the owner of this soft and stealthy tread. My absurd imagination, I suppose, he thought. It must have been the wind after all, although it seemed so very real and close, I thought. He went back to his packing. It was by this time getting on towards midnight. He drank his coffee up and lit another pipe, the last before turning in. It's difficult to say exactly at what point fear begins. When the causes of that fear are not plainly before the eyes, impressions gather on the surface of the mind, film by film, as ice gathers upon the surface of still water, but often so lightly that they claim no definite recognition from the consciousness. Then a point is reached where the accumulated impressions become a definite emotion, and the mind realizes that something has happened. With something of a start, Johnston suddenly recognized that he felt nervous, oddly nervous also, that for some time past the causes of this feeling had been gathering slowly in his mind, but that he had only just reached the point where he was forced to acknowledge them. It was a singular and curious malaise that had come over him, and he hardly knew what to make of it. He felt as though he were doing something that was strongly objected to by another person, moreover, who had some right to object. It was a most disturbing and disagreeable feeling, not unlike the persistent promptings of conscience, almost, in fact, as if he were doing something he knew to be wrong. Yet, though he searched vigorously and honestly in his mind, he could nowhere lay his finger upon the secret of this growing uneasiness, and it perplexed him. More, it distressed and frightened him. "Pure nerves, I suppose," he said aloud with a forced laugh. "Mountain air will cure all that. Ah," he added, still speaking to himself, "and that reminds me, my snow glasses." He was standing by the door of the bedroom during this brief soliloquy, and as he passed quickly towards the sitting room to fetch them from the cupboard, he saw, out of the corner of his eye, the indistinct outline of a figure standing on the stairs, a few feet from the top. It was someone in a stooping position, with one hand on the banisters, and the face peering towards the landing. And at the same moment he heard a shuffling footstep. The person who had been creeping about below all this time had at last come up to his own floor. Who in the world could it be? And what, in the name of heaven, did he want? Johnson caught his breath sharply and stood stock still. Then, after a few seconds' hesitation, he found his courage and turned to investigate. The stairs, he saw, to his utter amazement, were empty. There was no one. He felt a series of cold shivers run over him, and something about the muscles of his legs gave a little and grew weak. For the space of several minutes, he peered steadily into the shadows that congregated about the top of the staircase, where he had seen the figure, and then he walked fast, almost ran, in fact, into the light of the front room. But hardly had he passed inside the doorway when he heard someone come up the stairs behind him with a quick bound and go swiftly into his bedroom. It was a heavy, but at the same time a stealthy footstep, the tread of somebody who did not wish to be seen, and it was at this precise moment that the nervousness he had hitherto experienced leaped at the boundary line and entered the state of fear, almost of acute, unreasoning fear. Before it turned into terror was a further boundary to cross, and beyond that again lay the region of pure horror. Johnson's position was an unenviable one. "By Jove, there was someone on the stairs then," he muttered, his flesh crawling all over, "and whoever it was has now gone into my bedroom." His delicate pale face turned absolutely white, and for some minutes he hardly knew what to think or do. Then he realized intuitively the delay only set a premium upon fear, and he crossed the landing boldly and went straight into the other room where, a few seconds before, the steps had disappeared. "Who's there? Is that you, Mrs. Monks?" he called aloud as he went, and heard the first half of his words echo down the empty stairs, while the second half fell dead against the curtains in a room that apparently held no other human figure than his own. "Who's there?" he called again, in a voice unnecessarily loud, and that only just held firm. "What do you want here?" The curtains swayed very slightly, and as he saw it, his heart felt as if it almost missed a beat. Yet he dashed forward and drew them aside with a rush. A window, streaming with rain, was all that met his gaze. He continued his search, but in vain. The cupboards held nothing but rows of clothes, hanging motionless, and under the bed there was no sign of anyone hiding. He stepped backwards into the middle of the room, and as he did so, something all but tripped him up. Turning with a sudden spring of alarm, he saw the kit bag. "Odd," he thought, "that's not where I left it." A few moments before, it had surely been on his right, between the bed and the bath. He didn't remember having moved it. It was very curious. What in the world was the matter with everything? Were all his senses gone queer? A terrific gust of wind tore at the windows, dashing the sheet against the glass with the force of a small gunshot, and then fled away howling dismally over the waste of Bloomsbury roofs. A sudden vision of the Channel next day rose in his mind and recalled him sharply to realities. "There's no one there, at any rate, that's quite clear," he exclaimed aloud. Yet at the time he uttered them he knew perfectly well that his words were not true, and that he did not believe them himself. He felt exactly as though someone was hiding close about him, watching all his movements, trying to hinder his packing in some way. And 2 of my senses," he added, keeping up the pretence, "have played me the most absurd tricks. The steps I heard and the figure I saw were both entirely imaginary." He went back into the front room, poked the fire into a blaze, and sat down before it to think. What impressed him more than anything else was the fact that the kit bag was no longer where he had left it. It had been dragged nearer to the door. What happened afterwards that night happened, of course, to a man already excited by fear, and was perceived by a man that had not the full and proper control, therefore, of the senses. Outwardly, Johnson remained calm and master of himself to the end, pretending to the very last that everything he witnessed had a natural explanation, and was merely delusions of his tired nerves. But inwardly, in his very heart, he knew all along that someone had been hiding downstairs in the empty suite when he came in, that this person had watched his opportunity, and then stealthily made his way up to the bedroom, and that all he saw and heard afterwards, from the moving of the kit bag to the other things this story is to tell, were caused directly by the presence of this invisible person. And it was here, just when he most desired to keep his mind and thoughts controlled, that the vivid pictures received day after day upon the mental plates exposed in the courtroom of the Old Bailey came strongly to light and developed themselves in the darkroom of his inner vision. Unpleasant, haunting memories have a way of coming to life again, just when the mind least desires them, in the silent watches of the night, on sleepless pillows, during the lonely hours spent by sick and dying beds. And so now, in the same way, Johnson saw nothing but the dreadful face of John Turk, the murderer, lowering at him from every corner of his mental field of vision. The white skin, the evil eyes, and the fringe of black hair low over the forehead, all the pictures of those 10 days in court, crowded back into his mind unbidden and very vivid. "This is all rubbish and nerves," he exclaimed at length, springing with sudden energy from his chair. "I shall finish my packing and go to bed. I am overwrought, overtired. No doubt at this rate I shall hear steps and things all night." But his face was deadly white all the same. He snatched up his field glasses and walked across to the bedroom, humming a music-hall song as he went, a trifle too loud to be natural, and the instant he crossed the threshold and stood within the room, something turned cold about his heart, and he felt that every hair upon his head stood up. The kit bag lay close in front of him, several feet nearer to the door than he had left it, and just over its crumpled top he saw a head and face slowly sinking down out of sight, as though someone were crouching behind it to hide. And at the same moment a sound like a long-drawn sigh was distinctly audible in the still air about him between the gusts of the storm outside. Johnson had more courage and willpower than the girlish indecision of his face indicated, but at first such a wave of terror came over him that for some seconds he could nothing but stand and stare. A violent trembling ran down his back and legs, and he was conscious of a foolish, almost a hysterical impulse to scream aloud. That sigh seemed in his very ear, and the air still quivered with it. It was unmistakably a human sigh. Who's there?" he said at length, finding his voice, but though he meant to speak with loud decision, the tones came out instead in a faint whisper, for he had partly lost the control of his tongue and lips. He stepped forward so that he could see all round and over the kit bag. Of course there was nothing there, nothing but the faded carpet and the bulging canvas sides. He put out his hands and threw open the mouth of the sack where it had fallen over, being only 3 parts full, and then he saw for the first time that round the inside, some 6 inches from the top, there ran a broad smear of dull crimson. It was an old and faded blood stain. He uttered a scream and drew back his hands as if they had been burnt. At the same moment the kit bag gave a faint but unmistakable lurch forward towards the door. Johnson collapsed backwards, searching with his hands for the support of something solid, and the door, being further behind him than he realized, received his weight just in time to prevent his falling, and shut to with a resounding bang. At the same moment the swinging of his left arm accidentally touched the electric switch, and the light in the room went out. It was an awkward and disagreeable predicament. and if Johnson had not been possessed of real pluck, he might have done all manner of foolish things. As it was, however, he pulled himself together and groped furiously for the little brass knob to turn the light on again. But the rapid closing of the door had set the coats hanging on it a-swinging, and his fingers became entangled in the confusion of sleeves and pockets, so that it was some moments before he found the switch. And in those few moments of bewilderment and terror, two things happened that sent him beyond recall over the boundary into the region of genuine horror. He distinctly heard the kit bag shuffling heavily across the floor in jerks, and close in front of his face sounded once again the sigh of a human being. In his anguished efforts to find the brass button on the wall, he nearly scraped the nails from his fingers, but even then, in those frenzied moments of alarm, so swift and alert are the impressions of a man keyed up by vivid emotion, he had time to realize that he dreaded the return of the light, and that it might be better for him to stay hidden in the merciful screen of darkness. It was but the impulse of a moment, however, and before he had time to act upon it, he had yielded automatically to the original desire, and the room was flooded again with light. But the second instinct had been right. It would have been better for him to have stayed in the shelter of the kind darkness. For there, close before him, bending over the half-packed kit bag, clear as life in the merciless glare of the electric light, stood the figure of John Turk, the murderer. Not 3 feet from him the man stood, the fringe of black hair marked plainly against the pallor of the forehead, the whole horrible presentiment of the scoundrel, as vivid as he had seen him day after day in the Old Bailey, when he stood there in the dock, cynical and callous, under the very shadow of the gallows. In a flash, Johnson realized what it all meant: the dirty and much-used bag, the smear of crimson within the top, the dreadful stretched condition of the bulging sides. He remembered how the victim's body had been stuffed into a canvas bag for burial, the ghastly dismembered fragments forced with lime into this very bag. And the bag itself produced as evidence. It all came back to him as clear as day. Very softly and stealthily his hand groped behind him for the handle of the door, but before he could actually turn it, the very thing that he most of all dreaded came about, and John Turk lifted his devil's face and looked at him. At the same moment, that heavy sigh passed through the air of the room, formulated somehow into words. "It's my bag, and I want it." Johnson just remembered clawing the door open and then falling in a heap upon the floor of the landing as he tried frantically to make his way into the front room. He remained unconscious for a long time, and it was still dark when he opened his eyes and realized that he was lying stiff and bruised on the cold boards. Then the memory of what he had seen rushed back into his mind, and he promptly fainted again. When he woke the second time, the wintry dawn was just beginning to peep in at the windows, painting the stairs a cheerless, dismal grey, and he managed to crawl into the front room and cover himself with an overcoat in the armchair, where at length he fell asleep. A great clamour woke him. He recognised Mrs. Monks's voice, loud and voluble. "What, you ain't been to bed, sir? You ill, or has anything happened? And there's an urgent gentleman to see you, though it ain't even 7 o'clock yet, and—" "Who is it?" he stammered. "I'm all right, thanks. Fell asleep in my chair, I suppose." "Someone from Mr. Wilbraham's, and he says he ought to see you quick before you go abroad, and I told him—" "Show him up, please, at once," said Johnson, whose head was whirling, and his mind was still full of dreadful visions. Mr. Wilbraham's man came in with many apologies and explained briefly and quickly that an absurd mistake had been made, and that the wrong kit bag had been sent over the night before. Henry somehow got hold of the one that came over from the courtroom, and Mr. Wilbraham had only discovered it when he saw his own lying in the room and asked why it hadn't gone to you, the man said. "Oh," said Johnson stupidly. "And he must have brought you the one from the murder case instead, so I'm afraid," the man continued without the ghost of an expression on his face. "The one John Turk packed the dead bloke in. Mr. Wilbraham's awful upset about it, sir, and told me to come over first thing this morning with the right one, as you were leaving by the boat." He pointed to a clean-looking kit bag on the floor, which he had just brought. "And I was to bring the other one back, sir," he added casually. For some minutes Johnson couldn't find his voice. At last he pointed in the direction of his bedroom. "Perhaps you would kindly unpack it for me. Just empty the things out on the floor." The man disappeared into the other room and was gone for 5 minutes. Johnson heard the shifting to and fro of the bag and the rattle of the skates and boots being unpacked. "Thank you, sir," the man said, returning with the bag folded over his arm. "Can I do anything more to help you, sir?" "What is it?" asked Johnson, seeing that he still had something he wished to say. The man shuffled and looked mysterious. "Beg pardon, sir, but knowing your interest in the Turk case, I thought you'd maybe like to know what's happened." "Yes." "John Turk killed himself last night with poison, immediately on getting his release. And he left a note for Mr. Wilbraham saying as he'd be much obliged if they'd have him put away, same as the woman he murdered in the old kit bag." "What time did he do it?" asked Johnson. 10 o'clock last night, the warder says.
Christmas Eve on a Haunted Hulk by Frank Cowper. I shall never forget that night as long as I live. It was during the Christmas vacation of 1877. I was staying with an old college friend who had lately been appointed the curate of a country parish and had asked me to come and cheer him up, since he could not get away at that time. As we drove along the straight country lane from the little wayside station, it forcibly struck me that life in such a place must be dreary indeed. I have always been much influenced by local colour. Above all things, I am depressed by a dead level, and here was monotony with a vengeance. On each side of the low hedges, lichen-covered and wind-cropped, stretched bare fields, the absolute level of the horizon being only broken at intervals by some mournful tree that pointed like a decrepit finger-post towards the east, for all its western growth was nipped and blasted by the roaring southwest winds. An occasional black spot dotted against the grey distance marked a hayrick or labourer's cottage, while some 2 miles ahead of us the stunted spire of my friend's church stood out against the wintry sky, amid the withered branches of a few ragged trees. On our right hand stretched dreary wastes of mud, interspersed here and there with firmer patches of land, but desolate and forlorn, cut off from all communication with the mainland by acres of mud and thin streaks of brown water. A few seabirds were piping over the waste, and this was the only sound, except the grit of our own wheels and the steady step of the horse, which broke the silence. "Not lively, is it?" said Jones, and I couldn't say it was. As we drove up street, as the inhabitants fondly call the small array of low houses which bordered the high road, I noticed the lacklustre expression of the few children and untidy women who were loitering about the doors of their houses. There was an old tumble-down inn with a dilapidated signboard, scarcely held up by its rickety ironwork. A daub of yellow and red paint with a dingy streak of blue was supposed to represent the Duke's head, although what exalted member of the aristocracy was thus distinguished, it would be hard to say. Jones inclined to think it was the Duke of Wellington, but I upheld the theory that it was the Duke of Marlborough, chiefly basing my arguments on the fact that no artist who desired to convey a striking likeness would fail to show the great Duke in profile, whereas this personage was evidently depicted full face and wearing a 3-cornered hat. At the end of the village was the church, standing in an untidy churchyard, and opposite it was a neat little house, quite new, and of that utilitarian order of architecture which will stamp the Victorian age as one of the least imaginative of eras. 2 windows flanked the front door, and 3 narrow windows looked out overhead from under a slate roof, variety and distinction being given to the facade by the brilliant blending of the yellow bricks with red, so bright as to suggest the idea of their having been painted. A scrupulously clean stone at the front door, together with the bright green of the little palings and woodwork, told me what sort of landlady to expect, and I was not disappointed. A kindly featured woman, thin, cheery and active, received us, speaking in that encouraging tone of half-compassionate, half-proprietary patronage, which I have observed so many women adopt towards lone beings of the opposite sex. "You'll find it precious dull, old man," said Jones as we were eating our frugal dinner. "There's nothing for you to do unless you care to try a shot at the duck over the mud flats. I shall be busy on and off nearly all tomorrow." As we talked, I could not help admiring the cheerful pluck with which Jones endured the terrible monotony of his life in this dreary place. His rector was said to be delicate, and in order to prolong a life which no doubt he considered valuable to the church, he lived with his family either at Torquay or Cannes, in elegant idleness, quite unable to do any duty, but fully equal to enjoying the pleasant society of those charming places, and quite satisfied that he had done his duty when he sacrificed a tenth of his income to provide for the spiritual needs of his parish. There was no squire in the place, no gentlefolk, as the rustics called them, lived nearer than 5 miles, and there was not a single being of his own class with whom poor Jones could associate, and yet he made no complaint. The nearest approach to one being the remark that the worst of it was so difficult, if not impossible, to be really understood. The poor being so suspicious and ignorant, they look at everything from such a low standpoint. Enthusiasm and freshness sink so easily into formalism and listlessness. The next day, finding that I really could be of no use and feeling awkward and bored, as a man always is when another is actively doing his duty, I went off to the marshes to see if I could get any sport. I took some sandwiches and a flask with me, not intending to return until dinner. After wandering about for some time, crossing dyke after dyke by treacherous rails more or less rotten, I found myself on the edge of a wide mere. I could see some duck out in the middle, and standing far out in the shallow water was a heron. They were all out of shot, and I saw I should do no good without a duck punt. I sat down on an old pile left on the top of the sea-wall, which had been lately repaired. The duck looked very tempting, but I doubted if I should do much good in broad daylight, even if I had a duck punt without a duck gun. After sitting disconsolately for some time, I got up and wandered on. The dreariness of the scene was most depressing. Everything was brown and grey. Nothing broke the monotony of the wide-stretching mere. The whole scene gave me the impression of a straight line of interminable length, with a speck in the centre of it. That speck was myself. At last, as I turned an angle in the sea-wall, I saw something lying above high water mark, which looked like a boat. Rejoiced to see any signs of humanity, I quickened my pace. It was a boat, and better still, a duck punt. As I came nearer, I could see that she was old and very likely leaky, but here was a prospect of adventure, and I wasn't going to be readily daunted. On examination, the old craft seemed more watertight than I had expected. At least she held water very well, and if she kept it in, she must equally well keep it out. I turned her over to run the water out, and then, dragging the crazy old boat over the line of seaweed, launched her. But now a real difficulty met me. The paddles were nowhere to be seen. They had doubtless been taken away by the owner, and it would be little use searching for them. But a stout stick would do to punt her over the shallow water, and after some little search I found an old stake, which would answer well. This was real luck. I had now some hope of bagging a few duck. At any rate, I was afloat and could explore the little islets which barely rose above the brown water. I might at least find some rabbits on them. I cautiously poled myself towards the black dots, but before I came within range, up rose first one, then another and another like a string of beads, and the whole flight went, with outstretched necks and rapidly beating wings, away to my right, and seemed to pitch again beyond the low island some half-mile away. The heron had long ago taken himself off, so there was nothing to be done but pole across the mud in pursuit of the duck. I hadn't gone many yards when I found that I was going much faster than I expected, and soon saw the cause. The tide was falling, and I was being carried along with it. This would bring me nearer to my ducks, and I lazily guided the punt with the stake. On rounding the island, I found a new source of interest. The mere opened up to a much larger extent, and away towards my right I could see a break in the low land, as if a wide ditch had been cut through, while in this opening, ever and anon, dark objects rose up and disappeared again in a way I couldn't account for. The water seemed to be running off the mud flats, and I saw that if I didn't wish to be left high but not dry on the long slimy wastes, I must be careful to keep in the little channels or lakes which acted as natural drains to the acres of greasy mud. A conspicuous object attracted my attention some mile or more towards the opening in the land. It was a vessel lying high up on the mud and looking as if she was abandoned. The ducks had pitched 100 yards or so beyond the island, and I approached as cautiously as I could, but just as I was putting down the stake to take up my gun, there was a swift sound of beating wings and splashing water, and away my birds flew, low over the mud, towards the old hulk. Here was a chance, I thought. If I could get on board and remain hidden, I might, by patiently waiting, get a shot. I looked at my watch. There was still plenty of daylight left, and the tide was only just beginning to leave the mud. I punted away, therefore, with renewed hope, and was not long in getting up to the old ship. There was just sufficient water over the mud to allow me to approach within 10 or 12 feet, but further I could not push the punt. This was disappointing. However, I noticed the deep lake ran round the other side, and determined to try my luck there. So, with a slosh and a heave, I got the flat afloat again, and made for the deeper water. It turned out quite successful, and I was enabled to get right under the square overhanging counter, while a little lane of water led alongside her starboard quarter. I pushed the nose of the punt into this, and was not long in clambering on board by the rusty irons of her forechains. The old vessel lay nearly upright in the soft mud, and a glance soon told she would never be used again. Her gear and rigging were all rotten, and everything valuable had been removed. She was a brig of some 200 tons, and had been a fine vessel, no doubt. To me, there's always a world of romance in a deserted ship. The places she has been to, the scenes she has witnessed, the possibilities of crime, of adventure. All these thoughts crowd upon me when I see an old hulk lying deserted and forgotten, left to rot upon the mud of some lonely creek. In order to keep my punt afloat as long as possible, I towed her round and moored her under the stern, and then looked over the bulwarks for the duck. There they were, swimming not more than 150 yards away, and they were coming towards me. I remained perfectly concealed under the high bulwark, and could see them paddling and feeding in the greasy weed. Their approach was slow, but I could afford to wait. Nearer and nearer they came. Another minute, and they would be well within shot. I was already congratulating myself upon the success of my adventure, and thinking of the joy of Jones at this large accession to his larder, when suddenly there was a heavy splash and a wild spluttering rush. The whole pack rose out of the water and went skimming over the mud toward the distant sea. I let off both barrels after them, and tried to console myself by thinking I saw the feathers fly from one, but not a bird dropped, and I was left alone in my chagrin. What could have caused the splash, the luckless splash, I wondered? There was surely no one else aboard the ship, and certainly no one could get out here without mud patterns or a boat. I looked round. All was perfectly still. Nothing broke the monotony of the grey scene, sodden and damp and lifeless. A chill breeze came up from the southwest, bringing with it a raw mist, which was blotting out the dark distance and fast limiting my horizon. The day was drawing in, and I must be thinking of going home. As I turned round, my attention was arrested by seeing a duck punt glide past me in the now rapidly falling water, which was swirling by the mud bank on which the vessel lay. But there was no one in her. A dreadful thought struck me. It must be my boat, and how shall I get home? I ran to the stern and looked over. The duck punt was gone. The frayed and stranded end of the paint had told me how it had happened. I had not allowed for the fall of the tide, and the strain of the punt as the water fell away had snapped the line, old and rotten as it was. I hurried to the bows, and jumping onto the bits, saw my punt peacefully drifting away some quarter of a mile off. It was perfectly evident I could not hope to get to her again. It was beginning to rain steadily. I could see that I was in for dirty weather, and became a little anxious about how I was to get back, especially as it was now rapidly growing dark. So thick was it that I couldn't see the low land anywhere, and could only judge of its position by remembering that the stern of the vessel pointed that way. The conviction grew upon me that I could not possibly get away from this doleful old hulk without assistance, and how to get it I could not for the life of me see. I hadn't seen a sign of a human being the whole day. It was not likely any more would be about at night. However, I shouted as loud as I could, and then waited to hear if there were any response. There was not a sound, Only the wind moaned slightly through the stumps of the masts, and something creaked in the cabin. Well, I thought, at least it might be worse. I shall have shelter for the night, while, if I had been left on one of the islands, I should have had to spend the night exposed to the pelting rain. Happy thought. Go below before it gets too dark and see what sort of a berth can be got, if the worst comes to the worst. So thinking, I went to the booby hatch and found, as I expected, that it was half broken open, and anyone could go below who liked. As I stepped down the rotting companion, the air smelled foul and dank. I went below very cautiously, for I was not at all sure that the boards would bear me. It was fortunate I did so, for as I stepped off the lowest step, the floor gave way under my foot, and had I not been holding on to the stair rail, I should have fallen through. Before going any further, I took a look around. The prospect was not inviting. The light was dim. I could scarcely make out objects near me. All else was obscurity. I could see that the whole of the inside of the vessel was completely gutted. What little light there was came through the stern ports. A small round speck of light looked at me out of the darkness ahead, and I could see that the flooring had either all given way or had been taken out of her. At my feet, a gleam of water showed me what to expect if I should slip through the floor joists. Altogether a more desolate, gloomy, ghostly place it would be difficult to find. I could not see any bunk or locker where I could sit down, and everything movable had been taken out of the hulk. Groping my way with increasing caution, I stepped across the joists and felt along the side of the cabin. I soon came to a bulkhead. Continuing to grope, I came to an opening. If the cabin was dim, here was blackness itself. I felt it would be useless to attempt to go further, especially as a very damp, foul odour came up from the bilge water in her hold. As I stood looking into the darkness, a creepy, chilly shudder passed over me, and with a shiver, I turned round to look at the cabin. My eyes had now become used to the gloom. A deeper patch of darkness on my right suggested the possibility of a berth, and groping my way over to it, I found that the lower bulk was still entire. Here at least I could rest, if I found it impossible to get to shore. Having some wax vestas in my pocket, I struck a light and examined the bunk. It was better than I expected. If I could only find something to burn, I should be comparatively cheerful. Before reconciling myself to my uncomfortable position, I resolved to see whether I could not get to the shore, and went up the rickety stairs again. It was raining hard, and the wind had got up. Nothing could be more dismal. I looked over the side and lowered myself down from the main chains to see if it were possible to walk over the mud. I found I couldn't reach the mud at all, and fearful of being unable to climb back if I let go, I clambered up the side again and got on board. It was quite clear I must pass the night here. Before going below, I once more shouted at the top of my voice, more to keep up my own spirits than with any hope of being heard, and then paused to listen. Not a sound of any sort replied. I now prepared to make myself as comfortable as I could. It was a dreary prospect. I would rather have spent the night on deck than down below in that foul cabin, but the drenching, driving rain as well as the cold drove me to seek shelter below. It seemed so absurd to be in the position of a shipwrecked sailor within 2 or 3 miles of a prosy country hamlet, and in a landlocked harbour while actually on land, if the slimy deep mud could be called land. I had not many matches left, but I had my gun and cartridges. The idea occurred to me to fire off minute guns. That's what I ought to do, of course. The red flash will be seen in this dark night, for it was dark now, and no mistake. Getting up onto the highest part of the vessel, I blazed away. The noise sounded to me deafening. Surely the whole countryside would be aroused. After firing off a dozen cartridges, I waited. But the silence only seemed the more oppressive, and the blackness all the darker. It's no good. I'll turn in, I thought dejectedly. With great difficulty, I groped my way to the top of the companion ladder and bumped dismally down the steps. If only I had a light, I should be fairly comfortable, I thought. Happy thought, make a spit devil, as we used to when boys call a little cone of damp gunpowder. I got out my last 2 cartridges, and emptying the powder carefully into my hand, I moistened it and worked it up into a paste. I then placed it on the smooth end of the rail and lighted it. This was brilliant. At least so it seemed by contrast with the absolute darkness around me. By its light, I was able to find my way to the bunk, and it lasted just long enough for me to arrange myself fairly comfortably for the night. By contriving a succession of matches, I was enabled to have enough light to see to eat my frugal supper, for I had kept a little sherry and a few sandwiches to meet emergencies, and it was a fortunate thing I had. The light and the food made me feel more cheery, and by the time the last match had gone out, I felt worse might have happened to me by a long way. As I lay still, waiting for sleep to come, the absurdity of the situation forced itself upon me. Here was I, to all intents and purposes, as much cut off from all communication with the rest of the world as if I were cast away upon a desert island. The chances were that I should make someone see or hear me the next day. Jones would be certain to have the country searched, and at the longest I should only endure the discomfort of one night and get well laughed at for my pains. But meanwhile, I was absolutely severed from all human contact, and was as isolated as Robinson Crusoe, only more so, for I had no other living thing whatever to share my solitude. The silence of the place was perfect, and if silence can woo sleep, sleep ought very soon to have come. But when one is hungry and wet, and in a strange, uncanny kind of place, besides being in one's clothes, it is a very difficult thing to go to sleep. First, my head was too low, then, after resting it on my arms, I got cramp in them. My back seemed all over bumps. When I turned on my side, I appeared to have got rather serious enlargement of the hip joint, and I found my damp clothes smelled very musty. After sighing and groaning for some time, I sat up for a change of position, and nearly fractured my skull in so doing against the remains of what had once been a berth above me. I didn't dare to move in the inky blackness, for I had seen sufficient to know that I might easily break my leg or neck in the floorless cabin. There was nothing for it but to sit still or lie down and wait for daylight. I had no means of telling the time. When I had last looked at my watch before the last match had gone out, it was not more than 6 o'clock. It might now be about 8, or perhaps not so late. Fancy 12 long hours spent in that doleful black place with nothing in the world to do to pass away the time. I must go to sleep, and so, full of this resolve, I lay down again. I suppose I went to sleep. All I can recollect after lying down is keeping my mind resolutely turned inwards, as it were, and fixed upon the arduous business of counting an imaginary and interminable flock of sheep pass one by one through an ideal gate. This meritorious method of compelling sleep had, no doubt, been rewarded, but I have no means of knowing how long I slept, and I cannot tell at what hour of the night the following strange circumstances occurred, for occur they certainly did. And I am as perfectly convinced that I was the oral witness to some ghastly crime, as I am that I am writing these lines. I have little doubt I should be laughed at, as Jones laughed at me, to be told that I was dreaming, that I was overtired and nervous. In fact, so accustomed have I become to this sort of thing that I now hardly ever tell my tale, or, if I do, I put it in the third person, and then I find people believe it, or at least take much more interest in it. I suppose the reason is that people cannot bring themselves to think so strange a thing could have happened to such a prosy, everyday sort of man as myself, and they cannot divest their minds of the idea that I am, well, to put it mildly, drawing on my imagination for facts. Perhaps, if the tale appears in print, it will be believed, as a facetious friend of mine once said to a newly married couple who had just seen the announcement of their marriage in the Times. "Ah, didn't know you were married till you saw it in print." Well, be the time what it may have been. All I know is that the next thing I can remember after getting my 500th sheep through the gate is that I heard 2 most horrible yells ring through the darkness. I sat bolt upright, and as a proof that my senses were all there, I didn't bring my head this time against the berth overhead, remembering to bend it outward so as to clear it. There was not another sound. The silence was as absolute as the darkness. I must have been dreaming, I thought, but the sounds were ringing in my ears and my heart was beating with excitement. There must have been some reason for this. I never was taken this way before. I couldn't make it out and felt very uncomfortable. I sat there listening for some time, no other sound breaking the deathly stillness, and becoming tired of sitting, I lay down again. Once more I set myself to get my interminable flocks through that gate, but I couldn't help myself listening. There seemed to me a sound growing in the darkness, something gathering in the particles of the air as if molecules of the atmosphere were rustling together and with still movement were whispering something. The wind had died down, and I would have gone on deck if I could move, but it was hazardous enough moving about in the light. It would have been madness to attempt to move in that blackness, and so I lay still and tried to sleep. But now there was a sound, indistinct but no mere fancy, a muffled sound, as of some movement in the forepart of the ship. I listened intently and gazed into the darkness. What was the sound? It didn't seem like rats. It was a dull, shuffling kind of noise, very indistinct, and conveying no clue whatever as to its cause. It lasted only for a short time, but now the cold, damp air seemed to have become more piercingly chilly. The raw iciness seemed to strike into the very marrow of my bones, and my teeth chattered. At the same time, a new sense seemed to be assailed. The foul odour, which I had noticed arising from the stagnant water in the bilge, appeared to rise into more objectionable prominence, as if it had been stirred. "I can't stand this," I muttered, shivering in horrible aversion to the disgusting odour. "I'll go on deck at all hazards." Rising to put this resolve into execution, I was arrested by the noise beginning again. I listened. This time I distinctly distinguished two separate sounds. One, like a heavy soft weight being dragged along with difficulty, the other like the hard sound of boots on boards. Could there be others on board after all? If so, why had they made no sound when I clambered on deck or afterwards when I shouted and fired my gun? Clearly, if there were people, they wished to remain concealed, and my presence was inconvenient to them. But how absolutely still and quiet they had kept. It appeared incredible that there should be anyone. I listened intently. The sound had ceased again, and once more the most absolute stillness reigned around. A gentle swishing, wobbling, lapping noise seemed to form itself in the darkness. It increased until I recognized the chattering and bubbling of water. It must be the tide rising, I thought. It's reached the rudder and is eddying around the stern post. This also accounted in my mind for the other noises because, as the tide surrounded the vessel and she thus became waterborne, all kinds of sounds might be produced in the old hulk as she resumed her upright position. However, I couldn't get rid of the chilly, horrid feeling those two screams had produced, combined with the disgusting smell, which was getting more and more obtrusive. It was foul, horrible, revolting, like some carrion, putrid and noxious. I prepared to take my chances of damage and rose up to grope my way to the companion ladder. It was a more difficult job than I had any idea of. I had my gun, it was true, and with it I could feel for the joists, but once I let go of the edge of the bunk, I had nothing to steady me and nearly went headlong at the first step. Fortunately, I reached back in time to prevent my fall, but this attempt convinced me that I had better endure the strange horrors of the unknown than the certain miseries of a broken leg or neck. I sat down, therefore, on the bunk. Now that my own movements had ceased, I became aware that the shuffling noise was going on all the time. Well, thought I, they may shuffle, they won't hurt me, and I shall go to sleep again. So reflecting, I lay down, holding my gun, ready to use it as a club, if necessary. Now, it's all very well to laugh at superstitious terrors. Nothing is easier than to obtain a cheap reputation for brilliancy, independence of thought and courage by deriding the fear of the supernatural when comfortably seated in a drawing-room, well lighted and with company. But put those scoffers in a like situation with mine, and I don't believe they would have been any more free from a feeling the reverse of bold, mocking, and comfortable than I was. I had read that most powerful ghost story, The Haunted and the Haunters, by the late Lord Lytton, and the vividness of that weird tale had always impressed me greatly. Was I actually now to experience in my own person, and with no possibility of escape, the trying ordeal that bold ghost hunter went through under much more favourable circumstances? He at least had his servant with him. He had fuel and a light, and above all, he could get away when he wanted to. I felt I could face any number of spiritual manifestations if only I had warmth and light. But the icy coldness of the air was eating into my bones, and I shivered until my teeth chattered. I couldn't get to sleep. I couldn't prevent myself listening, and at last I gave up the contest and let myself listen. But there seemed now nothing to listen to. All the time I'd been refusing to let my ears do their office by putting my handkerchief over one ear and lying on my arm with the other. A confused noise appeared to reach me, but the moment I turned round and lay on my back, everything seemed quiet. It's only my fancy after all, the result of cold and want of a good dinner. I'll go to sleep. But in spite of this, I lay still, listening a little longer. There was a sound of trickling water against the broad bilge of the old hulk, and I knew the tide was rising fast. My thoughts turned to the lost canoe, and to reproaching myself with my stupidity in not allowing enough rope or looking at it more carefully. Suddenly, I became all attention again. An entirely different sound now arrested me. It was distinctly a low groan, and followed almost immediately by heavy blows which fell upon a soft substance, and then more groans, and again those sickening blows. There must be men here. Where are they? And what is it? I sat up and strained my eyes towards where the sound came from. The sounds had ceased again. Should I call out and let the man or men know that I was here? What puzzled me was the absolute darkness. How could anyone see to hit an object or do anything else in this dense obscurity? It appalled me. Anything might pass an inch's distance, and I couldn't tell who or what it was. But how could anything human find its way about any more than I could? Perhaps there was a solid bulkhead dividing the forecastle from me, but it would have to be very sound and with no chink whatever to prevent a gleam or ray of light finding its way out somewhere. I couldn't help feeling convinced that the whole hull was open from one end to the other. Was I really dreaming after all? To convince myself that I was wide awake, I felt in my pockets for my notebook, and pulling out my pencil, I opened the book and holding it in my left hand, wrote as well as I could, by feel alone, I am wide awake. It is about midnight, Christmas Eve, 1877. I found I had got to the bottom of the page, so I shut the book up, resolving to look at it the next morning. I felt curious to see what the writing looked like by daylight. But all further speculation was cut short by the shuffling and dragging noise beginning again. There was no doubt the sounds were louder and were coming my way. I never in all my life felt so uncomfortable. I may as well at once confess it, so frightened. There, in that empty hull, over that boardless floor, over those rotting joists, somebody or something was dragging some heavy weight. What I could not imagine, only the shrieks, the blows, the groans, the dull thumping sounds compelled me to suspect the worst, to feel convinced that I was actually within some few feet of a horrible murder then being committed. That I actually heard the sounds, I had no doubt. That they were growing louder and more distinct, I felt painfully aware. The horror of the situation was intense. If only I could strike a light and see what was passing close there, but I had no matches. I could hear a sound as of someone breathing slowly, stertorously, then a dull groan. And once more the cruel sodden blows fell again, followed by a drip, drip, and heavy drop in the dank water below, from which the sickening smell rose, pungent, reeking, horrible. The dragging, shuffling noise now began again. It came quite close to me, so close that I felt I had only to put out my hand to touch it. The thing. Good heavens, was it coming to my bunk? The thing passed, and all the time the dull drip, as if some heavy drops fell into the water below. It was awful. All this time I was sitting up and holding my gun by its barrel, ready to use it if I were attacked. As the sound passed me at the closest, I put out the gun involuntarily, but it touched nothing, and I shuddered at the thought that there was no floor over which the weight could be drawn. I must be dreaming some terribly vivid dream. It couldn't be real. I pinched myself. I felt I was pinching myself. It was no dream. The sweat poured off my brow. My teeth chattered with the cold. It was terrific in its dreadful mystery. And now the sounds altered. The noises had reached the companion ladder. Something was climbing them with difficulty. The old stairs creaked, bump, thump. The thing was dragged up the steps with many pauses, and at last it seemed to have reached the deck. A long pause now followed. The silence grew dense around. I dreaded the stillness, the silence, that made itself be heard almost more than the sounds? What new horror would that awful quiet bring forth? What terror was still brooding in the depths of that clinging darkness, darkness that could be felt? The absolute silence was broken, horribly broken, by a dull drip from the stairs, and then the dragging began again, distant and less distinct, but the steps were louder. They came nearer over my head. The old boards creaked, and the weight was dragged right over me. I could hear it above my head, for the steps stopped, and two distinct raps, followed by a third, heavier one, sounded so clearly above me that it seemed almost as if it was something striking the rotten woodwork of the berth over my head. The sounds were horribly suggestive of the elbows and head of a body being dropped on the deck. And now, as if the horrors had not been enough, a fresh ghastliness was added. So close were the raps above me that I involuntarily moved, as if I had been struck by what caused them. As I did so, I felt something drop onto my head and slowly trickle over my forehead. It was too horrible. I sprang up in my disgust, and with a wild cry I stepped forward and instantly fell between the joists into the rank water below. The shock was acute. Had I been asleep and dreaming before, this must inevitably have roused me up. I found myself completely immersed in water, and for a moment was absolutely incapable of thinking. As it was pitch dark and my head had gone under, I couldn't tell whether I was above water or not. As I felt the bottom and struggled and splashed onto my legs, it was only by degrees I knew I must be standing with my head out of the foul mixture, because I was able to breathe easily, although the wet running down from my head dribbled into my mouth as I stood, shivering and gasping. It was astonishing how a physical discomfort overcame a mental terror. Nothing could be more miserable than my present position, and my efforts were at once directed to getting out of this dreadful place. But let anyone who has ever had the ill luck to fall out of bed in his boyhood try and recollect his sensations. The bewildering realization that he is not in bed, that he does not know where he is, which way to go, or what to do to get back again. Everything he touches seems strange, and one piece of furniture much the same as any other. I well remembered such an accident, and how, having rolled under the bed before I was wide awake, I couldn't for the life of me understand why I couldn't get up, what it was that kept me down. I had not the least idea which way to get out, and kept going round and round in a circle under my bed for a long time, and should probably have been doing it until daylight, had not my sighs and groans awoken my brother, who slept in the same room, and who came to my help. If, then, one is so utterly at fault in a room every inch of which one knows intimately, how much more hopeless was my position at the bottom of this old vessel, half immersed in water, and totally without any clue which would help me get out. I had not the least idea which was the ship's stern or which her stem, and every movement I made with my feet only served to unsteady me, as the bottom was all covered with slime and uneven with the great timbers of the vessel. My first thought on recovering my wits was to stretch my arms up over my head, and I was relieved to find I could easily reach the joists above me. I was always fairly good at gymnastics, and had not much difficulty in drawing myself up and sitting on the joist, although the weight of my wet clothes added to my exertions considerably. Having so far succeeded, I sat and drained, as it were, into the water below. The smell was abominable. I never disliked myself so much, and I shivered with cold. As I could not get any wetter, I determined to go on deck somehow, but where was the companion ladder? I had nothing to guide me. Strange to say, the reality of my struggles had almost made me forget the mysterious phenomena I had been listening to. But now, as I looked round, my attention was caught by a luminous patch which quivered and flickered on my right. At what distance from me, I couldn't tell. It was like the light from a glowworm, only larger and changing in shape, sometimes elongated like a lambent oval, and then it would sway one way or another, as if caught in a draught of air. When I was looking at it and wondering what could cause it, I heard the steps above my head. They passed over me and then seemed to grow louder on my left. A creeping dread again came over me. If only I could get out of this horrible place, but where were the stairs? I listened. The footfalls seemed to be coming down some steps. Then the companion ladder must be on my left, but if I moved that way, I should meet the thing, whatever it was, that was coming down. I shuddered at the thought. However, I made up my mind. Stretching up my hand very carefully, I felt for the next joist, reached it, and crawled across, I stopped to listen. The steps were coming nearer. My hearing had now become acute. I could almost tell the exact place of each footfall. It came closer, closer, quite close, surely, on the very joist on which I was sitting. I thought I could feel the joist quiver and involuntarily moved my hand to prevent the heavy tread falling on it. The steps passed on, grew fainter, and ceased as they drew near the pale lambent light. One thing I noticed with curious horror, and that was that although the thing must have passed between me and the light, yet it was never for a moment obscured, which it must have been had any body or substance passed between, and yet I was certain that the steps went directly from me to it. It was all horribly mysterious, and what had become of the other sound, the thing that was being dragged? An irresistible shudder passed over me, but I determined to pursue my way until I came to something. It would never do to sit still and shiver there. After many narrow escapes of falling again, I reached a bulkhead, and cautiously feeling along it, I came to an opening. It was the companion ladder. By this time, my hands, by feeling over the joists, had become dry again. I felt along the step to be quite sure that it was the stairs, and in doing so, I touched something wet, sticky, clammy. Oh, horror, what was it? A cold shiver shook me nearly off the joist, and I felt an unutterable sense of repulsion to going on. However, the fresher air which came down the companion revived me, and conquering my dread, I clambered onto the step. It didn't take long to get upstairs and stand on the deck again. I think I have never in all my life experienced such a sense of joy as I did on being out of that disgusting hole. It was true I was soaking wet, and the night wind cut through me like a knife, but these were things I could understand, and were a matter of common experience. What I had gone through might only be a question of nerves and had no tangible or visible terror, but it was none the less very dreadful, and I would not go through such an experience again for words. As I stood cowering under the lee of the bulwark, I looked round at the sky. There was a pale light, as if of daybreak, away in the east, and it seemed as if all my troubles would be over with the dawn. It was bitterly cold. The wind had got round to the north, and I could faintly make out the low shore astern. While I stood shivering there, a cry came down the wind. At first I thought it was a sea-bird, but it sounded again. I felt sure it was a human voice. I sprang up on the taffrail and shouted at the top of my lungs, then paused. The cry came down clearer and distinct. It was Jones's voice. Had he heard me? I waved my draggled pocket handkerchief and shouted again. In the silence which followed, I caught the words, "We're coming!" What joyful words! Never did shipwrecked mariner on a lonely isle feel greater delight. My misery would soon be over. Anyhow, I should not have to wait long. Unfortunately, the tide was low and still falling. Nothing but a boat could reach me, I thought, and to get a boat would take some time. I therefore stamped up and down on the deck to get warm, but I had an instinctive aversion for the companion ladder and the deep shadows of the forepart of the vessel. As I turned round in my walk, I thought I saw something moving over the mud. I stopped. It was undoubtedly a figure coming towards me. A voice hailed me in gruff accents. "Lily ahoy! Be anyone aboard?" Was anyone aboard? What an absurd question, and here had I been shouting myself hoarse. However, I quickly reassured him, and then understand why my rescuer did not sink in the soft mud. He had mud pattens on. Coming up as close as he could, he shouted to me to keep clear, and then threw first one, then the other, clattering wooden board onto the deck. I found them, and under the instructions of my friend, I didn't take long in putting them on. The man was giving me directions as how to manage, but I didn't care how much wetter I got, and dropped over the side into the slime. Sliding and straddling, I managed to get to my friend, and then together we skated, as it were, to the shore, although skating very little represents the awkward splashes and slips I made on my way to land. I found quite a little crowd awaiting me on the bank, but Jones, with ready consideration, hurried me off to a cart he had in a lane near, and drove me home. I told him the chief points of the adventure on our way, but didn't say anything of the curious noises. It's odd how shy a man feels at telling what he knows people will never believe. It was not until the evening of the next day that I began to tell him, and then only after I was fortified by an excellent dinner and some very good claret. Jones listened attentively. He was far too kindly and well-bred to laugh at me, but I could see he didn't believe one word as to the reality of the occurrence. Very strange. How remarkable. Quite extraordinary, he kept saying, with evident interest, but I was sure he put it all down to my fatigue and disordered imagination, and so, to do him justice, as everybody else to whom I've told the tale since. The fact is, we cannot, in this prosaic age, believe in anything the least approaching the supernatural, nor do I. But nevertheless, I am as certain as I am that I am writing these words that the thing did really happen, and will happen again. May happen every night for all I know, only I don't intend to try and put my belief to the test. I have a theory which of course will be laughed at, and as I am not in the least scientific, I cannot bolster it up by scientific arguments. It is this. As Mr. Edison has now discovered, by certain simple processes human sounds can be reproduced at any future date, so accidentally, and owing to the combination of most curious coincidences, it might happen that the agonized cries of some suffering being, or the sounds made by one at a time when all other emotions are as nothing compared to the supreme sensations of one committing some awful crime, could be impressed on the atmosphere or surface of an enclosed building, which could be reproduced by a current of air passing into that building under the same atmospheric conditions. This is the vague explanation I've given myself. However, be the explanation what it may be, the facts are as I've stated them. Let those laugh who did not experience them. To return to the end of the story, there were two things I pointed out to Jones as conclusive that I wasn't dreaming. One was my pocketbook. I showed it him, and the words were quite clear, only of course very straggling. This is a facsimile of the writing, but I cannot account for the date being 1837. I am wide awake. It is Christmas Eve, 1837. The other point was the horrible stains on my hands and clothes. A foul-smelling dark chocolate stain was on my hair, hands, and clothes. Jones said, of course, this was from the rust of the mouldering ironwork, some of which had no doubt trickled down, owing to the heavy rain, through the defective caulking of the deck. The fact is, there is nothing that an ingenious mind can't explain. But the question is the explanation the right one? I could easily account for the phosphorescent light. The water was foul and stagnant, and it was no doubt caused by the same gases which produced the well-known ignis fatuus, or will-o'-the-wisp. We visited the ship, and I recovered my gun. There were the same stains on deck as there were on my clothes, and, curiously enough, they went in a nearly straight line over the place where I lay, from the top of the companion to the starboard bulwark. We carefully examined the forepart of the ship. It was as completely gutted as the rest of her. Jones was glad to get on deck again, as the atmosphere was very unpleasant, and I had no wish to stay. At my request, Jones made every inquiry he could about the old hulk. Not much was elicited. So far it looked as if it were credited with being haunted. The owner, who had been the captain of her, had died about 3 years before. His character did not seem amiable, but as he had left his money to the most influential farmer in the district, the country people were unwilling to talk against him. I went with Jones to call on the farmer and asked him point blank if he had ever heard whether a murder had been committed on board the Lily. He stared at me and he laughed. Not as I know of, was all his answer, and I never got any nearer than that. I feel that this is all very unsatisfactory. I wish I could give some thrilling and sensational explanation. I'm sorry I cannot. My imagination suggests many, as no doubt it will to each of my readers who possesses that faculty, but I have only written this to tell the actual facts, not to add to our superabundant fiction. If I ever come across any details bearing upon the subject, I will not fail to communicate them at once. The vessel I found was the Lily of Goole, owned by one Master Gad Earwaker and built in 1801.
Between the Lights by E. F. Benson. The day had been one of unceasing fall of snow from sunrise until the gradual withdrawal of the vague white light outside indicated that the sun had set again. But as usual, at this hospitable and delightful house of Everard Chandler, where I often spent Christmas, and was spending it now, there had been no lack of entertainment, and the hours had passed with a rapidity that had surprised us. A short billiard tournament had filled up the time between breakfast and lunch, with badminton and the morning papers for those who were temporarily not engaged, while afterwards the interval till tea-time had been occupied by the majority of the party in a huge game of hide-and-seek all over the house, barring the billiard-room, which was sanctuary for any who desired peace. But few had done that. The enchantment of Christmas, I must suppose, had, like some spell, made children of us again, and it was with palsied terror and trembling misgivings that we had tiptoed up and down the dim passages, from any corner of which some wild screaming form might dart out on us. Then, wearied with exercise and emotion, we had assembled again for tea in the hall, a room of shadows and panels, on which the light from the wide open fireplace, where there burned a divine mixture of peat and logs, flickered and grew bright again on the walls. Then, as was proper, ghost stories, for the narration of which the electric light was put out, so that the listeners might conjecture anything they pleased to be lurking in the corners, succeeded, and we vied with each other in blood bones, skeletons, armour, and shrieks. I had just given my contribution, and was reflecting with some complacency that probably the worst was now known, when Everard, who had not yet administered to the horror of his guests, spoke. He was sitting opposite me in the full blaze of the fire, looking, after the illness he had gone through during the autumn, still rather pale and delicate. All the same, he had been among the boldest and best in the exploration of the dark places that afternoon, and the look on his face now rather startled me. "No, I don't mind that sort of thing," he said. "The paraphernalia of ghosts has become somewhat rather hackneyed, and when I hear of screams and skeletons I feel I am on familiar ground, and can at least hide my head under the bedclothes." "Ah, but the bedclothes were twitched away by my skeleton," said I in self-defence. "I know, but I don't even mind that. Why? There are 7, 8 skeletons in this room now, covered with blood and skin and other horrors. No, the nightmares of one's childhood were the really frightening things, because they were vague. There was the true atmosphere of horror about them, because one didn't know what one feared. Now, if one could recapture that—" Mrs. Chandler got quickly out of her seat. "Oh, Everard," she said, "surely you don't wish to recapture it again. I should have thought once was enough." This was enchanting. A chorus of invitation asked him to proceed, the real true ghost story first hand, which was what seemed to be indicated, was too precious a thing to lose. Everard laughed. "No, dear, I don't want to recapture it again at all," he said to his wife. Then to us, "But the really, well, the nightmare, perhaps, to which I was referring, is of the vaguest and most unsatisfactory kind. It has no apparatus about it at all. You will probably all say that it was nothing, and I wonder why I was frightened, but I was. It frightened me out of my wits. And I only just saw something without being able to swear what it was, and heard something which might have been a falling stone." "Anyhow, tell us about the falling stone," said I. There was a stir of movement about the circle round the fire, and the movement was not of purely physical order. It was as if, this is only what I personally felt, it was as if the childish gaiety of the hours we had passed that day was suddenly withdrawn. We had jested on certain subjects, we had played hide-and-seek with all the power of earnestness that was in us, but now, so it seemed to me, there was going to be real hide-and-seek. Real terrors were going to lurk in dark corners. Or if not real terrors, terrors so convincing as to assume the garb of reality were going to pounce on us. And Mrs. Chandler's exclamation as she sat down again, "Oh, Everard, won't it excite you?" tended, in any case, to excite us. The room still remained in dubious darkness except for the sudden lights disclosed on the walls by the leaping flames on the hearth, and there was wild field for conjecture as what might lurk in the dim corners. Everard, moreover, who had been sitting in bright light before, was banished by the extinction of some flaming log into the shadows. A voice alone spoke to us, as he sat back in his low chair, a voice rather slow, but very distinct. "Last year," he said, "on the 24th of December, we were down here as usual, Amy and I, for Christmas. Several of you who are here now were here then, 3 or 4 of you at least. I was one of these, but like the others kept silence, for the identification, so it seemed to me, was not asked for, and he went on again without a pause. "Those of you who were here then," he said, "and are here now will remember how very warm it was this day year. You will remember, too, that we played croquet that day on the lawn. It was perhaps a little cold for croquet, and we played it rather in order to be able to say, with sound evidence to back the statement, that we had done so." Then he turned and addressed the whole little circle. "We played ties of half games," he said, "just as we have played billiards today. And it was certainly as warm on the lawn then as it was in the billiard room this morning directly after breakfast. While today, I shouldn't wonder if there was 3 feet of snow outside. More, probably. Listen." A sudden draught fluted in the chimney, and the fire flared up as the current of air caught it. The wind also drove the snow against the windows, and as he said, "Listen," we heard a soft scurry of the falling flakes against the panes, like the soft tread of many little people who stepped lightly, but with the persistence of multitudes who were flocking to some rendezvous. Hundreds of little feet seemed to be gathering outside, only the glass kept them out, and of the 8 skeletons present, 4 or 5 anyhow turned and looked at the windows. These were small panes with leaden bars. On the leaden bars little heaps of snow had accumulated, but there was nothing else to be seen. "Yes, last Christmas Eve was very warm and sunny," went on Everard. "We had had no frost that autumn, and a temerarious dahlia was still in flower. I have always thought that it must have been mad." He paused a moment. "And I wonder if I were not mad too," he added. No one interrupted him. There was something arresting, I must suppose, in what he was saying. It chimed in anyhow with the hide-and-seek, with the suggestions of the lonely snow. Mrs. Chandler had sat down again, but I heard her stir in her chair. But never was there a gay party so reduced as we had been in the last 5 minutes. Instead of laughing at ourselves for playing silly games, we were all taking a serious game seriously. "Anyhow, I was sitting out," he said to me, "while you and my wife played your half game of croquet. Then it struck me that it wasn't so warm as I had supposed, because quite suddenly I shivered, and shivering I looked up. But I did not see you and her playing croquet at all. I saw something which had no relation to you and her. At least I hope not. Now the angler lands his fish, the stalker kills his stag, and the speaker holds his audience. And as the fish is gaffed and as the stag is shot, so we were held. There was no getting away till he had finished with us. You all know the croquet lawn," he said, "and how it's bounded all round by a flower border with a brick wall behind it, through which, you'll remember, there's only one gate. Well, I looked up and saw that lawn. I could for one moment see it was still a lawn, was shrinking, and the walls closing in upon it. As they closed in too, they grew higher, and simultaneously the light began to fade and be sucked from the sky, till it grew quite dark overhead, and only a glimmer of light came in through the gate. There was, as I told you, a dahlia in flower that day, and as this dreadful darkness and bewilderment came over me, I remember that my eyes sought in it a kind of despair, holding on, as it were, to any familiar object, but it was no longer a dahlia, and for the red of its petals I saw only the red of some feeble firelight. And at that moment the hallucination was complete. I was no longer sitting on the lawn watching croquet, but I was in a low-roofed room, something like a cattle shed, but round. Close above my head, though I was sitting down, ran rafters from wall to wall. It was nearly dark, but a little light came in from the door opposite to me, which seemed to lead into a passage that communicated with the exterior of the place. Little, however, of the wholesome air came into this dreadful den. The atmosphere was oppressive and foul beyond all telling. It was as if for years it had been the place of some human menagerie, and for those years had been uncleaned and unsweetened by the winds of heaven. Yet that oppressiveness was nothing to the awful horror of the place from the view of the spirit. Some dreadful atmosphere of crime and abomination dwelt heavy in it. Its denizens, whoever they were scarce human, so it seemed to me, and though men and women were akin more to the beasts of the field. And in addition, there was present to me some sense of the weight of years. I had been taken and thrust down into some epoch of dim antiquity. He paused a moment, and the fire on the hearth leaped up for a second, and then died down again. But in that gleam I saw that all faces would turn to Everard, and that all wore some look of dreadful expectancy. Certainly I felt it myself, and waited in a sort of shrinking horror for what was coming. "As I told you," he continued, "where there had been that unseasonable dahlia, there now burned a dim firelight, and my eyes were drawn there. Shapes were gathered round it. What they were I couldn't at first see. Then perhaps my eyes got more accustomed to the dusk, or the fire burned better, for I perceived that they were of human form, but very small. For when one rose with a horrible chattering to his feet, his head was still some inches off the low roof. He was dressed in a sort of shirt that came to his knees, but his arms were bare and covered with hair. Then the gesticulation and chattering increased, and I knew that they were talking about me, for they kept pointing in my direction. At that, my horror suddenly deepened, for I became aware that I was powerless, and couldn't move a hand or foot. A helpless nightmare impotence had possession of me. I couldn't lift a finger or turn my head, and in the paralysis of that fear I tried to scream, but not a sound could I utter. All this, I suppose, took place with the instantaneousness of a dream, for at once and without transition the whole thing vanished, and I was back on the lawn again, while the stroke for which my wife was aiming was still unplayed. But my face was dripping with perspiration, and I was trembling all over. Now, you may all say that I had fallen asleep and had a sudden nightmare. That may be so, but I was conscious of no sense of sleepiness before, and I was conscious of none afterwards. It was as if someone had held a book before me, whisked the pages open for a second, and then closed them again. Somebody, I don't know who, got up from his chair with a sudden movement that made me start, and turned on the electric light. I don't mind confessing that I was rather glad of this. Everard laughed. "Really, I feel like Hamlet in the play scene," he said, "and as if there was a guilty uncle present. Shall I go on?" I don't think anyone replied, and he went on. "Well, let's say for the moment that it wasn't a dream exactly, but a hallucination. Whichever it was, in my case it haunted me for months. I think it was never quite out of my mind, but lingered somewhere in the dusk of consciousness, sometimes sleeping quietly, so to speak, but sometimes stirring in its sleep. It was no good my telling myself that I was disquieting myself in vain, for it was as if something had actually entered into my very soul, as if some seed of horror had been planted there. And as the weeks went on, the seed began to sprout. So I couldn't even tell myself that the vision had been a moment's disorderment only. I can't say that it actually affected my health. I didn't, as far as I know, sleep or eat insufficiently, but morning after morning I used to wake, not gradually and through pleasant dozings into full consciousness, but with absolute suddenness, and found myself plunged in an abyss of despair. Often, too, eating or drinking, I used to pause and wonder if it was worthwhile. Eventually, I told 2 people about my trouble, hoping that perhaps the mere communication would help matters, hoping also, but very distantly, that though I could not believe at present the digestion or the obscurities of the nervous system were at fault, a doctor, by some simple dose, might convince me of it. In other words, I told my wife, who laughed at me, and my doctor, who laughed also, and assured me that my health was quite unnecessarily robust. At the same time, he suggested that change of air and scene does wonders for the delusions that exist merely in the imagination. He also told me, in answer to a direct question, that he would stake his reputation on the certainty that I wasn't going mad. Well, we went up to London as usual for the season, and though nothing whatever occurred to remind me in any way of that single moment on Christmas Eve, the reminding was seen to all right. The moment itself took care of that, for instead of fading, as is the way of sleeping or waking dreams, it grew every day more vivid, and ate, so to speak, like some corrosive acid into my mind, etching itself there, and to London succeeded Scotland. I took last year for the very first time a small forest up in Sutherland called Glen Callan, very remote and wild, but affording excellent stalking. It wasn't far from the sea, and the gillies used always to warn me to carry a compass on the hill, because sea mists were liable to come up with frightful rapidity, and there was always the danger of being caught by one, and having perhaps to wait hours till it cleared again.
This at first I always used to do, but, as everyone knows, any precaution that one takes which continues to be unjustified gets gradually relaxed. And at the end of a few weeks, since the weather had been uniformly clear, it was natural that as often as not my compass remained at home. One day the stork took me on a part of my ground that I had seldom been on before, a very high tableland on the limit of my forest, which went down very steeply on one side to a loch that lay below it, and on the other by gentler gradations to the river that came from the loch, 6 miles below which stood the lodge. The wind had necessitated our climbing up, or so my stalker had insisted, not by the easier way, but up the crags from the loch. I had argued the point with him, for it seemed to me that it was impossible that the deer could get our scent if we went by the more natural path, but he still held to his opinion, and therefore, since after all this was part of his job, I yielded. A dreadful climb we had of it over big boulders with deep holes in between, masked by clumps of heather, so that a wary eye and a prodding stick were necessary for each step, if one wished to avoid broken bones. Adders also literally swarmed in the heather. We must have seen a dozen at least on our way up, and adders are a beast for which I have no manner of use. But a couple of hours saw us to the top, only to find that the stalker had been utterly at fault, and that the deer must quite infallibly have got wind of us, if they had remained in the place where we last saw them. That, when we could spy the ground again, we saw had happened. In any case, they were gone. The man insisted the wind had changed, a palpably stupid excuse, and I wondered at that moment what other reason he had. For reason I felt sure there must be, for not wishing to take what would clearly now have been a better route. But this piece of bad management didn't spoil our luck. For within an hour we had spied more deer, and about 2 o'clock I got a shot killing a heavy stag. Then, sitting on the heather, I ate lunch and enjoyed a well-earned bask and smoke in the sun. The pony, meantime, had been saddled with the stag and was plodding homewards. The morning had been extraordinarily warm, with a little wind blowing off the sea which lay a few miles off, sparkling beneath a blue haze. And all morning, in spite of our abominable climb, I had had an extreme sense of peace, so much that several times I had probed my mind, so to speak, to find if the horror still lingered there, but I could scarcely get any response from it. Never since Christmas had I been so free of fear, and it was with a great sense of repose, both physical and spiritual, that I lay looking up into the blue sky, watching my smoke walls curl slowly away into nothingness. But I was not allowed to take my ease long, for Sandy came and begged that I would move. The weather had changed, he said. The wind had shifted again, and he wanted me to be off this high ground and on the path again as soon as possible, because it looked to him as if a sea mist would presently come up. "And yon's a bad place to get down in the mist," he added, nodding towards the crags we had come up. I looked at the man in amazement, for to our right lay a gentle slope down to the river, and there was now no possible reason for again tackling those hideous rocks up which we had climbed this morning. More than ever I was sure he had some secret reason for not wishing to go the obvious way. But about one thing he was certainly right. The mist was coming up from the sea, and I felt in my pocket for the compass, and found that I had forgotten to bring it. Then there followed a curious scene which lost us time that we could really ill afford to waste. I insisted on going down by the way that common sense directed, he imploring me to take his word for it that the crags were the better way. Eventually I marched off to the easier descent and told him not to argue any more, but to follow. What annoyed me about him was that he would only give the most senseless reasons for preferring the crags. There were mossy places, he said, on the way I wished to go, a thing patently false, since the summer had been one spell of unbroken weather, or it was longer, also obviously untrue, or there were so many vipers about. But seeing that none of these arguments produced any effect, at last he desisted and came after me in silence. We were not yet half down when the mist was upon us, shooting up from the valley like the broken water of a wave, and in 3 minutes we were enveloped in a cloud of fog so thick that we could barely see a dozen yards in front of us. It was therefore another cause for self-congratulation that we were not now, as we should otherwise have been, precariously clambering on the face of those crags up which we had come with such difficulty in the morning, and as I rather prided myself on my powers of generalship in the matter of direction, I continued leading, feeling sure that before long we should strike the track by the river. More than all, The absolute freedom from fear elated me. Since Christmas I had not known the instinctive joy of that. I felt like a schoolboy home for the holidays. But the mist grew thicker and thicker, and whether it was that real rain clouds had formed above it, or that it was of an extraordinary density itself, I got wetter in the next hour than I have ever been before or since. The wet seemed to penetrate the skin and chill the very bones, and still there was no sign of the track for which I was making. Behind me, muttering to himself, followed the stalker, but his arguments and protestations were dumb, and it seemed as if he kept close to me, as if afraid. Now, there are many unpleasant companions in this world. I would not, for instance, care to be on the hill with a drunkard or a maniac, but worse than either, I think, is a frightened man, because his trouble is infectious, and insensibly I began to be afraid of being frightened too. From that it is but a short step to fear. Other perplexities too beset us. At one time we seemed to be walking on flat ground. At another I felt sure we were climbing again, whereas all the time we ought to have been descending, unless we had missed the way very badly indeed. Also, for the month was October, it was beginning to get dark, and it was with a sense of relief that I remembered that the full moon would rise soon after sunset. But it had grown very much colder, and soon, instead of rain, we found we were walking through a steady fall of snow. Things were pretty bad, but then, for the moment, they seemed to mend, for far away to the left, I suddenly heard the brawling of the river. It should, it's true, have been straight in front of me, and we were perhaps a mile out of our way, but this was better than the blind wandering of the last hour, and turning to the left, I walked towards it. But before I had gone 100 yards, I heard a sudden choked cry behind me, and just saw Sandy's form flying, as if in terror of pursuit, into the mists. I called him, but got no reply, and heard only the spurned stones of his running. What had frightened him I had no idea, but certainly with his disappearance the infection of his fear disappeared also, and I went on, I may say, almost with gaiety. On the moment, however, I saw a sudden, well-defined blackness in front of me, and before I knew what I was doing, I was half stumbling, half walking, up a very steep grass slope. During the last few minutes the wind had got up, and the driving snow was peculiarly uncomfortable, but there had been a certain consolation in thinking that the wind would soon disperse these mists, and I had nothing more than a moonlight walk home. But, as I paused on this slope, I became aware of two things. One, that the blackness in front of me was very close. The other, that, whatever it was, it sheltered me from the snow. So I climbed on a dozen yards into its friendly shelter, for it seemed to me to be friendly. A wall some 12 feet high crowned the slope, and exactly where I struck it there was a hole in it, or door rather, through which a little light appeared. Wondering at this, I pushed on, bending down, for the passage was very low, and in a dozen yards came out on the other side. Just as I did this, the sky suddenly grew lighter, the wind, I suppose, having dispersed the mists, and the moon, though not yet visible through the flying skirts of cloud, made sufficient illumination. I was in a circular enclosure, and above me there projected from the wall some 4 feet above the ground broken stones which must have been intended to support a floor. Then simultaneously two things occurred. The whole of my 9 months' terror came back to me, for I saw that the vision in the garden was fulfilled, and at the same moment I saw stealing towards me a little figure as of a man, but only about 3'6" in height. That my eyes told me. My ears told me that he stumbled on a stone. My nostrils told me that the air I breathed was of an overpowering foulness, and my soul told me that I was sick unto death. I think I tried to scream, but I couldn't. I know I tried to move and couldn't, and it crept closer. Then I suppose the terror which held me spellbound so spurred me that I must move. For the next moment I heard a cry break from my lips and was stumbling through the passage. I made one leap of it down the grass slope and ran, as I hope never to have to run again. What direction I took, I didn't pause to consider, so long as I put distance between me and that place. Luck, however, favoured me, and before long I struck the track by the river, and an hour afterwards reached the lodge. Next day I developed a chill, and as you know, pneumonia laid me on my back for 6 weeks. Well, that's my story.
and there are many explanations. You may say that I fell asleep on the lawn, and was reminded of that by finding myself under discouraging circumstances in an old Pict's castle, where a sheep or goat that, like myself, had taken shelter from the storm, was moving about. Yes, there are hundreds of ways in which you may explain it, but the coincidence was an odd one, and those who believe in second sight might find an instance of their hobby in it. "And that is all?" I asked. "Yes. It was nearly too much for me. I think the dressing bell has sounded."
The Old Portrait by Hume Nisbet. Old-fashioned frames are a hobby of mine. I'm always on the prowl amongst the frames and dealers in curiosities for something quaint and unique in picture frames. I don't care much for what's inside them, for being a painter, it is my fancy to get the frames first and then paint a picture which I think suits their probable history and design. In this way I get some curious, and I think also some original ideas. One day in December, about a week before Christmas, I picked up a fine but dilapidated specimen of wood carving in a shop near Soho. The gilding had been worn nearly away and 3 of the corners broken off, yet, as there was one of the corners still left, I hoped to be able to repair the others from it. As for the canvas inside this frame, it was so smothered with dirt and time stains that I could only distinguish it had been a very badly painted likeness of some sort, of some commonplace person, daubed in by a poor pot-boiling painter to fill the second-hand frame, which his patron may have picked up cheaply, as I had done after him. But as the frame was all right, I took the spoiled canvas along with it, thinking it might come in handy. For the next few days my hands were full of work of one kind and another, so that it was only on Christmas Eve that I found myself at liberty to examine my purchase, which had been lying with its face to the wall since I had brought it to my studio. Having nothing to do on this night and not in the mood to go out, I got my picture and frame from the corner, and laying them upon the table with a sponge, basin of water and some soap, I began to wash so that I might see them the better. They were in a terrible mess, and I think I used the best part of a packet of soap powder, and had to change the water about a dozen times before the pattern began to show up on the frame, and the portrait within it asserted its awful crudeness, vile drawing, and intense vulgarity. It was the bloated, piggish visage of a publican, clearly, with a plentiful supply of jewellery displayed, as is usual with such masterpieces, where the features are not considered of so much importance as a strict fidelity in the depicting of such articles as watchguard and seals, fingerings and breastpins. These were all there, as natural and hard as reality. The frame delighted me, and the picture satisfied me that I had not cheated the dealer with my price, and I was looking at the monstrosity as the gaslight beat full upon it, and wondering how the owner could be pleased with himself as thus depicted, when something about the background attracted my attention. A slight marking underneath the thin coating, as if the portrait had been painted over some other subject. It was not much, certainly, yet enough to make me rush over to my cupboard, where I kept my spirits of wine and turpentine, with which, and a plentiful supply of rags, I began to demolish the publican ruthlessly in the vague hope that I might find something worth looking at underneath. A slow process that was, as well as a delicate one, so that it was close upon midnight before the gold cable rings and vermilion visage disappeared, and another picture loomed up before me. Then, giving it the final wash over, I wiped it dry, and set it in a good light at my easel, while I filled and lit my pipe, and then sat down to look at it. What had I liberated from that vile prison of crude paint? For I did not require to set it up to know that this bungler of the brush had covered and defiled a work as far beyond his comprehension as the clouds are from the caterpillar. The bust and head of a young woman of uncertain age merged with the gloom of rich accessories, painted as only a master hand can paint, who is above asserting his knowledge, and who has learned to cover his technique. It was as perfect and natural in sombre yet quiet dignity as if it had come from the brush of Moroni. The face and neck perfectly colourless in their pallid whiteness, and the shadows so artfully managed that they could not be seen, and for this quality would have delighted the strong-minded Queen Bess. At first, as I looked, I saw in the centre of a vague darkness a dim patch of grey gloom that drifted into the shadow. Then The greyness appeared to grow lighter as I sat from it, and I leaned back in my chair until the features stole out softly and became clear and definite, while the figure stood out from the background as if tangible, although, having washed it, I knew that it had been smoothly painted. An intent face, with delicate nose, well-shaped, although bloodless, lips and eyes like dark caverns without a spark of light in them. The hair loosely about the head and oval cheeks, massive, silky textured, jet black and lustreless, which hid the upper portion of her brow, with the ears, and fell in straight, indefinite waves over the left breast, leaving the right portion of the transparent neck exposed. The dress and background were symphonies of ebony, yet full of subtle colouring and masterly feeling, a dress of rich brocaded velvet, with a background that represented vast receding space, wondrously suggestive and awe-inspiring. I noticed that the pallid lips were parted slightly, and showed a glimpse of the upper front teeth, which added to the intent expression of the face, a short upper lip which curled upward, with the underlip full and sensuous, or rather, if colour had been in it, would have been so. It was an eerie-looking face that I had resurrected on this midnight hour of Christmas Eve. In its passive pallidity, it looked as if the blood had been drained from the body, and that I was gazing upon an open-eyed corpse. The frame also, I noticed for the first time, in its details, appeared to have been designed with the intention of carrying out the idea of life in death. What had before looked like scroll-work of flowers and fruit were loathsome snake-like worms twined amongst charnel house bones, which they half covered in a decorative fashion, a hideous design in spite of its exquisite workmanship. That made me shudder and wish that I had left the cleaning to be done by daylight. I am not at all of a nervous temperament, and would have laughed had anyone told me that I was afraid, and yet, as I sat here alone, with that portrait opposite to me in this solitary studio, away from all human contact, for none of the other studios were tenanted on this night, and the janitor had gone on his holiday, I wished that I had spent my evening in a more congenial manner, for, in spite of a good fire in the stove and the brilliant gas, that intent face and those haunting eyes were exercising a strange influence upon me. I heard the clocks from the different steeples chime out the last hour of the day, one after the other, like echoes taking up the refrain and dying away in the distance. And still I sat spellbound, looking at that weird picture, with my neglected pipe in my hand, and a strange lassitude creeping over me. It was the eyes which fixed me now with the unfathomable depths and absorbing intensity. They gave out no light, but seemed to draw my soul into them, and with it my life and strength as I lay inert before them, until overpowered, I lost consciousness and dreamt. I thought that the frame was still on the easel with the canvas, but the woman had stepped from them, and was approaching me with a floating motion, leaving behind her a vault filled with coffins, some of them shut down, while others lay or stood upright and open, showing the grisly contents in their decaying and stained cerements. I could only see her head and shoulders with the sombre drapery of the upper portion and the inky wealth of hair hanging around. She was with me now, that pallid face touching my face, and those cold, bloodless lips glued to mine with a close, lingering kiss, while the soft black hair covered me like a cloud and thrilled me through and through with a delicious thrill that, whilst it made me grow faint, intoxicated me with delight. As I breathed, she seemed to absorb it quickly into herself, giving me back nothing, getting stronger as I was becoming weaker, while the warmth of my contact passed into her and made her palpitate with vitality. And all at once the horror of approaching death seized upon me, and with a frantic effort I flung her from me and started up from my chair, dazed for a moment and uncertain where I was. Then consciousness returned, and I looked around wildly. The gas was still blazing brightly, while the fire burned ruddy in the stove. By the timepiece on the mantel I could see that it was 12:30. The picture and the frame were still on the easel, only as I looked at them, the portrait had changed. A hectic flush was on the cheeks, while the eyes glittered with life, and the sensuous lips were red and ripe-looking, with a drop of blood still upon the nether one. In a frenzy of horror, I seized my scraping knife and slashed out the vampire picture. Then, tearing the mutilated fragments out, I crammed them into my stove and watched them frizzle with savage delight. I have that frame still, but I have not yet had courage to paint a suitable subject for it. Christmas Meeting by Rosemary Timperley. I have never spent Christmas alone before. It gives me an uncanny feeling, sitting alone in my furnished room, with my head full of ghosts, and the room full of voices of the past. It's a drowning feeling, all the Christmases of the past coming back in a mud jumble. The childish Christmas with a house full of relations, a tree in the window, sixpences in the pudding and the delicious crinkly stocking in the dark morning. The adolescent Christmas with mother and father, the war and the bitter cold, and the letters from abroad. The first really grown-up Christmas with a lover, the snow and the enchantment, red wine and kisses, and the walk in the dark before midnight, with the ground so white and the stars diamond bright in the black sky. So many Christmases through the year, and now the first Christmas alone. But not quite loneliness. A feeling of companionship with all the other people who are spending Christmas alone, millions of them, past and present. A feeling that if I close my eyes, there will be no past or future, only an endless present which is time, because it is all we ever have. Yes, however cynical you are, however irreligious, it makes you feel queer to be alone at Christmas time. So I am absurdly relieved when the young man walks in. There's nothing romantic about it. I'm a woman of nearly 50, a spinster schoolmarm with grim dark hair and myopic eyes that once were beautiful. And he's a kid of 20, rather unconventionally dressed with a flowing wine-coloured tie and a black velvet jacket and brown curls which could do with the taste of the barber's scissors. The effeminacy of his dress is belied by his features, narrow, piercing blue eyes, and arrogant, jutting nose and chin. Not that he looks strong. The skin is fine, drawn over the prominent features, and he is very white. He bursts in without knocking, then pauses, says, "I'm so sorry, I thought this was my room." He begins to go out, then hesitates and says, "Are you alone?" "Yes." "It's queer being alone at Christmas, isn't it? May I stay and talk?" "I'd be glad if you would." He comes right in and sits down by the fire. "I hope you don't think I came here on purpose. I really did think it was my room," he explains. "I'm glad you made the mistake. But you're a very young person to be alone at Christmas time." "I wouldn't go back to the country to my family. It would hold up my work. I'm a writer." "I see." I can't help smiling a little. That explains his rather unusual dress, and he takes himself so seriously, this young man. "Of course, you mustn't waste a precious moment of writing," I say with a twinkle. "No, not a moment. That's what my family won't see. They don't appreciate urgency." "Families are never appreciative of the artistic nature." "No, they aren't," he agrees seriously. "What are you writing?" "Poetry and a diary combined. It's called My Poems and I by Francis Randall. That's my name. My family say there's no point in my writing, that I'm too young. But I don't feel young. Sometimes I feel like an old man with too much to do before he dies, revolving faster and faster on the wheel of creativeness. Yes, exactly. You understand. You must read my work sometime. Please read my work. Read my work." A note of desperation in his voice, a look of fear in his eyes makes me say, "We're both getting much too solemn for Christmas Day. I'm going to make you some coffee, and I have a plum cake." I move about, clattering cups, spooning coffee into my percolator, but I must have offended him, for when I look around, I find he has left me. I am absurdly disappointed. I finish making coffee, however, then turn to the bookshelf in my room. It's piled high with volumes, for which the landlady has apologized profusely. "Hope you don't mind the books, miss, but my husband won't part with them, and there's nowhere else to put them. We charge a bit less for the room for that reason." "I don't mind," I said. "Books are good friends." But these aren't very friendly-looking books. I take one at random, or does some strange fate guide my hand? Sipping my coffee, inhaling my cigarette smoke, I begin to read the battered little book, published, I see, in spring 1852. It's mainly poetry, immature stuff, but vivid. Then there's a kind of diary, more realistic, less affected. Out of curiosity, if there are any amusing comparisons, I turn to the entry for Christmas Day 1851. I read, "My first Christmas Day alone. I had rather an odd experience. When I went back to my lodgings after a walk, there was a middle-aged woman in my room. I thought at first I'd walked into the wrong room, but this was not so, and later, after a pleasant talk, she disappeared. I suppose she was a ghost, but I wasn't frightened. I liked her. But I don't feel well tonight, not at all well. I have never felt ill at Christmas before." A publisher's note followed the last entry. Francis Randall died from a sudden heart attack on the night of Christmas Day, 1851. The woman mentioned in this final entry in his diary was the last person to see him alive. In spite of a request for her to come forward, she never did. Her identity remains a mystery.
The Ghost of Christmas Eve by J. M. Barrie. A few years ago, as some may remember, a startling ghost paper appeared in the monthly organ of the Society for Haunting Houses. The writer guaranteed the truth of his statement, and even gave the name of the Yorkshire manor house in which the affair took place. The article and the discussion to which it gave rise agitated me a good deal, and I consulted Pettigrew about the advisability of clearing up the mystery. The writer wrote that he distinctly saw his arm pass through the apparition and come out at the other side. And indeed, I still remember his saying so next morning. He had a scared face, but I had presence of mind to continue eating my rolls and marmalade as if my briar had nothing to do with the miraculous affair. Seeing that he made a paper of it, I suppose he is justified in touching up the incidental details. He says, for instance, that we were told the story of the ghost which is said to haunt the house just before going to bed. As far as I remember, it was only mentioned at luncheon, and then sceptically. Instead of there being snow falling outside and an eerie wind wailing through the skeleton trees, the night was still and muggy. Lastly, I did not know until the journal reached my hands that he was put into the room known as the haunted chamber, nor that in that room the fire is noted for The Story of a Disappearance and an Appearance by M.R. James. The letters which I now publish were sent to me recently by a person who knows me to be interested in ghost stories. There is no doubt about their authenticity. The paper on which they're written, the ink, and the whole external aspect put their date beyond the reach of question. The only point which they do not make clear is the identity of the writer. He signs with initials only, and as none of the envelopes of the letters are preserved, the surname of his correspondent, obviously a married brother, is as obscure as his own. No further preliminary explanation is needed, I think. Luckily, the first letter supplies all that could be expected. Letter 1. Great Crishall, December 22nd, 1837. My dear Robert, it is with great regret for the enjoyment I am losing, and for a reason which you will deplore equally with myself, that I write to inform you that I am unable to join your circle for this Christmas. But you will agree with me that it is unavoidable when I say that I have within these few hours received a letter from Mrs. Hunt at B to the effect that our uncle Henry has suddenly and mysteriously disappeared, and begging me to go down there immediately and join the search that is being made for him. Little as I, or you either, I think, have ever seen of uncle, I naturally feel that it is not a request that can be regarded lightly, and accordingly I propose to go to B by this afternoon's mail, reaching it late in the evening. I shall not go to the rectory, but put up at the King's Head, and to which you may address letters. I enclose a small draft which you will please make use of for the benefit of the young people. I shall write you daily, supposing me to be detained more than a single day, what goes on, and you may be sure, should the business be cleared up in time to permit of my coming to the manor after all, I shall present myself. I have but a few minutes at disposal, with cordial greetings to you all and many regrets, believe me, your affectionate bro, W.R. Letter 2, King's Head, December 23rd, 1837. My dear Robert, in the first place, there is as yet no news of Uncle H, and I think you may finally dismiss any idea, I won't say hope, that I might after all turn up for Christmas. However, my thoughts will be with you, and you have my best wishes for a really festive day. Mind that none of my nephews or nieces expend any fraction of their guineas or presents on me. Since I got here, I've been blaming myself for not taking this affair of Uncle H too easily. From what people here say, I gather that there is very little hope that he can still be alive, but whether it is accident or design that carried him off, I can't judge. The facts are these. On Friday the 19th, he went as usual shortly before 5 o'clock to read evening prayers at the church, and when they were over there, the clerk brought him a message, in response to which he set off to pay a visit to a sick person at an outlying cottage the better part of 2 miles away. He paid the visit and started on his return journey at about 6:30. This is the last that's known of him. The people here are very much grieved at his loss. He had been here many years, as you know, and though, as you also know, he was not the most genial of men, and had more than a little of the martinet in his composition, he seems to have been active in good works and unsparing of trouble to himself. Poor Mrs. Hunt, who has been his housekeeper ever since she left Woodley, is quite overcome. It seems like the end of the world to her. I'm glad that I didn't entertain the idea of taking quarters at the rectory, and I have declined several kindly offers of hospitality from people in the place, preferring, as I do, to be independent, and finding myself very comfortable here. You will, of course, wish to know what has been done in the way of inquiry and search. First, nothing was to be expected from investigation at the rectory, and to be brief, nothing has transpired. I asked Mrs. Hunt, as others had done before, whether there was either any unfavourable symptom in her master, such as might portend a sudden stroke or attack of illness, or whether he had ever had reason to apprehend any such thing. But both she and also his medical man were clear that this was not the case. He was quite in his usual health. In the second place, naturally, ponds and streams have been dragged, and fields in the neighbourhood which he is known to have visited last have been searched, without result. I have myself talked to the parish clerk, and, more important, have been to the house where he paid his visit. There can be no question of any foul play on these people's part. The one man in the house is ill in bed and very weak, and the wife and the children, of course, could do nothing themselves, nor is there the shadow of probability that they, or any of them, should have agreed to decoy poor Uncle H out, in order that he might be attacked on the way back. They had told what they knew to several other inquirers already, but the woman repeated it to me. The rector was looking just as usual. He wasn't very long with the sick man. He ain't, she said, like some what has a gift in prayer, but there, if it was all that way, however would the chapel people get their living? He left some money when he went away, and one of the children saw him cross the stile into the next field. He was dressed as he always was, all his bands. I gather he's nearly the last man remaining who does so, at any rate in this district. You see, I'm putting down everything. The fact is that I have nothing else to do, having brought no business papers with me, and moreover it serves to clear my own mind and may suggest points which may have been overlooked. So I shall continue to write all that passes, even to conversations if need be. You may read or not, as you please, but pray keep the letters. I have another reason for writing so fully, but it's not a very tangible one. You may ask if I have myself made any search in the fields near the cottage. Something, a good deal, has been done by others, as I mentioned, but I hope to go over the ground tomorrow. Bow Street has now been informed and will send down by tonight's coach, but I do not think they will make much of the job. There's no snow, which might have helped us. The fields are all grass. Of course, it was on the qui-vive for any indication today, both going and returning, but there was a thick mist on the way back, and I was not in trim for wandering about unknown pastures, especially on an evening when bushes looked like men, and a cow lowing in the distance might have been the last trump. I assure you, if Uncle Henry had stepped out from among the trees in the little copse which borders the path at one place, carrying his head under his arm, I should have been very little more uncomfortable than I was. To tell you the truth, I was rather expecting something of the kind. But I must drop my pen for the moment. Mr. Lucas, the curate, is announced. Later. Mr. Lucas has been and gone, and there isn't much beyond the decencies of ordinary sentiment to be got from him. I can see that he has given up any idea that the rector can be alive, and that, so far as he can be, he's truly sorry.
I can also discern that even in a more emotional person than Mr. Lucas, Uncle Henry was not likely to inspire strong attachment. Besides Mr. Lucas, I have had another visitor in the shape of my Boniface, mine host of the King's Head, who came to see whether I had everything I wished, and who really requires the pen of a Boz to do him justice. He was very solemn and weighty at first. "Well, sir," he said, "I suppose we must bow our head beneath the blow, as my poor wife had used to say. So far as I can gather, there's been neither hide nor hair of our late respected incumbent scented out as yet. Not that he was what the Scripture terms a hairy man in any sense of the word. I said, as well as I could, that I suppose not, but could not help adding that I had heard he was sometimes a little difficult to deal with." Mr. Bowman looked at me sharply for a moment, and then passed in a flash from solemn sympathy to impassioned declamation. "When I think," he said, "of the language that man see fit to employ to me in this here parlour over no more than a matter of a cask of beer, such a thing as I told him might happen any day of the week to a man with a family, though, as it turned out, he was quite under a mistake, and that I knew at the time, only I was shocked to hear him. I couldn't lay my tongue to the right expression." He stopped abruptly and eyed me with some embarrassment. I only said, "Dear me, I'm sorry to hear you had any little differences. I suppose my uncle will be a good deal missed in the parish." Mr. Bowman drew a long breath. "Ah, yes," he said, "your uncle. You'll understand me when I say that for the moment it had slipped my remembrance that it was a relative, and natural enough, I must say, as it should, for as to you bearing any resemblance to him, the notion of any such thing is clean ridiculous. All the same, had I have bore it to my mind, you'll be among the first to feel, I'm sure, as I should have abstained my lips, or rather I should not have abstained my lips with no such reflections." I assured him that I quite understood, and was going to have asked him some further questions, but he was called away to see after some business. By the way, you needn't take it into your head that he has anything to fear from the inquiry into poor Uncle Henry's disappearance, though no doubt in the watches of the night it will occur to him that I think he has, and I may expect some explanation tomorrow. I must close this letter, as it has to go by the late coach. Letter number 3, December the 25th, 1837. My dear Robert, this is a curious letter to be writing on Christmas Day, and yet, after all, there's nothing much in it, or there may be. You shall be the judge. At least, nothing decisive. The Bow Street men practically say that they have no clue. The length of time and the weather conditions have made all the tracks so faint as to be quite useless. Nothing that belonged to the dead man, I'm afraid no other word will do, has been picked up. As I expected, Mr. Bowman was uneasy in his mind this morning. Quite early, I heard him holding forth in a very distant voice, purposely so I thought, to the Bow Street officers in the bar, as to the loss that the town had sustained in their rector, and as to the necessity of leaving no stone unturned. He was very great on this phrase, in order to come at the truth. I suspect him of being an orator of repute at convivial meetings. When I was at breakfast, he came to wait on me, and took an opportunity when handing a muffin to say in a low tone, "I hope, sir, that you recognise as my feelings towards your relative is not actuated by any taint of what you might call malignity. You can leave the room, Eliza. I'll see to this gentleman as all he has requires from my own hands. I ask your pardon, sir, but you must be well aware a man is not always master of himself, and when that man has been hurt in his mind by the applications of expressions which I will go so far as to say have not ought to have been made use of." His voice was rising all this time, and his face growing redder. "No, sir, and here, if you will permit of it, I should like to explain to you in a very few words the exact state of the bone of contention. This cask, I might call it more truly a firkin of beer." I felt it was time to interpose, and said that I did not see that it would help us very much to go into that matter in detail. Mr. Bowman acquiesced, and resumed more calmly. "Well, sir, I bow to your ruling, and as you say, be that here or be it there, it don't contribute a great deal, perhaps, to the present question. All I wish you to understand is that I am prepared, as you yourself, to lend every hand to the business we have afore us, and, as I took the opportunity to say as much to the officers not 3/4 of an hour ago, to leave no stone unturned as may throw even a spark of light on this painful matter." In fact, Mr. Bowman did accompany us on our exploration, and though I am sure his genuine wish was to be helpful, I'm afraid he didn't contribute to the serious side of it. He appeared to be under the impression that we were very likely to meet either Uncle Henry
or the person responsible for his disappearance walking about the fields, and did a great deal of shading his eyes with his hand and calling our attention by pointing with his stick to distant cattle and labourers. He held several long conversations with old women whom we met, and was very strict and severe in his manner, but on each occasion returned to our party, saying, "Well, I find she don't seem to have no connection with this sad affair. I think you might take it from me, sir, that there's little or no light to be looked at from that quarter, not without she's keeping something back intentional." We gained no appreciable result, as I told you at starting. The Bow Street men have left the town, whether for London or not, I'm not sure. This evening I had the company in the shape of a bagman, a smartish fellow. He knew what was going forward, but though he has been on the roads for some days about here, he had nothing to tell of suspicious characters, tramps, wandering sailors or gypsies. He was very full of a capital Punch and Judy show he'd seen this same day at W, and asked if it had been here yet, and advised me by no means to miss it if it does come. The best Punch and the best Toby dog, he said, he had ever come across. Toby dogs, you know, are the last new things in the shows. I've only seen one myself, but before long all the men will have them. Now, why, you will want to know, do I trouble to write all this to you? I'm obliged to do it because it has something to do with another absurd trifle, as you will inevitably say, which in my present state of rather unquiet fancy, nothing more perhaps, I have to put down. It is a dream, sir, which I am going to record, and I must say it's one of the oddest I have had. Is there anything in it beyond what the bagman's talk and Uncle Henry's disappearance could have suggested? You, I repeat, shall judge. I am not in sufficiently cool and judicial frame to do so. It began with what I can only describe as a pulling aside of curtains, and I found myself seated in a place, I don't know whether indoors or out. There were people, only a few, on either side of me, but I didn't recognize them, or indeed think much about them. They never spoke, but so far as I remember were all grave and pale-faced, and looked fixedly before them. Facing me, there was a Punch and Judy show, perhaps rather larger than the ordinary ones, painted with black figures on a reddish-yellow ground. Behind it, on each side, was only darkness, but in front there was a sufficiency of light. I was strung up to a high degree of expectations and listened every moment to hear the panpipes and the roo-too-too to it. Instead of that, there came suddenly an enormous, I can use no other word, an enormous single toll of a bell. I don't know from how far off, somewhere behind. The little curtain flew up, and the drama began. I believe someone once tried to rewrite Punch as a serious tragedy, but whoever he may have been, this performance would have suited him exactly. There was something satanic about the hero. He varied his methods of attack. For some of his victims he lay in wait, and to see his horrible face, it was yellowish-white, I may remark, peering round the wings, made me think of the vampire in Fuseli's foul sketch. To others he was polite and carneying, particularly to the unfortunate alien who can only say "Shalabala," though what Punch said I never could catch. But with all of them I came to dread the moment of death, the crack of the stick on their skulls, which in the ordinary way delights me, had here a crushing sound, as if the bone was giving way, and the victims quivered and kicked as they lay. The baby, it sounds more ridiculous as I go on, the baby, I'm sure, was alive. Punch wrung its neck, and if the choke or squeak which it gave were not real, I know nothing of reality. The stage got perceptibly darker as each crime was consummated, and at last there was one murder which was done quite in the dark, so that I could see nothing of the victim, and took some time to effect. It was accompanied by hard breathing and horrid, muffled sounds, and after it Punch came and sat on the footboard and fanned himself and looked at his shoes, which were bloody, and hung his head on one side and sniggered in so deadly a fashion that I saw some of those beside me cover their faces, and I would gladly have done the same. But in the meantime the scene behind Punch was clearing and showed not the usual house front, but something more ambitious, a grove of trees and the gentle slope of a hill with a very natural, in fact I should say a real moon shining on it. Over this there rose slowly an object which I soon perceived to be a human figure with something peculiar about the head. What, I was unable at first to see. It did not stand on its feet, but began creeping or dragging itself across the middle distance towards Punch, who still sat back to it. And by this time, I may remark, though it didn't occur to me at the moment, that all pretense of this being a puppet show had vanished. Punch was still Punch, it's true, but like the others, was in some sense a live creature, and both moved themselves at their own will. When I next glanced at him, he was sitting in malignant reflection, but in another instant something seemed to attract his attention, and he first sat up sharply and then turned around, and evidently caught sight of the person that was approaching him, and was in fact now very near. Then indeed did he show unmistakable signs of terror. Catching up his stick, he rushed towards the wood, only just eluding the arm of his pursuer, which was suddenly flung out to intercept him. It was with a revulsion which I cannot easily express that I now saw more or less clearly what this pursuer was like. He was a sturdy figure clad in black, and, as I thought, wearing bands. His head was covered with a whitish bag. The chase, which now began, lasted I don't know how long, now among the trees, now along the slope of the field. Sometimes both figures disappeared wholly for a few seconds, and only uncertain sounds letting one know that they were still afoot. At length there came a moment when Punch, evidently exhausted, staggered in from the left and threw himself down among the trees. His pursuer was not long after him, and came looking uncertainly from side to side. Then, catching sight of the figure on the ground, he too threw himself down. His back was turned to the audience. With a swift motion, twitched the covering from his head and thrust his face into that of Punch. Everything on the instant grew dark. There was one long, loud, shuddering scream, and I awoke to find myself looking straight into the face of, what in all the world do you think, but a large owl, which was seated on my windowsill immediately opposite my bedfoot, holding up its wings like two shrouded arms. I caught the fierce glance of its yellow eyes, and then it was gone. I heard the single enormous bell again, very likely, as you're saying to yourself, the church clock. But I do not think so. And then I was broad awake. All this, I may say, happened within the last half hour. There is no probability of my getting to sleep again, so I got up, put on my clothes, enough to keep me warm, and am writing this rigmarole in the first hours of Christmas Day. Have I left out anything? Yes, there was no Toby dog, and the names over the front of the Punch and Judy booth were Kidman and Gallop, which was certainly not what the bagman told me to look out for. By this time, I feel a little more as if I could sleep, so this shall be sealed and wafered. Letter 4. December the 26th, 1837. My dear Robert, all is over, and the body has been found. I do not make excuses for not having sent off my news by last night's mail, for the simple reason that I was incapable of putting pen to paper. The events that attended the discovery bewildered me so completely that I needed what I could get of a night's rest to enable me to face the situation at all. Now I can give you my journal of the day, certainly the strangest Christmas Day that I ever spent or am likely to spend. The first incident was not very serious. Mr. Bowman had, I think, been keeping Christmas Eve, and was a little inclined to be captious. At least he was not on foot very early. To judge from what I could hear, neither men or maids could do anything to please him. The latter were certainly reduced to tears, nor am I sure that Mr. Bowman succeeded in preserving a manly composure. At any rate, when I came downstairs, it was in a broken voice that he wished me the compliments of the season, and a little later, when he paid his visit of ceremony at breakfast, he was far from cheerful, even Byronic, I might almost say, in his outlook on life. I don't know, he said, if you think with me, sir, but every Christmas as comes round, the world seems a hollerer thing to me. Why, take an example now from what lays under my own eye. There's my servant, Eliza, been with me now for going on 15 years. I thought I could have placed my confidence in Eliza, and yet this very morning, Christmas morning too, of all the blessed days of the year, with the bells a ringing and all like that, I say this very morning,
Had it not been for Providence watching over us all, that girl would have put, indeed I may go so far as to say, had put the cheese on your breakfast table. He saw I was about to speak and waved his hand at me. It's all very well for you to say yes, Mr. Bowman, but you took away the cheese and locked it up in the cupboard, which I did, and I have the key here, or if not the actual key, one very much about the same size. That's true enough, sir. But what do you think is the effect of that action on me? Why, it's no exaggeration for me to say that the ground is cut from under my feet. And yet when I said as much to Eliza, not nasty, mind you, but just firm-like, what was my return? Oh, she says. Well, she says, there was no bones broke, I suppose. Well, sir, it hurt me. That's all I can say, hurt me. And I don't like to think of it now. There was an ominous pause here, in which I ventured to say something like, yes, very trying, and then asked what hour the church service was to be. 11 o'clock, Mr. Bowman said with a heavy sigh. Ah, you won't have no such discourse from poor Mr. Lucas as what you should have done from our late rector. Him and me may have had our little differences, and did do, more's the pity. I could see that a powerful effort was needed to keep him off the vexed question of the cask of beer, but he made it. But I will say this, that a better preacher, not yet one to stand faster by his rights, or what he considered to be his rights, however, that's not the question now, I, for one, never set under. Some might say, was he an eloquent man? And to that my answer would be, well, there you have a better right perhaps to speak of your own uncle than what I have. Others might ask, did he keep a hold of his congregation? And there again I should reply, it depends. But as I say, yes, Eliza, my girl, I'm coming. 11 o'clock, sir, and you inquire for the King's Head pew. I believe Eliza had been very near the door, and I shall consider it in my veil. The next episode was church. I felt Mr. Lucas had a difficult task in doing justice to Christmas sentiments, and also to the feeling of disquiet and regret which, whatever Mr. Bowen might say, was clearly prevalent. I do not think he rose to the occasion. I was uncomfortable. The organ wolved, you know what I mean. The wind died twice in the Christmas hymn, and the tenor bell, I suppose owing to some negligence on the part of the ringers, kept sounding faintly about once in a minute during the sermon. The clerk sent up a man to see to it, but he seemed unable to do much. I was glad when it was over. There was an odd incident, too, before the service. I went in rather early and came upon two men carrying the parish beer back to its place under the tower. From what I overheard them saying, it appeared that it had been put out by mistake by someone who was not there. I also saw the clerk busy folding up a moth-eaten velvet pall, not a sight for Christmas Day. I dined soon after this, and then, feeling disinclined to go out, took my seat by the fire in the parlour with the last number of Pickwick, which I had been saving up for some days. I thought I could be sure of keeping awake over this, but I turned out as bad as our friend Smith. I suppose it was 2:30 when I was roused by a piercing whistle and laughing and talking voices outside in the marketplace. It was a Punch and Judy. I had no doubt that one that my bagman had seen at W. I was half delighted, half not, the latter because my unpleasant dream came back to me so vividly. But anyhow, I determined to see it through, and I sent Eliza out with a crown piece to the performers and a request that they would face my window if they could manage it. The show was a very smart new one. The names of the proprietors, I need hardly tell you, were Italian, Foresta and Calpigi. The Toby dog was there, as I had been led to expect. All B turned out, but didn't obstruct my view, for I was at the large first-floor window not 10 yards away. The play began on the stroke of 2:45 by the church clock. Certainly it was very good, and I was soon relieved to find that the disgust my dream had given me for Punch's onslaughts on his ill-starred visitors was only transient. I laughed at the demise of the turncock, the foreigner, the beadle, and even the baby. The only drawback was the Toby dog's developing a tendency to howl in the wrong place. Something had occurred, I suppose, to upset him, and something considerable, for I forget exactly at what point he gave a most lamentable cry, leapt off the footboard, and shot away across the marketplace and down a side street. There was a stage wait, but only a brief one. I suppose the men decided that it was no good going after him and that he was likely to turn up again at night. We went on. Punch dealt faithfully with Judy, and in fact with all comers, and then came the moment when the gallows was erected, and the great scene with Mr. Ketch was to be enacted. It was now that something happened, of which I can certainly not yet see the import fully. You have witnessed an execution and know what the criminal's head looks like with the cap on. If you're like me, you never wish to think of it again, and I don't willingly remind you of it. It was just such a head as that I, from my somewhat higher post, saw in the inside of the show box, but at first the audience didn't see it. I expected it to emerge into their view, but instead of that, there slowly rose for a few seconds an uncovered face with an expression of terror upon it, of which I have never imagined the like. It seemed as if the man, whoever he was being forcibly lifted, with his arms somehow pinioned or held back towards the little gibbet on the stage. I could just see the night-capped head behind him. Then there was a cry and a crash. The whole showbox fell over backwards. Kicking legs were seen among the ruins, and then two figures, as some said, I can only answer for one, were visible running at top speed across the square and disappearing in the lane which leads to the fields. Of course, everybody gave chase. I followed, but the pace was killing, and very few were in, literally at the death. It happened in a chalk pit. The man went over the edge quite blindly and broke his neck. They searched everywhere for the other, until it occurred to me to ask whether he had ever left the marketplace. At first everyone was sure that he had, but when we came to look, he was there, under the show box, dead too. But in the chalk pit it was that poor Uncle Henry's body was found, with a sack over the head, the throat horribly mangled. It was a peaked corner of the sack sticking out of the soil that attracted attention. I cannot bring myself to write in greater detail. I forgot to say, the men's real names were Kidman and Gallop. I feel sure I've heard them, but no one here seems to know anything about them. I'm coming to you as soon as I can after the funeral. I must tell you when we meet what I think of it all.
Smee by A M Burrage. "No," said Jackson with a shy little smile. "I'm sorry. I won't play hide-and-seek." It was Christmas Eve, and there were 14 of us in the house. We had had a good dinner, and we were all in the mood for fun and games, all, that is, except Jackson. When somebody suggested hide-and-seek, there were loud shouts of agreement. Jackson's refusal was the only one. It was not like Jackson to refuse to play a game. "Aren't you feeling well?" someone asked. "I'm perfectly all right, thank you," he said, "but," he added with a smile that softened his refusal but didn't change it, "I'm still not playing hide-and-seek." "Why not?" someone asked. He hesitated for a moment before replying. "I sometimes go and stay at a house where a girl was killed. She was playing hide-and-seek in the dark. She didn't know the house very well. There was a door that led to the servants' staircase. When she was chased, she thought the door led to a bedroom. She opened the door and jumped and landed at the bottom of the stairs. She broke her neck, of course." We all looked serious. Mrs. Fernley said, "How terrible! And were you there when it happened?" Jackson shook his head sadly. "No," he said, "but I was there when something else happened. Something worse." "What could be worse than that?" "This was," said Jackson. He hesitated for a moment, then he said, "I wonder if any of you have ever played a game called Smee. It's much better than hide-and-seek. The name comes from It's Me, of course. Perhaps you'd like to play it instead of hide-and-seek. Let me tell you the rules of the game. Every player is given a sheet of paper. All the sheets except one are blank. On the last sheet of paper is written Smee. Nobody knows who Smee is except Smee himself or herself. You turn out the lights and Smee goes quietly out of the room and hides. After a time, the others go off in search for Smee, but of course they don't know who they're looking for. When one player meets another, he challenges him by saying, 'Smee.' The other player answers, 'Smee,' and they continue searching. But the real Smee doesn't answer when someone challenges. The second player stays quietly beside him. Presently, they will be discovered by a third player. He will challenge and receive no answer, and he will join the first two. This goes on until all the players are in the same place. The last one to find Smee has to pay a forfeit. It's a good, noisy, amusing game. In a big house, it often takes a long time for everyone to find Smee. Perhaps you'd like to try. I'll happily pay my forfeit and sit here by the fire while you play." "It sounds like a good game," I remarked. "Have you played it too, Jackson?" "Yes," he answered. "I played it in the house that I was telling you about." "And she was there, the girl who broke—" "No, no," said someone else. "He told us he wasn't there when she broke her neck."
Jackson thought for a moment. "I don't know if she was there or not. I'm afraid she was. I know that there were 13 of us playing the game, and there were only 12 people in the house, and I didn't know the dead girl's name. When I heard that whispered name in the dark, it didn't worry me, but I tell you, I'm never going to play that kind of game again. It made me quite nervous for a long time. I prefer to pay my forfeit all at once." We all stared at him. His words didn't make sense at all. Tim Voose was the kindest man in the world. He smiled at us. "This sounds like an interesting story," he said. "Come on, Jackson, you can tell it to us instead of paying a forfeit." "Very well," said Jackson. And here is his story. "Have you met the Sextons? They're cousins of mine, and they live in Surrey. 5 years ago they invited me to go and spend Christmas with them. It was an old house with lots of unnecessary passages and staircases. A stranger could get lost in it quite easily. Well, I went down for that Christmas. Violet Sexton promised me that I knew most of the other guests. Unfortunately, I couldn't get away from my job until Christmas Eve. All the other guests had arrived there the previous day. I was the last to arrive, and I was only just in time for dinner. I said hello to everyone I knew, and Violet Sexton introduced me to the people I didn't know. Then it was time to go into dinner. That is perhaps why I didn't hear the name of the tall, dark-haired, handsome girl whom I hadn't met before. Everyone was in rather a hurry, and I'm always bad at catching people's names. She looked cold and clever. She didn't look at all friendly, but she looked interesting, and I wondered who she was. I didn't ask, because I was sure that someone would speak to her by name during the meal. Unluckily, however, I was a long way from her at the table. I was sitting next to Mrs. Gorman, and as usual Mrs. Gorman was being very bright and amusing. Her conversation is always worth listening to, and I completely forgot to ask the name of the dark, proud girl. There were 12 of us, including the Sextons themselves. We were all young, or trying to be young. Jack and Violet Sexton were the oldest, and their 17-year-old son, Reggie, was the youngest. It was Reggie who suggested Smee when the talk turned to games. He told us the rules of the game just as I've described them to you. Jack Sexton warned us all. "If you're going to play games in the dark," he said, "please be careful of the back stairs on the first floor. A door leads to them, and I've often thought about taking the door off. In the dark, a stranger to the house could think they were walking into a room. A girl really did break her neck on those stairs." I asked how it happened. "It was about 10 years ago, before we came here. There was a party, and they were playing hide and seek. The girl was looking for somewhere to hide. She heard somebody coming and ran along the passage to get away. She opened the door, thinking it led to a bedroom. She planned to hide in there until the seeker had gone. Unfortunately, it was the door that led to the back stairs. She fell straight down to the bottom of the stairs. She was dead when they picked her up. We all promised to be careful. Mrs. Gorman even made a little joke about living to be 90. You see, none of us had known the poor girl, and we didn't want to feel sad on Christmas Eve. Well, we all started the game immediately after dinner. Young Reggie Sexton went round making sure all the lights were off, except the ones in the servants' room and in the sitting room where we were. We then prepared 12 sheets of paper. 11 of them were blank, and one of them had Smee written on it. Reggie mixed them all up. Then we each took one. The person who got the paper with Smee on it had to hide. I looked at mine and saw that it was blank. A moment later, all the electric lights went out. In the darkness, I heard someone moving very quietly to the door. After a minute, somebody blew a whistle, and we all rushed to the door. I had no idea who was Smee. For 5 or 10 minutes, we were all rushing up and down passages and in and out of rooms, challenging each other and answering, "Smee! Smee!" After a while, the noise died down, and I guessed that someone had found Smee. After a time, I found a group of people all sitting on some narrow stairs. I challenged and received no answer. So Smee was there. I hurriedly joined the group. Presently, 2 more players arrived. Each one was hurrying to avoid being last. Jack Sexton was last and was given a forfeit. "I think we're all here now, aren't we?" he remarked. He lit a match, looked up the staircase, and began to count. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, he said, and then laughed. "That's silly. There's one too many." The match went out, and he lit another and began to count. He got as far as 12, but then he looked puzzled. "There are 13 people here," he said. "I haven't counted myself yet." "Oh, nonsense," I laughed. "You probably began with yourself, and now you want to count yourself twice." His son took out his electric torch. It gave a better light than the matches, and we all began to count. Of course, there were 12 of us. Jack laughed. Well, he said, I was sure I counted 13 twice. From halfway up the stairs, Violet Sangston spoke nervously. I thought there was somebody sitting 2 steps above me. Have you moved, Captain Ransom? The captain said that he hadn't. But I thought there was somebody sitting between Mrs. Sangston and me. Just for a moment, there was an uncomfortable something in the air. A cold finger seemed to touch us all. For that moment, we all felt that something odd and unpleasant had just happened, and was likely to happen again. Then we laughed at ourselves and at each other, and we felt normal again. There were only 12 of us, and that was that. Still laughing, we marched back to the sitting room to begin again. This time I was Smee. Violet Sangston found me while I was searching for a hiding place. That game didn't last long. Soon there were 12 people and the game was over. Violet felt cold and wanted a jacket. Her husband went up to their bedroom to fetch it. As soon as he'd gone, Reggie touched me on the arm. He was looking pale and sick. Quick, he whispered. I've got to talk to you. Something horrible has happened. We went into the breakfast room. What's the matter? I asked. I don't know. You were Smee last time, weren't you? Well, of course, I didn't know who Smee was. While Mother and the others ran to the west side of the house and found you, I went east. There's a deep clothes cupboard in my bedroom. It looked like a good hiding place. I thought that perhaps Smee might be there. I opened the door in the dark and touched somebody's hand. Smee? I whispered. There was no answer. I thought I'd found Smee. Well, I don't understand it, but I suddenly had a strange, cold feeling. I can't describe it, but I felt that something was wrong. So I turned on my electric torch, and there was nobody there. Now, I'm sure I touched a hand, and nobody could get out of the cupboard because I was standing in the doorway. What do you think? You imagined that you touched a hand, I said. He gave a short laugh. I knew you'd say that, he said. Of course I imagined it. That's the only explanation, isn't it? I agreed with him. I could see that he still felt shaken. Together we returned to the sitting room for another game of Smee. The others were all ready and waiting to start again. Perhaps it was my imagination, although I'm almost sure that it wasn't. But I had a feeling that nobody was really enjoying the game anymore, but everybody was too polite to mention it. All the same, I had the feeling that something was wrong. All the fun had gone out of the game. Something deep inside me was trying to warn me. Take care, it whispered. Take care. There was some unnatural, unhealthy influence at work in the house. Why did I have this feeling? Because Jack Sangston had counted 13 people instead of 12? Because his son imagined he touched someone's hand in an empty cupboard? I tried to laugh at myself, but I didn't succeed. Well, we started again. While we were all chasing the unknown Smee, we were all as noisy as ever, but it seemed to me that most of us were just acting. We were no longer enjoying the game. At first I stayed with the others, but for several minutes no Smee was found. I left the main group and started searching on the first floor at the west side of the house, and there, while I was feeling my way along, I bumped into a pair of human knees. I put out my hand and touched a soft, heavy curtain. Then I knew where I was. There were tall, deep windows with window seats at the end of the passage. The curtains reached to the ground. Someone was sitting in the corner of one of the window seats behind a curtain. Aha, I thought, I've caught Smee. So I pulled the curtain to one side and touched a woman's arm. It was a dark, moonless night outside. I couldn't see the woman sitting in the corner of the window seat. Smee, I whispered. There was no answer. When Smee is challenged, he or she does not answer, so I sat down beside her to wait for the others. Then I whispered, What's your name? And out of the darkness beside me the whisper came, Brenda Ford. I didn't know the name, but I guessed at once who she was. I knew every girl in the house by name except one, and that was the tall, pale, dark girl. So here she was sitting beside me on the window seat. Shut in between a heavy curtain and a window. I was beginning to enjoy the game. I wondered if she was enjoying it too. I whispered one or two rather ordinary questions to her and received no answer. Smee is a game of silence. It's a rule of the game that Smee and the person or persons who have found Smee have to keep quiet. This, of course, makes it harder for the others to find them, but there was nobody else about. I wondered, therefore, why she was insisting on silence.
I spoke again and got no answer. I began to feel a little annoyed. Perhaps she's one of those cold, clever girls who have a poor opinion of all men, I thought. She doesn't like me, and she's using the rules of the game as an excuse for not speaking. Well, if she doesn't like sitting here with me, I certainly don't want to sit with her. I turned away from her. I hope somebody finds us soon, I thought. As I sat there, I realized that I disliked sitting beside this girl very much indeed. That was strange. The girl I'd seen at dinner had seemed likeable in a cold kind of way. I noticed her and wanted to know more about her. But now I felt really uncomfortable beside her. The feeling of something wrong, something unnatural, was growing. I remember touching her arm, and I trembled with horror. I wanted to jump up and run away. I prayed that someone else would come along soon. Just then I heard light footsteps in the passage. Someone on the other side of the curtain brushed against my knees. The curtain moved to one side, and a woman's hand touched my shoulder. "Smee," whispered a voice that I recognized at once. It was Mrs. Gorman. Of course she received no answer. She came and sat down beside me, and at once I felt very much better. "It's Tony Jackson, isn't it?" she whispered. "Yes," I whispered back. "You're not Smee, are you?" "No, she's on my other side." She reached out across me. I heard her fingernails scratch a woman's silk dress. "Hello, Smee. How are you?" "Who are you?" "Oh, is it against the rules to talk?" "Never mind, Tony, we'll break the rules." "Do you know, Tony, this game is beginning to annoy me a little. I hope they aren't going to play it all evening. I'd like to play a nice quiet game all together beside a warm fire." "Me too," I agreed. "Can't you suggest something to them? There's something rather unhealthy about this particular game. I'm sure I'm being very silly, but I can't get rid of the idea that we've got an extra player, somebody who ought not to be here at all." That was exactly how I felt, but I didn't say so. However, I felt very much better. Mrs. Gorman's arrival had chased away my fears. We sat talking. "I wonder when the others will find us," said Mrs. Gorman. After a time we heard the sound of feet and young Reggie's voice shouting, "Hello! Hello! Is anybody there?" "Yes," I answered. "Is Mrs. Gorman with you?" "Yes." "What happened to you? You've both got forfeits. We've been waiting for you for hours." "But you haven't found Smee yet," I complained. "You haven't, you mean? I was Smee this time." "But Smee's here with us," I cried. "Yes," agreed Mrs. Gorman. The curtain was pulled back, and we sat looking into the eye of Reggie's electric torch. I looked at Mrs. Gorman, and then on my other side, between me and the wall, was an empty place on the window seat. I stood up at once. Then I sat down again. I was feeling very sick, and the world seemed to be going round and round. "There was somebody here," I insisted, "because I touched her." "So did I," said Mrs. Gorman, in a trembling voice. "And I don't think anyone could leave this window seat without us knowing." Reggie gave a shaky little laugh. I remembered his unpleasant experience earlier that evening. "Someone's been playing jokes," he said. "Are you coming down?" We were not very popular when we came down to the sitting room. "I found the two of them sitting behind a curtain on a window seat," said Reggie. I went up to the tall, dark girl. "So you pretended to be Smee and then went away," I accused her. She shook her head. Afterwards we all played cards in the sitting room, and I was very glad. Some time later Jack Sexton wanted to talk to me. I could see that he was rather cross with me, and soon he told me the reason. "Tony," he said, "I suppose you're in love with Mrs. Gorman. That's your business. But please don't make love to her in my house during a game. You kept everyone waiting. It was very rude of you, and I'm ashamed of you." "But we weren't alone," I protested. "There was somebody else there, someone who was pretending to be Smee. I believe it was that tall, dark girl, Miss Ford. She whispered her name to me. Of course, she refused to admit it afterwards." Jack Sexton stared at me. "Miss who?" he breathed. "Brenda Ford," she said. Jack put a hand on my shoulder. "Look here, Tony," he said, "I don't mind a joke, but enough is enough. We don't want to worry the ladies. Brenda Ford is the name of the girl who broke her neck on the stairs. She was playing hide-and-seek here 10 years ago."
A Fall of Snow by James Turner. It happens every year about Christmas time. I have only to go into a shop to buy my Christmas cards, and there is bound to be one of boys tobogganing in deep snow. Rather old-fashioned, I suppose, though whether there are fashions in snowfalls, I don't know. Nevertheless, to me, these cards bring it all back. There's generally a farmhouse in the background, an open gate with a robin in his crimson winter coat, great swags of snow on the hedgerows. In the centre of the picture, these two boys are flying downhill, waving their hands, their faces like red apples. Of course, it is an idealised, sort of Dickensian picture. For one thing, I'm certain. The boys careering downhill in the picture would never have had the time to wave. They would have been clinging too tightly to the toboggan. Further, it is an ideal Christmas picture, at least for my part of the country, Cornwall, where we rarely get enough snow to make a snowman, let alone toboggan. There had only been 1 year since I've lived in Cornwall when the snow was so thick that I was able actually to go onto the beach in the bay near my home and make a snowball and throw it into the sea. It was 1963, that very bad winter, and what I did must, I feel, be some sort of record. So that these kind of Christmassy pictures are pleasant enough to send to a friend, but scarcely real. Yet what I remember when I see such a card is that it did once happen to me. It did once become very real indeed. And the two boys in that faraway real picture are David, my cousin, and myself. Of course, it's not so much the picture of two boys tobogganing that causes me, even today, to shiver slightly. It is the nature of fear itself. For fear is a very odd thing. I mean that now, today, when I'm so much older, I'm not in the least afraid of snow. It's merely a nuisance that has to be cleared away from the front door. It means cold weather, which I can't abide. Yet I'm still afraid of what happened so long ago, in that snowfall in East Anglia. But then, that Christmas of 1922, when my uncle invited me to spend the holiday at his home near Orford in Suffolk, snow was very much a novelty to me. It's difficult to explain exactly. Most childhood fears are when you look back at them from middle age. But when I remember that fear each year, I can only explain it by saying that something was waiting for me behind the snowstorm. Was it, I've often wondered, because I was 15 and young for my age? Was it because snow was so great a novelty to me? Whereas to David, who lived all the year in East Anglia, and therefore knew the land well as being used to snow, nothing happened. It really began when I arrived at my uncle's house. I'd gone straight from school instead of going back to Cornwall, since my parents had gone to New York on business. It seemed odd at first to be going to Liverpool Street Station rather than to Paddington. When I left Sussex, the sun was shining, but the sky gradually clouded over, and by the time I had crossed London and the train left Liverpool Street, a light fall of snow covered the station roof. I was thrilled. If snow did come in any quantity, this was going to be a Christmas to remember. My uncle's car was waiting for me at Ipswich. I felt very grand being whisked through the town and into the lanes, through Woodbridge and past the lonely farmhouses towards Orford. Although this was Christmas week, no one else but me and the chauffeur seemed to be about in that desolate landscape until we passed the old and secret wood of Staverton, where St. Edmund is reputed to have been martyred by the Danes. Then a couple, a man and a woman, emerged from beneath those gnarled and twisted oak and holly trees, with great bunches of red berries in their arms. It was a further sign of a good Christmas. As the car sped on, I looked back. They were walking in the centre of the road after us. I had the uncanny feeling, in the warmth of the car, that neither of them was real. And then they were gone in the turn of the road. So far, however, no snow had fallen here, but the lights from the house, every window seemed to be illuminated, fell on the gravel drive. The lawns were glittering with frost. My aunt, however, knew what was coming. She welcomed me into the hall, beside the stuffed bear with uplifted arms and paws, on which lay a silver tray for visiting cards. Her first words gave me hope. "Nicky, dear, it's lovely to see you. David will be pleased. And I really believe we shall have snow for Christmas Day. You've brought it with you. How clever you are. Now you must come at once and get really warm. You must be frozen." I hardly remembered my uncle's house. It's true I had been in it once before, but that was in summer. Then, of course, I had run all over the farms helping, as I thought, with the animals. I'd gone off with David often enough to the sea at Orford and Bordsey, and I knew of the merman who had, years ago, come out of the sea and stayed a while at Orford itself. He had been rather a pet with the inhabitants, until, one night, he had slipped away again across the marshes to the shore. It was said that the fact that the local vicar made him go to church, and that he could not bear the long sermons he was forced to listen to any longer, decided him to leave. From my own experience of church, I didn't blame him. David and I had also explored the old castle keep and the numerous martelloed towers along the coast. What I did remember, however, was that the farmhouse was a tall and impressive Queen Anne house, that it had many rooms, from the huge drawing-room, the study, the dining-room, to the bedrooms and attics. The maid-servants, you have to remember that this was in the old-fashioned days of 1922, when servants were still kept, lived in these attics and went down the back stairs to the kitchen and sculleries, pantries and dairies. The first time I had been 10 years old. Even so, I was conscious of the warmth and comfort of real wealth, even if farming was in a bad state, especially in East Anglia, though it was to get even worse later. The point was that my uncle did not depend on his farms for his income. That came from his business enterprises. I didn't know then what they were. Truth to tell, I didn't care. All I knew was that Scarlet's it was called, with its endless acres, its workmen and farmers, was to me a wonderful playground, and that David was a wonderful companion, making up new adventures each day, and telling the most absurd lies each night as we lay in bed in his bedroom on the first floor, overlooking the woods back into the heart of Suffolk. This evening, 4 nights before Christmas 1922, what I remembered of the house was quite changed. The interior was alight with welcome. Whatever was to happen outside, in the house, there was safety and gaiety. The staircase was festooned with branches of green holly and ivy. Paper chains and Chinese lanterns alternated with bunches of mistletoe, and the sideboard groaned under the weight of fruit and nuts. Furthermore, the house seemed full of servants. It didn't take much intelligence to sense all the other good things, plum puddings, mince pies, York hams, that Mrs. Horsley, the cook, had up her sleeve for Christmas Day itself. While I was warming myself before the huge log fire in the drawing-room, my uncle came in. He was a short man, thick-set, rather Dickensian. He was smoking a cigar, and his first remark was what I should have expected of him. He always spoke in a ponderous manner, weighing his words as if everything he said was of the utmost importance. Now, of course, when I look back at him, it's easy to see him at the head of a boardroom table or deciding the fate of the companies under his command. But then he was a person I should not have cared to cross. After I had stood up and thanked him for asking me to come to stay, he shook hands with me in a formal manner and went on. "I regret, Nicholas," he would never have dreamed of calling me Nicky, "I regret very much the holly this year has few, I might almost say no, berries. And Christmas, you'll agree, depends largely for its full effect on red holly berries. Actually, I would have thought, and did even then, that it was brandy which really made Christmas for him. Neither did I dare to tell him that I had seen 2 people emerge from Staverton Forest, so near his property, with berried holly in their hands. He might have sacked one of his employees for not knowing the right place to go. "And snow, uncle?" I exclaimed, catching sight of my cousin David coming down the stairs. "It was snowing a little in London. Surely it'll come this way soon." "Your aunt," my uncle said, "who knows all about winds and weather, seems to think it will. She's making preparations for it too." And with that he walked out of the room, and no doubt thinking that he had done all that could be expected of him towards a nephew of 15, shut himself in his study. I suppose it was just after 11 that we went to bed that first night. I was to sleep in David's room. We were hardly undressed when he said excitedly, "You on, Nick?" I had no idea what he was talking about, but I was not going to show myself a coward in front of him. Yes, of course." "What do you mean?" "You haven't been here at Christmas before, have you? Well, we're going to raid the servants, the young ones at least." He was laughing and rolling up one long football stocking into a ball and thrusting it into the foot of another, making a fairly soft, primitive club. "But you might hurt someone with that," I said. "Nonsense, Nick." He threw the club across the bed to me. "It'll only give 'em a fright. Couldn't hurt them." He smiled in what I thought was a rather nasty manner and brought his wadded stocking down with a thump on the bed. "We do this every year," he went on. "What's more, they'll be expecting us, and there's generally some chap from school staying. None of 'em could come this year, though." I felt his contempt for me as a substitute. He banged the waddy, as he called it, down on the bed again. He laughed once more. "We'll have to be careful we don't get hurt ourselves." Although it seemed silly to me, I followed him onto the dark landing. He flashed a torch, ran up the attic stairs silently, and stood outside the second door on the right of the corridor. "We don't have to worry about old Horsley, the cook. She's snoring her head off at the end of the corridor. Anyway, she never wakes up." He turned to me and whispered. We burst in and ran straight across the room, lashing out with our waddies, and then out again, like a whirlwind. "Don't waste any time once we're inside." I stood shivering outside the door in pyjamas and dressing gown, excited at the adventure and wrought up by David's mood. As he burst open the door, the light went on. Far from us, just running across the room, delivering a few well-aimed blows and out again, we were taken entirely by surprise. The maids were waiting for us, but so great was our impetus that we were amongst the three of them before we could stop. The noise of laughter and David's war whoops must have been terrific. I felt my club wrenched from my hand. I was tripped and fell across the bed. The lights suddenly went out, and I felt myself firmly held down. I had no idea what happened to David or what was to happen to me. All I now really remember, because it was the first time it had happened to me, was that when the lights went on again, Helen, one of the housemaids, was holding me down and laughing at me. I was vaguely aware of my uncle shouting at us from below to be quiet. I tried to get up from Helen's bed, but I was too firmly held. Indeed, this was David's error of tactics. He forgot that all the maids had to do was to get hold of our arms, and we would be helpless to wield our weapons. "Oh, no, Master Nicholas," Helen was saying as I heard my uncle roar again. "You've lost the battle, and you'll have to pay. Like this." I felt her hot lips on mine. She kissed me 3 times before she released me. Sweet, gentle kisses. "Now go," she said, taking away the lovely warmth of her arms. "And happy Christmas to you." I remember I ran out of their bedroom, between the other 2 beds, with all of them laughing, my face burning. The whole episode. It shows you the kind of escapade that David got up to. It had hardly taken more than 10 minutes. Nevertheless, even now, I cannot forget Helen's face that night and the warmth of her kisses. Perhaps I would have forgotten if the snow had not come. And while we were asleep, it did come. No one heard it. No one was kept awake by its coming. But when I looked out of the bedroom window before dressing to go down for breakfast, there it was. The miracle which had begun at Liverpool Street Station was now clear to us all. I was caught up in the wonder of it and hardly heard David call out, "Hurry up, Nick, and get dressed. Father's driving us over to Orlick's farm to get the turkey, and I bet we'll be able to toboggan. It's colossally thick." I did dress quickly. No doubt the smell of bacon and eggs coming up from the dining room would have hurried me anyway. I sat down between David and my aunt, and Helen brought me a plate of beautiful breakfast. She was smiling at me, as if we shared a secret. I suppose in a rather schoolboy manner. I had fallen in love with her. The snow was still a wonder when we got into the car, the very suddenness of its coming, as it were, over the fields and woods behind the house, the amazing difference its coming made to everything, the joy of living inside a house and being able to run out into a world of icing sugar, made its arrival the supreme Christmas present. To me, this landscape of gleaming white increased the mysteriousness of the countryside. It did more, now that I was actually out in it. It frightened me. For it was while my uncle was interviewing Andrews, his tenant at Orlick's farm, and examining the fallen roof of one of the barns, that David and I first got out into this whiteness. I was suddenly lost. I see that now, that this vast expanse of white had torn away the edges of my familiar world. Where before I knew my way about, now everything, the fields, the trees, the church, even the cottages on my uncle's estate, was strange and terrifying. Every landmark was changed. David had, of course, already formed one of his mad schemes. The snow didn't frighten him. He saw nothing at all strange in it, only a phenomenon laid on for his special benefit, only a natural event against which to pit his strength. He had the idea of pulling out into the untrodden snow the top half of the pigsty door and converting it into a toboggan. I went to help him lift it to where the field began to slope downwards to the valley below. Nothing could have made me tell him of my fears. In fact, I was rather proud that he considered me capable of helping him. The battle we had lost the night before was never mentioned. You sit in front, Nick, he said, throwing himself, in a professional manner, full length at the back. I'll steer. I'm an expert at it. Even as I did what he told me, I recalled how, last night, as we stood outside the maid's door, his confidence had led him into error. Our craft, imbued all at once with a life of its own, sprang across the snow silently and with gathering speed. For one crazy moment it turned and twisted like a top, until, either under its own weight or David's feet, it righted its course. We shot downhill at what seemed to me a terrific speed. We were alone, cruising on a white sea, a vast opalescent ocean, with land before us in the shape of a gate opening between two ends of a hedge. Cold air was tearing into my lungs. My whole body was ecstatic with the cold and the fright of speed. I frantically grasped the iron ring used to open the door when it was in place. In a mad dream of pleasure and terror, I heard David's voice giving the command, as it were, from the bridge. I'm going to steer through the gate. Don't move. Hold on and keep your feet in. The sun, low over the approaching hedge, was burning with one great eye at me. The frail craft that we were adrift upon tore across the snow and, with an immense surge of power, drilled its way through the hedge opening, through the massive banks of hedge snow, shooting up the far hill, came to a stop. It was then that I felt the pain in my leg and the terror in my mind. Of the two, the terror was the worst. I bit back a cry. David was already off the wooden door and preparing to drag it back up the hill for a second ride. He looked at me, where I was still lying in the snow. Hey, he said contemptuously, get up, Nick. Help me pull this thing to the top again. I'll show you something even better. I was astonished that he could be so calm that he made no reference to what I had seen, for surely he must have seen it too. I can't, David, I said. I'm afraid I can't. It's my leg. Something happened when we shot through the gate. For one brief moment I saw the look of anger on his face, and then, either from the sight of so much blood on the snow, or because of the sharpness of the pain, I fainted. I gather, because David told me afterwards, that I called out to him, Get help for Helen. She's by the gate. I don't remember being taken back to my uncle's house. David told me the day my uncle and Andrews from the farm carried me to the car. And it turned out that I hadn't broken my leg after all. There must have been an iron spike on the gate concealed by the snow, and it had ripped a long, deep wound in my calf as we shot through. It bled profusely. My aunt's doctor came and put in 12 stitches. But when I awoke in bed in one of the guest rooms, not in David's, warm and protected, it was not the accident to my leg which worried me. It was what had happened to Helen. She was lying against the hedge as we rushed through, a widening pool of blood issuing from her head and matting her hair. Her eyes were staring as if she were appealing to me for help. She was wearing a thin summer dress. In the short time I saw her, I was not only horrified by her accident, but also by the fact that she was out in this cold weather with no coat on. She must have been walking across the field, though why, when she would have had more than her share of work back at the house with everyone so busy, and slipped in some way and hit her head on the same iron projection which had ripped open the calf of my leg. She, like me, would have fainted from loss of blood. But now, here in bed, I knew with a certainty I could not deny that Helen was dead, that help did not come in time to save her. I had expected something horrible to happen. I was convinced that this miracle of snow, which had so excited me when I could look at it from the house or the car, was malevolent. The unnaturalness of it, to one who was not used to it, was frightening. It, the snow, did not want me out in it. I was uneasy the moment I went into it with David. Unlike him, I was not master of every situation, nor was I able, as he was, to create situations which I could command. He would never have felt that something was hidden in this all-obscuring white blanket, suffocating, waiting to rush out at him in the same way that an open door at the head of a dark staircase may conceal something ready to spring out at your approach. I can explain it in no other way, but from the second the toboggan began to rush downhill, I saw the features of this threat rushing up to meet me as I was rushing to meet it. And then there was no stopping. And indeed I had been right, for here I lay in bed when I should have been enjoying the final preparations for Christmas. And Helen was dead. I was, too, acutely embarrassed at being such a nuisance. I almost wept at the thought that by my ineffectiveness, or stupidity, as David would have called it, I was spoiling Christmas for everyone else. I didn't know that my aunt paid me several visits before I came out of the anaesthetic, but she was beside me when I did. "Is it very painful, Nicky dear?" she asked. "Because if so, the doctor says that you can have a pill to ease it." "No, Aunt Amy." I was propped up on pillows, and I dare say I looked white and wan. I put out my hand and touched hers, as if, by so doing, I could grasp her protection. For this was the whole point of what had happened. The pain in my leg did not matter. I wasn't going to let her think that I couldn't stand it. "But please," I asked, "did they get to Helen in time? Was she still alive?" My aunt smiled. She must have thought that I was still wandering under the effects of the anaesthetic. "Helen, dear? There's nothing wrong with Helen. At least I hope not. We depend on her a great deal at a time like this. She's a good girl. But she was there in the snow. I saw her. She'd had an accident. She'd hit her head." "Where, dear?" "By the gate. Just as we rushed through. It was horrible. She was lying there in a pool of blood. Did Uncle manage to save her?" I suppose what I was saying must have sounded melodramatic to my aunt. She smiled again and pulled the sheets up to my chin. "Nicky, you're not to worry about such things. You've been dreaming. A nasty dream, I agree. But when one hurts oneself and loses a lot of blood as you have, and then had an anaesthetic, you do have funny dreams." She got up from the bed. "All you have to do is get strong again so that we can have you with us on Christmas Day." "But, Aunt, I did see her. I did. And she was hurt." "Well, we can soon prove it was all a dream, my dear. Besides, weren't you and David up in the maid's room last night? You made a great deal of noise, and I'm not sure that I approve of it at all." I suddenly remembered how Helen had held me then, and the warmth of her arms. Now she was dead. I couldn't hold back my tears. It was obvious that my aunt thought me too weak to be told the truth. "I'll send her up with a cup of cocoa," she said. "That'll do you good, you see." As she shut the door, I don't think I expected to see Helen come in, a kind of resuscitated corpse. In my still fuddled state, I thought my aunt too was playing a macabre joke on me. It must have been 10 minutes later that I heard the knock on the bedroom door. I shrank back into the bedclothes with fear. Helen came in carrying a tray. I must have stared at her in my fright. "Master Nicholas," she laughed. "Whatever's the matter? You look as if you'd seen a ghost." She put the tray down beside my bed as I gasped out. "Is it really you, Helen?" "Of course it is, Master Nicholas. Here, take my hand. You'll soon find out." I did take her hand. It was warm and strong. She was laughing as she had laughed the night before. "There," she said. "I'm flesh and blood, aren't I?" But, I stammered out, realizing that what my aunt had said was true. It was all a dream. I had not seen Helen in the snow, covered with blood, dead. She was very much alive. "But nothing," she said. "You hurry up and get that leg well again, or Christmas will be spoiled. And hey, let go my hand. I've work to do, you know. Can't lie about in bed all day like some I know." "Helen," I asked, "Helen, it was last night David and I played that silly joke, wasn't it?" "It was. Very silly, too, since we knew all about it and expected you." "And you did kiss me, didn't you? 3 times. Well, Master Nicholas, that was all a bit of fun, really, wasn't it?" I noticed that she was blushing. Then I begged, leaning towards her, "Kiss me once again. It's important to me." She patted my hand gently. "Whatever next?" she laughed. Just suppose your aunt was to come in while we're at it. She won't, I said, and even if she did, I think she'd understand. Well, she laughed again, knowing nothing of my reasons for asking her to kiss me. If it'll make you better quickly, then, here. She leaned over and kissed me as warmly as she had the night before. When she had gone, I closed my eyes. So, after all, it was only hallucination. What still worried me, however, was the strangeness of the occurrence, and why I should have dreamed that I saw something in the snow that wasn't there, the semblance of Helen dead, because my life up to then had been completely normal. I was a normal boy who often trembled in mock fear of the supernatural, because for all my aunt said, for all Helen's kiss, I was not deceived. I knew that I had seen her in the snow as the iron cut into my leg. Like any other boy, I expected ghost stories at Christmas. That was the time for them. What I had not expected, and now feared, was that such things should actually become real, could come out of some secret place and threaten every thread of normal life. I was convinced, as I sipped the cocoa Helen had brought me, that for a moment in the snow, out there, I had touched the rim of another hidden world, which had nothing to do with such things as school life, holidays, friendship. I was beginning to see, in a very immature way, that there were other realities beneath the life I lived so unthinkingly. I hardly heard my aunt say when she came to visit me again, "You know what, Nicky? The snow isn't going to last long. I'm so sorry. The wind has changed back to the south." Far from missing any festivities, I became what my uncle, in his ponderous way, called the centre of interest. He even went so far as to suggest that I was a bit of a hero, and David himself was almost, but not quite, put in the shade. As I fell asleep the night before, when my aunt left me with her weather predictions, the house was full of noise. I heard my uncle go to the front door and invite inside the company of waits who were doing their best with Noel. David told me that his father had brewed a special bowl of punch for them. 2 female cousins had arrived, and already a dance for New Year's Eve was being talked about. In the excitement of presents, the Christmas tree, the huge turkey which my uncle carved with so much skill, I forgot what had happened 2 days ago. When Helen and the other maids were ushered in by Mrs. Horsley to drink the health of the company, I no longer worried about what I had thought I had seen. Time, as always on Christmas Day when I was young, passed so swiftly that I hardly noticed it. Almost before I realized it, my aunt was ordering me back to bed. My uncle and David carried me upstairs. I fell asleep at once. It shows what a normal kind of boy I was, for it never occurred to me that I should have any further bad dreams. When I woke, I lay for some minutes listening. Something was beating against the window panes. I was conscious, too, that something was missing, and yet at the same time I was filled with an amazing, overwhelming happiness. I looked at the chest of drawers where the presents I had been given were spread out like a shop window. But the explanation of my happiness was not there. It was some greater miracle. I got up and with great care put my injured leg to the floor. I could walk haltingly, clutching the edge of the table. I drew myself to the window. I caught my breath at the sight which met my eyes, for magically it seemed the snow had disappeared, and the noise I had heard was rain. A warm wind was blowing, everything. The stables, the church, the chimney pots of the cottages, the trees themselves were clearly outlined under the dawn light. My aunt had been right. As if someone had pulled off a white dust sheet from a room full of furniture, the countryside was again visible. Now there was nowhere for anything to lurk, no spot so obscured by snow that it could hold a threat. Once again, the world was familiar and safe. I pulled open the window and leaned out into the warm rain which you sometimes get in late December. I watched a curl of smoke rise from a cottage chimney. Someone had lighted a fire. Christmas, when nothing really bad could happen, had even defeated the snow itself. By the middle of January, I was back in Cornwall. I spent the next 2 Christmases with my parents who had returned from the States. In fact, one Christmas day it was so warm that I bathed in Traanian Bay just below our house. I hardly remembered the contrast from the Christmas of 1922. Now, it was the summer term of 1924. I was beginning to enjoy school and had recently been made a prefect. Probably, as I was 17 and already thinking of following David to Oxford, not before time, I think it was a Thursday, in the middle of July, when Thompson, the head of my house and a great friend, called out to me as we passed in the long study corridor. "See, your uncle's got his name in the Telegraph." "What do you mean?" "Well," he laughed and walked on, "seems he's been killing off his maids." I ran to the papers, which were always laid out on the table in the common room. There it was, on the front page. I recognized the picture at once. I'd seen it before, though then snow covered that particular field, and although the photograph did not show much of her face, I knew at once that it was Helen. I recognized the summer dress she was wearing as she lay beside the gate. In death, she was that small, woebegone figure I had seen in the snow over 2 years ago. "The body of Helen Simpson," I read, unable to repress my shivering, holding on to the table tightly, so vivid were the pictures of what I had once seen in the snow. A maidservant in the household of Sir Thomas May, the financier, was found at about 11 o'clock yesterday morning beside a gate at Orlick's farm, owned by Sir Thomas, by his tenant, Mr. James Andrews. A farmhand assumed to be her lover has been arrested and charged with her murder. The police are anxious to interview a boy of about 15 who Mr. Andrews says ran off as he approached the body of the girl.
Green Holly by Elizabeth Bowen. Mr. Rankstock entered the room with a dragging tread. Nobody looked up or took any notice. With a muted groan he dropped into an armchair, out of which he shot with a sharp yelp. He searched the seat of the chair and extracted something. "Your Holly, I think, Miss Bates," he said, holding it out to her. Miss Bates took it a second or two to look up from her magazine. "What?" she said. "Oh, it must have fallen down from that picture. Put it back, please. We haven't got very much." "I regret," interposed Mr. Winterslow, "that we haven't had any. It makes scratchy noises against the walls." "It's seasonable," said Miss Bates firmly. "You didn't do this to us last Christmas." "Last Christmas," she said, "I had Christmas leave. This year there seems to be none with berries. The birds have eaten them. If there were not a draught, the leaves wouldn't scratch the walls. I can't control the forces of nature, can I?" "How should I know?" said Mr. Rankstock, lighting his pipe. These three by now felt that, like Chevalier and his old Dutch, they had been together for 40 years, and to them it did seem a year too much. Actually, their confinement dated from 1940. They were experts in what the censor would not permit me to say. They were accounted for by their friends in London as being somewhere off in the country, nobody knows where, doing something frightfully hush-hush, nobody knows what. That is, they were accounted for in this manner if there were still anybody who still cared to ask. But on the whole, they had dropped out of human memory. Their reappearances in their former circles were infrequent, ghostly, and unsuccessful. Their friends could hardly disguise their pity, and for their own part they had not a word to say. They had come to prefer to spend leaves with their families, who at least showed a flattering pleasure in their importance. This Christmas, it so worked out that there was no question of leave for Mr. Rankstock, Mr. Winterslow, or Miss Bates, with 4 others now playing or watching ping-pong in the next room. They composed in their high-grade way a skeleton staff. It may be wondered why, after years of proximity, they should continue to address one another so formally. They did not continue. They had begun again in the matter of appellations, as in that of intimacy. They had by now, in fact, by some time ago, completed the full circle. For some months, they could not recall in which year, Miss Bates had been engaged to Mr. Winterslow. Before that, she had been extremely friendly with Mr. Rankstock.
Mr. Rankstock's deviation towards one Carla, now at her ping-pong in the next room, had been totally uninteresting to everybody, including, apparently, himself. If the war lasted, Carla might next year be called Miss Tongue. At present, Miss Bates was foremost in keeping her in her place by going on addressing her by her Christian name. If this felt like their 40th Christmas in each other's society, it was their first in these particular quarters. You would not have thought, as Mr. Rankstock said, that one country house could be much worse than another, but this had proved, and was still proving, untrue. The army, for reasons it failed to justify, wanted the house they had been in since 1940, so they, lock, stock and barrel and files and all, had been bundled into another one 6 miles away. Since the move, tentative exploration, for they were none of them walkers, had established that they were now surrounded by rather more mud but fewer trees. What they did know was that their already sufficient distance from the market town, with its bars and movies, had now been added to by 6 miles. On the other side of their new home, which was called Mopsam Grange, there appeared to be nothing, unless, as Miss Bates suggested, swineherds keeping their swine. Mopsam village contained villagers, evacuees, a church, a public house, on whose never-open door was chalked, "No beer, no matches, no tea served," and a vicar. The vicar had sent up a nice note saying he was not clear whether security regulations would allow him to call, and the doctor had been up once to lance one of Carla's boils. Mopsam Grange was neither old nor new. It replaced, unnecessarily they all felt, a house on this site that had been burned down. It had a Gothic porch and gables, French windows, bow windows, a conservatory, a veranda, a hall which puce and buff-tiled and pitch-pine panelled rose to a gallery. In fact, every advantage. Jackdaws fidgeted in its many chimneys, for it had, till the war, stood empty. One had not to ask why. The hot water system made what Carla called rude noises, and was capricious in its supplies to the only 2 mahogany-rimmed baths. The electric light ran from a plant in the yard. If the batteries were not kept charged, the light turned brown. The 3 now sat in the drawing-room, on whose walls mirrors and fitments long since removed left traces. There were, however, some pictures. General Montgomery, who had just shed his holly, and some Lancer engravings that had been found in an attic. 3 bulbs, naked, shed light manfully, and in the grate the coal fire was doing far from badly. Miss Bates rose and stood twiddling the bit of holly. "Something," she said, "has got to be done about this." Mr. Winterslow and Miss Rankstock, the latter sucking his pipe, sank lower between their shoulder blades in their respective armchairs. Miss Bates, having drawn a breath, took a running jump at a table, which she propelled across the room with a grating sound. "Achtung!" she shouted at Mr. Rankstock, who, with an oath, withdrew his chair from her route. Having got the table under General Montgomery, Miss Bates, with a display of long, slender leg, clad in ribbed scarlet sport stockings, that was of interest to no one, mounted it, then proceeded to tuck the holly back into position over the General's frame. Meanwhile, Mr. Winterslow, choosing his moment, stealthily reached across her empty chair and possessed himself of her magazine. What a hope! Miss Bates was known to have eyes all the way down her spine. "Damn you, Mr. Winterslow," she said, "put that down." "Mr. Rankstock, interfere with Mr. Winterslow. Mr. Winterslow has taken my magazine." She ran up and down the table like something in a cage. Mr. Rankstock removed his pipe from his mouth, dropped his head back, gazed up and said, "Gad, Miss Bates, you look fine." "It's a pretty old magazine," murmured Mr. Winterslow, flicking the pages over. "Well, you're pretty old," she said. "I hope Carla gets you." "Oh, I can do better, thank you. I've got a ghost." This confidence was cut off by Mr. Rankstock's having burst into song. Holding his pipe at arm's length, rocking on his bottom in his armchair, he led them. Hey-ho, sing hey-ho unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Mere folly, contributed Mr. Winterlow, picking up, joining in. Both sang. Then hey-ho the holly, this life is most jolly. Now all, said Mr. Rankstock, jerking his pipe at Miss Bates. So all three went through it once more, with degrees of passion. Miss Bates, when others desisted, being left singing, hey-ho, sing, all by herself. Next door, the ping-pong came to an awe-struck stop. At any rate, said Mr. Rankstock, we all like Shakespeare. Miss Bates, whose intelligence, like her singing, tonight seemed some way off at the tail of the hunt, looked blank, began to get off the table and said, but I thought that was a Christmas carol. Her companions shrugged and glanced at each other. Having taken her magazine away from Mr. Winterslow, she was once more settling down to it when she seemed struck. What was that you said about you had got a ghost? Mr. Winterslow looked down his nose. At this early stage, I don't like to say very much. In fact, on the whole, forget it, if you don't mind. Look, Mr. Rankstock said, if you've started seeing things. I'm only sorry, his colleague said, that I've spoke. Oh, no, you're not, said Miss Bates. And we better know just what is fishy about this Grange. There's nothing fishy, said Mr. Winterslow in a fastidious tone. It was hard indeed to tell from his manner whether he did or did not regret having made a start. He had reddened, but not perhaps wholly painfully. His eyes, now fixed on the fire, were at once bright and vacant. With unheeding, fumbling movements, he got out a cigarette, lit it, and dropped the match on the floor to slowly burn one more hole in the fibre mat. Gripping the cigarette between tense lips, he first flung his arms out, as though casting off a cloak, then pressed both hands clasped firmly to the nerve centre in the nape of his neck, as though to contain the sensation there. She was marvellous, he brought out, what I could see of her. Don't talk with a cigarette in your mouth, Miss Bates said. Young, adorably, not so very. At the same time quite, oh, well, you know what I mean. Uh-huh, said Miss Bates. And wearing? I'm certain she had a feather boa. You mean, Mr. Rankstock said, that this brushed your face? And when and where did this happen? Said Miss Bates with legal coldness. Cross-examination clearly became more and more repugnant to Mr. Winterslow in his present mood. He shut his eyes, sighed bitterly, heaved himself from his chair and said, "Oh, well," and stood indecisively looking towards the door. "Don't let us keep you," said Miss Bates. "But one thing I don't see is, if you're being fed with beautiful thoughts, why you wanted to keep on taking my magazine. I wanted to be distracted. Huh? There are moments when I don't quite know where I am." "You surprise me," said Mr. Rankstock. "Good God, man! What is the matter?" For Mr. Winterslow, like a man being swooped around by a bat, was revolving, staring from place to place, high up round the walls of the gauntlet room. Miss Bates observed, "Well, now we have started something." Mr. Rankstock, considerably kinder, said, "That is only Miss Bates' holly flittering in the wind." Mr. Winterslow gulped. He walked to the inch of the mirror propped on the mantelpiece, and, as nonchalantly as possible, straightened his tie. Having done this, he said, "But there isn't a wind tonight." The ghost hesitated in the familiar corridor. Her visibleness, even on Christmas Eve, was not under her own control, and now she had fallen in love again. Her dependence upon it began to dissolve in patches. This was a concentration of every feeling of the woman prepared to sail downstairs en grande tenue. Flamboyance and agitation were both present. But between these, because of her years of death, there cut an extreme anxiety. It was not merely a matter of how was she, but of was she, tonight at all? Death had left her to be her own mirror, for into no other was she able to see. For tonight she had discarded the feather boa. It had been dropped into the limbo that was her wardrobe now. Her shoulders she knew were bare. Round their bareness shimmered 1,000 evenings. Her own person haunted her. Above her forehead the crisped, springy weight of her pompadour. Round her feet the frou-frou of her skirts on a thick carpet. In her nostrils the scent from her corsage. Up and down her forearm the glittery slipping of bracelets warmed by her own blood. It is the haunted who haunt. There were lights in the house again. She heard laughter, and then there had been singing. From those few dim lights and untrue notes her senses, after their starvation, set going the whole grand opera again. She smiled and moved down the corridor to the gallery where she stood looking down into the hall. The tiles of the hall floor were as pretty as ever, as cold as ever, and bore, as always on Christmas Eve, the trickling pattern of dark blood. The figure of the man with the side of his head blown out lay, as always, one foot just touching the lowest step of the stairs. It was too bad. She had been silly, but it couldn't be helped. They shouldn't have shut her up in the country. How could she not make hay while the sun shone? The year round, no man except her husband, his uninteresting jealousy, his dull passion. Then at Christmas, so many men that one didn't know where to turn. The ghost, leaning further over the gallery, pouted down at the suicide. She said, "You should have let me explain." The man made no answer. He never had. Behind a door somewhere downstairs, a racket was going on. The house sounded funny. There were no carpets. The morning room door was flung open and 4 flushed people, headed by a young woman, charged out. They clattered across the man in a trickling pattern as though there were nothing there but the tiles. In the morning room, she saw one small white ball trembling to stillness upon the floor. As the people rushed the stairs and fought for place in the gallery, the ghost drew back. A purest act of repugnance, for this was not necessary. The young woman, to one of whose temples was strapped a cotton wool pad, held her place and disappeared round a corner, exulting, "My bath, my bath." "Then may you freeze in it," Carla returned, the scrawniest of the defeated ones. The words pierced the ghost, who trembled. They did not know. Who were they? She didn't ask. She didn't care. She never had been inquisitive. Information had bored her. Her schooled lips had framed one set of questions, her eyes a consuming other. Now the mills of death with their catching wheels had stripped her of semblance, cast her forth on an everlasting holiday from pretence. She was left with, nay, had become, her obsession. Thus it is to be a ghost. The ghost fixed her eyes on the other, the drawing-room door. He had gone in there. He would have to come out again. The handle turned, the door opened. Winterslow came out. He shut the door behind him with the sedulous slowness of an uncertain man. He had been humming, and now, squaring his shoulders, began to sing, "Mere folly, mere folly." As he crossed the hall towards the foot of the staircase, obstinately never raising his eyes, "So it is you," breathed the ghost, with unheard softness. She gathered about her, with a gesture not less proud for being tormentedly uncertain, the total of her visibility. Was it possible diamonds should not glitter now on her rising and falling breast, and swept from the gallery to the head of the stairs? Winterslow shivered violently and looked up. He licked his lips. He said, "This cannot go on." The ghost's eyes, with tender impartiality and mockery, from above swept Winterslow's face, the hair receding, the furrowed forehead, the tired sag of the jowl, the strain-reddened eyelids, the blue-shaved chin. Nothing was lost on her. Nothing broke the spell. With untroubled wonder she saw his hand-woven tie, his coat pockets shapeless as saddlebags, the bulging knees of his flannel trousers. Wonder went up in rhapsody, so much chaff in the fire. She never had had illusions. The illusion was all. Lovers cannot be choosers. He'd do. He would have to do. I know, she agreed with rapture, casting her hands together. We're mad, you and I. What's going to happen? I entreat you to leave this house tonight. Winterslow, in a dank, unresounding voice, said, And anyhow, what made you pick me? It's kismet, wailed the ghost zestfully. Why did you have to come here? Why you? I have been so peaceful, just like a little girl. People spoke of love, but I never knew what they meant. Oh, I wish we had never met, you and I. Winterslow said, I've been here for 3 months. We have all of us been here, as a matter of fact. Why all of this all of a sudden? She said, There's a Christmas Eve party, isn't there, going on? One Christmas Eve party, there was a terrible accident. Oh, comfort me. No one has understood. Don't stand there. I can't bear it, just not there. Winterslow, whether he heard or not, cast a scared glance down at his feet, which were in slippers, then shifted a pace or two to the left. Let me up, he said wildly. I tell you, I want my spectacles. I just want to get my spectacles. Let me by. Let you up, the ghost marvelled. But I'm only waiting. She was more than waiting. She set up a sort of suction, an icy indrawing draught. Nor was this wholly psychic, for an isolated holly leaf of Miss Bates's, dropped at the turn of the staircase, twitched. And not, you could think, by chance did the electric light choose this moment for one of its brown fade-outs. Gradually the scene, the hall, the stairs, and the gallery faded under this fog-dark but glass-clear veil of hallucination. The feet of Winterslow under remote control began with knocking unsureness to mount the stairs. At their turn he staggered, steadied himself, and then stamped derisively upon the holly leaf. Bah! He neighed. Spectacles! By the ghost now putting out everything, not a word would be dared. Where are you? Weakly her dress rustled 3 steps down. The rings on her hand knocked weakly over the panelling. Here! Oh, here! She sobbed. Where I was before. Hell, said Miss Bates, who had opened the drawing-room door and was looking resentfully round the hall. This electric light! Mr. Rankstock from inside the drawing-room said, Find the man. The man has gone to the village, Mr. Rankstock. If you were half a man. Mr. Winterslow, what are you doing kneeling down on the stairs? Have you come over funny? Really, this is the end. At the other side of a baize door, one of the installations began ringing. Mr. Rankstock, Miss Bates yelled implacably. Yours this time. Mr. Rankstock, with an expression of hatred, whipped out a pencil and pad and shambled across the hall. Under cover of this, Mr. Winterslow pushed himself upright, brushed his knees, and began to descend the stairs to confront his colleague's narrow, but not unkind look. Weeks of exile from any hairdresser had driven Miss Bates to the Alice in Wonderland style. Her snood, tied at the top, was now thrust back, adding inches to her pale, polished brow. Nicotine stained the fingers she closed upon Mr. Winterslow's elbow, propelling him back to the drawing-room. There's always drink, she said. Come along. He said hopelessly, If you mean the bottle between the filing cabinets, I finished that when I had to work last night. Look here, Miss Bates. Why should she have picked on me? It has been broken off then, said Miss Bates. I'm sorry for you, but I don't like your tone. I resent your attitude to my sex. For that matter, why did you pick on her? Romantic, nostalgic, blue Danube fixated, huh? There's Carla, An understanding girl, unselfish, getting over her boils. There are Avis and Lettuce due back on Boxing Day. There's me, as you have ceased to observe. But, oh dear no, we do not trail feather boas. She only wore that in the afternoon. Now let me tell you something, said Miss Bates. When I opened the door just now to have a look at the lights, what do you think I first saw there in the hall? Me? Replied Mr. Winterslow with returning assurance. Oh, no. Oh, indeed, no, said Miss Bates. You? Why should I think twice of that if you were striking attitudes on the stairs? You? No. I saw your enchanting inverse, extended, as it is true, stone dead. I saw the man of my dreams. From his attitude it was clear he had died for love. There were 3 pearl studs in his boiled shirt, and his white tie must have been tied in heaven. And the hand that dropped the pistol had dropped a white rose. He lay beside him, brown and crushed from having been often kissed. The ideality of those kisses, for the last of which I arrived too late. Here Miss Bates beat her fist against the bow of her snood. Will haunt and by haunting satisfy me. The destruction of his features before I saw them made their former perfection certain where I am concerned, and here I am, left, to watch dust gather on Mr. Rankstock and you. To watch, yes, I who saw in a flash the ink-black perfection of his tailoring, mildew form on those clothes that you never change. To remember how both of you had in common that way of blowing your noses before you kissed me. He had been deceived, hence the shot, hence the fall. But who was she, your feathered friend, to deceive him? Who could have deceived him more superbly than I? I could be fatal, moaned Miss Bates, pacing the drawing-room. I could be fatal. Only give me a break. Well, I'm sorry, said Mr. Winterslow, but really, what can I do? Or poor Rankstock do? We're just ourselves. You put the thing in a nutshell, said Miss Bates. Perhaps I could bear it if you just got your hairs cut. If it comes to that, Miss Bates, you might get your set. Mr. Rankstock's re-entry into the drawing-room, this time with brisker step, for a nice little lot of new trouble was brewing up, synchronized with the fall of the piece of holly again, from the General's frame to the Rankstock chair. This time he saw it in time. Your holly, I think, Miss Bates, he said, holding it out to her. We must put it back, said Miss Bates. We haven't got very much. I cannot see, said Mr. Winterslow, why we should have any. I don't see the point of holly without berries. The birds have eaten them, said Miss Bates. I cannot control the forces of nature, can I? Then hey-ho, sing hey-ho, Mr. Rankstock led off. Yes, she said. Let us have that pretty carol again.
Jerry Bundler by W. W. Jacobs. It wanted a few nights to Christmas, a festival for which the small market town of Torchester was making extensive preparations. The narrow streets, which had been thronged with people, were now almost deserted. The Cheap Jack from London, with the remnant of breath left in him after his evening's exertions, was making feeble attempts to blow out his naphtha lamp, and the last shops open were rapidly closing for the night. In the comfortable coffee room of the Old Boar's Head, 6 guests, principally commercial travellers, sat talking by the light of the fire. The talk had drifted from trade to politics, from politics to religion, and so, by easy stages, to the supernatural. 3 ghost stories, never known to fail before, had fallen flat. There was too much noise outside, too much light within. The 4th story was told by an old hand with more success. The streets were quiet, and he had turned the gas out. In the flickering light of the fire, as it shone on the glasses and danced with shadows on the walls, the story proved so enthralling that George, the waiter, whose presence had been forgotten, created a very disagreeable sensation by suddenly starting up from a dark corner and gliding silently from the room. "That's what I call a good story," said one of the men, sipping his hot whisky. "Of course, it's an old idea that spirits like to get into the company of human beings. A man told me once that he travelled down the Great Western with a ghost and hadn't the slightest suspicion of it until the inspector came for the tickets. My friend said the way that the ghost tried to keep up appearances by feeling for it in all its pockets and looking on the floor. It was quite touching. Ultimately, it gave up and with a faint groan vanished through the ventilator." "That'll do, Hurst," said another man. "It's not a subject for jesting," said a little old gentleman who had been an attentive listener. "I've never seen an apparition myself, but I know people who have, and I consider that they form a very interesting link between us and the afterlife. There's a ghost story connected with this house, you know." "Never heard of it," said another speaker, "and I've been here some years now." "It dates back a long time now," said the old gentleman. "You've heard about Jerry Bundler, George?" "Well, I've just heard odds and ends, sir," said the old waiter. "But I never put much count on 'em. There was one chap here what said he saw it, and the governor sacked him prompt." "My father was a native of this town," said the old gentleman, "and knew the story well. He was a truthful man and a steady churchgoer, but I've heard him declare that once in his life he saw the appearance of Jerry Bundler in this house." "And who was this Jerry Bundler?" inquired a voice. "A London thief, a pickpocket, a highwayman, anything he could turn his dishonest hand to," replied the old gentleman. "And he was run to earth in this house one Christmas week some 80 years ago. He took his last supper in this very room, and after he had gone up to bed, a couple of Bow Street runners who had followed him from London, but lost the scent a bit, went upstairs with the landlord and tried the door. It was stout oak and fast, so one went into the yard and by means of a short ladder got onto the window-sill, while the other stayed outside the door. Those below in the yard saw the man crouching on the sill, and then there was a sudden smash of glass, and with a cry he fell in a heap on the stones at their feet. Then in the moonlight they saw the white face of the pickpocket peeping over the sill, and while some stayed in the yard, others ran into the house and helped the other man to break the door in. It was difficult to obtain an entrance even then, for it was barred with heavy furniture. But they got in at last, and the first thing that met their eyes was the body of Jerry dangling from the top of the bed by his own handkerchief. "Which bedroom was it?" asked 2 or 3 voices together. The narrator shook his head. "That I can't tell you, but the story goes that Jerry still haunts this house, and my father used to declare positively that the last time he slept here, the ghost of Jerry Bundler lowered itself from the top of his bed and tried to strangle him." "That'll do," said an uneasy voice. "I wish you'd thought to ask your father which bedroom it was." "What for?" inquired the old gentleman. "Well, I should take care not to sleep in it, that's all," said the voice shortly. "There's nothing to fear," said the other. "I don't believe for a moment that ghosts could really hurt one. In fact, my father used to confess that it was only the unpleasantness of the thing that upset him, and that for all practical purposes, Jerry's fingers might have been made of cotton wool, for all the harm they could do." "That's all very fine," said the last speaker again. "A ghost story is a ghost story, sir. But when a gentleman tells a tale of a ghost in the house in which one is going to sleep, I call it most ungentlemanly." "Pooh, nonsense," said the old gentleman, rising. "Ghosts can't hurt you. For my own part, I should rather like to see one. Good night, gentlemen." "Good night," said the others. "And I only hope Jerry will pay you a visit," added the nervous man as the door closed. "Bring some more whiskey, George," said a stout commercial. "I want keeping up when the talk turns this way." "Shall I light the gas, Mr. Malcolm?" said George.
No, the fire's very comfortable, said the traveller. Now, gentlemen, any of you know any more? I think we've had enough, said another man. We shall be thinking we see spirits next, and we're not at all like the old gentleman who's just gone. Old humbug, said Hurst. I should like to put him to the test. Suppose I dress up as Jerry Bundler and go and give him a chance of displaying his courage. Bravo, said Malcolm huskily, drowning one or two faint no's. Just for the joke, gentlemen. No, drop it, Hurst, said another man. Only for the joke, said Hurst somewhat eagerly. I've got some things upstairs in which I'm going to play in the rivals, knee breeches, buckles, and all that sort of thing. It's a rare chance. If you wait a bit, I'll give you a full dress rehearsal entitled Jerry Bundler or The Nocturnal Strangler. You won't frighten us, said the commercial with a husky laugh. I don't know that, said Hurst sharply. It's a question of acting, that's all. I'm pretty good, ain't I, Summers? Oh, you're all right, for an amateur, said his friend with a laugh. I'll bet you a level sov. You don't frighten me, said the stout traveller. Done, said Hurst. I'll take the bet to frighten you first and the old gentleman afterwards. These gentlemen shall be the judges. You won't frighten us, sir, said another man, because we're prepared for you. But you'd better leave the old man alone. It's dangerous play. Well, I'll try you first, said Hurst, springing up. No gas, mind. He ran lightly upstairs to his room, leaving the others, most of whom had been drinking somewhat freely, to wrangle about the proceedings. It ended in two of them going to bed. He's crazy on acting, said Summers, lighting his pipe. Thinks he's the equal of anybody almost. It doesn't matter with us, but I won't let him go to the old man. And he won't mind, as long as he gets an opportunity of acting to us. Well, I hope he'll hurry up, said Malcolm, yawning. It's after 12 now. Nearly half an hour passed. Malcolm drew his watch from his pocket and was busy winding it when George, the waiter, who had been sent on an errand to the bar, burst suddenly into the room and rushed towards them. He's coming, gentlemen, he said breathlessly. Why, you're frightened, George, said the stout commercial with a chuckle. It was the suddenness of it, said George sheepishly, and besides, I didn't look for seeing him in the bar. There's only a glimmer of light there, and he was sitting on the floor behind the bar. I nearly trod on him. Oh, you'll never make a man, George, said Malcolm. Well, it took me unaware, said the waiter. Not that I'd have gone to the bar by myself if I'd known he was there, and I don't believe you would either, sir. Nonsense, said Malcolm. I'll go and fetch him in. You don't know what it's like, sir, said George, catching him by the sleeve. It ain't fit to look at by yourself. It ain't. Indeed, it's got the... What's that? They all started at the sound of a smothered cry from the staircase and the sound of somebody running hurriedly along the passage. Before anybody could speak, the door flew open and a figure bursting into the room flung itself, gasping and shivering, upon them. What is it? What's the matter? Demanded Malcolm. Why, it's Mr. Hurst. He shook him roughly, and then held some spirit to his lips. Hurst drank it greedily, and with a sharp intake of his breath, gripped him by the arm. Light the gas, George, said Malcolm. The waiter obeyed hastily. Hurst, a ludicrous but pitiable figure, in knee breeches and coat, a large rig all awry, and his face a mess of grease paint, clung to him trembling. Now, what's the matter? Asked Malcolm. I've seen it, said Hurst with a hysterical sob. Oh, Lord, I'll never play the fool again. Never. Seen what? Said the others. Him, it, the ghost, anything, said Hurst wildly. Rot, said Malcolm uneasily. I was coming down the stairs, said Hurst, just capering down, as I thought it ought to do. I felt a tap. He broke off suddenly and peered nervously through the open door into the passage. I thought I saw it again, he whispered. Look, at the foot of the stairs. Can you see anything? No, there's nothing there, said Malcolm, whose own voice shook a little. Go on, you felt a tap on your shoulder. I turned round and saw it, a little wicked head and a white, dead face. Ah, that's what I saw in the bar, said George. Horrid it was, devilish. Hurst shuddered and was still retaining his nervous grip of Malcolm's sleeve. Dropped into a chair. Well, it's a most unaccountable thing, said the dumbfounded Malcolm, turning round to the others. It's the last time I come to this house. "I'll leave tomorrow," said George. "I wouldn't go down in that bar again by myself. No, not for £50. "It's talking about the thing that's caused it, I expect," said one of the men. "We've all been talking about this and having it in our minds. Practically, we've been forming a spiritualistic circle without knowing it." "Hang the old gentleman," said Malcolm heartily. "'Pon my soul, I'm half afraid to go to bed. It's odd they should both think they saw something." "I saw it as plain as I'll see you, sir," said George solemnly. "Perhaps if you keep your eyes turned up the passage, you'll see it for yourself." They followed the direction of his finger, but saw nothing, although one of them fancied that a head peeped round the corner of the wall. "We'll come down to the bar," said Malcolm, looking round. "You can go if you like," said one of the others with a faint laugh. "We'll wait here for you." The stout traveller walked towards the door and took a few steps up the passage. Then he stopped. All was silent, and he walked slowly to the end and looked down fearfully towards the glass partition which shut off the bar. 3 times he made as though to go to it. Then he turned back, and glancing over his shoulder, came hurriedly back to the room. "Did you see it, sir?" whispered George. "Don't know," said Malcolm shortly. "I fancied I saw something, but it might have been fancy. I'm in the mood to see anything just now. How are you feeling now, sir?" "Oh, I feel a bit better now," said Hurst, somewhat brusquely, as all eyes were turned on him. "I dare say you think I'm easily scared, but you didn't see it." "Not at all," said Malcolm, smiling faintly, despite himself. "I'm going to bed," said Hurst, noticing the smile and resenting it. "Will you share my room with me, Summers?" "I will with pleasure," said his friend, "provided you don't mind sleeping with the gas on full all night." He rose from his seat, and bidding the company a friendly good night, left the room with his crestfallen friend. The others saw them to the foot of the stairs, and having heard their door close, returned to the coffee-room. "Well, suppose the bet's off," said the stout commercial, poking the fire and then standing with his legs apart on the hearthrug. "Though, as far as I can see, I won it. I never saw a man as scared in all my life. Sort of poetic justice about it, isn't there?" "Never mind about poetry or justice," said one of his listeners. "Who's going to sleep with me?" "I will," said Malcolm affably. "And I suppose we share a room together, Mr. Leake?" said the third man, turning to the fourth. "No, thank you," said the other briskly. "I don't believe in ghosts. If anything comes into my room, I shall shoot it." "That won't hurt a spirit, Leake," said Malcolm decisively. "Well, the noise will be like company to me," said Leake, "and it'll wake the house too. But if you're nervous, sir," he added with a grin to the man who had suggested sharing his room, "George will be only too pleased to sleep on the doormat inside your room, I know." "That I will, sir," said George fervently. "And if you gentlemen would only come down with me to the bar to put the gas out, I could never be sufficiently grateful." They went out in a body, with the exception of Leake, peering carefully before them as they went. George turned the light out in the bar, and they returned, unmolested, to the coffee-room, and, avoiding the sardonic smile of Leake, prepared to separate for the night. "Give me the candle while you put the gas out, George," said the traveller. The waiter handed it to him and extinguished the gas, and at the same moment all distinctly heard a step in the passage outside. It stopped at the back door, and as they watched with bated breath, the door creaked and slowly opened. Malcolm fell back open-mouthed as a white, leering face with sunken eyeballs and close-cropped bullet head appeared in the opening. For a few seconds the creature stood regarding them, blinking in a strange fashion at the candle. Then, with a sidling movement, it came a little way into the room and stood there, as if bewildered. Not a man spoke or moved, but all watched with a horrible fascination as the creature removed its dirty neckcloth and its head rolled on its shoulder. For a minute it paused, and then, holding the rag before it, moved towards Malcolm. The candle went out suddenly with a flash and a bang. There was a smell of powder and something writhing in the darkness on the floor, a faint, choking cough, and then silence. Malcolm was the first to speak. "Matches," he said.
in a strange voice. George struck one. Then he leapt at the gas and the burner flamed from the match. Malcolm touched the thing on the floor with his foot and found it soft. He looked at his companions. They mouthed inquiries at him, but he shook his head. He lit the candle and, kneeling down, examined the silent thing on the floor. Then he rose swiftly and, dipping his handkerchief in the water jug, bent down again and grimly wiped the white face. Then he sprang back with a cry of incredulous horror, pointing at it. Leake's pistol fell to the floor, and he shut out the sight with his hands, but the others, crowding forward, gazed spellbound at the dead face of Hurst. Before a word was spoken, the door opened and Summers hastily entered the room. His eyes fell on the floor. "Good God!" he cried. "You didn't?" Nobody spoke. I told him not to," he said in a suffocating voice. "I told him not to. I told him." He leaned against the wall, deathly sick, put his arms out feebly, and fell fainting into the traveller's arms.
Saviourgate by Russell Kirk. This ae nicht, every nicht and alle, fire and sleet and candle licht, and Christ receive thy soule. A Lykewake dirge. This old street, scarcely wider than a lane, could not be long. At the far end of it there loomed a Norman tower of a parish church. Mark Findlay had the notion that if he were to hurry the length of the street and turn to the right beyond the church, he might reach a modern square with cinemas and a taxi rank. Needing to catch the midnight train for London, he must find a cab soon. And, his cough growing worse, he must get out of the wet. In Northminster, this Christmas Eve, a light snow had fallen, then melted, lingering as fog. Between trains, he'd strolled the streets for nearly 3 hours, his head so filled with worries that he scarcely had noticed anything he passed. Looking back the way he had come, and coughing hard, he saw by the great clock on the cathedral tower that it was nearly 11:30. In more ways than one, he had lost his sense of direction. He was uncertain what way the railway station lay. This was a charming narrow street of Georgian houses, or perhaps some of them from Queen Anne's time, 2 or 3 little whitewashed steps going up to each door. That he could make out through the low-lying chilly mist. There seemed to be no shop fronts, and only one hanging signboard, a few yards directly in front of him, visible by gaslight, this being perhaps the only lane in Northminster still lit by gas lamps. The Cross Keys, Paul Mariner, resident manager. Above this gilt lettering was the well-painted symbol of 2 crossed keys. Decades ago had he glimpsed this street sometime. He had been in Northminster only once before, early in the war. Much of the town had been uglified since then, but this street, supposing it to be the same street, looked unchanged. Had he seen that pub sign before? As he lingered on the corner, coughing ferociously, a clergyman brushed past him in the dim light. "Could you tell me," Finlay began, but the parson hurried on, umbrella over his head. Perhaps he had taken Finlay for a tramp, what with his cough, his pale face, and his mud-splashed coat. Someone else, looking rather like a civil servant, was striding in the opposite direction, on the other side of the street. "I'm sorry, but could you help me?" Finlay called to him. A smug face was turned toward him briefly, but there was no slackening of pace, and the second man went round the corner. Somewhere he must get directions. Should he go a few paces down that street, ring the bell for the porter, if there might be a night porter at a small hotel of this sort nowadays, and ask his way to a cab rank or to the station? He hesitated. For the past several months he had evaded most decisions, big or small. Yes, he had best try the Cross Keys. The stained-glass windows were alight in that church at the far end, Findlay noticed, as he made his way past the Georgian doors, and a bell was tolling from the tower. Just as he was about to mount the stone steps, another coughing fit racked him. Bent and hacking, he leaned towards the bow front of the Cross Keys. Then the hotel door opened, and down the steps to him came a lean man. "That's a graveyard cough," the man said sympathetically. "I could hear you in the parlour." "It wasn't the cough that carried him off, but the coffin they carried him off in. Do come in for a whisky." Startled, Finlay contrived to gasp, "I need to catch a train." The man had taken his arm, a forceful, tall man with a whimsical, handsome face. "Hacking like that, you'll never reach the station." This stranger, or was he quite a stranger, told him, "I'll see that you make your train if you must." He held open the heavy door. Within, the corridor was warm and colourful, with dark oak wainscoting and good framed prints on the walls. "But it's after hours," Finlay protested. "Oh, the public bar's closed, but at the Cross Keys they always conserve something to a bona fide traveller like you." The man was briskly helping him off with his muddy coat. "Come into the residence parlour. I've put up for the night, and the manager knows me." "I don't think there's time," Finlay muttered as he was propelled into the parlour. This insistent host, who seemed tolerably sober, spoke like an educated man and behaved like an officer. "Time?" the lean man chuckled. "It's time, gentlemen, time. That's no problem for you and me, is it? I say, you're a Canadian, aren't you?" "I know you. You're Finlay, Mark Finlay. I was thinking of you. Coincidence, I'd have said once, before I heard that cough of yours in the street." Finlay stared into that confident face. Had he known this man? A certain recklessness made those bold features memorable. Perhaps this man had been a soldier. To Finlay came some faint memory of an hour's tipsy talk, a curious conversation with a man who had looked rather like this, long ago. Some chance acquaintance, but encountered where? "Did we meet, why, right here in 39, Finlay inquired. "I'm sorry, but I don't recall your name." "I'm Ralph Bain. Of course it's here. Take that chair, the leather one, Finlay." "Jimmy!" A corpulent, florid-faced porter or waiter in scarlet jacket and brass buttons ambled toward them. "Whiskey and sodas, Jimmy," Bain ordered, "and put more coals on that fire. You remember Mr. Finlay, Jimmy? He's passing through Northminster, unless after all we can persuade him to take a room. Anyhow, he's bona fide." "It's your sort that makes this job a pleasure, Mr. Finlay, sir," said Jimmy, who was an Irishman. The fire blazed up on the broad hearth below the Adam chimney place. The whisky glasses came promptly on a heavy silver tray. Finlay had ceased to cough. Surely this was the jolly hotel of his dim memory, with the faded upholstery or shiny leather of its easy chairs, the green draperies of his tall windows, the solid dark furniture of yesteryear, the big oriental rug a bit frayed, and especially that massive framed painting of the Highland cattle. Now he even recalled the looming silver tea urn on the mahogany sideboard. A few people still sat in this residence parlour, perhaps waiting for the midnight peal from the cathedral's bells. Several of them had nodded to him or smiled at him when Bain almost had forced him into an armchair, and an old lady said, "Good evening." Could he have seen her before? Or perhaps the granddaughter of the girl companion beside her? Ralph Bain he did recollect fairly well by this time. Rather a wag, this Bain, he recalled, with a talent for telling stories that seemed tall. They had taken to each other, he and Bain, when in that year, so long vanished, they had happened to fall into talk in this very pub. The Bain of Finlay's memory had seemed no younger than the man who sat opposite him now. His host must be remarkably well preserved, not a grey hair to his head. Did he dye his hair? Bain had been chatting with him lightly for several minutes, but Finlay, needing to catch that train and fretting about tomorrow's hard decisive conference, scarcely had paid attention. What a heartening room this was, everyone in it good-natured and healthy-looking. The sound of the ancient church bell penetrated through the thick drapes of the bow front. Yes, it was a single bell tolling, not a peal. At any moment, Finlay feared, the tolling might be mingled with the chimes of the cathedral clock, sounding the third quarter of the hour, which would mean that he'd have a narrow squeak to make his train, even though the trains generally ran late or lingered at the platform. Bain noticed that his guest was listening to the bell. "That's a good sound, isn't it, Finlay? Lord knows when that church commenced the custom. There was a Saxon or Danish church on the site, you know. The day before Christmas, from time out of mind, they've tolled that bell from early morning to midnight, one stroke for every year since the Nativity. The church is our friend Canon Hoodman's, you remember, besides his being chapter treasurer. They must be coming close to stroke 1939. Shall we drink to that?" "Thanks, Mr. Bain," Finlay heard himself saying. He was drowsy in this cordial room after the long ride down from Aberdeen and after tramping those Northminster streets in miserable vacillation. "But no, I'd order another round for us except for my train. I'm going to have to say good night. We keep a flight in Aberdeen now. If you ever get up to, call me Bain or Ralph or Rafe. That whisky's your medicine, Finlay. I told you so before your cough stopped. As for the train, why, you'll be aboard it, if you really mean to be. I give you my word. I'll see you to the cab." "We have heard the chimes of midnight, Master Shallow. Forgive me, but you've not been long this side of the border, I take it."
I came down from Aberdeen today, Bain, and if I don't meet 3 important men for breakfast at the Hyde Park Hotel," here Findlay grimaced, "it's all up with me. I've been in oil rigs in Aberdeen for the past 2 years. I'm not so young as I was, and my wife's in a bad way. Now I'm in deep trouble. Not enough ready money, and the bank's pressing me hard about the overdrafts." The careless smile faded from Bain's rough mouth. Bain stared at him incredulously. "Why, Findlay, that sort of thing doesn't signify for you and me here, you know. Overdrafts? Oh, don't you know? Don't you, actually? The moment I dragged you in, I thought you seemed a bit odd. If you don't mind me saying so, it was as if I'd taken hold of a ghost. I'm told that some people scarcely are aware of the change when they've just crossed the border. If you don't mind, Mark Findlay, old man, just how was it you died?" Jimmy was setting 2 more whiskies before them on the little Indian table. Bain must have given him a sign. The cosy parlour went round for Findlay. Hadn't he thought too often of dying, and dying swiftly, whatever the consequences? Hadn't he thought of that escape all the hours he'd walked down those Northminster streets? Did the death urge show in his face? For a moment, the 2 commercial travellers in the corner, and the old lady with her girl companion, and smiling Jimmy, seemed to fade into nothingness. Findlay saw only Bain's daredevil face, gone sober and pallid on the instant. Had 1 whisky been too many for Bain, or for himself? "What do you mean?" Findlay tried not to stammer. "I'm no deader than you are. I might as well be dead, though, if I'm not in London 8 hours from now." "Dead?" Bain laughed, though it seemed to require some effort from him, almost as if Bain were frightened. "Of course we're not dead, old man. Here, do I seem dead?" Leaning forward, he gripped Findlay's hand. "There, a good fleshy shake, eh? Why, we wouldn't be just here if we were dead, truly dead, would we, Findlay? I put the question to you too bluntly. That's one of my silly habits got in the army. What I meant to say was this. How did you cross the border?" Bain drank, and then resumed. "There's no harm in calling it dying. We all have to pass through the jaws of death to reach the Cross Keys, or any other good sort of place. Corruption putting on incorruption and all that. We all have to die so that we can rise, don't we? Was it hard, your crossing? Is the Cross Keys the first place you've come to this side of eternity? If so, there's the more honour for me, as the first friend to greet you." Bain drained his glass. "Now, drink your dram, old man, because there's nothing left for us to fret about. Never, never. It wasn't the cough that carried him off, but the coffin they carried him off in, I say. Could it have been that you crossed the border just outside the door of this hotel, when I heard you hacking there?" Findlay stood up. Was this host of his drunk, or was he a lunatic? Bain seemed neither, but he might be both. Had he and Bain talked of something like this so long ago? Not this precisely, but something about death and eternity? Findlay couldn't be bothered, though Bain was rather amusing. Not with that train to catch. "Thanks again," he told Bain. "My train won't wait, and it's not just my own future depending on that breakfast tomorrow. There's my wife, my sick wife, to think of. Good night. If you're ever in Aberdeen—" "You really don't follow me, do you, old man?" Bain frowned in seeming perplexity. "If you leave now, you'll miss Canon Hoodman. Train won't wait. Why, any train you want will be waiting for you whenever you want it. I'll be taking a train myself to Ayrshire after a night or 2 here at the Cross Keys. There's a young woman I mean to walk the moors with. Time doesn't signify. There's no time for you and me, thank God, Findlay. Why, we've not even begun to talk. How can I explain? You and I aren't dead. Though I died once, and I suppose you have too. We've only just begun to live fully. Look here, Mark Findlay, do you believe in what you read in the papers?" "Half the time. Excuse me, but where did you hang my hat and coat?" "Jimmy," Bain called, but he did not tell Jimmy to fetch his guest's coat and hat. "Jimmy, find us today's Post, and the Times too. Mr. Findlay needs to see them." Newspapers inserted in those old-fangled wooden rods were hanging by the sideboard. It passed through Findlay's mind that the Cross Keys Hotel, like a beetle of a hostelry preserved in amber, retained amenities that had vanished nearly everywhere else. Jimmy brought 2 papers. They were full of news about the military stalemate. On the front page of both, the date was 24th September 1939. "What the hell is this?" Findlay was 2/3 angry. "It was 1939 when I came to Northminster the first time." "This is now," said Bain. "There's only now, praise be, whatever now you like, whatever now I like. Sit down, old man. You need somebody with a head and a tongue better than mine to inform you. I say, Jimmy, Canon Hoodman still is in the house talking to Mr. Mariner. Could you give him my compliments and ask him to join us, if it's no trouble to him? Tell him that I may even have a ghost to show him."
Well, in any event, he must have missed his train by this time, Findlay reckoned. After all, how much did that matter? Those 3 insufferable men at the Hyde Park Hotel would do nothing for him, as the odds stood. The intended meeting had been a last forlorn hope. Fortune had conspired against him, and the stars in their courses. He might as well finish this whisky. He might as well finish many whiskies. Now it was all over for him, and all over for Marion, poor sick Marion. She had told him he would fail, his nerve had failed him, and he had failed her. In his bag, at the station luggage room, there lay secreted a sufficient quantity of prescribed capsules, long hoarded. He had feared that he might require them, the whole lot of them, after that Hyde Park breakfast. After he should leave this hotel, he could swallow them at the station, without having to face that grim breakfast after all. Now he had all the time in the world. If a coroner should call it an overdose, there would be some insurance money left for Marion anyway, despite their having borrowed heavily these past 6 months. It is a far, far better thing I do. Findlay sat down again. There were worse places to spend one's last evening than this snug and well-appointed hotel parlour with this friendly madman to entertain him. "Jimmy," said Findlay, "another round of drinks. Nothing matters now." Bain had been peering at him, as if doubting whether this guest were flesh and blood. "Actually," Bain said, "it does matter, don't you know, old man? It matters if you've not yet crossed the border. It matters if really you're here at the Cross Keys by some uncanny chance, or by providence, I should say. If you're to understand Canon Hoodman, who explains mysteries as well as anybody could, you're not to be half seas over. I beg your pardon, Jimmy. Forget those whisky sodas, and bring us a pot of tea, and some sandwiches, Jimmy." His last slim hope of survival abandoned, Findlay was willing to humour this quizzical lunatic called Ralph Bain. He did feel hungry after those vain, bewildered hours in the foggy streets. "All right," he told Bain, "have your fun with me. That was a clever ploy, putting those old newspapers on the racks. Were you merely hoping that some fool, any fool, might come in tonight and be teased by you? Or do you play these macabre tricks at this hotel every night? Why am I a ghost and not you?" "It's a private joke, very nearly, that ghost," Bain said. "The Canon and I call anybody a ghost who turns up here, or turns up anywhere else in eternity but doesn't belong. Anybody who hasn't properly crossed the border, but gets into eternity somehow, for a moment, so to speak, and then passes back into time again. Let me tell you, Findlay, you're a rarity. Here at the Old Cross Keys on Christmas Eve, in the year of our Lord 1939, reading in the papers about the Twilight War, you're experiencing a timeless moment. You're in 2 states of being simultaneously, I fancy." Bain leaned towards him earnestly. "Yet I don't think you've passed through the jaws of death. The Canon says he's met such people more than once, but I haven't. You believe you're alive, and so you are, though not only in the way you think of life. I fancy you'll leave this pleasant room whenever you need to, and you'll catch that confounded train of yours, and you'll find yourselves back in whatever year of grace you fancy you belong in. That's why I call you a ghost." Bain grinned at him reassuringly. "You don't belong here, and yet you do belong. To me, you're unreal. You frighten me a trifle, as ghosts are supposed to. The next thing I know, I may be looking straight through you at the back of the chair. You needn't dread me. Oh, but here's the tea, and here's the Canon." The Canon's grip was as hearty as Bain's. Canon Hoodman was a cheerful North Countryman with a broad mouth and thick spectacles. "You may not remember me, Mark Findlay," he began, "not just yet, or you may recall only a few words we spoke to each other. If you like, I can offer you a good many more words now." "Canon," Bain was saying, "I lug in an old acquaintance from the street, and then find he's not crossed the border, or so he says. It's a conundrum. When first you and Findlay and I sat down together, I wished we could go on talking forever, and here the possibilities come to pass, but Findlay doesn't understand, and he wants to be off immediately to his private misery." Was this purported Canon some actor recruited by the whimsical Bain? Certainly Hoodman looked his part, collar and black suit and all. Findlay forced himself to enter into the spirit of this rag. "Here is the question," Findlay told Hoodman. "Is Ralph Bain crazy, or am I? I'd like to know what sort of innkeeper puts 1939 newspapers into this residence parlour." "You seem out of sorts," Findlay Hoodman said, "but melancholy men are the wittiest. The manager of this hotel is a very sensible person, and he puts those papers there because he, like everybody else in this house, knows that tonight is Christmas Eve. The verger is nearly done tolling the bell in my old church, in the year of our Lord 1939. Another wag. Findlay chuckled mordantly, pouring himself another cup of tea with shaking hand. Are you suggesting, Canon, if you really are a canon, that I'm in hell, having coughed myself to death in the street outside, and that I'm condemned to spend eternity in this room, a little pocket of time called December the 24th, 1939? The canon smiled, a warm and humorous smile. Au contraire, Finlay, if you and Bain and I were in hell, I fancy we'd not be discussing these mysteries. The damned, as I understand it, have no past and no future, no memories, no expectations. You're in a very different state from that. This sly game wasn't unpleasant, and afterwards there would be those deadly capsules at the station, a door out of this prison house of life leading to the jail yard. With that final ace in the hole, why not play up? Well then, Canon Hoodman, Finlay went on, if we three and the other people in this parlour are in prison forever in a cosy moment in time, how is it that you and Bain talk of remembering me? And how can I remember Bain, though I've forgotten you, if I ever met you before? If we're all dead men, how can we talk about memories and expectations, especially expectations? I told you, old man, Bain thrust in, we're not dead, none of us. We've come fully alive. And we're not locked up here, it's just that we've chosen or fallen into this one timeless moment. It's a good, particular timeless moment, isn't it? No special significance to it, I suppose. Simply three friends arguing comfortably before a fire on a winter's night. But we have our choices of moments to experience afresh. It's up to you and the canon, and me, separately. This moment is a random sample of timeless moments. There are stronger moments, far stronger for any of us. Why, if he chose just now, the canon might be praying in some draughty church at Smokefall, I suppose, or could be trading stories with some good chaps in a tent in the western desert, say, instead of disputing with you. It's a question of what you wish to experience all over again. As they talked, the heavy tolling of that church bell contributed to the illusion of timelessness that these two fantastics had contrived for him. Outside in the street there sounded the footfalls and murmuring of a good many people, with now and again children's laughter, folk on their way to midnight service at that church. The hotel was real, the people outside were real, these two clever companions of his were real. Findlay wondered about his own reality. The canon was speaking now. Yes, all good moments or hours or days that you ever experienced are forever present to you, whenever you want them, after you've crossed the border. We were told that we shall have bodies, we have them. You say that you've not yet crossed the border, Findlay. Well, once you have crossed, and if really you're still in time, that might be a long while yet for you, then God willing you'll understand, as we two can't make you understand. What's wrong with the present everlasting moment? Bain inquired. I know, no cigars. Jimmy, fetch that box of cigars. Findlay chose a cigar, presumably his last, a Burma cheroot. He seemed to recall that good Burma cheroots had been easier to find in 1939. Where nowadays did the resident manager of the Cross Keys obtain his supply? All right, Findlay responded, keeping his temper despite this waggery. For the sake of argument, I'll accept your metaphysics. We're not dead, but in eternity, you say. Well, what sort of great expectations are we supposed to indulge, aside from another sandwich and another cigar? You two talk well, but this occasion might turn boring, if it were to run on forever. The canon took him up. As Bain said, it's your choice, of all you've experienced. Suppose that your wedding day was among the best days of your life, Mark, or what you call your life. Think of this. You can experience that wedding whenever you like, for eternity. You mean that I can remember my wedding day? I don't need you to tell me that, Canon. You mean that happiness is emotion recollected in tranquility. That's not enough for me. I don't have any tranquility left. The canon shook his head amicably. No, it's not memory that I mean. It's this, rather. If you're given grace, the good things of your life are experienced in all the fullness of your senses whenever you desire them. True, there's another side to the coin. If you've rejected the grace of God, then the evil things of your life are forever present, and you can't escape them. This unexpected moment here in the Cross Keys may be a sign for you, Mark Findlay, a sign that you may know grace in death, if you choose it. Ah, how these two jesters, these masters of the dry mock, stuck to their hobgoblin consistency. Findlay laughed sardonically. So you two can convert yourselves into bridegrooms in the twinkling of an eye whenever you're in that mood. Not I, Bain admitted. I never married. I joined my regiment a few weeks after we met here, Findlay, and I was good at killing, but at nothing else. After El Alamein, where I took some bullets, they gave me the military cross. When the war was over, I got my little pension and drank hard every day. Any girl would have been an idiot to have married me. I asked one, and she said it would never do, and she was right. That's the young woman I mean to walk on the moors again with when I leave the Cross Keys." "Why trouble yourself with her?" Finlay objected, grinning. "There's no marriage or giving in marriage, I'm told, where we three are supposed to be just now. Or can you have your fun all the same?" "So far as marriage goes," Bain said quietly, "we don't want what we didn't know at the other side of the border. As for fun, I found in the end that love was better." "Have you ever read Augustine?" the canon asked Finlay. "No, he learned that truth while he was still in time." "I take it, canon, that you can chat with St. Augustine whenever the fit is on you," Finlay scoffed, "and that Bain can play games with Helen of Troy." "Oh, nothing of that sort," the canon paused. "How may I make it clear? We live only once, and the experiences of that one active life are eternal. I don't meet Augustine in the Cross Keys Hotel, say, because he never was here, naturally, and because I wasn't at Hippo in the 5th century, naturally. Augustine and you and I are joined only through the mystical body. As for Bain, may I speak for you, Bain, an hour's stroll on the moors with that lady merely talking means more to him than could be the conquest of the face that launched 1,000 ships. We don't long for the physical presence of Augustine or of Helen, because the reality which we know satisfies us, which it didn't when we were in time. I don't mean that this fuller reality of ours is static. Instead, our awareness of every timeless moment grows deeper and takes on more meaning. For a small instance, though you and I talked in this room before, you don't remember a word I said. I suspect, however, that you'll not forget what I'm saying to you now. What about these expectations of yours, when there's nothing new under the sun for you? When you do nothing but enlarge the same experiences?" Finlay thought he had caught this subtle canon there. "Expectations, Finlay. This living moment in the Cross Keys isn't the whole of the life eternal. Hardly," the canon chuckled. "Nor is the reenactment of the love of created things the whole of what we expect. You know the phrase, the beatific vision? Well, that's not a phrase only. That vision is yet to come for Bain and for me. Perhaps we experience the provisional judgment now and so remain tied, in some sense, to experiences within time. When the last judgment's done, perhaps all expectations will be fulfilled, so that there'll be nothing left to long for. These are only words to you. Formerly, they weren't much more than words to me. Words are tools that break in the hand. After you cross the border, you'll know the truths that I can't put into words for you." There's the last desperate resort of parsons, Finlay thought. Flight into bloodless abstractions, empty formulas. He would try another track. "I fancy you must have been a model of propriety, Bain, to deserve a comfortable berth in eternity like this, eh?" "I didn't deserve it at all." Bain looked down at his strong hands. "I told you I was good for nothing but killing, and that was true to the very end, until almost the last. I was all ego, loving nobody but myself. My last action was to destroy a man, or what had been a man. Men are always saying that they'd die for this woman or that one. I said it too, but what mattered? I did it for that young woman I mentioned. I did it to shield her from somebody, and I took him with me. It was a beastly business on a high roof, and we went down together into a river. Do you know, Findlay, ordinarily we don't talk about crossing the border. I took the liberty of asking you how you crossed, but only because I sensed that there was something peculiar about your coming. It's bad form, since nasty memories don't fit in here. Yet, in its way, even that last fight of mine was a high experience. That one decent impulse of mine is why I'm in the same room with the canon. Because of that violent act for love, she'd never have taken me. Everything else I'd done was forgiven." Except for the tolling of the bell, there was silence for a little space. Finlay had to admire Bain for his consummate skill of straight-faced yarn-spinning. Then Bain added, "Now, beyond desire, I'm her friend, and know her always." "Just like Dante and Beatrice," Finlay commented, puffing dryly on his cheroot. "Rather," said the canon, knocking the ash from his cigar, "like Dante and Beatrice." How often did these two saturnine comedians find the opportunity to pull some chance visitor's leg so systematically? "You gave your life too for a female friend, Canon Hoodman?" "No," the canon answered. "I had no choice as to how I crossed. My wife and I crossed together. I believe a bomb struck our old house in the close, so we've never been parted. She'll be in the congregation when I give the homily at midnight service, and we walk back to the close together. People who come after us in time don't know that handsome old house of ours, more's the pity, but nothing that's in time can endure forever. For my wife and me, nevertheless, every stick and brick of that house endures in eternity." They couldn't really expect him to swallow all this farrago. Of course, these two were aware that he knew they talked tongue-in-cheek. They hoped to provoke him into an outburst of indignation at such stuff and nonsense. Finlay wouldn't let them have that satisfaction. "So, you have the pleasure of your wife's company, Canon," he said smoothly, "and you enjoy your lady friend's conversation, Bain. That's pleasant. But what about souls you're not so fond of? That man who rolled off the roof into the river with you, for instance, Bain." "That foul chap," Bain blew a smoke ring. "God only knows. You can be sure our paths don't cross. In our father's house there are many mansions, but they're not all on the same floor." Finlay yawned. The jest was wearing thin and he was dog-tired, and in his luggage those capsules awaited him. These two jesters might be sobered by what they would read about him in the tomorrow's papers. After all, his would be the cream of the jest. "You're quite worn out, Finlay, I can see," the Canon was murmuring. "And we've been boring you. Jimmy, is that Mr. Mariner still up? Good. Ask him to come if he has a moment." The manager of this old-fashioned hotel turned out to be a small, quick man with deep-set eyes. "Something for you, Captain Bain?" "Mariner," Bain said to him, "our friend Finlay has come a long way. Show him one of your rooms, will you? He still thinks of taking a train, but he might be tempted. This is a very old house, Finlay, part of the building medieval, worth seeing, worth sleeping in." "Would you prefer a haunted chamber, Mr. Finlay?" Mariner offered. Apparently he was a confederate of Bain and Hoodman. "I don't know that we can supply a spectral monk on demand, but there's a room available where Coleridge slept once." Mariner led the three of them up a short flight of carpeted stairs, down a longish corridor, up a longer and steeper flight, and round a corner. Behind the door which he opened was a snug single bedroom. Massive beams in its low ceiling, papered in blue, with a glistening old bedstead of some rare wood. "If you'd care to sleep deep, Mr. Finlay," Mariner said, "I'd wake you when you might require a call, supposing that you should want it at all." "I must have missed that train of mine long ago, thanks to these gentlemen," Finlay answered. To sleep in that old bed for eternity, that prospect was far more attractive than were those capsules waiting at the station. "It's your choice entirely," Bain was saying in his ear. "Free will, you know, old man." Yet why choose either bed or poison? These chance companions with their long-faced wit had cared enough about him to twit him for an hour. Somehow they'd put heart into him. His cough seemed to have faded away altogether, and these two friends and the atmosphere of this old house were invigorating. He wouldn't swallow those capsules tonight, after all, he decided. Perhaps never. But Marion mustn't be left to suffer alone, and there were the sensibilities of railway porters to think of. Hyde Park breakfast or no Hyde Park breakfast, something yet might be accomplished in London with somebody or other, given will, given spirit, given grace. Behind this evening's charade, there had moved some quickening power, some hint or glimpse of hope. How a man dies, and with what justification, this absurd interval of talk had wakened Finlay to awareness of such matters. He would not plunge himself into nothingness without another effort or two. Canon Hoodman had been watching him closely. "If you feel ready for a bed," the Canon remarked, laying a hand on Finlay's shoulder, "you'll not find a better one than this, Mark. But if you've got duties you can't ignore, why, there's always a London train for you." "No thanks, gentlemen," Finlay said. "I've miles to go before I sleep." Bain nodded. "You still have hostages to fortune, eh? And after all, that bed can be yours whenever you need it. I'll walk you to the corner." At the front door, Finlay shook hands with the Canon and Mariner. The two of them, if Mariner was privy to the plot, kept up to the last their roguish elaborate pretence. "We'll have more to discuss when you come to us," the Canon told him. "I don't expect to pass this way again." "Yet you shall." Finlay and Bain went down the white steps and into the drifting mist. The Canon waved. That short street, it turned out, was quite as lovely as Finlay had thought it to be in his glimpses before Bain had drawn him into the Cross Keys. If only he could have lingered to inspect it more closely. Ahead of them, the stragglers were hastening through the churchyard and into the lighted church, and that bell tolled on. "Do you have any idea when the first morning train will leave, Bain?" "It'll be there for you, old man, and all of us at the Cross Keys will be there for you when you look for us. Ask the cabby." Then the bell ceased to toll. Finlay glanced at his watch. It must have stopped in the Cross Keys. He looked backward toward the cathedral tower, yet surely the cathedral clock too had run down, and at the same time, for it stood at 11:30. "Here you are, Mark," Bain was telling him. "Do you make out a cab rank to the right? Just wave and shout. Waged a good fight, old man." Sure enough, there was a taxi a few yards distant on the modern street which intersected this ancient lane. Findlay waved and shouted, and the taxi rolled to him. "To the station, sir?" the driver was asking now. "Just a moment, Ralph, you rascal. You've given me a lively evening, though." Findlay turned to face Ralph Bain. Bain was not to be seen. Nor was the Crosskeys Hotel, only a vacant site strewn with rubble. The charming houses of the old street were gone, or at least most of them, and those which survived were ghastly derelicts. That street was wholly lifeless. Findlay swung back toward the taxi. Beyond it was the church with the Norman tower, or rather the wreck of a church, all dark, no glass in what remained of the window tracery. The nave was roofless. A mercury vapour lamp in the modern street glowered over the churchyard, and by it Findlay could make out a metal sign which read, "Public Gardens, custody of the Ministry of Works." "Station, sir. Time enough to catch the midnight train for London. You can hear it rumbling down from the north now." Findlay tumbled into the cab. Tell me, how long has that street been smashed?" "Before my time. 1941, they say. Them German firebombs done for it. Some year, they say, the corporation will get round to building council houses there." "And what's the name of that street?" "Saviourgate, sir."
The Shepherd by Frederick Forsyth. For a brief moment, while waiting for the control tower to clear me for takeoff, I glanced out through the Perspex cockpit canopy at the surrounding German countryside. It lay white and crisp beneath the crackling December moon. Behind me lay the boundary fence of the Royal Air Force Base, and beyond the fence, as I had seen while swinging my little fighter into line with the takeoff runway, the sheet of snow covering the flat farmland stretched away to the line of the pine trees, 2 miles distant in the night, yet so clear I could almost see the shapes of the trees themselves. Ahead of me, as I waited for the voice of the controller to come through the headphones, was the runway itself. A slick black ribbon of tarmac, flanked by twin rows of bright burning lights, illuminating the solid path cut earlier by the snowplows. Behind the lights were the humped backs of the morning snow, frozen hard once again where the snowplow blades had pushed them. Far away to my right, the airfield tower stood up like a single glowing candle, amid the hangars where the muffled aircraftmen were even now closing down the station for the night. Inside the control tower, I knew all was warmth and merriment, the staff waiting only for my departure to close down also, jump into the waiting cars, and head back to the parties in the mess. Within minutes of my going, the lights would die out, leaving only the huddled hangars, seeming hunched against the bitter night, the shrouded fighter planes, the sleeping fuel Bowser trucks, and above them all the single flickering station light, brilliant red above the black and white airfield, beating out in Morse code the name of the station, CELLE, to an unheeding sky. For tonight there would be no wandering aviators to look down and check their bearings. Tonight was Christmas Eve, in the year of grace 1957, and I was a young pilot trying to get home to Blighty for his Christmas leave. I was in a hurry, and my watch said 10:15 by the dim blue glow of the control panel, where the rows of dials quivered and danced. It was warm and snug inside the cockpit, the heating turned up full to prevent the perspex icing up. It was like a cocoon, small and warm and safe, shielding me from the bitter cold outside, from the freezing night that can kill a man inside a minute if he's exposed to it at 600 miles an hour. "Charlie Delta!" The controller's voice woke me from my reverie, sounding in my headphones, as if he was with me in the tiny cockpit, shouting in my ear. He's had a jar or two already, I thought, strictly against orders, but what the hell? It's Christmas. "Charlie Delta, control," I responded. "Charlie Delta, clear takeoff," he said. I saw no point in responding. I simply eased the throttle forward slowly with the left hand, holding the vampire steady down the central line with the right hand. Behind me, the low whine of the Goblin engine rose and rose, passing through a cry and into a scream.
The snub-nosed fighter rolled. The lights each side of the runway passed in ever quicker succession, till they were flashing in a continuous blur. She became light. The nose rose fractionally, freeing the nose wheel from contact with the runway, and the rumble vanished instantly. Seconds later, the main wheels came away, and their soft drumming also stopped. I held her low above the deck, letting the speed build up till a glance at the airspeed indicator told me we were through 120 knots and heading for 150. As the end of the runway whizzed beneath my feet, I pulled the Vampire into a gently climbing turn to the left, easing up the undercarriage lever as I did so. From beneath and behind me, I heard the dull clunk of the main wheels entering their bays, the lunge forward of the jet as the drag of the undercarriage vanished. In front of me, the 3 red lights representing 3 wheels extinguished themselves. I held her into the climbing turn, pressed the radio button with the left thumb. "Charlie Delta, clear airfield, wheels up and locked," I said into my oxygen mask. "Charlie Delta, roger, over to Channel D," said the controller, and then, before I could change radio channels, added, "Happy Christmas," strictly against the rules of radio procedure, of course. I was very young then, and very conscientious, but I replied, "Thank you, Tower, same to you." Then I switched channels to tune in to the RAF's North Germany air control frequency. Down on my right thigh was strapped the map with my course charted on it in blue ink, but I didn't need it. I knew the details by heart, worked out earlier with a navigation officer in a nav hut. Turn overhead, Cell Airfield onto course 265 degrees, continue climbing to 27,000 feet. On reaching height, maintain course and keep speed to 485 knots. Check in with Channel D to let them know you're in their airspace. Then a straight run over the Dutch coast south of Beaverland into the North Sea. After 45 minutes flying time, change to Channel F and call Lakenheath Control to give you a steer. 14 minutes later, you'll be overhead Lakenheath. After that, follow instructions and they'll bring you down on a radio-controlled descent. No problem. All routine procedures. 66 minutes flying time with the descent and landing, and the Vampire had enough fuel for over 80 minutes in the air. Swinging over Cell Airfield at 5,000 feet, I straightened up and watched the needle on my electric compass settle happily down on a course of 265 degrees. The nose was pointing towards the black, freezing vault of the night sky, studded with stars so brilliant they flickered their white fire against the eyeballs. Below, the black-white map of North Germany was growing smaller, the dark masses of the pine forests blending into the white expanses of the fields. Here and there, a village or small town glittered with lights. Down there, amid the gaily lit streets, the carol singers would be out, knocking on the holly-studded doors to sing Silent Night and collect pfennigs for charity. The Westphalian housewives would be preparing ham and geese. 400 miles ahead of me, the story would be the same, the carols in my own language, but many of the tunes the same, and it would be turkey instead of goose. But whether you call it Weihnachten or Christmas, it's the same all over the Christian world, and it was good to be going home. From Lakenheath, I knew I could get a lift down to London in a Liberty bus, leaving just after midnight. From London, I was confident I could hitch a lift to my parents' home in Kent. By breakfast time, I'd be celebrating with my own family. The altimeter said 27,000 feet. I eased the nose forward, reduced throttle setting to give me an airspeed of 485 knots, and held her steady on 265 degrees. Somewhere beneath me, in the gloom, the Dutch border would be slipping away, and I had been airborne for 21 minutes. No problem. The problem started 10 minutes out over the North Sea, and it started so quietly that it was several minutes before I realized I had one at all. For some time I had been unaware that the low hum coming through my headphones into my ears had ceased, to be replaced by the strange nothingness of total silence. I must have been failing to concentrate, my thoughts being of home and my waiting family. The first thing I knew was when I flicked a glance downwards to check my course on the compass. Instead of being rock steady on 265 degrees, the needle was drifting lazily round the clock, passing through east, west, south, and north with total impartiality. I swore a most unseasonable sentiment against the compass and the instrument fitter who should have checked it for 100% reliability. Compass failure at night, even a brilliant moonlit night such as the one beyond the cockpit perspex, was no fun. Still, it was not too serious. I could call up Lakenheath in a few minutes and they would give me a GCA, ground-controlled approach, the second-by-second instructions that a well-equipped airfield can give a pilot to bring him home in the worst of weathers, following his progress on ultra-precise radar screens, watching him descend all the way to the tarmac, tracing his position in the sky yard by yard and second by second. I glanced at my watch. 34 minutes airborne. I could try to raise Lakenheath now at the outside limit of my radio range. Before trying Lakenheath, it would be correct procedure to inform Channel D, to whom I was tuned, of my little problem, so they could advise Lakenheath I was on my way without a compass. I pressed the transmit button and called, "Cell Charlie Delta, Cell Charlie Delta, calling North Beaverland Control." I stopped. There was no point in going on. Instead of the lively crackle of static and the sharp sound of my own voice coming back into my own ears, there was a muffled murmur inside my oxygen mask. My own voice speaking and going nowhere. I tried again, same result. Far back across the wastes of the black and bitter North Sea, in the warm, cheery concrete complex of North Beaverland Control, men sat back from their control panel, chatting and sipping their steaming coffee and cocoa, and they couldn't hear me. The radio was dead. Fighting down the rising sense of panic that can kill a pilot faster than anything else, I swallowed and slowly counted to 10. Then I switched to Channel F and tried to raise Lakenheath, ahead of me amid the Suffolk countryside, lying in its forest of pine trees south of Thetford, beautifully equipped with its GCA system for bringing home lost aircraft. On Channel F, the radio was as dead as ever. My own muttering into the oxygen mask was smothered by the surrounding rubber. The steady whistle of my own jet engine behind me was my only answer. It's a very lonely place, the sky, even more so the sky on a winter's night, and the single-seater jet fighter is a lonely home. A tiny steel box held aloft on stubby wings, hurled through the freezing emptiness by a blazing tube throwing out the strength of 6,000 horses every second that it burns. But the loneliness is offset, cancelled out by the knowledge that at the touch of a button on the throttle the pilot can talk to other human beings, people who care about him, men and women who staff a network of stations across the world. Just one touch of that button, the transmit button, and scores of them in control towers across the land that are tuned to this channel can hear him call for help. When the pilot transmits, on every one of those screens a line of light streaks from the center of the screen to the outside rim, which is marked with figures, from 1 to 360, the number of degrees in a complete compass. Where the streak of light hits the ring, that is where the aircraft lies, in relation to the control tower listening to him. The control towers are linked, so with 2 cross bearings they can locate his position to a few hundred yards. He's not lost anymore. People begin working to bring him down. The radar operators pick up the little dot he makes on their screen from all the other dots. They call him up and give him instructions. "Begin your descent now, Charlie Delta. We have you now." Warm, experienced voices. Voices who control an array of electronic devices that can reach out across the winter sky, through the ice and rain, above the snow and cloud, to pluck the lost one from his deadly infinity and bring him down to the flare-lit runway that means home and life itself. When the pilot transmits, but for that he must have a radio. Before I had finished testing Channel J, the International Emergency Channel, and obtained the same negative result, I knew my 10-channel radio set was as dead as the dodo. It had taken the RAF 2 years to train me to fly their fighters for them, and most of that time had been training precisely in emergency procedures. The important thing they used to say in flying school, is not to know how to fly in perfect conditions. It is to fly through an emergency and stay alive. Now the training was beginning to take effect. While I was vainly testing my radio channels, the eyes scanned the instrument panel in front of me. The instruments told their own message. It was no coincidence the compass and the radio had failed together. Both worked off the aircraft's electrical circuits. Somewhere beneath my feet, amid the miles of brightly coloured wiring that made up the circuits, there had been a main fuse blowout. I reminded myself idiotically to forgive the instrument fitter and blame the electrician. Then I took stock of the nature of my disaster. The first thing to do in such a case, I remembered old Flight Sergeant Norris telling us, is to reduce throttle setting from cruise speed to a slower setting to give maximum flight endurance. We don't want to waste valuable fuel, do we, gentlemen? We might need it later, so we reduce the power setting from 10,000 revolutions per minute to 7,200. That way we will fly a little slower, but we will stay in the air rather longer, won't we, gentlemen? He always referred to us all being in the same emergency at the same time, did Sergeant Norris. I eased the throttle back and watched the rev counter, but it too was an electrical instrument, and I had lost a lot when the fuse went. I judged by engine note when the Goblin was turning over at about 7,200 RPM and felt the aircraft slow down. The nose rose fractionally, so I adjusted the flight trim to keep her straight and level. The main instruments in front of a pilot's eyes are 6, including the compass. The other 5 are the airspeed indicator, the altimeter, the bank indicator, which tells him if he's banking, i.e. turning to left or right, the slip indicator, which tells him if he's skidding crabwise across the sky, and the vertical speed indicator, which tells him if he's diving or climbing, and if so, how fast. The last 3 of these are electrically operated, and they had gone the same way as my compass. That left me with the 2 pressure-operated instruments, airspeed indicator and altimeter. In other words, I knew how fast I was going and how high I was. It's perfectly possible to land an aircraft with only these 2 instruments, judging the rest by those old navigational aids, the human eyes. Possible, that is, in conditions of brilliant weather, by daylight and with no cloud in the sky. It is possible, just possible, though not advisable, to try and navigate a fast-moving jet by dead reckoning using the eyes, looking down and identifying the curve of the coast where it makes an easily recognizable pattern, spotting a strange-shaped reservoir, the glint of a river that the map strapped to the thigh says can only be the Ouse, or the Trent, or the Thames. From lower down, it is possible to differentiate Norwich Cathedral Tower from Lincoln Cathedral Tower, if you know the countryside intimately. By night, it is not possible. The only things that show up at night, even a bright moonlit night, are the lights. These have patterns when seen from the sky. Manchester looks different from Birmingham. Southampton can be recognised from the shape of its massive harbour and the Solent cut out in black. The sea shows up in black against the carpet of the city's light. I knew Norwich very well, and I could identify the great curving bulge of the Norfolk coastline from Lowestoft round through Yarmouth to Cromer. I could find Norwich, the only major sprawl of lights set 20 miles inland from all points on the coast. 5 miles north of Norwich I knew was the fighter airfield of Merriam St. George, whose red indicator beacon would be blipping out its Morse identification signal into the night. There, if they only had the sense to switch on the airfield lights when they heard me screaming at low level up and down the airfield, I could land safely. I began to let the Vampire down slowly towards the oncoming coast, my mind feverishly working out how far behind schedule I was through the reduced speed. My watch told me 43 minutes airborne. The coast of Norfolk had to be somewhere ahead of my nose, 6 miles below. I glanced up at the full moon like a searchlight in the glittering sky and thanked her for her presence. As the fighter slipped towards Norfolk, the sense of loneliness gripped me tighter and tighter. All those things that had seemed so beautiful as I had climbed away from the Westphalian airfield now seemed my worst enemies. The stars were no longer impressive in their brilliance. I thought of their hostility, sparkling away there in the timeless, lost infinities of endless, sub-zero space. The night sky, its stratospheric temperature fixed night and day alike at an unchanging 56 degrees below zero, became in my mind a limitless prison creaking with the cold. Below me lay the worst of them all, the heavy brutality of the North Sea, waiting to swallow me up and my plane and bury us for endless eternity in a liquid crypt where nothing moved, nor would ever move again, and no one would ever know. At 15,000 feet and still diving, I began to realize that a fresh and, for me, the last enemy had entered the field. There was no ink-black sea 3 miles below me, no necklace of twinkling seaside lights somewhere up ahead. Far away, to right and left, ahead and no doubt behind me, the light of the moon reflected on a flat and endless sea of white, perhaps only 100, 200 feet thick, but enough to blot out all vision, enough to kill me. The East Anglian fog had moved in. As I had flown westwards from Germany, a slight breeze, unforeseen by the weathermen, had sprung up, blowing from the North Sea towards Norfolk. During the previous day, the flat, open ground of East Anglia had been frozen hard by the wind and the sub-zero temperatures. During the evening, the wind had moved a belt of slightly warmer air off the North Sea and onto the plains of East Anglia. There, coming into contact with the ice-cold earth, the trillions of tiny moisture particles in the sea air had vaporized, forming the kind of fog that can blot out 5 counties in a matter of 30 minutes. How far westward it stretched, I couldn't tell. To the West Midlands, perhaps, nudging up against the eastern slopes of the Pennines. There was no question of trying to overfly the fog to the westwards. Without navigational aids or radio, I would be lost of a strange, unfamiliar country. Also out of the question was to try and fly back to Holland to land at one of the Dutch Air Force bases along the coast there. I hadn't fuel. Relying only on my eyes to guide me, it was a question of landing at Merriam St. George or dying amid the wreckage of the Vampire somewhere in the fog-wreathed fens of Norfolk. At 10,000 feet, I pulled out of my dive, increasing power slightly to keep myself airborne, using up more of my precious fuel. Still a creature of my training, I recalled the instructions of Flight Sergeant Norris again. When we are totally lost above unbroken cloud, gentlemen, we must consider the necessity of bailing out of our aircraft, must we not? Of course, Sergeant. Unfortunately, the Martin Baker ejector seat cannot be fitted to the single-seat Vampire, which is notorious for being almost impossible to bail out of. The only 2 successful candidates living lost their legs in the process. Still, there has to be a first lucky one. What else, Sergeant? Our first move, therefore, is to turn our aircraft towards the open sea, away from all areas of intense human habitation. You mean towns, Sergeant? These people down there pay for us to fly for them, not to drop a screaming monster of 10 tons of steel on top of them on Christmas Eve. There are kids down there, schools, hospitals, homes. You turn your aircraft out to sea. The procedures were all worked out. They didn't mention that the chances of a pilot bobbing about in a winter's night on the North Sea, frozen face lashed by sub-zero wind, supported by a yellow life jacket, ice encrusting on his lips, eyebrows, ears, his position unknown by the men sipping their Christmas punches in warm rooms 300 miles away, that his chances were less than 1 in 100 of living longer than 1 hour. In the training films, they showed you pictures of happy fellows who had announced by radio that they were ditching, being picked up by helicopters within minutes, and all on a bright, warm summer's day. One last procedure, gentlemen, to be used in extreme emergency. That's better, Sergeant Norris. That's what I'm in now. All aircraft approaching Britain's coast are visible on the radar scanners of our early warning system. If, therefore, we have lost our radio and cannot transmit our emergency, we try to attract the attention of our radar scanners by adopting an odd form of behaviour. We do this by moving out to sea, then flying in small triangles, turning left, left, and left again, each leg of the triangle being of a duration of 2 minutes flying time. In this way, we hope to attract attention. When we have been spotted, the air traffic controller is informed and he diverts another aircraft to find us. The other aircraft, of course, has radio. When discovered by the rescue aircraft, we formate on him and he brings us down through the cloud or fog to a safe landing. Yes, it was the last attempt to save one's life. I recall the details better now. The rescue aircraft who would lead you back to a safe landing, flying wingtip to wingtip, was called the Shepherd. I glanced at my watch. 51 minutes airborne, 30 minutes left of fuel. The fuel gauge read 1/3 full. Knowing myself to be still short of the Norfolk coast and flying level at 10,000 feet in the moonlight, I pulled the Vampire into a left-hand turn and began my first leg of the first triangle. After 2 minutes, I pulled left again, hoping, without a compass, to be able to judge 120 degrees, using the moon as a rough guide. Below me, the fog reached back as far as I could see, and ahead of me also, towards Norfolk. It was the same. 10 minutes went by, nearly 2 complete triangles. I hadn't prayed, not really prayed, for many years, and the habit came hard. Lord, please get me out of this bloody mess. No, you mustn't talk like that to him. Our Father, which art in heaven. He'd heard that 1,000 times, would be hearing it another 1,000 times tonight. What do you say to him when you want help? Please, God, make somebody notice me up here. Please make someone see me flying in triangles and send up a shepherd to help me down to a safe landing. Please help me, and I promise. What on earth could I promise him? He had no need of me, and I, who now had need of him, had taken no notice of him for so long he'd probably forgotten all about me. By 72 minutes airborne on my watch, I knew no one would come. The compass still drifted aimlessly through all the points of the circle. The other electrical instruments were dead, all their needles pointing at 0. My altimeter said 7,000 feet, so I had dropped 3,000 feet while turning. No matter. The fuel read almost 1/8 full, say 10 minutes more flying time. I felt the rage of despair welling up. I began screaming into the dead microphone. You stupid bastards! Why don't you look at your radar screens? Why can't somebody see me up here, all so damn drunk you can't do your jobs properly? Oh God, why won't somebody listen to me? By then, the anger had subsided, and I had taken to blubbering like a baby from the sheer helplessness of it all. 5 minutes later, I knew, without any doubt of it, that I was going to die that night. Strangely, I wasn't even afraid anymore, just enormously sad. Sad for all the things I would never do, the places I would never see, the people I would never greet again. It's a bad thing, a sad thing to die at 20 years old with your life unlived. And the worst thing of all is not the fact of dying, but the fact of all the things never done. Out through the perspex I could see the moon was setting, hovering above the horizon of thick white fog. In another 2 minutes the night sky would be plunged into total darkness, and a few minutes later I would have to bail out of a dying aircraft before it flicked over on its last dive into the North Sea. An hour later I would be dead also, bobbing around in the water, a bright yellow May West jacket supporting a stiff, frozen body. I dropped the left wing of the Vampire towards the moon to bring the aircraft onto the final leg of the last triangle. Down below the wingtip, against the sheen of the fog bank, up moon of me, A black shadow crossed the whiteness. For a second, I thought it was my own shadow, but with the moon up there, my own shadow would be behind me. It was another aircraft, low against the fog bank, keeping station with me through my turn, a mile down through the sky towards the fog. The other aircraft being below me, I kept turning, wing down, to keep it in sight. The other aircraft also kept turning until the two of us had done one complete circle. Only then did I realize why it was so far below me, why he didn't climb to my height and take up station on my wingtip. He was flying slower than I. He couldn't keep up if he tried to fly beside me. Trying hard not to believe he was just another aircraft moving on his way, about to disappear forever into the fog bank, I eased the throttle back and began to slip down towards him. He kept turning, so did I. At 5,000 feet, I knew I was still going too fast for him. I couldn't reduce power any more for fear of stalling the vampire and plunging down out of control. To slow up even more, I put out the air brakes. The vampire shuddered as the brakes swung into the slipstream, slowing the vampire down to 280 knots. And then he came up towards me, swinging in towards my left-hand wingtip. I could make out the black bulk of him against the dim white sheet of fog below. Then he was with me, 100 feet off my wingtip, and we straightened out together, rocking as we tried to keep formation. The moon was to my right, and my own shadow masked his shape and form, but even so I could make out the shimmer of two propellers whirling through the sky ahead of him. Of course he couldn't fly at my speed. I was in a jet fighter, he in a piston-engined aircraft of an earlier generation. He held station alongside me for a few seconds, down moon of me, half invisible, then banked gently to the left. I followed, keeping formation with him, for he was obviously the shepherd sent up to bring me down, and he had the compass and radio, not I. He swung through 180 degrees, then straightened up, flying straight and level. The moon behind him. From the position of the dying moon, I knew we were heading back towards the Norfolk coast, and for the first time I could see him well. To my surprise, my shepherd was a de Havilland Mosquito, a fighter bomber of the Second World War vintage. Then I remembered that the meteorological squadron at Gloucester used mosquitoes to take samples of the upper atmosphere to help in the preparation of weather forecasts. I had seen them at Battle of Britain displays, flying their mosquitoes in the flight past, attracting gasps from the crowd and a few nostalgic shakes of the head from the older men, such as they always reserved on September the 15th for the Spitfires, Hurricanes and Lancasters. Inside the cockpit of the Mosquito, I could make out, against the light of the moon, the muffled head of its pilot and the twin circles of his goggles as he looked out of the side window towards me. Carefully, he raised his right hand till I could see it in the window, fingers straight, palm downwards. He jabbed the fingers forward and down, meaning, "We're going to descend. Formate on me." I nodded and quickly brought up my own left hand so he could see it, pointing forwards to my own control panel with one forefinger, then holding up my 5 splayed fingers. Finally, I drew my hand across my throat. By common agreement, this sign means I have only 5 minutes fuel left. Then my engine cuts out. I saw the muffled, goggled, oxygen-masked head nod in understanding. Then we were heading downwards, towards the sheet of fog. His speed increased, and I brought the air brakes back in. The vampire stopped trembling and plunged ahead of the Mosquito. I pulled back on the throttle, hearing the engine die to a low whistle, and the shepherd was back beside me. We were diving straight towards the shrouded land of Norfolk. I glanced at my altimeter. 2,000 feet, still diving. He pulled out at 300 feet. The fog was still below us. Probably the fog bank was only from the ground to 100 feet up, but that was more than enough to prevent a plane from landing without a GCA. I could imagine the stream of instructions coming from the radar hut into the earphones of the man flying beside me, 80 feet away through 2 panes of perspex and a wind stream of icy air moving between us at 280 knots. I kept my eyes on him, formating as closely as possible, afraid of losing sight for an instant, watching for his every hand signal. Against the white fog, even as the moon sank, I had to marvel at the beauty of his aircraft. The short nose and the bubble cockpit, the blister of perspex right in the nose itself with the twin cannon pointing out towards the enemy. The long, lean, underslung engine pods, each housing a Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, a masterpiece of craftsmanship, snarling through the night towards home. 2 minutes later, he held up his clenched left fist in the window, then opened the fist to splay all 5 fingers against the glass. "Please lower your undercarriage." I moved the lever downwards and felt the dull thunk as all 3 wheels went down, happily powered by hydraulic pressure and not dependent on the failed electrical system. The pilot of the Shepherd aircraft pointed down again for another descent, and as he jinked in the moonlight, I caught sight of the nose of the Mosquito. It had the letters JK painted on it, large and black, probably for call sign Juliet Kilo. Then we were descending again, more gently this time. He levelled out just above the fog layer, so low the tendrils of candy floss were lashing at our fuselages, and we went into a steady circular turn. I managed to flick a glance at my fuel gauge. It was on 0, flickering feebly. For God's sake, hurry up, I prayed, for if my fuel failed me now, there will be no time to climb to the minimum 500 feet needed for bailing out. A jet fighter at 100 feet without an engine is a death trap, with no chances for survival. For 2 or 3 minutes he seemed content to hold his slow circular turn, while the sweat broke out behind my neck and began to run in streams down my back, gumming the light nylon flying suit to my skin. "Hurry up, man! Hurry up!" Quite suddenly he straightened out, so fast I almost lost him by continuing to turn. I caught him a second later and saw his left hand flash the dive signal to me. Then he dipped towards the fog bank. I followed, and we were in it. A shallow, flat descent, but a descent, nevertheless, and from a mere 100 feet towards nothing. To pass out of even dimly lit sky into cloud or fog is like passing into a bath of grey cotton wool. Suddenly there's nothing but the grey whirling strands, a million tendrils reaching out to trap and strangle you, each one touching the cockpit cover with a quick caress, then disappearing back into nothingness. The visibility was down to near 0, no shape, no size, no form, no substance, except the dimly of my left wingtip, now only 40 feet away, was the form of a mosquito flying with absolute certainty towards something I could not see. Only then did I realize he was flying without lights. For a second I was amazed, horrified by my discovery. Then I realized the wisdom of the man. Lights in fog are treacherous, hallucinatory, mesmeric. You can get attracted to them not knowing whether they are 40 or 100 feet away from you. The tendency is to move towards them. For 2 aircraft in the fog, one flying formation on the other, that could spell disaster. The man was right. Keeping formation with him, I knew he was slowing down, for I too was easing back the throttle, dropping and slowing. In a fraction of a second, I flashed a glance at the 2 instruments I needed. The altimeter was reading 0. So was the fuel gauge, and neither was even flickering. The airspeed indicator, which I had also seen, read 120 knots, and this damn coffin was going to fall out of the sky at 95. Without warning, the shepherd pointed a single forefinger at me, then forward through the windscreen. It meant, "There you are, fly on and land." I stared forward through the now streaming windscreen. Nothing. Then yes, something. A blur to the left, another to the right, then 2, one each side. Ringed with haze, there were lights either side of me in pairs, flashing past. I forced my eyes to see what lay between them. Nothing. Blackness. Then a streak of paint running under my feet. The centre line. Frantically, I closed down the power and held her steady, praying for the vampire to settle. The lights were rising now, almost at eye level, and still she wouldn't settle. Bang! We touched the deck. Bang, bang, another touch. She was drifting again, inches above the wet black runway. Bam, 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 rumble. She was down. The main wheels had struck and held. The vampire was rolling at over 90 miles an hour through a sea of grey fog. I touched the brakes and the nose slammed down onto the deck also. Slow pressure now. No skidding. Hold her straight against the skid. More pressure on those brakes or we'll run off the end. The lights are moving past more leisurely now, slowing. Slower, slower. The vampire stopped. I found both my hands clenched round the control column, squeezing the brake lever inwards. I forget now how many seconds I held them there before I would believe we were stopped. Finally, I did believe it. Put on the parking brake and released the main brake. Then I went to turn off the engine, for there was no use trying to taxi in this fog. They would have to tow the fighter back with a Land Rover. There was no need to turn off the engine. It had finally run out of fuel as the vampire careered down the runway. I shut off the remaining systems, fuel, hydraulics, electrics, and pressurization, and slowly began to unstrap myself from the seat and parachute dinghy pack. As I did so, a movement caught my eye. To my left, through the fog, no more than 50 feet away, low on the ground with wheels up, the Mosquito roared past me. I caught the flash of the pilot's hand in the side window. Then he was gone, up into the fog, before he could see my answering wave of acknowledgement. But I'd already decided to call up RAF Gloucester and thank him personally from the officers' mess. With the systems off, the cockpit was misting up fast, so I released the canopy and pushed it upwards and backwards by hand until it locked. Only then, as I stood up, did I realize how cold it was. Against my heated body, dressed in a light nylon flying suit, it was freezing. I expected the control tower truck to be alongside in seconds, for with an emergency landing, even on Christmas Eve, the fire truck, ambulance and half a dozen other vehicles were always standing by. Nothing happened, at least not for 10 minutes. By the time the two headlights came groping out of the mist, I felt frozen. The lights stopped 20 feet from the motionless vampire, dwarfed by the fighter's bulk. A voice called, "Hello there!" I stepped out of the cockpit, jumped from the wing to the ground and ran towards the lights. They turned out to be the headlamps of a battered old Jowett Javelin. Not an Air Force identification mark in sight. At the wheel of the car was a puffed, beery face and a handlebar moustache. At least he wore an RAF officer's cap. He stared at me as I loomed out of the fog. "That yours?" He nodded towards the dim shape of the vampire. "Yes," I said. "I just landed it." "Extraordinary," he said. "Quite extraordinary." "You'd better jump in. I'll run you back to the mess." I was grateful for the warmth of the car, even more so to be alive. Moving in bottom gear, he began to ease the old car back round the taxi track, evidently towards the control tower and beyond them the mess buildings. As we moved away from the vampire, I saw that I had stopped 20 feet short of a ploughed field at the very end of the runway. "You were damn lucky," he said, or rather shouted, for the engine was roaring in first gear, and he seemed to be having trouble with foot controls. Judging by the smell of whiskey on his breath, that wasn't surprising. "Damn lucky," I agreed. "I ran out of fuel just as I was landing. My radio and all the electrical systems failed nearly 50 minutes ago over the North Sea." He spent several minutes digesting the information carefully. "Extraordinary," he said at length. "No compass?" "No compass. Flying in the approximate direction by the moon, as far as the coast, or where I judged it to be. After that—" "No radio?" No radio," I said. "A dead box on all channels." "Then how did you find this place?" he asked. I was losing patience. The man was evidently one of those passed-over flight lieutenants, not terribly bright and probably not a flyer, despite the handlebar moustache. A ground waller, and drunk with it. Shouldn't be on duty at all on an operational station at that hour of night. "I was guided in," I explained patiently. The emergency procedures, having worked so well, now began to seem run-of-the-mill. Such is the recuperation of youth. I flew short, left-handed triangles as per instructions, and they sent up a Shepherd aircraft to guide me down. No problem. He shrugged, as if to say, "If you insist." Finally, he said, "Damn lucky all the same. I'm surprised the other chap managed to find the place." "No problem there," I explained patiently. "It was one of the weather aircraft from RAF Gloucester. Obviously, he had radio, so we came in here on formation on a GCA. Then, when I saw the lights at the threshold of the runway, I landed myself." The man was obviously dense as well as drunk. "Extraordinary," he said, sucking a stray drop of moisture off his handlebar. We don't have a GCA. We don't have any navigational equipment at all, not even a beacon. Now it was my turn to let the information sink in. This isn't RAF Merriam St. George? I asked in a small voice. He shook his head. Marham? Chicksands? Lakenheath? No, he said. This is RAF Minton. I've never heard of it, I said at last. I'm not surprised. We're not an operational station. Haven't been for years. Minton's a storage depot. Excuse me. He stopped the car and got out. I saw we were standing a few feet from the dim shape of a control tower adjoining a long row of Nissen huts, evidently once flight rooms, navigational and briefing huts. Above the narrow door at the base of the tower through which the officer had disappeared hung a single naked bulb. By its lights I could make out broken windows, padlocked doors, an air of abandonment and neglect. The man returned and climbed shakily back behind the wheel. Just turning the runway lights off, he said, and belched. My mind was whirling. This was mad, crazy, illogical. Yet there had to be a perfectly reasonable explanation. Why did you switch them on? I asked. It was the sound of your engine, he said. I was in the officers' mess having a noggin, and old Joe suggested I listen out the window for a second. There you were, circling right above us. You sounded damn low, almost as if you were going to come down in a hurry. Thought I might be of some use, remembered they never disconnected the old runway lights when they dismantled the station. So I ran down to the control tower and switched them on. I see, I said, but I didn't. There had to be an explanation. That was why I was so late coming to pick you up. I had to go back to the mess to get the car out once I'd heard you land out there. Then I had to find you. Bloody foggy night. You can say that again, I thought. The mystery puzzled me for another few minutes, then I hit on the explanation. Where is RAF Minton exactly? I asked him. 5 miles in from the coast, inland from Cromer. That's where we are, he said. And where's the nearest operational RAF station with all the radio aids, including GCA? He thought for a minute. Must be Merriam St. George, he said. They must have all those sorts of things. Mind you, I'm just a stores Johnny. That was the explanation. My unknown friend in the weatherplane had been taking me straight from the coast for Merriam St. George. By chance, Minton, abandoned old stores depot Minton with its cobwebbed runway lights and drunken commanding officer, lay right along the in-flight path to Merriam's runway. Merriam controller had asked us to circle twice while he switched on his runway lights 10 miles ahead, and this old fool had switched on his lights as well. Result, coming in on the last 10-mile stretch, I had plonked my vampire down on the wrong airfield. I was about to tell him not to interfere with modern procedures that he couldn't understand, when I choked the words back. My fuel had run out halfway down the runway. I'd never have made Merriam 10 miles away. I'd have crashed in the field short of touchdown. By an amazing fluke, I had been, as he said, damn lucky. By the time I had worked out the rational explanation for my presence at this nearly abandoned airfield, we had reached the officers' mess. My host parked his car in front of the door and we climbed out. Above the entrance hall, a light was burning, dispelling the fog and illuminating the carved but chipped crest of the Royal Air Force above the doorway. To one side was a board, screwed to the wall. It said RAF Station Minton. To the other side was another board announcing Officers' Mess. We walked inside. The front hall was large and spacious, but evidently built in the pre-war years when metal window frames, service issue, were the fashion. The place reeked of the expression, it had seen better days. It had indeed. Only 2 cracked leather club chairs occupied the anteroom, which could have taken 20. The cloakroom to the right contained a long empty rail for non-existent coats. My host, who told me he was Flight Lieutenant Marks, shrugged off his sheepskin coat and threw it over a chair. He was wearing his uniform trousers, but with a chunky blue pullover for a jacket. It must be miserable to spend your Christmas on duty in a dump like this. He told me he was the second in command, the CO being a squadron leader now on Christmas leave. Apart from him and his CO, the station boasted a sergeant, 3 corporals, one of whom was on Christmas duty and presumably in the corporal's mess, also on his own, and 20 stores clerks, all away on leave. When not on leave, they spent their days classifying tons of surplus clothing, parachutes, boots, and other impedimenta that goes to make up a fighting service. There was no fire in the vestibule, though there was a large brick fireplace, nor any in the bar either. Both rooms were freezing cold, and I was beginning to shiver again after recovering in the car. Marks was putting his head through the various doors leading off the hall, shouting for someone called Joe. By looking through after him, I took in at a glance the spacious but deserted dining room, also fireless and cold, and the twin passages, one leading to the officers' private rooms, the other to the staff quarters. RAF messes do not vary much in architecture. Once a pattern, always a pattern. "Sorry it's not very hospitable, old boy," said Marks, having failed to find the absent Joe. "Being only the two of us on station here, no visitors to speak of. We've each made 2 bedrooms into a sort of self-contained apartment where we live. Hardly seems worth using all this space just for the 2 of us. You can't heat them in winter, you know, not on the fuel they allow us, and you can't get the stuff." It seemed sensible. In his position, I'd probably have done the same. "Not to worry," I said, dropping my flying helmet and attached oxygen mask into the other leather chair, "though I could do with a bath and a meal." "I think we can manage that," he said, trying hard to play the genial host. "I'll get Joe to fix up one of the spare rooms. God knows we have enough of them, and heat up the water. He'll also rustle up a meal. Not much, I'm afraid. Bacon and eggs do?" I nodded. By this time I presumed old Joe was the mess steward. "That'll do fine. While I'm waiting, do you mind if I use your phone?" Certainly, of course, you'll have to check in." He ushered me into the mess secretary's office, a door beside the entrance to the bar. It was small and cold, but it had a chair, empty desk, and a telephone. I dialed 100 for the local operator, and while I was waiting, Marks returned with a tumbler of whiskey. Normally, I hardly touch spirits, but it was warming, so I thanked him, and he went off to supervise the steward. My watch told me it was close to midnight. Hell of a way to spend Christmas, I thought. Then I recalled how 30 minutes earlier I had been crying to God for a bit of help, and felt ashamed. "Little Minton," said a drowsy voice. It took ages to get through, for I had no telephone number for Miriam St. George, but the girl got it eventually. Down the line I could hear the telephone operator's family celebrating in the back room, no doubt their living quarters attached to the village post office. Eventually the phone was ringing. "RAF Miriam St. George," said a man's voice. Duty sergeant speaking from the guardroom, I thought. "Duty controller air traffic control, please," I said. There was a pause. "I'm sorry, sir," said the voice. "May I ask who's calling?" I gave him my name and rank. "Speaking from RAF Minton," I told him. "I see, sir, but I'm afraid there's no flying tonight, sir. No one on duty in air traffic control. A few of the officers up in the mess, though. Then give me the station duty officer, please." When I got through to him, he was evidently in the mess, for the sound of lively talk could be heard behind him. I explained about the emergency and the fact that his station had been alerted to receive a vampire fighter coming in on an emergency GCA without radio. He listened attentively. Perhaps he was young and conscientious too, for he was quite sober, as a station duty officer is supposed to be at all times, even Christmas. "I didn't know about that," he said at length. "I don't think we've been operational since we closed down at 5 this afternoon, but I'm not on air traffic. Would you hold on? I'll get the wing commander flying. He's here." There was a pause, and then an older voice came on the line. I explained the matter again. "Where are you speaking from?" he said, after noting my name, rank, and the station I was based at. "RAF Minton, sir. I've just made an emergency landing here. Apparently, it's nearly abandoned." "Yes, I know," he drawled. "Damn bad luck. Do you want us to send a Tilly for you?" No, it's not that, sir. I don't mind being here. It's just that I landed at the wrong airfield. I believe I was heading for your airfield on a ground-controlled approach." "Well, make up your mind. Were you or weren't you? You ought to know. According to what you say, you were flying the damn thing." I took a deep breath and started at the beginning. "So you see, sir, I was intercepted by the weather plane from Gloucester, and he brought me in. But in this fog, it must have been on a GCA. No other way to get down. Yet when I saw the lights of Minton, I landed here, assuming it to be Miriam St. George." "Splendid," he said at length. "Marvellous bit of flying by that pilot from Gloucester. Of course, those chaps are up in all weathers. It's their job. What do you want us to do about it?" I was getting exasperated. Wing commander he might have been. but he had had a skinful this Christmas Eve. I'm ringing to alert you to stand down your radar and traffic controls, sir. They must have been waiting for a vampire that's never going to arrive. It's already arrived here at Minton. But we're closed down, he said. We shut all the systems down at 5 o'clock. There's been no call for us to turn out. But Merriam St. George has a GCA, I protested. I know we have, he shouted back, but it hasn't been used tonight. It's been shut down since 5 o'clock. I asked the next and last question slowly and carefully. Do you know, sir, where is the nearest RAF station that will be manning 121.5 metre band throughout the night, the nearest station to here that maintains 24-hour emergency listening? 121.5 metres is the International Aircraft Emergency Frequency. Yes, he said equally slowly. To the west, RAF Marham. To the south, RAF Lakenheath. Good night to you. Happy Christmas. He put the phone down. I sat back and breathed deeply. Marham was 40 miles away on the other side of Norfolk. Lakenheath was 40 miles to the south in Suffolk. On the fuel I was carrying, not only could I not have made Merriam St. George, it wasn't even open. So how could I have ever got to Marham or Lakenheath? And I had told the Mosquito pilot that I only had 5 minutes fuel left. He had acknowledged that he understood. In any case, he was flying far too low after we dived into the fog ever to fly 40 miles like that. The man must have been mad. It began to dawn on me that I didn't really owe my life to the weather pilot from Gloucester, but to Flight Lieutenant Marks, beery, bumbling old passed-over Flight Lieutenant Marks, who couldn't tell one end of an aircraft from another, but who had run 400 yards through the fog to switch on the lights of an abandoned runway because he heard a jet engine circling overhead too close to the ground. Still, the Mosquito must be back at Gloucester by now, and he ought to know that despite everything, I was alive. Gloucester, said the operator, at this time of night? Yes, I replied firmly, Gloucester at this time of night. One thing about weather squadrons, they're always on duty. The duty meteorologist took the call. I explained the position to him. I'm afraid there must be some mistake, flying officer, he said. It couldn't have been one of ours. Look, that is RAF Gloucester, right? Yes, it is. Duty Met officer speaking. Fine, and your unit flies Mosquitoes to take pressure and temperature readings at altitude, right? Wrong, he said. We used to use Mosquitoes. They went out of service 3 months ago. We now use Canberras. I sat holding the telephone, staring at it in disbelief. Then an idea came to me. What happened to them? I asked. He must have been an elderly boffin of great courtesy and patience to tolerate darn fool questions at this hour of the night. They were scrapped, I think, or sent off to the museums more likely. They're getting quite rare nowadays, you know. I know, I said. Could one of them have been sold privately? Well, I suppose it's possible, he said at length. It would depend on Air Ministry policy, but I think they went to aircraft museums. Thank you very much, and happy Christmas. I put the phone down and shook my head in bewilderment. What a night! What an incredible night! First I lose my radio and all my instruments, then I get lost and short of fuel. Then I'm taken in tow by some moonlighting harebrain with a passion for veteran aircraft, flying his own Mosquito through the night, who happens to spot me, comes within an inch of killing me, and finally a half-drunk ground duty officer has the sense to put on his runway lights in time to save me. Luck doesn't come in much bigger slices. But one thing was certain, that amateur air ace hadn't the faintest idea what he was doing. On the other hand, where would I be without him, I asked, bobbing around dead in the North Sea by now. I raised the last of the whiskey to him and his strange passion for flying privately in outdated aircraft and tossed the drink back. Flight Lieutenant Marks put his head round the door. Your room's ready, he said. Number 17, just down the corridor. Joe's making up a fire for you now. The bathwater's heating. If you don't mind, I think I'll turn in. Will you be all right on your own? I greeted him with more friendliness than last time, which he deserved. Sure, I'll be fine. Many thanks for all your help. I took my helmet and wandered down the corridor flanked with the numbers of the bedrooms of bachelor officers long since posted elsewhere. From the door of 17, a bar of light shone out into the passage. As I entered the room, an old man rose from his knees in front of the fireplace. He gave me a start. Mess stewards are usually RAF serving men. This one was near 70 and obviously a locally recruited civilian employee. "Good evening, sir," he said. "I'm Joe, sir. I'm the mess steward." "Yes, Joe, Mr. Marks told me about you. Sorry to cause you so much trouble at this hour of the night. I just dropped in, as you might say." "Yes, Mr. Marks told me. I'll have your room ready directly. Soon as this fire burns up, it'll be quite cosy." The chill had not been taken off the room, and I shivered in the nylon flying suit. I should have asked Marks for the loan of a sweater, but had forgotten. I elected to take my lonely evening meal in my room, and while Joe went to fetch it, I had a quick bath, for the water was by now reasonably hot. While I towelled myself down and wrapped the old but warm dressing gown that old Joe had brought with him round me, he set out a small table and placed a plate of sizzling bacon and eggs on it. By now the room was comfortably warm, the coal fire burning brightly, the curtains drawn. While I ate, which took only a few minutes, for I was ravenously hungry, the old steward stayed to talk. "You been here long, Joe?" I asked him, more out of politeness than genuine interest. "Oh, yes, sir, nigh on 20 years, since just before the war, when the station opened." "You've seen some changes, eh? It wasn't always like this." "That it wasn't, sir, that it wasn't." And he told me of the days when the rooms were crammed with eager young pilots, the dining room noisy with the clatter of plates and cutlery, the bar roaring with bawdy songs, of months and years when the sky above the airfield crackled and snarled to the sound of piston engines, driving planes to war and bringing them back again. While he talked, I finished my meal and emptied the remainder of the half bottle of red wine he'd brought from the bar store. A very good steward was Joe. After finishing, I rose from the table, fished a cigarette from the pocket of my flying suit, lit it, and sauntered round the room. The steward began to tidy up the plates and the glass from the table. I halted before an old photograph in a frame, standing alone on the mantel-shelf above the crackling fire. I stopped with my cigarette half raised to my lips, feeling the room go suddenly cold. The photo was old and stained, but behind its glass it was still clear enough. It showed a young man of about my own years, in his early 20s, dressed in flying gear, but not the blue nylon suits and gleaming plastic crash helmet of today. He wore thick sheepskin-lined boots, rough serge trousers, and the heavy sheepskin zip-up jacket. From his left hand dangled one of the soft leather flying helmets they used to wear, with goggles attached instead of the modern pilot's tinted visor. He stood with legs apart, right hand on hip, a defiant stance, but he was not smiling. He stared at the camera with grim intentness. There was something sad about the eyes. Behind him, quite clearly visible, stood his aircraft. There was no mistaking the lean, sleek silhouette of the Mosquito fighter bomber, nor the two low-slung pods housing the twin Merlin engines that gave it its remarkable performance. I was about to say something to Joe when I felt the gust of cold air on my back. One of the windows had blown open, and the icy air was rushing in. "I'll close it, sir," the old man said, and made to put all the plates back down again. "No, I'll do it." It took me 2 strides to cross to where the window swung on its steel frame. To get a better hold, I stepped inside the curtain and stared out. The fog swirled in waves round the old mess building, disturbed by the current of warm air coming from a window. Somewhere, far away in the fog, I thought I heard the snarl of engines. There were no engines out there, just a motorcycle of some farm boy taking leave of his sweetheart across the fens. I closed the window, made sure it was secure, and turned back into the room. "Who's the pilot, Joe?" "Pilot, sir?" I nodded towards the lonely photograph on the mantel-shelf. "Oh, I see, sir. That's a photo of Mr. Kavanagh. He was here during the war, sir." He placed the wine glass on top of the topmost plate in his hands. "Kavanagh?" I walked back to the picture and studied it closely. "Yes, sir. An Irish gentleman. A very fine man, if I might say so. As a matter of fact, sir, this was his room." "What squadron was that, Joe?" I was still peering at the aircraft in the background. "Pathfinders, sir. Mosquitoes they flew. Remarkable pilots, all of them. But I venture to say I believe Mr. Johnny was the best of them all. But then I'm biased, sir, for I was his Batman, you see." There was no doubting it. The faint letters on the nose of the mosquito behind the figure in the photo read J.K., not Juliet Kilo, but Johnny Kavanagh. The whole thing was clear as day. Kavanagh had been a superb pilot flying with one of the crack squadrons during the war. After the war, he'd left the Air Force, probably going into second-hand car dealing, as quite a few did. So he'd made a pile of money in the booming 50s, probably bought himself a smart country house and had enough left over to indulge his real passion, flying, or rather recreating the past, his days of glory. He'd bought up an old Mosquito in one of the RAF periodic auctions of obsolescent aircraft, refitted it and flew it privately whenever he wished. Not a bad way to spend your spare time, if you had the money. So he'd been flying back from some trip to Europe, had spotted me turning in triangles above the cloud bank, realised I was stuck, and taken me in tow. Pinpointing his position precisely by cross radio beacons, knowing this stretch of the coast by heart, he'd taken the chance of finding his old airfield at Minton, even in thick fog. It was a hell of a risk. But then I had no fuel left anyway, so it was that or bust. I had no doubt I could trace the man, probably through the Royal Aero Club. He was certainly a good pilot, I said reflectively, thinking of this evening's performance. "The best, sir," said old Joe from behind me. "They reckoned he had the eyes of a cat, did Mr. Johnny. I remember many's the time the squadron would return from dropping flares over bombing targets in Germany, and the rest of the young gentlemen would go to the bar and have a drink, more likely several." "He didn't drink?" I asked. "Oh, yes, sir, but more often he'd have his Mosquito refuelled and take off again alone, going back over the Channel or the North Sea to see if he could find some crippled bomber making for the coast and guide them home." I frowned. These big bombers had their own bases to go to, but some of them would have taken a lot of enemy flak fire, and sometimes they had their radios knocked out all over they came from. Marham, Scampton, Cottesloe, Waddington, the great big four-engined ones, Halifaxes, Stirlings and Lancasters. Bit before your time, if you pardon me saying so, sir. "I've seen pictures of them," I admitted, "and some of them flying air parades, and he used to guide them back." I could imagine them in my mind's eye, gaping holes in the body, wings and tail, creaking and swaying as the pilot sought to hold them steady for home, a wounded or dying crew, and the radio shot to bits. And I knew from too recent experience the bitter loneliness of the winter's sky at night, with no radio, no guide for home, and the fog blotting out the land. "That's right, sir. He used to go up for a second flight in the same night, patrolling out over the North Sea looking for a crippled plane. Then he'd guide 'em home, back here to Minton, sometimes through fog so dense you couldn't see your hand. Sixth sense, they said he had, something of the Irish in him." I turned from the photograph and stubbed my cigarette butt into the ashtray by the bed. Joe was at the door. "Quite a man," I said, and I meant it. Even today, middle-aged, he was a superb flyer. "Oh, yes, sir, quite a man, Mr. Johnny. I remember him saying to me once, standing right where you are before the fire, 'Joe,' he said, 'whenever there's one of them out there in the night trying to get back, I'll go out and bring 'em home.'" I nodded gravely. The old man so obviously worshipped his wartime officer. "Well," I said, "by the look of it, he's still doing it." Now Joe smiled. "Oh, I hardly think so, sir. Mr. Johnny went out on his last patrol Christmas Eve, 1943. Just 14 years ago tonight. He never came back, sir. He went down with his plane somewhere out there in the North Sea. Good night, sir, and Happy Christmas."
The Snow by Hugh Walpole. The second Mrs. Ryder was a young woman, not easily frightened, but now she stood in the dusk of the passage, leaning back against the wall, her hand on her heart, looking at the grey-faced window, beyond which the snow was steadily falling against the lamplight. The passage where she was led from the study to the dining-room, and the window looked out onto the little paved path that ran at the edge of the cathedral green. As she stared down the passage, she couldn't be sure whether the woman were there or no. How absurd of her! She knew the woman wasn't there. But if the woman wasn't, how was it she could discern so clearly the old-fashioned grey cloak, the untidy grey hair, and the sharp outline of the pale cheek and pointed chin? Yes, and more than that, the long sweep of the grey dress falling in folds to the ground, the flash of a gold ring on the white hand. No, 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 this was madness. There was no one and nothing there. Hallucination. Very faintly a voice seemed to come to her. I warned you. This is for the last time. The nonsense! How far now was her imagination to carry her? Tiny sounds about the house, the running of a tap somewhere, a faint voice from the kitchen, these and something more had translated themselves into an imagined voice. The last time. But her terror was real. She was not normally frightened by anything. She was young and healthy and bold, fond of sport, hunting, shooting, taking any risk. Now she was truly stiffened with terror. She couldn't move, couldn't advance down the passage as she wanted to, and find light, warmth, safety in the dining room. All the time the snow fell steadily, stealthily, with its own secret purpose, maliciously, beyond the window, in the pale glow of the lamplight. Then, unexpectedly, there was a noise from the hall, opening of doors, a rush of feet, a pause, and then, in clear, beautiful voices, the well-known strains of Good King Wenceslas. It was the cathedral choir boys on their regular Christmas round. This was Christmas Eve. They always came just at this hour on Christmas Eve. With an intense, almost incredible relief, she turned back into the hall. At the same moment her husband came out of the study. They stood together smiling at a little group of muffled, becoated boys who were singing heart and soul in the job so that the old house simply rang with their melody. Reassured by the warmth and human company, she lost her terror. It had been her imagination. Of late, she had been none too well. That was why she was so irritable. Old Dr. Bernard was no good. He didn't understand her case at all. After Christmas, she would go to London and have the very best advice. Had she been well, she could not, half an hour ago, have shown such miserable temper over nothing. She knew that it was over nothing, and yet that knowledge didn't make it any easier for her to restrain herself. After every bout of temper, she told herself that there should never be another, and then Herbert said something irritating, one of his silly muddle-headed stupidities, and she was off again. She could see now, as she stood beside him at the bottom of the staircase, that he was still feeling it. She had certainly half an hour ago said some abominably rude, personal things, things that she had not at all meant, and he had taken them in his meek, quiet way. Were he not so meek and quiet, did he only pay her back in her own coin, she would never lose her temper. Of that she was sure. But who wouldn't be irritated by that meekness and by the only reproachful thing that he ever said to her? Elinor understood me better, my dear. To throw the first wife up against the second, wasn't that the most tactless thing that a man could possibly do? And Elinor, that worn, elderly woman, the very opposite of her own gay, bright, amusing self. That was why Herbert had loved her, because she was gay and bright and young. It was true that Elinor had been devoted, that she had been so utterly wrapped up in Herbert that she lived only for him. People were always recalling her devotion, which was sufficiently rude and tactless of them. Well, she couldn't give anyone that kind of old-fashioned sugary devotion. It wasn't in her, and Herbert knew it by this time. Nevertheless, she loved Herbert in her own way, as he must know it so well that he ought to pay no attention to the burst of temper. She wasn't well. She would see a doctor in London. The little boys finished their carols, were properly rewarded, and tumbled like feathery birds out into the snow again. They went into the study, the two of them, and stood beside the big open log fire. She put her hand up and stroked his thin, beautiful cheek. "I'm so sorry to have been cross just now, Bertie. I didn't mean half I said, you know." But he didn't, as he usually did, kiss her and tell her that it didn't matter. Looking straight in front of him, he answered, "Well, Alice, I do wish you wouldn't. It hurts horribly. It upsets me more than you think, and it's growing on you. You make me miserable. I don't know what to do about it, and it's all about nothing." Irritated at not receiving the usual commendation for her sweetness in making it up again, she withdrew a little and answered, "Oh, all right. I've said I'm sorry. I can't do any more." But tell me, he insisted, I want to know, what makes you so angry, so suddenly, and about nothing at all? She was about to let her anger rise, her anger at his obtuseness, obstinacy, when some fear checked her, some strange, unanalyzed fear, as though someone had whispered to her, "Look out, this is the last time." "It's not altogether my own fault," she answered, and left the room. She stood in the cold hall, wondering where to go. She could feel the snow falling outside the house and shivered. She hated the snow, she hated the winter, this beastly, cold, dark English winter that went on, only at last to change into a damp, soggy English spring. In Polchester it was unusual to have so heavy a snowfall. This was the hardest winter that they had known for many years. When she urged Herbert to winter abroad, which he could quite easily do, he answered her impatiently. He had the strongest affection for this poky, dead-and-alive cathedral town. The cathedral seemed to be precious to him. He wasn't happy if he didn't go and see it every day. She wouldn't wonder if he didn't think more of the cathedral than he did of herself. Elinor had been the same. She had even written a little book about the cathedral, about the black bishop's tomb and the stained glass and the rest. What was the cathedral, after all? Only a building. She was standing in the drawing-room looking out over the dusky ghostly snow to the great hulk of the cathedral that Herbert said was like a flying ship, but to herself was more like a crouching beast, licking its lips over the miserable sinners that it was forever devouring. As she looked and shivered, feeling that in spite of herself her temper and misery were rising so that they threatened to choke her, it seemed to her that her bright and cheerful fire-lit drawing-room was suddenly open to the snow. It was exactly as though cracks had appeared everywhere, in the ceiling, the walls, the windows, and that through these cracks the snow was filtering, dribbling in little tracks of wet down the walls, already perhaps making pools of water on the carpet. This was, of course, imagination, but it was a fact that the room was most dreadfully cold, although a great fire was burning, and it was the cosiest room in the house. Then, turning, she saw the figure standing by the door. This time there could be no mistake. It was a grey shadow, and yet a shadow with form and outline. The untidy grey hair, the pale face like a moonlit leaf, the long grey clothes, and something obstinate, vindictive, terribly menacing in its pose. She moved, and the figure was gone. There was nothing there, and the room was warm again, quite hot in fact. But young Mrs. Ryder, who had never feared anything in all her life save the vanishing of her youth, was trembling, so that she had to sit down, and even then her trembling did not cease. Her hand shook on the arm of the chair. She had created this thing out of her imagination of Elinor's hatred of her and her own hatred of Elinor. It was true that they had never met, but who knew but that spiritualists were right, and Elinor's spirit, jealous of Herbert's love for her, had been there, driving them apart, forcing her to lose her temper, and then hating her for losing it. Such things might be, but she hadn't much time for speculation. She was preoccupied with her fear. It was a definite, positive fear, the kind of fear that one has just before one goes under an operation. Someone or something was threatening her. She clung to her chair as though to leave it were to plunge into disaster. She looked around her everywhere. All the familiar things, the pictures, the books, the little tables, the piano, were different now, isolated, strange, hostile, as though they had been won over by some enemy power. She longed for Herbert to come and protect her. She felt most kindly to him. She would never lose her temper with him again, and at that same moment some cold voice seemed to whisper into her ear, "You had better not. It will be for the last time." At length she found courage to rise, cross the room, and go up to dress for dinner. In her bedroom courage came to her once more. It was certainly very cold, and the snow, as she could see when she looked between her curtains, was falling more heavily than ever. But she had a warm bath, sat in front of her fire, and was sensible again. For many months this odd sense that she was watched and accompanied by someone hostile to her had been growing. It was the stronger perhaps because of the things that Herbert told her about Elinor. She was the kind of woman, he said, who once she loved anyone would never relinquish her grasp. She was utterly faithful. He implied that her tenacious fidelity had been at times a little difficult. She always said, he added once, that she would watch over me until I rejoined her in the next world. Poor Elinor, he sighed. She had a fine religious faith, stronger than mine, I fear. It was always after one of her tantrums that young Mrs. Rider had been most conscious of this hallucination, this dreadful discomfort of feeling that someone was near you who hated you. But it was only during the last week that she had begun to fancy that she actually saw anyone, and with every day her sense of this figure had grown stronger. It was, of course, only nerves, but it was one of those nervous afflictions that became tiresome indeed if you didn't rid yourself of it. Mrs. Rider, secure now in the warmth and intimacy of her bedroom, determined that henceforth everything should be sweetness and light, no more tempers. These were the things that did her harm. Even though Herbert were a little trying, wasn't that the case with every husband in the world? And wasn't it Christmas time? Peace and goodwill to men, peace and goodwill to Herbert. They sat down opposite to one another in the pretty little dining room hung with Chinese woodcuts, the table gleaming, and the amber curtains richly dark in the firelight. But Herbert wasn't himself. He was still brooding, she supposed, over their quarrel of the afternoon. Weren't men children? Incredible the children they were. So when the maid was out of the room, she went over to him, bent down and kissed his forehead. "Darling, you're still cross. I can see you are. You mustn't be. Really, you mustn't. It's Christmas time, and if I forgive you, you must forgive me." "You forgive me?" he asked, looking at her in his most aggravating way. "What have you to forgive me for?" Well, that really was too much. When she had taken all the steps, humbled her pride, she went back to her seat, but for a while couldn't answer him because the maid was there. When they were alone again, she said, summoning all her patience, "Bertie, dear, do you really think that there's anything to be gained by sulking like this? It isn't worthy of you. It isn't really." He answered her quietly. "Sulking? No, that's not the right word, but I've got to keep quiet. If I don't, I shall say something I'm sorry for." Then, after a pause, in a low voice as though to himself, "These constant rows are awful." Her temper was rising again, another self that had nothing to do with her real self, a stranger to her, and yet a very old familiar friend. "Don't be so self-righteous," she answered, her voice trembling a little. "These quarrels are entirely my own fault, aren't they?" "Elinor and I never quarrelled," he said, so softly that she scarcely heard him. "No, because Elinor thought you perfect. She adored you. You've often told me. I don't think you perfect. I'm not perfect either. But we've both got faults. I'm not the only one to blame." "We'd better separate," he said, suddenly looking up. "We don't get on now. We used to. I don't know what's changed everything, but, as things are, we'd better separate." She looked at him and knew that she loved him more than ever, but because she loved him so much, she wanted to hurt him, and because he had said that he thought he could get on without her, she was so angry that she forgot all caution. Her love and her anger helped one another. The more angry she became, the more she loved him. "I know why you want to separate," she said. "It's because you're in love with someone else." "How funny," something inside her said. "You don't mean a word of this. You've treated me as you have, and then you leave me." "I'm not in love with anyone else," he answered her steadily, "and you know it. But we're so unhappy together that it's silly to go on, silly. The whole thing has failed." There was so much unhappiness, so much bitterness in his voice, that she realized that at last she had truly gone too far. She had lost him. She had not meant this. She was frightened, and her fear made her so angry that she went across to him. "Very well, then, I'll tell everyone what you've been, how you've treated me." "Not another scene," he answered wearily. "I can't stand any more. Let's wait. Tomorrow is Christmas Day." He was so unhappy that her anger with herself maddened her. She couldn't bear this sad, hopeless disappointment with herself, their life together, everything. In a fury of blind temper, she struck him. It was as though she were striking herself. He got up and without a word left the room. There was a pause, and then she heard the hall door close. He had left the house. She stood there, slowly coming under her control again. When she lost her temper, it was as though she sank under water. When it was all over, she came once more to the surface of life, wondering where she'd been and what she'd been doing. Now she stood there bewildered, and then at once she was aware of two things. One, that the room was bitterly cold, and the other, that someone was in the room with her. This time she didn't need to look around.
She did not turn at all, but only stared straight at the curtained windows, seeing them very carefully, as though she were summing them up for some future analysis, with their thick amber folds, gold-rod, white lines, and beyond them the snow was falling. She didn't need to turn, but, with a shiver of terror, she was aware that the grey figure who had all these last weeks been approaching ever more closely was almost at her very elbow. She heard her quite clearly. "I warned you. That was the last time." At the same moment Onslow the butler came in. Onslow was broad, fat, and rubicund, a good, faithful butler with a passion for church music. He was a bachelor, and, it was said, disappointed of women. He had an old mother in Liverpool to whom he was greatly attached. In a flash of consciousness she thought of all these things when he came in. She expected him also to see the grey figure at her side, but he was undisturbed. His ceremonial complacency clothed him securely. "Mr. Fairfax has gone out," she said firmly. Oh, surely he must see something, feel something. "Yes, madam." Then, smiling rather grandly, "It's snowing hard. Never seen it harder here. Shall I build up the fire in the drawing-room, madam?" "No, thank you, but Mr. Fairfax's study." "Yes, madam, I only thought that as this room was so warm you might find it chilly in the drawing-room." This room warm, when she was shivering from head to foot, but holding herself lest he should see. She longed to keep him there, to implore him to remain, but in a moment he was gone, softly closing the door behind him. Then a mad longing for flight seized her, and she couldn't move. She was rooted there to the floor, and even as wildly trying to cry, to scream, to shriek the house down, she found that only a little whisper would come. She felt the cold touch of a hand on hers. She didn't turn her head. Her whole personality, all her past life, her poor little courage, her miserable fortitude, were summoned to meet this sense of approaching death, which was as unmistakable as a certain smell, or the familiar ringing of a gong. She had dreamt in nightmares of approaching death, and it had always been like this, a fearful constriction of the heart, a paralysis of the limbs, a choking sense of disaster like an anaesthetic. "You were warned," something said to her again. She knew that if she turned, she would see Elinor's face, set, white, remorseless. The woman had always hated her, been vilely jealous of her, protecting her wretched Herbert. A certain vindictiveness seemed to release her. She found that she could move. Her limbs were free. She passed to the door, ran down the passage into the hall. Where could she be safe? She thought of the cathedral, where tonight there was a carol service. She opened the hall door, and just as she was meeting the thick, involving, muffling snow, she ran out. She started across the green towards the cathedral door. Her thin black slippers sank in the snow. Snow was everywhere, in her hair, her eyes, her nostrils, her mouth, on her bare neck, between her breasts. "Help, help, help!" she wanted to cry, but the snow choked her. Lights whirled about her. The cathedral rose like a huge black eagle and flew towards her. She fell forward, and even as she fell, a hand, far colder than the snow, caught her neck. She lay struggling in the snow, and as she struggled there, two hands of an icy, fleshless chill closed about her throat. Her last knowledge was of the hard outline of a ring pressing into her neck. Then she lay still, her face in the snow, and the flakes eagerly, savagely covered.
Bone to His Bone by E.G. Swain. William Whitehead, Fellow of Emmanuel College in the University of Cambridge, became Vicar of Stoneground in the year 1731. The annals of his incumbency were doubtless short and simple. They have not survived. In his day were no newspapers to collect gossip, no parish magazines to record the simple events of parochial life. One event, however, of greater moment then than now, is recorded in two places. Vicar Whitehead failed in health after 23 years of work, and journeyed to Bath in what his monument calls the vain hope of being restored. The duration of his visit is unknown. It is reasonable to suppose that he made his journey in the summer. It's certain that by the month of November his physician told him to lay aside all hope of recovery. Then it was
that the thoughts of the patient turned to the comfortable, straggling vicarage he had left at Stoneground, in which he had hoped to end his days. He prayed that his successor might be as happy there as he had been himself. Setting his affairs in order, as became one who had but a short time to live, he executed a will, bequeathing to the vicars of Stoneground for ever the close of ground he had recently purchased because it lay next to the vicarage garden, and, by a codicil, he added to the bequest his library of books. Within a few days, William Whitehead was gathered to his fathers. A mural tablet in the north aisle of the church records in Latin his services and his bequests, his 2 marriages and his fruitless journey to Bath. The house he loved, but never again saw, was taken down 40 years later and rebuilt by Vicar James Deavy. The garden, with Vicar Whitehead's close of ground and other adjacent lands, was opened out and planted, somewhat before 1850 by Vicar Robert Towerson. The aspect of everything has changed. But in a convenient chamber on the first floor of the present vicarage, the library of Vicar Whitehead stands very much as he used it and loved it, and as he bequeathed it to his successors for ever. The books there are arranged as he arranged and ticketed them, little slips of paper, sometimes bearing interesting fragments of writing, still mark his places. His marginal comments still give life to pages from which all other interest has faded, and he would have had but a dull imagination who could sit in the chamber amidst these books without ever being carried back 180 years into the past, to the time when the newest of them left the printer's hands. Of those into whose possession the books have come, some have doubtless loved them more, and some less. Some, perhaps, have left them severely alone. But neither those who loved them, nor those who loved them not, have lost them, and they passed, some century and a half after William Whitehead's death, into the hands of Mr. Batchel, who loved them as a father does his children. He lived alone and had few domestic cares to distract his mind. He was able, therefore, to enjoy to the full what Vicar Whitehead had enjoyed so long before him. During many a long summer evening would he sit poring over long-forgotten books, and since the chamber, otherwise called the library, faced the south, he could also spend sunny winter mornings there without discomfort. Writing at a small table, or reading as he stood at a tall desk, he would browse amongst the books like an ox in a pleasant pasture. There were other times also at which Mr. Batchel would use the books. Not being a sound sleeper, for book-loving men seldom are, he elected to use as his bedroom one of the 2 chambers which opened at either side into the library. The arrangement enabled him to beguile many a sleepless hour amongst the books, and in view of these nocturnal visits he kept a candle standing in a sconce above the desk, and matches always ready to his hand. There was one disadvantage in this close proximity of his bed to the library. Owing apparently to some defect in the fittings of the room, which, having no mechanical tastes, Mr. Batchel had never investigated, there could be heard, in the stillness of the night, exactly such sounds as might arise from a person moving about amongst the books. Visitors using the other adjacent room would often remark at breakfast that they had heard their host in the library at 1 or 2 in the morning, when in fact he had not left his bed. Invariably, Mr. Batchel allowed them to suppose that he had been where they thought him. He disliked idle controversy, and was unwilling to afford an opening for supernatural talk. Knowing well enough the sounds by which his guests had been deceived, he wanted no other explanation of them than his own, though it was of too vague a character to count as an explanation. He conjectured that the window sashes or the doors or something were defective, and was too phlegmatic and too unpractical to make any investigation. The matter gave him no concern. Persons whose sleep is uncertain are apt to have their worst nights when they would like their best. The consciousness of a special need for rest seems to bring enough mental disturbance to forbid it. So, on Christmas Eve, in the year 1907, Mr. Batchel, who would have liked to sleep well in view of the labours of Christmas Day, lay hopelessly wide awake. He exhausted all the known devices for counting sheep, and at the end found himself wider awake than ever. A brilliant moon shone into his room, for he hated window blinds. There was a light wind blowing, and the sounds in the library were more than usually suggestive of a person moving about. He almost determined to have the sashes seen to, although he could seldom be induced to have anything seen to. He disliked changes, even for the better, and would submit to great inconvenience rather than to have things altered with which he had become familiar. As he revolved these matters in his mind, he heard the clock strike the hour of midnight, and having now lost all hope of falling asleep, he rose from his bed, got into a large dressing-gown which hung in readiness for such occasions, and passed into the library with the intention of reading himself sleepy if he could. The moon by this time had passed out of the south, and the library seemed all the darker by contrast with the moonlit chamber he had left. He could see nothing but two blue-grey rectangles formed by the windows against the sky, the furniture of the room being altogether invisible. Groping along to where the table stood, Mr. Batchel felt over its surface for the matches which usually lay there. He found, however, that the table was cleared of everything. He raised his right hand, therefore, in order to feel his way to a shelf where the matches were sometimes mislaid, and at that moment, whilst his hand was in mid-air, the matchbox was gently put into it. Such an incident could hardly fail to disturb even a phlegmatic person, and Mr. Batchel cried, "Who's this?" somewhat nervously. There was no answer. He struck a match, looked hastily round the room, and found it empty as usual. There was everything, that is to say, that he was accustomed to see, but no other person than himself. It is not quite accurate, however, to say that everything was in its usual state. Upon the tall desk lay a quarto volume that he had certainly not placed there. It was his quite invariable practice to replace his books upon the shelves after using them, and what we may call his library habits were precise and methodical. A book out of place like this was not only an offence against good order, but a sign that his privacy had been intruded upon. With some surprise, therefore, he lit the candle standing ready in the sconce, and proceeded to examine the book, not sorry, in the disturbed condition in which he was, to have an occupation found for him. The book proved to be one with which he was unfamiliar, and this made it certain that some other hand than his had removed it from its place. Its title was The Complete Gardener of Monsieur de la Quintine, made English by John Evelyn, Esquire. It was not a work in which Mr. Batchel felt any great interest. It consisted of diverse reflections on various parts of husbandry, doubtless entertaining enough, but too deliberate and discursive for practical purposes. He had certainly never used a book, and growing restless now in mind, said to himself that some boy having the freedom of the house had taken it down from its place in the hope of finding pictures. But even whilst he made this explanation, he found its weakness. To begin with, the desk was too high for a boy. The improbability that any boy would place a book there was equalled by the improbability that he would leave it there. To discover its uninviting character would be the work of only a moment, and no boy would have brought it so far from its shelf. Mr. Batchel had, however, come to read, and habit was too strong with him to be wholly set aside. Leaving The Complete Gardener on the desk, he turned round to the shelves to find some more congenial reading. Hardly had he done this when he was startled by a sharp rap upon the desk behind him, followed by a rustling of paper. He turned it quickly about and saw the quarto lying open. In obedience to the instinct of the moment, he at once sought a natural cause for what he saw. Only a wind, and that of the strongest, could have opened the book, and laid back its heavy cover, and though he accepted for a brief moment that explanation, he was too candid to retain it longer. The wind out of doors was very light, the window sash was closed and latched, and to decide the matter, finally, the book had its back and not its edges turned towards the only quarter from which a wind could strike. Mr. Batchel approached the desk again and stood over the book, with increasing perturbation of mind, for he still thought of the matchbox.
He looked upon the open page. Without much reason beyond that he felt constrained to do something, he read the words of the half-completed sentence at the turn of the page. At dead of night he left the house and passed into the solitude of the garden. But he read no more, nor did he give himself the trouble of discovering whose midnight wandering was being described, although the habit was singularly like one of his own. He was in no condition for reading, and turning his back upon the volume, he slowly paced the length of the chamber, wondering at that which had come to pass. He reached the opposite end of the chamber, and was in the act of turning, when again he heard the rustling of paper, and by the time he had faced round, saw the leaves of the book again turning over. In a moment the volume lay at rest, open, in another place, and there was no further movement as he approached it. To make sure that he had not been deceived, he read again the words as they entered the page. The author was following a not uncommon practice of the time, and throwing common speech into forms suggested by Holy Writ. So dig, it said, that ye may obtain. This passage, which to Mr. Batchel seemed reprehensible in its levity, excited at once his interest and his disapproval. He was prepared to read more, but this time was not allowed. Before his eye could pass beyond the passage already cited, the leaves of the book slowly turned again, and presented but a termination of 5 words and a colophon. The words were, "To the north an ilex." These 3 passages, in which he saw no meaning and no connection, began to entangle themselves together in Mr. Batchel's mind. He found himself repeating them in different orders, now beginning with one, and now with another. Any further attempt at reading he felt to be impossible, and he was in no mind for any more experiences of the unaccountable. Sleep was, of course, further from him than ever, if that were conceivable. What he did, therefore, was to blow out the candle, to return to his moonlit bedroom and put on more clothing, and then to pass downstairs with the object of going out of doors. It was not unusual with Mr. Batchel to walk about his garden at night time. This form of exercise had often, after a wakeful hour, sent him back to his bed, refreshed and ready for sleep. The convenient access to the garden at such times lay through his study, whose French windows opened onto a short flight of steps, and upon these he now paused for a moment to admire the snow-like appearance of the lawns, bathed as they were in the moonlight. As he paused, he heard the city clock strike the half-hour after midnight, and he could not forbear repeating aloud, "At dead of night he left the house and passed into the solitude of the garden." It was solitary enough. At intervals the screech of an owl, and now and then the noise of a train, seemed to emphasize the solitude by drawing attention to it, and then leaving it in the possession of the night. Mr. Batchel found himself wondering and conjecturing what Vicar Whitehead, who had acquired the close of land to secure quiet and privacy for garden, would have thought of the railways to the west and north. He turned his face northwards, whence a whistle had just sounded, and saw a tree beautifully outlined against the sky. His breath caught at the sight, not because the tree was unfamiliar. Mr. Batchel knew all his trees, but what he had seen was, to the north, an ilex. Mr. Batchel knew not what to make of it all. He had walked into the garden hundreds of times, and as often seen the ilex, but the words out of the Complete Gardener seemed to be pursuing him in a way that made him almost afraid. His temperament, however, as has been said already, was phlegmatic. It was commonly said, and Mr. Batchel approved the verdict, whilst he condemned its inexactness, that his nerves were made of fiddle-string. So he braced himself afresh, and set upon his walk round the silent garden, which he was accustomed to begin in a northerly direction, and was now too proud to change. He usually passed the ilex at the beginning of his perambulation, and so would pass it now. He did not pass it. A small discovery as he reached it annoyed and disturbed him. His gardener, as careful and punctilious as himself, never failed to house all his tools at the end of a day's work. Yet there, under the ilex, standing upright in moonlight brilliant enough to cast a shadow of it, was a spade. Mr. Batchel's second thought was one of relief. After his extraordinary experiences in the library, he hardly knew now whether they had been real or not. Something quite commonplace would act sedatively, and he determined to carry the spade to the tool-house. The soil was quite dry, and the surface even a little frozen, so Mr. Batchel left the path, walked up to the spade, and would have drawn it towards him. But it was as if he had made the attempt upon the trunk of the ilex itself. The spade would not be moved. Then, first with one hand and then with both, he tried to raise it, and still it stood firm. Mr. Batchel, of course, attributed this to the frost, slight as it was. Wondering at the spade's being there, and annoyed at its being frozen, he was about to leave it and continue his walk, when the remaining words of the complete gardener seemed rather to utter themselves than to await his will. So dig that ye may obtain. Mr. Batchel's power of independent action now deserted him. He took the spade, which no longer resisted, and began to dig. 5 spadefuls and no more, he said aloud. This is all foolishness. 4 spadefuls of earth he then raised and spread out before him in the moonlight. There was nothing unusual to be seen, nor did Mr. Batchel decide what he would look for, whether coins, jewels, documents in canisters, or weapons. In point of fact, he dug against what he deemed his better judgment, and expected nothing. He spread before him the 5th and last spadeful of earth, not quite without result, but with no result that was at all sensational. The earth contained a bone. Mr. Batchel's knowledge of anatomy was sufficient to show him that it was a human bone. He identified it, even by moonlight, as the radius, a bone of the forearm, as he removed the earth from it with his thumb. Such a discovery might be thought worthy of more than the very ordinary interest Mr. Batchel showed. As a matter of fact, the presence of a human bone was easily to be accounted for. Recent excavations within the church had caused the upturning of numberless bones which had been collected and reverently buried. But an earth-stained bone is also easily overlooked, and this radius had obviously found its way into the garden with some of the earth brought out of the church. Mr. Batchel was glad rather than regretful at this termination to his adventure. He was once more provided with something to do. The re-interment of such bones as this had been his constant care, and he decided at once to restore the bone to consecrated earth. The time seemed opportune. The eyes of the curious were closed in sleep. He himself was still alert and wakeful. The spade remained by his side and the bone in his hand, so he betook himself there and then to the churchyard. By the still generous light of the moon he found a place where the earth yielded to his spade, and within a few minutes the bone was laid decently to earth, some 18 inches deep. The city clock struck 1 as he finished. The whole world seemed asleep, and Mr. Batchel slowly returned to the garden with his spade. As he hung it in its accustomed place, he felt stealing over him the welcome desire to sleep. He walked quietly on to the house and ascended to his room. It was now dark. The moon had passed on and left the room in shadow. He lit a candle, and before undressing passed into the library. He had an irresistible curiosity to see the passages in John Evelyn's book which had so strangely adapted themselves to the events of the past hour. In the library, a last surprise awaited him. The desk upon which the book had lain was empty. The complete gardener stood in its place on the shelf, and then Mr. Batchel knew that he had handled a bone of William Whitehead, and that in response to his own entreaty. The Irtonwood Ghost by Elinor Glyn. 1. Mrs. Charters arrived at Euston in plenty of time for the 2:30 train to Ileton. She was a woman who was well served, and her footman had already got her all that she required, and she retired with a paper to the farther side of the compartment. "You need not wait, Thomas," she said. "There will probably be no one else getting in, and it is a corridor train." So Thomas touched his hat and left.
Just before the guard gave the signal to start, a man, evidently a gentleman, opened the door of the carriage and entered. He had been walking leisurely up and down the platform, and, if she had known it, had observed her maid and footman, looked at her luggage and ascertained her destination. It was the same as his own, Irtonwood Manor, that really charmingly romantic old place Ada Hardress and her obedient husband had just taken from the Walworths for a year. "It is too exquisitely ghostly, pet," she had written to Estelle Charters. "Creaking panelling, underground passages, haunted library, and a big cedarwood bedroom where the White Lady appears. There's no electric light, and a person with your sensibilities can be perfectly certain to receive a thrill. Come and spend Christmas with us." And Mrs. Charters had accepted, won by this alluring description, and was now, the day before Christmas Eve, on her way thither. She was a tall, slender woman of 28 or 30 perhaps. She was not beautiful, but every single thing she put on seemed to enhance her grace. Rather plaintive and distinguished refinement appeared to be the note which first struck strangers about her. That bore, Algernon Alexander Charters, had joined friends in another world some 3 years before this Christmas Eve, leaving his widow most comfortably provided for. Only an unpleasant jar had happened, not more than a week ago. The family lawyer had written to inform Estelle that there might be serious trouble ahead, and it might even eventualize in her loss of most of Algernon Alexander's money if a certain marriage certificate could not be found. The whole fortune was being claimed by a descendant of the great-great-grandfather, who contended that Algernon Alexander himself had enjoyed his 10 or 12,000 a year unlawfully. It appeared that somewhere about 1795, the rich Alderman Charters's son, delighting to move in circles above him, had contracted a marriage secretly with the daughter of a decayed noble who would have none of him, and the lady, regretting her mistake too late, had denied all connection with him, and willingly relinquishing her son, whose existence she had concealed, and of whom she was ashamed, she had retired with her father to Italy, and there, a year or two later, had died, the wife of an Italian count. The abandoned rich city husband had apparently taken the casual behaviour of the noble lady in a philosophical spirit, doting upon her son, on whom, although he married again and had a number of other children, he left the bulk of his great fortune. These second families seemed to have been complacent people, and had accepted their fate. But now one of their descendants had come forward and claimed that, the will of John Charters expressly stating, "to my legitimate eldest son and his heirs, with no name given," the property should come to him as the lineal representative of the eldest son of the second family, there being no proof to be found anywhere of the first marriage with the Lady Marjorie Wildacre. Mrs. Charters thought of all these things as she sat on the train. Her attention had scarcely wandered from them even as she glanced up at the intruder in her carriage, but she did casually notice that he was a thin, dark man with something rather attractive-looking about him, and after a while she became conscious that his eyes were fixed upon her, and she felt compelled to look up. They were too close together, the orbs that met hers, she decided, though their size and shape left nothing to be desired. She had a foolish shiver of foreboding and dislike as she turned away, and let her mind revert to the ceaseless question of where on the face of the earth this certificate could be, and how were they to find it. Presently the stranger leaned forward and said, in a most cultivated voice, which yet had a foreign accent somewhere lurking in the background, "You are Mrs. Charters, I believe. We are both going to the same house. May I introduce myself? I am Ambrose Duval. I am afraid not quite an Englishman." His voice was so pleasant, it made you forget the sinister impression left by his eyes. Mrs. Charters was of the world and not easily disconcerted. She bowed politely, and a conversation began, in the course of which it became apparent that Mr. Ambrose Duval, such a name, it reminds one of Claude, she thought, had met the Hardresses abroad, and had renewed his acquaintance lately, and was coming down now to this Christmas party. Nothing could be more polished and smooth than his manner. It had that easy gliding from one subject to another which makes so agreeable a conversationalist.
He skimmed all sorts of interesting topics, and at last arrived at English architecture. "Irtonwood is a very romantical place, Mrs. Hardress tells me," he said. "A fine specimen of Tudor style, with additions of Jacobean. I am longing to study it. Do you know its history?" "Not in the least," Estelle replied. "My friend Ada Hardress merely wrote I should be certain to see ghosts. I love the thought of them, although I have never been fortunate enough to encounter one. Have you?" And she smiled her fascinating, elusive smile that was half melancholy and half gay. Sir George Seafield, who had already arrived at Irtonwood earlier in the day, thought Estelle Charters's smile the most divine thing in the world, but then he was in love. Resentfully so at first, then resignedly, and now abjectly. Ambrose Duval, on the contrary, mused, "She is no fool for all her gentleness. It is a capable mouth. Perhaps her innocence about Irtonwood is all bluff, and she is bent upon the same errand as myself. I must lose no time." By 4 o'clock, when they had reached Ilton, they had each taken stock of the other. "He makes me creep down my back," was Mrs. Charters's comment, "although I do feel he is attractive." Some more guests got out of another carriage, and there were greetings and chaff, and the whole party entered motors and were whirled to their destination. Here all was holly and mistletoe, and everything to make a real English Christmas. Huge log fires in every grate, and quantities of wax candles tried to make up for the want of electric light. Nothing could have looked more like a storybook description of things as they once were, in the good old days. Ada Hardress gave her friend a most gushing welcome, and contrived that Sir George Seafield secured a chance for a tete-a-tete word in a suitable window-seat as they drank tea. "You were cruel to me," he said, looking devotedly at the lady of his heart with his keen blue eyes, "promising to be at the junction, and never turning up by that train. I came down from Scotland on purpose, and thought I should have been allowed to take care of you from Crewe here." "I can take care of myself," she protested softly, "and I found I wanted to shop this morning before I left." "You think you're capable of looking after yourself always, under any circumstances, I suppose," he hazarded. "But of course, when I feel I cannot, then I shall tell you." And she smiled. "I pray fate to let the chance come sooner than you think," he announced fervently. But at this pious hope, Mrs. Charters only looked sweetly disdainful, and changed the conversation to less personal things. "You won't be a goose, darling, and snub Sir George to death, will you?" Ada Hardress begged, as she took her friend up the stairs. "You're so provoking with your aloof air, and now wanting to rest until dinner when he's dying to talk to you." But Mrs. Charters was unimpressed. "I'm really tired, Ada, and it does Englishmen good to be made to wait. I learned that in America," she said. "Algernon took me there when I wanted to go to Rome, but I never regretted it. I acquired so many hints from those clever women. Oh, what a heavenly place," she added, when they got to the cedar chamber which had been allotted to her. "Fancy its not having been spoilt in these modern days." For it was all panelled and hung with faded orange silk in its 3 tall windows and capacious 4-post bed. And presently, when Mrs. Charters was tucked up upon the rather hard sofa, preparing to have a siesta before dinner, she felt at peace with all the world. It was not long before she was sound asleep, and here she had a strange dream. She felt herself unaccountably moved and perturbed. She had a sensation of breathless, waiting tension, while she stood in some dark place, and suddenly it seemed as though only one spot in the blackness became illuminated, and then she saw an old escritoire. There was nothing else, no furniture, no room, nothing but this old writing-bureau standing in space, and there, on it, lay unfolded a yellow parchment, upon which seemed to have fallen some drops of fresh blood. Estelle woke with a sensation of supernatural excitement and fear, and then she reasoned with herself. Could anything have been more foolish? A dream with no incident, no personages, no action to cause such a feeling. There was something uncanny about it, though. What if the room were really haunted? She was not sure she liked it, after all. She got up quickly and rang for her maid, glad to have company and lights. But all the while she dressed, she saw nothing but the escritoire, the parchment, and the 3 drops of blood. "You look pale and pathetic," Sir George Seafield told her, with tender anxiety in his voice, as they went into dinner. "What has happened? I want to know." But it was not until about the first entree that he could get her to unfold her dream. Her other-hand neighbour was the attractive half-foreigner who had come down in the train with her, and who had no intention of allowing her legitimate partner to monopolize the conversation. He listened attentively as she described minutely the strange incident to Sir George, bending forward so as not to lose a word, much to that gentleman's disgust. "I hate the brute," he thought. "Why cannot he attend to the woman he has taken in?" "What a very strange dream," Mr. Ambrose Duval said. "And where was the escritoire? You have no idea?" "Not in the least," replied Estelle. "It was all in space." "But why the blood?" And then a thought struck her. "Of course," she exclaimed, "this is some vision sent to tell me where I am to find a most important document. How stupid of me never to have thought of it before." "A document?" both men asked. But while Sir George's eyes only expressed deep admiration for the lady herself, Mr. Ambrose Duval's had a concentrated eagerness to hear her words that was arresting. Why should this interest him so, wondered Sir George, and it caused him to feel puzzled and irritated. Mrs. Charters was no chatterer, and not in the habit of imparting her private affairs to strangers, so she laughed and changed the conversation now to lighter things, dividing her time equally between the 2 men until the ladies rose to leave the room. Sir George Seafield was incensed. Why had his good friend Ada Hardress asked this foreigner to Irtonwood, and why had she put him next to Estelle, the lady of his heart? "I believe she is rather drawn towards the jackanapes," he thought, angrily to himself, and with difficulty kept from sparring with him as they sat over the port. "Ada, where did you meet Mr. Duval?" Mrs. Charters asked, as a group of women hung over the big drawing-room fire. "He seems an interesting creature." "Doesn't he?" several of them chimed in. "Mysterious and delightful," one affirmed. "So good-looking," another announced. "His eyes are too close together," old Miss Harcourt said in her sententious way. "I shan't play bridge with him." "We met him in Hungary last summer," the hostess at last got in. "It seems absurd, but he was a hotel acquaintance, only he knew such a lot of people we did. He seemed like an old friend, and we saw him often. And he was always cheery and nice. He has relations in England that he's come to look up. I'm so glad you find him attractive. I do myself. He has been too charming this last fortnight when we were up in town for Christmas shopping. He had just arrived from Paris, and I have never had so delightful a companion, so I asked him down for Christmas. He said he would be lonely, and is so absorbed in the study of old houses." Then someone began to play the piano, and the group broke up, and soon the gentlemen joined them, and a general move to the big oak-panelled hall commenced, when the younger members started a valse, while the fiddlers 3, who had come down from London to entertain the Yuletide guests, played merrily. Sir George Seafield was detained by his host for a second, and had the chagrin to see Mrs. Charters whirling in the arms of the foreigner. He shut his firm jaw with an ominous snap. "I'm dashed if I'll put up with it," he muttered, and went and claimed the next turn the moment the pair paused for breath. "How cross you look tonight, Sir George," Mrs. Charters said as they danced. "My last partner was so agreeable and sympathetic." "I want to wring his neck," was all the answer she got. And then he added, as they stopped and wandered off to a distant sofa in the gallery, "I'm sure he's up to no good. I'd watch the silver if I were Jack Hardress." "It is really remarkable to what depths of spite men will descend about one another," Estelle laughed as they sat down. "No woman would be so transparent, and all just because Mr. Duval is a foreigner and has good manners and does not show moods." And she leaned back provokingly among the cushions. "You like him?" Sir George asked indignantly, and then aggrievedly. "But anyone can see that." "If you're going to be unpleasant," Mrs. Charters said, "I shall leave you and dance with him again. He valses divinely." Sir George's eyes blazed. "If you do, I will wring his neck.
"I could easily," he blurted out. "Absurd brute force." And she smiled plaintively. "Englishmen are so crude." "How you do tease me, Estelle," Sir George said, and then stopped suddenly. "Who told you you might call me that?" Mrs. Charters frowned. A piece of impertinence. But here her voice faltered, for she saw that her companion was no longer listening to her. His eyes were fixed with an intense interest upon a picture which hung upon the wall opposite them, the portrait of a lady in late 18th century dress, with the rather high waist and flowing white draperies, while her hair fell in ruffled, unpowdered curls. It was not by any celebrated artist, but was a pleasing picture, and as Estelle's eyes took it in, she knew why Sir George was so absorbed, for it bore a most wonderful likeness to herself. "By Jove," was all he said. "It certainly might have been painted from me," she allowed. "Who can it be?" But they could not find out. Their host, whom they questioned, did not know. He happened to be passing at that moment and joined them with his foreign guest. They had only taken the place from the Walworths for a year, he said, and the Walworths had bought it just as it stood from someone else. It had changed hands once or twice, and he couldn't remember now who were the original owners. "It is supposed to be a portrait of the ghost, I believe," he told them. "Some old retainer informed Ada when we came. The White Lady who haunts the library, and the cedar chamber." "Where I sleep!" cried Estelle with a note of distress. "Oh, Jack! I believe I am half afraid." "I'll come and watch outside your door if you are," said Sir George. "Then you can call me if you feel frightened in the night, and I will tackle any ghost for you. I should glory in the act." "I do not doubt it," laughed the host, and discreetly walked on. But Mr. Ambrose Duval stayed behind, examining every turn of the brush in the picture with a critical eye. Estelle had grown very quiet, Sir George noticed. She suddenly felt again that strange sense of excitement, a cold, unpleasant feeling of tension and dread, and she looked up into his face with an appealing pair of soft grey eyes. "Let's go and dance again," she said. "I want to get warm once more. I feel cold." And Sir George joyfully encircled her slender waist and held her close as they rejoined the dancers and whirled about. "Who sleeps next to me?" Mrs. Charters asked, as the laughing group of women went up to bed about 1 in the morning. But she heard with secret dismay that the only other room in this quaint square wing was a sitting-room, with a little oratory attached. "You have always said you adored ghosts and weird things," Mrs. Hardress said, "or, dearest, I would not have put you in the cedar room." "So I do, of course," returned Estelle rather half-heartedly. She was a proud woman and ashamed to show her fears. Everything looked most bright and comfortable when she got to her room, and her devoted maid had waited up for her, and now put her to bed with every care. So, tired out with her dance, Estelle forgot her sense of uneasiness, and soon sank to sleep between the slippery fine sheets, while the dying fire made flickering lights in the vast room. But in the grey dawn she awoke in mortal fright, for she had dreamed again of the dark space, the escritoire, the parchment, and the drops of fresh blood. 2. Next day was Christmas Eve, and much occupied with all sorts of bygone amusements, in which a Christmas tree for the children figured in the late afternoon. Everyone was particularly gay and cheerful. Only Estelle Charters felt heavy as lead. Her dream haunted her. It had certainly some meaning. It was the second time she had experienced it, and the certificate, the loss of which might make such a difference to her, could quite well look like the parchment on the desk. But why there should be any connection with it in this house, of which she had never heard until her friends had taken it, she could not imagine. And if there were some strange thread in it all, why should the picture of the ghost be like herself? The money she could be deprived of had been Algernon's money, and had not come to her through her own family at all. So it would be more sensible and seemingly in sequence if the ghost looked like him or one of her sisters-in-law. But she could not shake off the unaccountable depression she was filled with,
and she tried to divert herself with Mr. Ambrose Duval's inspiriting conversation, to the rage of Sir George, who had left Scotland on purpose to be present at this party and press his suit, feeling full of hope that she would show him some grace. But for some reason all had been at sixes and sevens between them, and this hateful foreigner appeared to be the cause. Towards the end of the day, Sir George's temper had got the better of him, and he had finally gone off and talked to another woman in pique and disgust. And so, once more, the night came, and Estelle was left alone in the cedar room. Now the conduct of the foreign guest had excited suspicion as well as fury in the breast of Sir George, and he had watched him unconsciously most of the day. The brute had come to Irtonwood with some purpose. He now felt sure of that. Such extreme interest in all the rooms and the furniture was overdone if it were really an innocent fancy for old things. The library in particular seemed to have attracted him, and he even contrived to be shown the famous cedar chamber, while he said the most insinuating and admiring things to its present occupant. They had gone there, a company of 4 or 5 after lunch, old Miss Harcourt amongst them, torn from her bridge. "I would not sleep here for the world," she said. "I wonder how you can, Estelle. You must have nerves of iron and a conscience of snow-like purity. It makes me creep, even in broad daylight." "I'm not afraid," affirmed Mrs. Charters, raising her head. From there the group had returned to the library, and here Mr. Duval pointed to an old escritoire, which stood in one window, used now as a writing-table. Its surface seemed a good deal warped from the sunlight, which had come in upon it, presumably, for many years. "This could be as the one you told us about in your dream," Mr. Duval said, furtively watching her face. And Estelle recognized that it was indeed the same, with a sharp thrill. But she laughed a little nervously as she evaded a direct reply. Mr. Duval was examining it closely, passing smooth, finely moving fingers over all its sides and top. "There is probably some secret spring," he said. "It would be amusing if your dream came true, and it disclosed the parchment and the drops of blood." But for some reason Estelle did not wish him to find it, if there were any spring. She would examine it herself another time, with Ada alone, and Sir George, watching now intently, felt all sorts of queer ideas come into his head. By the time they said good night, the feeling that there was something going on underneath grew so strong that he determined not to undress or go to bed. "He is going to have a try at opening that old bureau, I'd make any bet," he said to himself, "and I'll balk him if I can and discover what is up." So he pretended to be tired and to go on to his room when the other men moved to the smoking-room, which was in a side wing, after the ladies had left. But in reality he waited until he thought the butler would have extinguished the lights in the library and the middle part of the house. Then he lit his candle and softly crept down and stretched himself upon a sofa rather behind a screen, while the dying embers of the fire shed a mysterious glow all over the rest of the room. And in the cedar chamber Estelle, tired out and rather saddened at the estrangement which she had felt had grown up in the day between herself and her hitherto ardent would-be lover, got hastily into bed. It was her own fault, she knew. She had been most capricious and talked far too much to the foreign man, whom she realized now she rather disliked underneath. She had been foolish and nervous and jumpy today, and she felt quite ashamed of herself. But in a very short time she grew sleepy, and all became a blank until, with startling vividness, for the 3rd time, the dream returned, and to it was added a dim figure, which seemed to beckon to her and compel her to rise and follow from her warm, soft bed. It seemed that she crept across the room to a panel beside the fireplace, fascinated, but without fear, following the ghostly shape which, when it turned its face, looked so strangely like herself. And the panel glided back, disclosing a dark opening, and still she was impelled to enter its black depths, and all the while, as she felt herself descending a narrow stair, A dim iridescence seemed like a nimbus to encircle the head of that faint wraith which was leading her on. Whither? Meanwhile, in the library, Sir George was almost dozing off to sleep on his sofa in the shadow of the screen. The clock had struck 2, and the fire had burnt so very low that hardly a glow now illumined the room. But a broad shaft of moonlight came in from the top part of the window to which the shutters did not reach. It was composed of small panes with a coat of arms emblazoned in the centre, and the beams of the moon threw some weird shapes upon the floor and upon the old escritoire, which happened to stand in its path of light. Sir George thought to himself that he had, after all, perhaps been mistaken. The foreigner had probably gone to bed with the rest, and he too would turn in. Then, just as his meditations reached thus far, he heard the faintest noise of the door opening, and someone, with stealthy footsteps, cautiously advanced up the room. As he sprang to his feet, he felt, rather than saw, that it was Ambrose Duval. He himself was securely hidden in the black shadow of the screen. The man went softly to the shutter of the moonlit window, and with quiet, nervous hands undid its old-fashioned bolt, letting in a still broader shaft of light, which now allowed every detail of the old bureau to be seen. Then he came eagerly to its side, and Sir George held his breath and leaned forward not to miss anything of what might be about to happen. Mr. Duval seemed to be feeling the lid, which he opened with care, and then a search began for the secret spring. And once or twice, as he looked up as if for inspiration, his face seemed like a fiend's in the ashen light. At last he appeared to have discovered something. A drawer flew open with a jerk, and he gave a sharp exclamation of pain. Some part of the steel spring had evidently wounded his hand. But his hesitation was only momentary. With frantic eagerness he now drew forth a roll from the secret place. It looked to Sir George like an old yellow parchment, and as Ambrose Duval bent to scrutinize it, with devilish satisfaction upon his face, there dropped from the cut on his hand some drops of blood. The scene was the exact reproduction of Mrs. Charters's dream. This was the moment Sir George felt for him to interfere. But before he could take more than a step, he was arrested by seeing the thief raise his head, and then start and grow livid and shaking with abject terror as he gazed into a far corner, the parchment dropping from his nerveless fingers back onto the old desk. And Sir George, following the direction of his eyes, also experienced a thrill which, even in him, was not unmixed with something akin to fear. For both men could just distinguish, slowly and noiselessly advancing toward them out of the shadow, from a part of the room where there was no door, the tall, slender figure of a woman in a rather short-waisted white garment, with ruffled curls of unpowdered hair. She seemed to be ethereal and unreal, but when she got into the moonlight, the likeness was unmistakable. The face was the same as the picture in the gallery, which the host had told them represented the Irtonwood ghost. The great grey eyes were wide and staring like the eyes of a corpse, and the whole figure moved slowly, with a gliding motion unlike life. "My God, is it Estelle?" Sir George gasped to himself as he waited the turn of events. If it were his well-beloved, then she must be walking in her sleep. If the denizen of some other world, then something strange and awful might develop when she got to the escritoire. In either case, his best course would be to watch and be ready to spring. For he fully realized the securing of the parchment was to Ambrose Duval, for some reason, a matter of desperate need. The figure advanced, growing more clear as it reached the goal. Duval was now crouching, an almost inert mass, some paces back, in mortal fright. The lady, whoever or whatever she was, put out a transparent-looking hand in the moonlight, and seizing the parchment was gliding back again from whence she came, But Ambrose Duval gave the hiss of a snake as he saw the precious paper being taken from his grasp, and with a half-articulate cry of rage and terror bounded forward. But Sir George was quicker than he, and ere he could reach the ghost or woman, he found himself pinioned in the Englishman's strong arms. Then the two men struggled, Ambrose Duval with mad fear in his breast at this new foe, and Sir George with cool determination to frustrate his opponent's ends. As they tottered together, they both saw, with an indescribable thrill, the figure disappear, as it were, before their eyes, into the darkness of the wall. And they knew they were alone. Was she a ghost, or real flesh and blood? That was a question which neither could decide. But now that there was no more reason to protect Estelle, if it were she, Sir George let Mr. Duval go. He was breathless from rage and fright, and staggered to a chair. "How dare you attack me like this?" he exclaimed furiously, drawing a revolver from his pocket and pointing it at his foe. But Sir George, far more perturbed at the thought of what might have become of his lady-love, took no notice of him. He walked over to the fire and poked up the dying embers, which threw up a last small flame, giving enough light for him to find his candlestick, which he had put down beside the sofa in the gloom, beyond the shaft of moonlight. Mr. Duval followed him, still livid from fear of the supernatural, and mad with rage at his failure and loss. "You shall answer to me for this now, with your life," he snarled. "In that case, you will be hanged for murder," Sir George retorted coolly. "You had better go quietly in the morning before I denounce you as a thief." "I am no thief," Mr. Duval protested violently. "How dare you attack a guest in our friend's house in this most murderous fashion? It is I who can denounce you. You must give me satisfaction for this." "I shall do nothing of the kind," said Sir George. "I should not think of duelling with a thief. Just take my advice and go in the morning without a scandal, and prosecute your scheming tricks elsewhere. I have seen all you did, remember, and can describe it well." Then the two men glared at one another there in the old library, the one candle illuminating their angry faces, and the great shaft of moonlight lighting the rifled escritoire. And then Sir George calmed himself. "You can take what course you please," he said. "I have a pistol too," and he drew his small derringer from the pocket where he had been holding it. "I'm a rather good shot sometimes, so we may each hit the other. But there is no use in it, and rats like you are fond of life." This reflection seemed to carry weight with Mr. Duval, unflattering as it was, for it is quite one thing to shoot at an unarmed man, and quite another to find him possessed of a pistol too. With what dignity he could, Mr. Duval now drew himself up and prepared to leave the room. "You have won this time," he said between his teeth, "but some day I will level things up." "I am quite indifferent about that," Sir George answered hurriedly. "Get out now, and get away by the earliest train. I shall give you so much a start. Now I have other and more important things to do. Go." And he almost drove Duval to the door and up to his room. Then, when he had seen him safely shut in, he paused to think what was the next thing to be done. To awaken Jack Hardress and his wife, and ascertain if Estelle was safe in her cedar chamber, seemed to be the best move. So, after some difficulty, he found his host's apartment and knocked firmly on the door. "Yes, what is it?" Jack Hardress called out sleepily, and Ada's frightened voice piped, "Oh, who's there?" Then Sir George explained in as few words as he could, when his host and hostess, clothed in dressing gowns, appeared in the passage, and they, all three, carrying lights, set off for the cedar room. But here was deathly silence. No answer came to their knocks, nor could they enter. The door was locked from within. A sickening, icy hand clutched at Sir George's heart. What had happened? Some ill had befallen Estelle. "If we both rush to the door together, we can break the lock, Jack," he said desperately. "We must not delay an instant. Now!" And the two men hurled themselves against the stout panels, but, though they shivered, they held. Then, with the strength of despair, Sir George made a rush by himself, and the bolt gave, and he fell headlong into the room. But alas, Ada's two candles, which she held high, revealed no occupant. The bed had been slept in and left hastily, the clothes were turned back, but there was no sign of Estelle. The three people looked at each other with blanched faces. What mystery was here? Sir George began hastily to examine the walls. It followed, his common sense told him, if the door were locked from within, his beloved lady had left the apartment by some other means. The windows were out of the question, as they were too high, and besides were closed, and the orange curtains drawn. There must be some secret panel, and Estelle must have walked in her sleep. But how weird it all was! And he was filled with dread and foreboding as he felt each part of the wall. "We must discover the entrance, Jack," he said. "I saw Mrs. Charters, or her ghost, with my own eyes in the library, and she disappeared at the end of the room." Now, with terrified eagerness, the three set to work, feeling and tapping each cedar panel, while Ada Hardress called continually, "Estelle! Estelle! Answer if you're there and can hear us!" But only silence greeted them. And as the hopelessness of their task made itself felt, a sickening fear grew and grew in each of their hearts. What if she had fallen down some deep secret place, some oubliette, and were dead? They might pull all the house down, and yet be too late. At last Ada, almost weeping from grief and fright, subsided upon the sofa, while her husband and Sir George, rigid and grey with anxiety, faced each other to decide what to do. "Wake the servants and send for a mason and carpenter," Sir George said. "And meanwhile, can't we get an axe and some tools? I will tear the woodwork down myself, when I have an implement." Mrs. Hardress went off to wake the household and send for the required men. "And get a doctor, too," Sir George called. And when some tools were found by a frightened footman and brought, he set to work with such a will that at last a steel bolt was discovered, and the panelling giving way by the fireplace, a very small narrow door was disclosed in the stonework. The bolts in connection with it were stiff and rusted with age, and how a delicate woman could have moved them was a profound mystery. The door gave way without much difficulty, and here, by the light of a lamp held high, the very narrowest passage was revealed, which in 3 paces developed into a stair. It was so extremely narrow that Sir George was obliged to force his broad shoulders through until he came to the descent. Suddenly, at a sharp turn, he could see the steps rising again on the opposite side. But there, in the space beneath, lay the figure of a woman in white. With an exclamation of anguish he saw that it was Estelle. But was she dead? He handed the lamp to Jack Hardress, who was behind him, and in a second he was beside his love, and had raised her in his arms with difficulty in the confined space, and even in the excitement he noticed that she still clutched in her hand the paper which seemed to have been the cause of all the tragic events of the night. He detached it from her fingers, and saw that the blood drops had smeared her hand, as he put the paper in his pocket and lifted her in his arms to carry her back. A bruise marked where her forehead had struck a projecting stone in the wall. Perhaps she was only stunned and not dead. This hope gave him the strength of a lion, and he clasped her close. But their exit was no easy task. The space had been narrow enough for one person here and there, and was impossible for a man cumbered with a woman in his arms. Jack Hardress retreated before them, holding the lamp high, and when Sir George came to a turn that he could not pass, he was obliged to lay his precious burden down, and let Jack Hardress pull her through by the arms. Then he lifted her up again, and so at last all 3 were safe in the cedar room, where a thrilled and excited group awaited them, including the doctor who had now arrived. The room was cleared of all but Ada, Sir George, and Estelle's maid, while the doctor bent over the inanimate form, and at last he looked up and announced, "No, she's not dead." And never were more grateful words sent up to heaven than Sir George's fervent, "Thank God! She was not dead then, his darling, and soon she might open her eyes and look into his own." He could afford to wait in the passage now, as he told the good news to the rest of the alarmed guests. And presently the doctor and Mrs. Hardress came out, and he heard that his beloved was conscious and rapidly recovering. "She must have walked in her sleep," the physician said, "and her head struck a stone, but it was the stifling air which made her faint, though no doubt she was stunned too by the blow. If you had been an hour later in finding her—" I think she could not have lived. So after all, there were rejoicings on that Christmas morning, which seemed as though it was going to dawn so tragically, and in the excitement of it all, no one thought then to remark upon Mr. Ambrose Duval's departure by the one and only early train. His note of farewell to his hostess was a masterpiece, and caused Sir George to smile as she handed it to him to read. Late in the afternoon he was allowed to see his sweet lady in Ada's own sitting-room, alone and in peace. She was lying on the sofa with a bandage round her forehead, but her small face looked ghastly pale against the blue silk cushions, but her eyes shone, and she stretched out her hands as he bent upon his knees to be near her. "George, you were good to me," she whispered, "and I can't take care of myself." But she could not say any more, because he stopped and kissed her lips, and for some while they were too happy to talk of even a subject so interesting as her dream and the adventure it produced. But at last they became sane enough to examine the parchment which proved to be the certificate of marriage between John Charters, bachelor, and Marjorie Wildacre, spinster, celebrated at a little village in Leicestershire in the year 1795. So the Irtonwood ghost had stood Estelle in good stead. From here was her fortune secured beyond any doubt. But who then was Mr. Ambrose Duval, and what was his connection with the affair, and why did Estelle herself resemble the picture of the Irtonwood ghost? These were questions which it would take time to answer. "Though what does anything matter?" exclaimed Sir George, after a while, "since I have enough for us both, and since you cannot take care of yourself, and are going to let me." It was not before the happy pair returned from their honeymoon that all the mystery was unravelled. The lawyers had been busy investigating the while. It appeared that Lady Marjorie Wildacre had lived at Irtonwood, which was her old home, her father having sold it when they went to Italy. She had had a daughter by her second husband, the Italian Count, who eventually married the great-grandfather of Estelle, thus carrying the likeness into her family. And Estelle often loves to weave romance round her dream, and imagine how, influenced by this far-back ancestress's unquiet spirit, she must have been drawn to go to the Irtonwood Christmas party and participate in the events which followed. "You see, George, she probably loved the Italian Count," Estelle told her husband, "and wanted their descendant by him to benefit too. That is why she directed me. But I cannot help being sorry for poor Mr. Duval. Loathsome foreigner," was all Sir George said. His real name was Charters, and he was the claimant to the fortune, but he chose to take his mother's name. She had been a Frenchwoman, the better to pursue his investigations unsuspected. He had got hold of some letter among the papers of his branch of the family which referred to the certificate being at Irtonwood, and Lady Marjorie's residence there, and hearing that his chance acquaintances, the hairdressers, had taken this place, he cultivated them in order to have access for his search, determining, when he found the certificate, he would destroy it, and then with certainty prosecute his claim. But fate takes care of things, and arranges what she thinks best, and even the thoroughly English Sir John Seafield is obliged to own that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophy. A Strange Christmas Game by Charlotte Riddell. When, through the death of a distant relative, I, John Lester, succeeded to the Martingale estate, there could not have been found in the length and breadth of England a happier pair than myself and my only sister Claire. We were not such utter hypocrites as to affect sorrow for the loss of our kinsman, Paul Lester, a man whom we had never seen, of whom we had heard but little, and that little unfavourable, at whose hands we had never received a single benefit, who was, in short, as great a stranger to us as the then Prime Minister, the Emperor of Russia, or any other human being utterly removed from our extremely humble sphere of life. His loss was very certainly our gain. His death represented to us not a dreary parting from one long loved and highly honoured, but the accession of lands, houses, consideration, wealth to myself, John Lester, Esquire, Martingale, Bedfordshire, whilom John Lester, artist and second-floor lodger at 32 Great Smith Street, Bloomsbury.
Not that Martingale was much of an estate as country properties go. The Leicesters, who had succeeded to that domain from time to time during the course of a few 100 years, could by no stretch of courtesy have been called prudent men. In regard of their prosperity, they were indeed scarcely honest, for they parted with manors and farms, with common rights and advowsons, in a manner at once so baronial and so unbusinesslike, that Martingale at length, in the hands of Jeremy Leicester, the last resident owner, melted to a mere little dot in the map of Bedfordshire. Concerning this Jeremy Leicester there was a mystery. No man could say what had become of him. He was in the oak parlour at Martingale one Christmas Eve, and before the next morning he had disappeared, to reappear in the flesh no more. Overnight, one Mr. Hawley, a great friend and boon companion of Jeremy's, had sat playing cards with him until after 12 o'clock chimes. Then he took leave of his host and rode home under the moonlight. After that, no person, as far as could be ascertained, ever saw Jeremy Leicester alive. His ways of life had not been either the most regular or the most respectable, and it was not until a new year had come in without any tidings of his whereabouts reaching the house that his servants became seriously alarmed concerning his absence. Then inquiries were set on foot concerning him, inquiries which grew more urgent as weeks and months passed by without the slightest clue being obtained as to his whereabouts. Rewards were offered, advertisements inserted, but still Jeremy made no sign. And so, in the course of time, the heir-at-law, Paul Leicester, took possession of the house, and went down to spend the summer months at Martingale with his rich wife and her 4 children by a first husband. Paul Leicester was a barrister, an overworked barrister, who everybody supposed would be glad enough to leave the bar and settle at Martingale, where his wife's money and the fortune he had accumulated could not have failed to give him a good standing even among the neighbouring country families, and perhaps it was with such intention that he went down into Bedfordshire. If this were so, however, he speedily changed his mind, for with the January snows he returned to London, let off the land surrounding the house, shut up the hall, put in a caretaker, and never troubled himself further about his ancestral seat. Time went on, and people began to say the house was haunted, that Paul Leicester had seen something, and so forth, all which stories were duly repeated for our benefit when 41 years after the disappearance of Jeremy Leicester, Claire and I went down to inspect our inheritance. I say our because Claire had stuck bravely to me in poverty, grinding poverty, and prosperity was not going to part us now. What was mine was hers, and that she knew, God bless her, without my needing to tell her so. The transition from rigid economy to comparative wealth was, in our case, the more delightful also, because we had not in the least degree anticipated it. We never expected Paul Leicester's shoes to come to us, and accordingly it was not upon our consciences that we ever had in our dreariest moods wished him dead. Had he made a will, no doubt we should never have gone to Martingale, and I, consequently, never written this story, but luckily for us he died intestate, and the Bedfordshire property came to me. As for the fortune, he had spent it in travelling and in giving great entertainments at his grand house in Portman Square. Concerning his effects, Mrs. Leicester and I came to a very amicable arrangement, and she did me the honour of inviting me to call upon her occasionally, and, as I heard, spoke of me as a very worthy and presentable young man for my station, which, of course, coming from so good an authority, was gratifying. Moreover, she asked me if I intended residing at Martingale, and on my replying in the affirmative, hoped I should like it. It struck me at the time that there was a certain significance in her tone, and when I went down to Martingale and heard the absurd stories which were afloat concerning the house being haunted, I felt confident that if Mrs. Leicester had hoped much, she had feared more. People said Mr. Jeremy walked at Martingale. He had been seen, it was averred, by poachers, by gamekeepers, by children who had come to use the park as a near cut to school, by lovers who kept their tryst under the elms and beeches. As for the caretaker and his wife, the third in residence since Jeremy Leicester's disappearance, The man gravely shook his head when questioned, while the woman stated that wild horses, or even wealth untold, should not draw her into the red bedroom, nor into the oak parlour after dark. "I've heard my mother tell, sir, it was her as followed old Mrs. Reynolds, the first caretaker, how there were things went on in these self-same rooms as might make any Christian's hair stand on end. Such stamping and swearing and knocking about on furniture, and then tramp, tramp, up the great staircase and along the corridor, and so into the red bedroom, and then bang, and tramp, tramp again. They do say, sir, Mr. Paul Lester met him once, and from that time the oak parlour has never been opened. I never was inside it myself." Upon hearing which fact, the first thing I did was to proceed to the oak parlour, open the shutters, and let the August sun stream in upon the haunted chamber. It was an old-fashioned, plainly furnished apartment, with a large table in the centre, a smaller in a recess by the fireplace, chairs ranged against the walls, and a dusty, moth-eaten carpet upon the floor. There were dogs on the hearth, broken and rusty. There was a brass fender, tarnished and battered, a picture of some sea fight over the mantelpiece, while another work of art about equal in merit hung between the windows. Altogether, an utterly prosaic and yet not uncheerful apartment, from out of which the ghosts flitted as soon as daylight was let into it, and which I proposed, as soon as I felt my feet, to redecorate, refurnish, and convert into a pleasant morning-room. I was still under 30, but I had learned prudence in that very good school, necessity, and it was not my intention to spend much money until I had ascertained for certain what were the actual revenues derivable from the land still belonging to the Martindale estates, and the charges upon them. In fact, I wanted to know what I was worth before committing myself to any great extravagance, and the place had for so long been neglected that I experienced some difficulty in arriving at the state of my real income. But in the meanwhile, Claire and I found great enjoyment in exploring every nook and corner of our domain, in turning over the contents of old chests and cupboards, in examining the faces of our ancestors looking down on us from the walls, in walking through the neglected gardens, full of weeds, overgrown with shrubs and birdweed, where the boxwood was 18 feet high, and the shoots of the rose trees yards long. I have put the place in order since then. There is no grass on the paths, there are no trailing brambles over the ground, the hedges have been cut and trimmed, and the trees pruned, and the boxwood clipped. But I often say nowadays that in spite of all my improvements, or rather in consequence of them, Martindale does not look one half so pretty as it did in its pristine state of uncivilized picturesqueness. Although I determined not to commence repairing and decorating the house till better informed concerning the rental of Martindale, still the state of my finances was so far satisfactory that Claire and I decided on going abroad to take our long-talked-of holiday before the fine weather was past. We could not tell what a year might bring forth, as Claire sagely remarked. It was wise to take our pleasure while we could, and accordingly, before the end of August arrived, we were wandering about the continent, loitering at Rouen, visiting the galleries at Paris, and talking of extending our 1 month of enjoyment into 3. What decided me on this course was the circumstance of our becoming acquainted with an English family who intended wintering in Rome. We met accidentally, but discovering that we were near neighbours in England, in fact, that Mr. Cronson's property lay close beside Martindale, the slight acquaintance soon ripened into intimacy, and ere long we were travelling in company. From the first, Claire did not much like this arrangement. There was a little girl in England she wanted me to marry, and Mr. Cronson had a daughter who certainly was both handsome and attractive. The little girl had not despised John Lester, artist, while Miss Cronson indisputably set her cap at John Lester of Martindale, and would have turned away her pretty face from a poor man's admiring glance. All this I can see plainly enough now, but I was blind then, and should have proposed for Maybelle, that was her name, before the winter was over, had news not suddenly arrived of the illness of Mrs. Cronson senior. In a moment the programme was changed. Our pleasant days of foreign travel were at an end. The Cronsons packed up and departed,
while Claire and I returned more slowly to England, a little out of humour, it must be confessed, with each other. It was the middle of November when we arrived at Martingale, and found the place anything but romantic or pleasant. The walks were wet and sodden, the trees were leafless, there were no flowers save a few late pink roses blooming in the garden. It had been a wet season, and the place looked miserable. Claire would not ask Alice down to keep her company in the winter months as she had intended, and for myself the Cronsons were still absent in Norfolk, where they meant to spend Christmas with old Mrs. Cronson, now recovered. Altogether, Martingale seemed dreary enough, and the ghost stories we had laughed at while sunshine flooded the room became less unreal when we had nothing but blazing fires and wax candles to dispel the gloom. They became more real also when servant after servant left us to seek situations elsewhere, when noises grew frequent in the house, when we ourselves, Claire and I, with our own ears, heard the tramp, tramp, the banging, and the chattering which had been described to us. My dear reader, you, doubtless, are free from superstitious fancies. You pooh-pooh the existence of ghosts, and only wish you could find a haunted house in which to spend the night, which is all very brave and praiseworthy. But wait till you are left in a dreary, desolate old country mansion, filled with the most unaccountable sounds, without a servant, with none save an old caretaker and his wife, who, living at the extremest end of the building, heard nothing of the tramp, tramp, bang, bang, going on at all hours of the night. At first, I imagined the noises were produced by some evil-disposed persons, who wished, for purposes of their own, to keep the house uninhabited. But by degrees, Claire and I came to the conclusion the visitation must be supernatural, and Martingale, by consequence, untenantable. Still, being practical people, and like our predecessors, not having money to live where and how we liked, we decided to watch and see whether we could trace any human influence in the matter. If not, it was agreed we were to pull down the right wing of the house and the principal staircase. For nights and nights we sat up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, Claire engaged in needlework, I reading with a revolver lying on the table beside me. But nothing, neither sound nor appearance, rewarded our vigil. This confirmed my first idea that the sounds were not supernatural, but just to test the matter, I determined on Christmas Eve, the anniversary of Mr. Jeremy Leicester's disappearance, to keep watch myself in the red bedchamber. Even to Claire I never mentioned my intention. About 10, tired out with our previous vigils, we each retired to rest. Somewhat ostentatiously, perhaps, I noisily shut the door of my room, and when I opened it half an hour afterwards, no mouse could have pursued its way along the corridor with greater silence and caution than myself. Quite in the dark, I sat in the Red Room. For over an hour I might as well have been in my grave for anything I could see in the apartment. But at the end of that time the moon rose and cast strange lights across the floor and upon the wall of the haunted chamber. Hitherto I had kept my watch opposite the window. Now I changed my place to a corner near the door, where I was shaded from observation by the heavy hangings of the bed and an antique wardrobe. Still I sat on, but still no sound broke the silence. I was weary with many nights' watching and tired of my solitary vigil. I dropped at last into a slumber, from which I wakened by hearing the door softly opened. "John?" said my sister, almost in a whisper. "John, are you here?" "Yes, Claire," I answered, "but what are you doing up at this hour?" "Come downstairs," she replied. "They are in the oak parlour." I did not need any explanation as to whom she meant, but crept downstairs after her, warned by an uplifted hand of the necessity for silence and caution. By the door, by the open door of the oak parlour, she paused, and we both looked in. There was the room we left in darkness overnight, with a bright wood fire blazing on the hearth, candles on the chimney-piece, the small table pulled out from its accustomed corner, and 2 men seated beside it, playing at cribbage. We could see the face of the younger player. It was that of a man about 25, of a man who had lived hard and wickedly, who had wasted his substance and his health, who had been, while in the flesh, Jeremy Lester. It would be difficult for me to say how I knew this, how in a moment I identified the features of the player with those of the man who had been missing for 41 years. 41 years, that very night. He was dressed in the costume of a bygone period. His hair was powdered, and round his wrists were the ruffles of lace. He looked like one who, having come from some great party, had sat down after his return home to play cards with an intimate friend. On his little finger there sparkled a ring. In the front of his shirt there gleamed a valuable diamond. There were diamond buckles in his shoes, and according to the fashion of his time, he wore knee breeches and silk stockings, which showed off advantageously the shape of a remarkably good leg and ankle. He sat opposite the door, but never once lifted his eyes to it. His attention seemed wholly concentrated on the cards. For a time there was utter silence in the room, broken only by the momentous counting of the game. In the doorway we stood, holding our breath, terrified, and yet fascinated by the scene that was being acted before us. The ashes dropped on the hearth softly, and like the snow. We could hear the rustle of the cards as they were dealt out and fell upon the table. We listened to the count, 15-1, 15-2, and so forth. But there was no other word spoken till at length the player, whose face we could not see, exclaimed, "I win! The game is mine!" Then his opponent took up the cards, sorted them over negligently in his hand, put them close together, and flung the whole pack in his guest's face, exclaiming, "Cheat! Liar! Take that!" There was a bustle and confusion, a flinging over of chairs and fierce gesticulation, and such a noise of passionate voices mingling that we could not hear a sentence which was uttered. All at once, however, Jeremy Lester strode out of the room in so great a hurry that he almost touched us where we stood, out of the room, and tramp, tramp, up the staircase to the Red Room, whence he descended in a few minutes with a couple of rapiers under his arm. When he re-entered the room he gave, as it seemed to us, the other man his choice of the weapons, and then he flung open the window, and after ceremoniously giving place for his opponent to pass out first, he walked forth into the night air, Claire and I following. We went through the garden and down a narrow, winding walk to a smooth piece of turf, sheltered from the north by a plantation of young fir trees. It was a bright moonlight night by this time, and we could distinctly see Jeremy Lester measuring off the ground. "When you say 3, he said at last to the man whose back was still towards us. They had drawn lots for the ground, and the lot had fallen against Mr. Lester. He stood thus with the moonbeams falling upon him, and a handsomer fellow I would never desire to behold. 1, began the other. 2, and before our kinsman had the slightest suspicion of his design, he was upon him, and his rapier through Jeremy Lester's breast. At the sight of that cowardly treachery, Claire screamed aloud. In a moment the combatants had disappeared, the moon was obscured behind a cloud, and we were standing in the shadow of the fir plantation, shivering with cold and terror. But we knew at last what had become of the late owner of Martingale, that he had fallen, not in a fair fight, but foully murdered by a false friend. When late on Christmas morning I awoke, it was to see a white world, to behold the ground and trees and shrubs all laden and covered with snow. There was snow everywhere, such snow as no person could remember having fallen for 41 years. "It was on just such a Christmas as this that Mr. Jeremy disappeared," remarked the old sexton to my sister, who had insisted on dragging me through the snow to church, whereupon Claire fainted away and was carried into the vestry, where I made a full confession to the vicar
of all we had beheld the previous night. At first, that worthy individual rather inclined to treat the matter lightly, but when a fortnight after the snow melted away and the fir plantation came to be examined, he confessed there might be more things in heaven and earth than his limited philosophy had dreamed of. In a little clear space just within the plantation, Jeremy Lester's body was found. We knew it by the ring and the diamond buckles and the sparkling breastpin, and Mr. Cronson, who in his capacity as magistrate came over to inspect these relics, was visibly perturbed at my narrative. "Pray, Mr. Lester, did you see in your dream the face of the gentleman, your kinsman's opponent?" "No," I answered. "He sat and stood with his back to us all the time." "There's nothing more, of course, to be done in the matter," observed Mr. Cronson. "Nothing," I replied, and there the affair would doubtless have terminated, but that a few days afterwards, when we were dining at Cronson Park, Claire all of a sudden dropped the glass of water she was carrying to her lips, and exclaiming, "Look, John, there he is!" rose from her seat, and with a face as white as the tablecloth, pointed to a portrait hanging on the wall. "I saw him for an instant when he turned his head towards the door as Jeremy Lester left it," she explained. "That is he." Of what followed after this identification, I have only the vaguest recollections. Servants rushed hither and thither, Mrs. Cronson dropped off her chair into hysterics, the young ladies gathered round their mamma. Mr. Cronson, trembling like one in an ague fit, attempted some kind of an explanation, while Claire kept praying to be taken away, only to be taken away. I took her away, not merely from Cronson Park, but from Martingale. Before we left the latter place, however, I had an interview with Mr. Cronson, who said the portrait Claire had identified was that of his wife's father, the last person who saw Jeremy Lester alive. "He's an old man now," finished Mr. Cronson, "a man of over 80, who has confessed everything to me. You won't bring further sorrow and disgrace upon us by making this matter public. I promised him I would keep silence, but the story gradually oozed out, and the Cronsons left the country. My sister never returned to Martingale. She married, and is living in London. Though I assure her there are no strange noises in my house, she will not visit Bedfordshire, where the little girl she wanted me so long ago to think of seriously is now my wife, and the mother of my children. The Story of the Goblins Who Stole a Sexton, by Charles Dickens, from the Pickwick Papers. In an old abbey town, down in this part of the country, a long, long while ago, so long that the story must be a true one, because our great-grandfathers implicitly believed it, there officiated as sexton and gravedigger in the churchyard one Gabriel Grubb. It by no means follows that because a man is a sexton and constantly surrounded by the emblems of mortality, therefore he should be a morose and melancholy man. Your undertakers are the merriest fellows in the world, and I once had the honour of being on intimate terms with a mute who, in private life and off-duty, was as comical and jocose a little fellow as ever chirped out a devil-may-care song without a hitch in his memory, or drained off a good stiff glass without stopping for breath. But notwithstanding these precedents to the contrary, Gabriel Grubb was an ill-conditioned, cross-grained, surly fellow, a morose and lonely man, who consorted with nobody but himself and an old wicker bottle which fitted into his large, deep waistcoat pocket, and who eyed each merry face as it passed him by with such a deep scowl of malice and ill-humour as it was difficult to meet without feeling something the worse for. A little before twilight one Christmas Eve, Gabriel shouldered his spade, lighted his lantern, and betook himself towards the old churchyard, for he had got a grave to finish by next morning, and feeling very low, he thought it might raise his spirits, perhaps, if he went on with his work at once. As he went his way up the ancient street, he saw the cheerful light of the blazing fires gleam through the old casements, and heard the loud laugh and the cheerful shouts of those who were assembled around them. He marked the bustling preparations for the next day's cheer, and smelt the numerous savoury odours consequent thereupon, as they steamed up from the kitchen windows in clouds. All this was gall and wormwood to the heart of Gabriel Grubb. And when groups of children bounded out of the houses, tripped across the road, and were met before they could knock at the opposite door by half a dozen curly-headed little rascals who crowded round them as they flocked upstairs to spend the evening in their Christmas games, Gabriel smiled grimly and clutched the handle of his spade with a firmer grasp as he thought of measles, scarlet fever, thrush, whooping cough, and a good many other sources of consolation besides. In this happy frame of mind, Gabriel strode along, returning a short, sullen growl to the good-humoured greetings of such of his neighbours as now and then passed him, until he turned into the dark lane which led to the churchyard. Now, Gabriel had been looking forward to reaching the dark lane, because it was, generally speaking, a nice, gloomy, mournful place, into which the townspeople did not much care to go, except in broad daylight, and when the sun was shining. Consequently, he was not a little indignant to hear a young urchin roaring out some jolly song about Merry Christmas in this very sanctuary which had been called Coffin Lane ever since the days of the old abbey and the time of the shaven-headed monks. As Gabriel walked on and the voice drew nearer, he found it proceeded from a small boy who was hurrying along to join one of the little parties in the old street, and who, partly to keep himself company and partly to prepare himself for the occasion, was shouting out the song at the highest pitch of his lungs. So Gabriel waited until the boy came up, and then dodged him into a corner and rapped him over the head with his lantern 5 or 6 times, just to teach him to modulate his voice. And as the boy hurried away with his hand to his head, singing quite a different sort of tune, Gabriel Grubb chuckled very heartily to himself, and entered the churchyard, locking the gate behind him. He took off his coat, set down his lantern, and getting into the unfinished grave, worked at it for an hour or so with right good will. But the earth was hardened with the frost, and it was no very easy matter to break it up and shovel it out. And although there was a moon, it was a very young one, and shed little light upon the grave, which was in the shadow of the church. At any other time these obstacles would have made Gabriel Grubb very moody and miserable, but he was so well pleased with having stopped the small boy's singing that he took little heed of the scanty progress he had made, and looked down into the grave when he had finished work for the night with grim satisfaction, murmuring as he gathered up his things, "Brave lodgings for one, brave lodgings for one, a few feet of cold earth when life is done, a stone at the head, a stone at the feet, a rich juicy meal for the worms to eat, rank grass overhead and damp clay around, brave lodgings for one these, in holy ground." "Ha, ha!" laughed Gabriel Grubb, as he sat himself down on a flat tombstone, which was a favourite resting-place of his, and drew forth his wicker bottle. "A coffin at Christmas, a Christmas box! Ha, ho, ho! Ho, ho, ho!" repeated a voice which sounded close behind him. Gabriel paused in some alarm in the act of raising the wicker bottle to his lips, and looked around. The bottom of the oldest grave about him was not more still and quiet than the churchyard in the pale moonlight. The cold hoar-frost glistened on the tombstones, and sparkled like rows of gems among the stone carvings of the old church. The snow lay hard and crisp upon the ground, and spread over the thickly strewn mounds of earth, so white and smooth a cover that it seemed as if corpses lay there, hidden only by their winding sheets. Not the faintest rustle broke the profound tranquillity of the solemn scene. Sound itself appeared to be frozen up. All was so cold and still. was the echoes, said Gabriel Grubb, raising the bottle to his lips again. It was not, said a deep voice. Gabriel started up and stood rooted to the spot with astonishment and terror, for his eyes rested on a form that made his blood run cold. Seated on an upright tombstone close to him was a strange, unearthly figure, whom Gabriel felt at once was no being of this world. His long, fantastic legs, which might have reached the ground, were cocked up and crossed after a quaint, fantastic fashion. His sinewy arms were bare, and his hands rested on his knees. On his short, round body he wore a close covering, ornamented with small slashes. A short cloak dangled at his back. The collar was cut into curious peaks, which served the goblin in lieu of ruff or neckerchief, and his shoes curled up at the toes into long points. On his head he wore a broad-brimmed sugarloaf hat, garnished with a single feather. The hat was covered with the white frost, and the goblin looked as if he had sat on the same tombstone very comfortably for 200 or 300 years. He was sitting perfectly still. His tongue was put out, as if in derision, and he was grinning at Gabriel Grubb, with such a grin as only a goblin could call up. It was not the echoes, said the goblin. Gabriel Grubb was paralysed and could make no reply. What do you do here on Christmas Eve? Said the goblin sternly. I came to dig a grave, sir, stammered Gabriel Grubb. What man wanders among graves and churchyards on such a night as this? Cried the goblin. Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb! Screamed a wild chorus of voices that seemed to fill the churchyard. Gabriel looked fearfully round. Nothing was to be seen. What have you got in that bottle? Said the goblin. Hollands, sir, replied the sexton, trembling more than ever, for he had bought it of the smugglers, and he thought that perhaps his questioner might be in the excise department of the goblins. Who drinks Hollands alone and in a churchyard on such a night as this? Said the goblin. Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb! Exclaimed the wild voices again. The goblin leered maliciously at the terrified sexton, and then, raising his voice, exclaimed, And who then is our fair and lawful prize? To this inquiry the invisible chorus replied in a strain that sounded like the voices of many choristers singing to the mighty swell of the old church organ, a strain that seemed borne to the sexton's ears upon a wild wind, and to die away as it passed onward. But the burden of the reply was still the same. Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb! The goblin grinned a broader grin than before as he said, Well, Gabriel, what do you say to this? The sexton gasped for breath. What do you think of this, Gabriel? Said the goblin, kicking up his feet in the air on either side of the tombstone, and looking at the turned-up points with as much complacency as if he had been contemplating the most fashionable pair of Wellingtons in all Bond Street. It's very curious, sir, replied the sexton, half dead with fright. Very curious and very pretty, but I think I'll go back and finish my work, sir, if you please. Work? Said the goblin. What work? The grave, sir, making the grave, stammered the sexton. Oh, the grave, eh? Said the goblin. Who makes graves at a time when all other men are merry and takes a pleasure in it? Again the mysterious voices replied, Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb! I am afraid my friends want you, Gabriel, said the goblin, thrusting his tongue farther into his cheek than ever, and a most astonishing tongue it was. I'm afraid my friends want you, Gabriel, said the goblin. Under favour, sir, replied the horror-stricken sexton. I don't think they can, sir. They don't know me, sir. I don't think the gentlemen have ever seen me, sir. Oh, yes, they have, replied the goblin. "We know the man with the sulky face and grim scowl that came down the street tonight, throwing his evil looks at the children and grasping his burying spade the tighter. We know the man who struck the boy in the envious malice of his heart, because the boy could be merry, and he could not. We know him. We know him." Here the goblin gave a loud, shrill laugh, which the echoes returned 20-fold, and throwing his legs up in the air, stood upon his head, or rather upon the very point of his sugar-loaf hat, on the narrow edge of the tombstone, whence he threw a somerset with extraordinary agility right to the sexton's feet, at which he planted himself in the attitude in which tailors generally sit upon the shop-board. I'm afraid I must leave you, sir," said the sexton, making an effort to move. "Leave us?" said the goblin. "Gabriel Grubb going to leave us? Ho, ho, ho." As the goblin laughed, the sexton observed for one instant a brilliant illumination within the windows of the church, as if the whole building were lighted up. It disappeared, the organ pealed forth a lively air, and whole troops of goblins, the very counterpart of the first one, poured into the churchyard and began playing at leapfrog with the tombstones, never stopping for an instant to take breath, but overing the highest among them, one after the other, with the most marvellous dexterity. The first goblin was a most astonishing leaper, and none of the others could come near him. Even in the extremity of his terror, the sexton could not help observing that while his friends were content to leap over the common-sized gravestones, the first one took the family vaults, iron railings and all, with as much ease as if they had been so many street posts. At last the game reached to a most exciting pitch. The organ played quicker and quicker, and the goblins leaped faster and faster, coiling themselves up, rolling head over heels upon the ground, and bounding over the tombstones like footballs. The sexton's brain whirled round with the rapidity of the motion he beheld, and his legs reeled beneath him as the spirits flew before his eyes, when the goblin king, suddenly darting towards him, laid his hand upon his collar and sank with him through the earth. When Gabriel Grubb had had time to fetch his breath, which the rapidity of his descent had for the moment taken away, he found himself in what appeared to be a large cavern, surrounded on all sides by crowds of goblins, ugly and grim. In the centre of the room, on an elevated seat, was stationed his friend of the churchyard, and close behind him stood Gabriel Grubb himself, without power of motion. "Cold tonight," said the king of the goblins, "very cold. A glass of something warm here." At this command, half a dozen officious goblins, with a perpetual smile upon their faces, whom Gabriel Grubb imagined to be courtiers on that account, hastily disappeared, and presently returned with a goblet of liquid fire, which they presented to the king. "Ah!" cried the goblin, whose cheeks and throat were transparent as he tossed down the flame, "this warms one indeed. Bring a bumper of the same for Mr. Grubb." It was in vain for the unfortunate sexton to protest that he was not in the habit of taking anything warm at night. One of the goblins held him, while another poured the blazing liquid down his throat. The whole assembly screeched with laughter as he coughed and choked and wiped away the tears which gushed plentifully from his eyes after swallowing the burning draught. "And now," said the king, fantastically poking the taper corner of his sugar-loaf hat into the sexton's eye, and thereby occasioning him the most exquisite pain, "and now show the man of misery and gloom a few of the pictures from our own great storehouse." As the goblin said this, a thick cloud which obscured the remoter end of the cavern rolled gradually away, and disclosed, apparently at a great distance, a small and scantily furnished but neat and clean apartment. A crowd of little children were gathered round a bright fire, clinging to their mother's gown and gambolling around her chair. The mother occasionally rose and drew aside the window curtain, as if to look for some expected object, A frugal meal was ready, spread upon the table, and an elbow chair was placed near the fire. A knock was heard at the door. The mother opened it, and the children crowded round her and clapped their hands for joy as their father entered. He was wet and weary, and shook the snow from his garments as the children crowded round him, and seizing his cloak, hat, stick, and gloves with busy zeal, ran with them from the room. Then, as he sat down to his meal before the fire, the children climbed about his knee, and the mother sat by his side, and all seemed happiness and comfort. But a change came upon the view, almost imperceptibly. The scene was altered to a small bedroom, where the fairest and youngest child lay dying. The roses had fled from his cheek, and the light from his eye, and even as the sexton looked upon him with an interest he had never felt or known before, he died. His young brothers and sisters crowded round his little bed, and seized his tiny hand, so cold and heavy. But they shrank back from its touch, and looked with awe on his infant face, for calm and tranquil as it was, and sleeping in rest and peace as the beautiful child seemed to be, they saw that he was dead, and they knew that he was an angel looking down upon and blessing them from a bright and happy heaven. Again the light cloud passed across the picture, and again the subject changed. The father and mother were old and helpless now, and the number of those about them was diminished more than half. But content and cheerfulness sat on every face, and beamed in every eye as they crowded round the fireside, and told and listened to old stories of earlier and bygone days. Slowly and peacefully the father sank into the grave, and soon after the sharer of all his cares and troubles followed him to a place of rest. The few who yet survived them kneeled by their tomb, and watered the green turf which covered it with their tears, then rose and turned away sadly and mournfully, but not with bitter cries or despairing lamentations, for they knew that they should one day meet again, and once more they mixed with the busy world, and their content and cheerfulness were restored. The cloud settled upon the picture, and concealed it from the sexton's view. "What do you think of that?" said the goblin, turning his large face towards Gabriel Grubb. Gabriel murmured out something about its being very pretty, and looked somewhat ashamed as the goblin bent his fiery eyes upon him. "You miserable man," said the goblin in a tone of excessive contempt. "You?" He appeared disposed to add more, but indignation choked his utterance, so he lifted up one of his very pliable legs, and flourishing it above his head a little to ensure his aim, administered a good sound kick to Gabriel Grubb, immediately after which all the goblins in waiting crowded round the wretched sexton and kicked him without mercy, according to the established and invariable custom of courtiers upon earth, who kick whom royalty kicks, and hug whom royalty hugs. "Show him some more," said the king of the goblins. At these words the cloud was dispelled, and a rich and beautiful landscape was disclosed to view. There is just such another to this day within half a mile of the old abbey town. The sun shone from out the clear blue sky, the water sparkled beneath its rays, and the trees looked greener and the flowers more gay beneath its cheering influence. The water rippled on with a pleasant sound, the trees rustled in the light wind that murmured among their leaves, the birds sang upon the boughs, and the lark carolled on high her welcome to the morning. Yes, it was morning, the bright, balmy morning of summer. The minutest leaf, the smallest blade of grass was instinct with life. The ant crept forth on her daily toil, the butterfly fluttered and basked in the warm rays of the sun. Myriads of insects spread their transparent wings and revelled in their brief but happy existence. Man walked forth elated with the scene, and all was brightness and splendour. "You, a miserable man," said the king of the goblins in a more contemptuous tone than before. And again the king of the goblins gave his leg a flourish. Again it descended on the shoulders of the sexton, and again the attendant goblins imitated the example of their chief. Many a time the cloud went and came, and many a lesson it taught to Gabriel Grubb, who, although his shoulders smarted with pain from the frequent applications of the goblin's feet thereunto, looked on with an interest that nothing could diminish. He saw that men who worked hard and earned their scanty bread with lives of labour were cheerful and happy, and that to the most ignorant the sweet face of nature was a never-failing source of cheerfulness and joy. He saw those who had been delicately nurtured and tenderly brought up, cheerful under privations and superior to suffering that would have crushed many of a rougher grain, because they bore within their own bosoms the materials of happiness, contentment, and peace. He saw that women, the tenderest and most fragile of all God's creatures, were the oftenest superior to sorrow, adversity, and distress, and he saw that it was because they bore in their own hearts an inexhaustible wellspring of affection and devotion. Above all, he saw that men like himself, who snarled at the mirth and cheerfulness of others, were the foulest weeds on the fair surface of the earth, and setting all the good of the world against the evil, he came to the conclusion that it was a very decent and respectable sort of world after all. No sooner had he formed it than the cloud which had closed over the last picture seemed to settle on his senses and lull him to repose. One by one the goblins faded from his sight, and, as the last one disappeared, he sank to sleep. The day had broken when Gabriel Grubb awoke and found himself lying at full length on the flat gravestone in the churchyard, with the wicker bottle lying empty by his side, and his coat, spade, and lantern, all well whitened by the last night's frost, scattered on the ground. The stone on which he had first seen the goblins seated stood bolt upright before him, and the grave at which he had worked the night before was not far off. At first he began to doubt the reality of his adventures, but the acute pain in his shoulders when he attempted to rise assured him that the kicking of the goblins was certainly not ideal. He was staggered again by observing no traces of footsteps in the snow on which the goblins had played at leapfrog with the gravestones, but he speedily accounted for this circumstance when he remembered that, being spirits, they would leave no visible impressions behind them. So Gabriel Grubb got on his feet as well he could for the pain in his back, and brushing the frost off his coat, put it on, and turned his face towards the town. But it was an altered man, and he could not bear the thought of returning to a place where his repentance would be scoffed at and his reformation disbelieved. He hesitated for a few moments, and then turned away to wander where he might, and seek his bread elsewhere. The lantern, the spade, and the wicker bottle were found that day in the churchyard. There were a great many speculations about the sexton's fate at first, but it was speedily determined that he had been carried away by the goblins, and there were not wanting some very credible witnesses who had distinctly seen him whisked through the air on the back of a chestnut horse, blind of one eye, with the hind quarters of a lion and the tail of a bear. At length all this was devoutly believed, and the new sexton used to exhibit to the curious, for a trifling emolument, a good-sized piece of the church weathercock which had been accidentally kicked off by the aforesaid horse in its aerial flight, and picked up by himself in the churchyard a year or two afterwards. Unfortunately, these stories were somewhat disturbed by the unlooked-for reappearance of Gabriel Grubb himself, some 10 years afterwards, a ragged, contented, rheumatic old man. He told his story to the clergyman and also to the mayor, and in course of time it began to be received as a matter of history, in which form it has continued down to this very day. The believers in the weathercock tale, having misplaced their confidence once, were not easily prevailed upon to part with it again, so they looked as wise as they could, shrugged their shoulders, touched their foreheads, and murmured something about Gabriel Grubb having drunk all the Hollands and then fallen asleep on the flat tombstone, and they affected to explain what he supposed he had witnessed in the goblin's cavern by saying that he had seen the world and grown wiser. But this opinion, which was by no means a popular one at any time, gradually died off, And be the matter how it may, as Gabriel Grubb was afflicted with rheumatism to the end of his days, this story has at least one moral, if it teach no better one, and that is, that if a man turn sulky and drink by himself at Christmas time, he may make up his mind to be not a bit the better for it, let the spirits be never so good, or let them be even as many degrees beyond proof as those which Gabriel Grubb saw in the Goblin's cavern.
The Ghost of the Crossroads by Frederick Manley, an Irish Christmas night story. Night, and especially Christmas night, is the best time to listen to a ghost story. Throw on the logs, draw the curtains, move your chairs nearer the fire, and hearken. Not one among the little group that sat in the snug parlour of Andy Sweeney's homestead that wild Christmas of 1843, when Mrs. Sweeney went to the window and drew the snow-white curtains very close, remarking at the same time, "God shelter all poor travellers," but whose thoughts were as plainly expressed in the general huddling up which took place, as though each one had told his neighbour his particular idea of comfort, and when, in answer to the good woman's prayer, they joined their voices in one deep fervent Amen, and huddled together in the brave glow of the turf fire. The general sentiment of the party was published by a red-haired, dapper little fellow named Reddy, who said in a rich voice, "'Tis thanking God we should be for this comfort, not forgetting Mrs. Sweeney." Although the Sweeneys were known the county over for their hospitality, on this particular night they outdid all their previous efforts at entertaining. The oak table in the middle of the floor was covered from end to end with good things. We say good things, and we mean it so. There were no wafer-like sandwiches on that table, nor cold liquids in colder bottles, nor frail chinaware. No chinaware could stand food so substantial. Not fancy salads, nor any of those dainties which as good as say to a hungry man, "Come and eat me, I'm too nice to be lying here," and which, when he has done them justice, spoil his evening's enjoyment and cause life to be a burden to him. No, there were no such insidious edibles on Mrs. Sweeney's table. To think of that supper is to be hungry. Hills of potatoes, all in their coats on account of the severe weather, lakes of soup, mountains of roast beef, with goose and turkey in the valleys between, pigeons imprisoned in cells of crust, in which were little slits like loopholes, through which the inmates might peep. Indeed, one brave bird that, we dare say, had become alarmed at the great number of diners, was attempting to escape, and actually succeeded in getting a leg through the bars, where he stuck and became discouraged. Mounds of bread and butter, the whole pie family, from plebeian apple to rich Mrs. Mince, were there in their crusty suits. The table mumbled and groaned, but who cared for the table's sorrows? In truth, who could think of anything but gladness in that home of light and joy that frozen night? Outside, the storm raged. The country around, a bleak stretch of moorland, was buried deep in snow. The winds had been busy, and many were the quaint mansions they had built, and strange and weird were the changes they had wrought. The signpost at the 4 crossroads, a most commonplace affair in clear weather, was now a terrible monster with 4 hideous arms that were thrust out to seize the belated traveller. All traces of the road were lost, and it would have gone hard with a stranger had he been caught in the storm that December night. Derry Goland, in King's County, Ireland, is so drear and wild that the destroying elements have made it their meeting place. Here the winds gather and plan their courses. Here they start from, and to this place return. Any winter's night you may hear them. At first they whisper among themselves as they map out their ways. Then may be heard deep murmurs, angry murmurs, shaking the boughs as though the Storm King had given out orders which they did not like. How the Storm King hated Andy Sweeney's snug home and the cheerful light shining from the windows, throwing a golden pathway into the night. More turf for the fire. Everyone has a glass of steaming punch in his hand. Everyone's face is lighted with love and radiant with joy. Everyone toasts everyone, sings merry songs, dances with his sweetheart, or makes love to her in some shady corner, while the aged everyones make matches for their boys and girls, and the blind fiddler plays away for dear life. The flames grow brighter as the storm without increases in violence. The punch glows a deeper red and sparkles as with delight. The old clock in the corner has a drowsier tick and is at peace with the world, for the jolly round face on its dial smiles on the scene, and even the table, forgetful of its complaints, has ceased to groan. In short, there never was a happier home. There never were such music and such punch as Mrs. Sweeney's, nor jollier souls to drink it. The floor had just been cleared for dancing, and the fun was at its height, when, out in the storm, seeming far away, there rose a cry, a terrible cry, a cry that spoke the anguish of a soul. Those within were silent, and listened with blanched faces to that cry without. "God save us!" cried Andy. "What was that?" "The Lord betune us and all harm! It was the Banshee's cry." At this name, so fearful to an Irish ear, the children ran to their mothers and buried their little heads. Wives clung to their husbands, sweethearts to their sturdy lovers, and all waited anxiously for a repetition of the cry. Then something happened which caused all hearts to stand still and sent the cold blood rushing down the back. It was a human voice calling aloud for help. Soon after, the crunch of flying feet was heard. They came nearer and nearer. "Open the door, fling it wide," cried Andy. Willing hands soon had a broad pathway of firelight streaming from the doorway. The storm rushed in and scattered the turf and tore pictures from their places and made sad havoc with everything. But no one cared, no one noticed it. All eyes were watching a man who came flying towards the house, for though it was a blustering night, the moon peeped at intervals through the storm-rift clouds, casting a ghostly light, and now it shone down upon this figure that sped to the door and cried, in a voice made weak by fear and running, "Save me!" then tottered across the threshold and fell prone on the sanded floor. Andy Sweeney turned quickly to the door and, listening, peered long and searchingly into the darkness. At last he cried out, "Who's there?" The only answer was the soughing of the wind across the moor, and a gruesome answer it was. "Who's there?" asked Andy again. "Sure no one, Vic," returned his wife. "Dún and Doris agus bí the hoivness." Andy cast a rueful backward glance at the door as Mrs. Sweeney led him away from it. "Look at the poor man for an inst, ye." The poor man before the fire was unconscious. One motherly body was chafing his cold hands, another was bathing his forehead with punch he had seized in a hurry instead of water, and yet another forced the steaming liquor between his clenched teeth. He was young, a boy almost, whose age might have been guessed as 20, and guessed correctly. That he was a stranger in Derry Goland was easily discovered, for the suit he wore was made of fine cloth and cut in the most approved style. Fashionable clothes were as common in Derry Goland as bears, and there wasn't a bear in the county. A silk-lined cloak thrown back from his broad shoulders disclosed a sparkling gem that winked and blinked at the firelight, as though the sudden brilliancy was too much to stand. His features, although well-formed and regular, had a suggestion of weakness in them, especially the chin and mouth, which lacked firmness and wore a smiling expression of gentleness more fitted to a woman than a man. The people immediately divined that a gentleman, presumably an Englishman, judging from his dress, had fallen among them, and they went to work on him as though he were the dearest friend of each man who bent over him, or the husband or brother or sweetheart of each good woman who carried pillows for the weary head and brought a glow of life into the pale face. So numerous were the little offices performed, so heartfelt and deep in their solicitude. At length, to the great relief of all, the stranger slowly opened his eyes. "Here you are, sir, safe and sound," cried an old woman cheeringly. "Look up, sir, 'tis wid friends you are." The young man raised himself up and asked Andy to assist him to a seat. He trembled violently as he moved with livid face to the chair which Andy had placed near the fire for his use. They stood at a respectful distance from the young man, regarding him with looks of half fear, half wonder. As the moments passed, he seemed to grow stronger, and presently he raised his head from his breast, in which position he had been gazing intently at the fire, and asked whether anyone believed in ghosts. "Ghosts, your honour." "Ghosts?" "We do, your honour," chimed in an old woman. "'Tis me well knows we do. Wasn't there Mary Doolan's mother, Lord rest her, dead and gone 10 years come next Ash Wednesday? As fine a woman as ever put a foot to leather, as I've often said, and will always say, please God, if I die for it, and I don't care who knows it. A fine lump of a girl when I first knew her. I knew her mother before her. A decent body too, who married Mike Carlin after he'd buried his first wife, and then married Pat Doolan when Mike kicked the bucket. God forgive him for a rascal. Didn't Mary Doolan, rest her soul, didn't she meet a ghost at the Crossroads, didn't she?" As no one contradicted, the old woman was preparing to give the story in its entirety when the stranger interrupted. "At the Crossroads, you say?" 10 years come Ash Wednesday, she... There's a milestone nearby," he appeared to be murmuring to himself as he kicked the blazing turf with the toe of his riding boot. "A flat milestone, like a gravestone." "The same place, sir, and Mary Doolan, rest her soul, a decent, thrifty... Which of you is the landlord of this place?" "There's no landlord here," said Andy Sweeney. "'Tis my home. These are my friends and neighbours." "Will you give me a bed? I'll see that you paid for it." "You're welcome to my place, sir, without money. I don't want that," said Andy, rather sharply. The young man noticed the touch of anger in Andy's voice. I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to hurt you. I hardly know what I'm saying." He buried his face in his hands, leaning his elbows on his knees. Andy's guests, who but lately had stood in fear of the young stranger, now looked at him with great pity stamped on their kindly faces, and even the garrulous old woman whom he had interrupted so persistently ventured close to him, saying in a friendly way, "Is it on Christmas, sir, ye be giving way so?" "Christmas?" "Of course. What else? Here, Mrs. Sweeney, ma'am, if yez please, a glass of punch for his honour." The young man had been stony-hearted. Indeed, could he have refused the steaming glass which comely Mrs. Sweeney handed to him, hard as granite, had he not melted before the expressions of homely sympathy that poured from all sides in a shy manner, as if they feared to offend, for only sufferers, brothers in sorrow, no matter what their station in life may be, know how to comfort other sufferers. The fiddler went to work once more, and played better than ever, too. The punch flowed again. The rough but sonorous voices joined in familiar airs that brought back many a half-forgotten holiday time. Hands were joined in reels and jigs, until it seemed that the storm had at last taken hold of Andy's cottage, and was shaking it to pieces, so lively were the couples who laddered the floor with their heels, as Reddy remarked. The young people who had sought the terpsichorean honours of the evening by holding out to tire each other down, had at last tired themselves, and all sat round the fire, anxious for some other amusement than that which left them fatigued and short of breath. The old lady spoken of before, with the inherent instinct of a gossip, for gossips are born, not made, said to the stranger during a lull in the conversation, "So, did ye see a ghost tonight, sir?" Andy Sweeney, imagining the old woman was annoying the gentleman, quickly interposed and begged he would not mind her thoughtless questions. "I'm not offended," said he, "but I hardly know how to answer." "Who was it that chased you when you came running here screaming for help?" "Something in black." "How did it come to happen? You must pardon the question, sir, but as this is Christmas night, and knowing it is a time for great freedom, I thought you might be good enough to tell us about it, sir, asking pardon once again if I've offended you." Andy Sweeney, like most men of ordinary intelligence and education among the Irish peasantry, had the reputation of being a fine speaker and a smart man, and when he had finished his tentative address, his guests winked and nodded among themselves to express their great admiration, and Reddy even went so far as to say, "There's for you." "It's all very strange, to be sure," said the gentleman. Then he added, with a little forced laugh that would hardly come from a person whose nerves were in good condition, "I will tell you all that happened." At these words, which promised the glorious entertainment always to be had from a ghost story, more especially when you sit in the midst of friends before a roaring, crackling fire, with a sparkling punch in your hand, listening to the storm that rattles the windows and doors and hurls the snow down the broad chimney, hissing into the fire as if it hated to see you so snug, and was determined to extinguish the cheerful blaze, it is then your mind wanders over dolorous, wind-swept moorland, trudges along the bleak path on the hillside, struggles with the storm on the highway, where every white-robed tree is a phantom, and every rock a hiding-place of robbers and hideous somethings that await your approach and crouch in readiness to spring upon you. Now, every inoffensive oak is a terrible Briareus, stretching out its gaunt arms to seize you. Now you feel certain a thing is dogging your footsteps, while you fear to look behind, knowing that you would encounter its awful glance and be struck dead that instant, until the fancy becomes so strong that you break into a trot, from that to a run, and finally with its footsteps but a few yards behind, and gaining with every stride. Coming so close you can feel its breath over your shoulder, your run quickens, faster, faster yet, till it ends in a wild flight, while you see nothing, think of nothing but it, and only stay the mad chase when the ruddy lights from some cottage window tell you that men, fellow creatures, people of flesh and blood, are within hailing distance. Now the fear, which up to this moment has paralyzed your tongue, comes forth in one scream that startles the quiet villager and brings him, candle in hand, to his door, where he finds you stretched insensible upon the snow, and whence he carries you to his blazing turf fire, beside which you slowly regain your senses, thanking Providence you are saved. No wonder the cottagers huddled round the fire. So Andy's guests, being Irishmen, and having adamantine faith in the existence of all manner of uncanny things, awaited the stranger's story with breathless interest. "I may presume," he began, "that you all know Squire Goodfellow." "We do. Long life to his honour." "Well," he continued, "I was returning from his house to the inn in the village where at present I am staying. What I've been doing there is needless to say. The squire, who, as you all well know, is a downright good gentleman, endeavoured to dissuade me from going home afoot in the storm, and invited me to sleep under his roof until morning. I, knowing he already had as many guests as his place could hold with comfort, thanked him for his kind offer, and started out for the inn and bed, for I have been I have been travelling for the past few days. I need not remind you of the weather. Suffice it to say that the snow was blown into my eyes until it blinded me, and I wandered from the road. My fingers were stiff and frozen, so that I found it impossible to hold my cloak about me. I could not see an arm's length before me, the snow fell so thick and fast, the night was so dark. My eyes were growing heavy. I felt sleepy, but knowing to lie down in the treacherous snow meant death, I made one last mighty effort and struggled on. At length I got so weak I could only stumble forward, and 3 or 4, maybe 10 times I fell. Then I cried out for help, cried, screamed, yelled as I never did before. I called. How lonely, how awfully grave-like the stillness was. My very voice seemed muffled. Then a feeling of rest, a sensation of great calm came over me. I no longer felt the cold, nor heard the wind, nor knew fear, and I was about to sleep. It would have been my last, when some stories of travellers who had kept themselves awake by self-administered punishment came, most strange to tell, to my mind. The thought of death on that desolate moor, far from the hearts that loved me and awaited my homecoming, was so overpoweringly maddening, I tell you, that I tore my hair and shrieked out, "I will not die! I will not!" I pulled open my coat and found my pocket-knife. That saved me. See where my coat is punctured. It's a mercy I didn't run it up to the handle into myself in my efforts to stimulate myself. In spite of all my efforts, I was slowly but surely, oh so surely, sinking, till I cried again in desperation, "Fool, fool, why did you venture it? What wouldn't I give to be back at the Squire's? All, everything, anything to be saved, anything." "I'll save you." My good friends, the voice that uttered these words was so close to my ear that it seemed a whisper from another land, and I thought I was already dead. How was I to reason otherwise? In that moment of death, on that distant moor, the words were like a supernatural answer to my prayer. I trembled. The sound of the winds, the falling snow, brought me to myself. Then the words were repeated. "I'll save you." I turned and looked at the speaker. His voice had sent a shiver, not like that produced by cold, through my frame, so that I was afraid to meet his gaze, which I knew, I can't tell how, was fastened on me and pierced me through and through. Without venturing to meet his eye, I said, "Who are you?" And he answered, "One who will save you." "Are you a farmer, hereabouts?" I inquired, at a loss at what to say. "Look and see," he answered. As he said this, I fancied he chuckled quietly. Then, though I had no desire to do so, despite my efforts to do otherwise, I felt myself turning to meet him. I felt myself do this, I say, while I endeavoured most strenuously to keep my back to him. Shall I ever forget his eyes? Shall I ever forget that devilish leer on his face? Never, though I live to be 1,000 years old. He was a very tall, thin, middle-aged man, dressed all in black, from the beaver on which I remarked not a snowflake fell, to what I could see of his nether parts. I noticed his appearance in a second, and while I glanced at him, he stood grinning at me with the greatest good humour. I dared not speak. I could not speak. It was he who broke the silence, asking me in a very deep musical voice whether he resembled a farmer. I admitted that there wasn't the faintest analogy, wishing deep down in my heart that there had been. You mustn't think that I was frightened, for I wasn't. The place, the hour, the solitude, his sudden appearance, cast a sort of spell over me. And it was only by the putting forth of all my remaining strength that I had the heart to ask him to put me on the right path for home. "I will do so with pleasure," said he. I thanked him for his kindness, and off we started. He was so very affable, telling humorous stories to shorten our hard tramp, so extremely anxious regarding my comfort, so persistent in his efforts to please, and so polished and gentlemanly withal, that gradually I came to look upon him with less distaste, and before the crossroads were reached was actually exchanging addresses with him, verbally, of course. We had been speaking of the many ways which men have of amusing themselves, and I confessed that I was partial to card-playing as a pastime. He assured me it was his greatest pleasure. At length we came to the weird-looking post which stands at the crossroads, pointing its long fingers in every direction in a most confusing manner. From that point my road was clear. Now, said I to myself, to bid him good night, and I proceeded to do so, holding out my hand and saying, 1,000 thanks for your timely assistance. A safe journey, and good-bye. He did not seem to notice my outstretched hand, but looked into my face with a steady, fascinating stare, for all the world like a snake trying to fix its prey. At this point, the auditors gave vent to so many cries of surprise and fear that the narrator was forced to stop and wait until I became calm again. "We may never see each other again," I returned, though why I spoke these words is a mystery. They invited conversation, and knowing this, I could have torn out my tongue with rage at my thoughtlessness. "Oh," he said, "we shall surely meet once more, where there shall be neither snow nor frost, wind nor rain." I proffered my hand a second time, thinking he might not have seen it before, the night being so pitch black, and I repeated my thanks and adieus. "Do you really wish to thank me for whatever small service I have been to you?" he asked. "If it be in my power to do so," I said. "The simplest thing in the world," he answered. "What is it?" I inquired. "Do you see this milestone?" said he, pointing towards a white mound. "I see something," was my reply. "It is a milestone," and as he spoke he brushed away the snow, disclosing the long, flat slab beneath. "Well," said I, "you can thank me by sitting down facing me on that stone and appeasing a craving, a hunger which tortures me." By this time, as you may well suppose, I had grown very suspicious, and feeling certain that I had fallen in with a highwayman whose dark purpose was to murder me for my money and jewellery, I determined to act with great circumspection, to humour his every whim, until a suitable opportunity of escape presented itself. Accordingly, I sat down at one end of the wet slab and said to him in a voice which I endeavoured to make cheerful, "Here I am." His grim words, appeasing a craving, a hunger, kept me from being at all cheerful, for I anticipated being eaten alive. I put the best face I could on the matter, assuring myself that it was better and more manly to die fighting than to sit down and calmly consent to be metamorphosed into a midnight supper for the pleasure of the gentleman in black, and reasoning thus, I felt for my knife, my only means of defence, opened the largest blade, and waited for him. You must remember, my good people, that I thought of all these things in a second, while he advanced to the milestone, on which he presently seated his black self. I clenched my teeth and clutched my knife in readiness for the fight I thought must surely come, but to my surprise he took from his back pocket a pack of cards, placed them between us on the slab, and said, "I will play you a few games of 45s at a sovereign a game before we part. Is this craving you spoke of, this hunger you must satisfy?" I asked him, almost too bewildered to articulate. "This," he answered slowly, "is the first tool which I worked my own ruin. Since I first had being, I have craved to win for myself all things which belong to others. The spirit of gaming was made part of me. It has grown with me, gained strength with years, until now it is all I live for. I began at an early age by wagering with another that the darker cloud of two which went sailing by in the heavens would disappear before the lighter one. He with whom I wagered won. Then, to regain what I had lost, I doubled the amount. I forget the subject of our bet. I lost again. I went on doubling and trebling, losing and winning alternatively, until at last I found I was ruined. Then, indeed, I became desperate. Then was my whole mind given to the devising of schemes by which I was to recuperate my losses. I borrowed, I begged, I did everything to secure the necessary means wherewith to gamble. I have since gone on, sometimes living in luxury, sometimes in the most wretched penury, now sipping rich wine, again parching for a draught of clear water. Today the guest of princes and lords, tomorrow the companion of filthy mendicants. But why waste time? Why tell you all this? Enough that last night I was lucky. I have money. On the way here you confessed a love of cards. Come, we will play.
These are his words as well as I can remember them. You may laugh at me when I tell you that when he had finished speaking, I was seized with a desire to gamble and win the money he had mentioned. And there, on that wet milestone, in the dark night, with the storm raging round us, and I began to play 45s for a sovereign a corner, with all the nonchalance and little amenities on his part which we observe when ladies and gentlemen play a rubber in the snug corner of a well-lighted parlour. I groped for the cards and cut them. He dealt. I picked up my 5. "Look here, sir, I can't tell what I'm holding. It's too dark," I cried. "Wait," said he. With that his hand went down into the mysterious black pocket, and shortly afterwards I heard a rattle, as of iron. "God bless us!" ejaculated the listeners. "Then," continued the young man, "I heard a scratching, a light spluttered and hissed, and before I could make out what he was about, a lighted lantern was casting a broad glow of light on the slab and extending a few yards round it until it melted into the blackness beyond. My wonderment was momentary only. My nature seemed to have undergone some startling change, for I thought of nothing, forgot everything, my late suffering, the desolate place, the hour, the cold that had but lately been turning my fingers to stone, my mysterious companion, all save that there was a small heap of gold near the stranger, 2 golden coins in the middle of the slab, that I was to gamble and win. The first game I won, the second too. In the third I was successful. Luck continued to be with me, and I was quickly transferring the heap of gold to my corner of the slab. Up to this, neither of us had spoken, but when I had taken all but a few pieces from him, he remarked, "You play a shrewd game." "Thank you, sir," said I. After that we went on playing in silence. My luck was changing. I lost repeatedly, and when we had played several hands, he succeeded in getting the gold back to his end, with £5 of mine along with it. This angered me, and I proposed that we raise the stakes and play for £2 a side. He was quite agreeable. I lost another 5. Then I said we had better play for £6 each hand. Still I was unsuccessful. Still he drew my money to his end, until the last piece of gold having been swept into his pile, we played for half-crowns, then for shillings, then for sixpences, and at last I had only a few coppers at stake. The cards were given out. Eagerly I grasped mine, with the hope of holding the better hand. Alas, it was worthless. He won. Every farthing of £200 was gone, and I was constrained to tell him I could play no longer. "Tut, man," said he, "the game is young." "Yes," I answered despondently, "but my last penny is lost. There's nothing left." "Then I'll tell you what I'll do," said he. "I'm anything but a bad man, so I'll give you a chance of getting your money back." "You will?" cried I, delighted. "I will," he replied. "What would you say if I were to wager all I have here," he pushed the glittering pieces forward, "and all I have here," taking a bag from his black pocket and emptying its golden contents on the slab,
that I will be victor in 2 games out of 3. You would be very magnanimous, I returned, burning to hear the conditions. But I have absolutely nothing left. You have your word. What do you mean? I cried. I mean that if you will pledge me your word to serve me hereafter at any time I may chance to call upon you, I will wager my gold against your word. If I lose, the gold is yours, all of it, every bright sovereign, and you may take back your vow too. As he spoke, he leaned forward, took the gold in his hand, letting it slip through his fingers in a sheeny, clinking stream. I did not hesitate to consider the import of his dreadful propositions. Gold I must have, not for its own sake, not because I am avaricious, simply because I hungered to gamble. It's a bargain, I said. Then repeat these words after me, he commanded. I swear, he dictated, and I repeated word after word to the end. I swear to be the servant of this man from this hour unto the end of time, to renounce all other masters, and to serve him faithfully and well in all that he may command. I could hardly wait for him to finish, so eager was I to resume the play. Once more we seated ourselves on the milestone. Again the cards were dealt out, and the strangest game that ever men played was begun. I won the first hand. The cards came round a second time. He won. A game for each. Then I prepared myself for the last, the great struggle. Victory meant riches and freedom. Defeat, I know not what. My brain was on fire. My hands trembled so that in picking up the cards he had placed near me, the cards which were to decide for or against me, they fell out of my shaking fingers and dropped on the snow at my feet. Here the speaker faltered and appeared reluctant to proceed. My good people, when just as my fingers were about to fasten on the cards, my eye saw something that caused my blood to turn as cold as this snow on the ground, something that took from me the power to move, to speak, that petrified me and left me gazing at it like a statue. Think of being alone with that man, out on the snow, away from all help, in a place seemingly deserted by its maker, and shudder to dream of what I saw, of it. He shuddered even then, even as he sat in the midst of Andy's guests, in Andy's cheerful parlour. But surely he is not to be termed a coward when we know that the cottagers at this point of the recital turned their heads and cast many uneasy glances towards the door, drawing closer to the fire as they did so. I was telling you I was rooted to my seat. No wonder. Before me, with the sickly light from the lantern shining right down upon it, was a cloven hoof. A cloven hoof! The devil! Cried everybody. I closed my eyes, thinking I was dreaming, but no, for when I opened them, there was the cursed hoof before me. Lord save us! Then the awfulness of the compact I had made came to my mind with terrible force. I was bartering my soul for gold. Now I see that Providence watched over me, for it was the thought of what I was doing that caused me to leap to my feet with a cry for help and run with feet of wind, feet winged with fear, away from that thing. Every moment I expected to feel his hand on my shoulder, to be dragged back to that hellish game of cards, at which my soul would be lost to it, to the thing in black. You must have heard my screams, for as I ran I saw, and how I thanked God for it, I saw a stream of glorious light burst in the blackness. It gave new courage to my heart and new strength to my limbs. After that, I remember nothing. I suppose I became unconscious. The rest you already know. Believe me when I say it, I cannot easily forget your prompt assistance and heartfelt sympathy. I have finished.
With the stranger's adventure and all its hideous details fresh within the mind of every man, woman, and child present, the very idea of leaving that hospitable roof was thrilling in itself. So motherly Mrs. Sweeney found resting places for the women and children, while the men slept on improvised beds of tables, chairs, etc., the greater part of them lying on the floor before the fire. The stranger retired shortly after he had concluded his story, and it was not long until the Sweeney household was asleep and snoring. To the listener, if you doubt any part of this narrative, you may visit Mrs. Sweeney and have it from her lips. Ask anyone in Derry Goland, King's County, Ireland, the whereabouts of Andy Sweeney's house, and you will be sure to find it. There were some cynics who said that the young man had been drinking freely at the squire's, had lost considerable money at playing cards, had wandered from the squire's in a maudlin state, had rested on the milestone, and dreamed about the man in black, and that the only devil he saw was a creature of his drunken fancy, generally termed a blue devil. But Mrs. Sweeney and most of her guests maintained that the gentleman could not have related his adventure, and described it so graphically too, had he been intoxicated. I give no opinion in the matter. You listeners may take what view of it you please. Horror, a True Tale by John Berwick Harwood. I was but 19 years of age when the incident occurred, which has thrown a shadow over my life, and, ah me, how many and many a weary year has dragged by since then. Young, happy, and beloved I was in those long departed days. They said that I was beautiful. The mirror now reflects a haggard old woman with ashen lips and a face of deadly pallor. But do not fancy that you are listening to a mere puling lament. It is not the flight of years that has brought me to be this wreck of my former self. Had it been so, I could have borne the loss cheerfully, patiently, as the common lot of all. But it was no natural progress of decay which has robbed me of bloom, of youth, of the hopes and joys that belong to youth, snapped the link that bound my heart to another's, and doomed me to a lone old age. I try to be patient, but my cross has been heavy, and my heart is empty and weary, and I long for the death that comes so slowly to those who pray to die. I will try and relate exactly as it happened the event which blighted my life. Though it occurred many years ago, there is no fear that I should have forgotten any of the minutest circumstances. They were stamped on my brain too clearly and burningly, like the brand of a red-hot iron. I see them written in the wrinkles of my brow, in the dead whiteness of my hair, which was once a glossy brown, and has known no gradual change from dark to grey, from grey to white, as with those happy ones who are the companions of my girlhood, and whose honoured age is soothed by the love of children and grandchildren. But I must not envy them. I only meant to say that the difficulty of my task has no connection with want of memory. I remember but too well. But as I take the pen, my hand trembles, my head swims, the old rushing faintness and horror comes over me again, and the well-remembered fear is upon me. Yet I will go on. This, briefly, is my story. I was a great heiress, I believe, though I cared little for the fact, but so it was. My father had great possessions and no son to inherit after him. His 3 daughters, of whom I was the youngest, were to share the broad acres among them. I have said, and truly, that I cared little for this circumstance, and indeed I was so rich then in health and youth and love that I felt myself quite indifferent to all else. The possession of all the treasures of earth
could never have made up for what I then had, and lost, as I am about to relate. Of course, we girls knew that we were heiresses, but I do not think that Lucy and Minnie were any the prouder or the happier on the account. I know I was not. Reginald did not court me for my money. Of that I felt assured. He proved it, heaven be praised, when he shrank from my side after the change. Yes, in all my lonely age, I can still be thankful that he did not keep his word, as some would have done, did not clasp at the altar a hand he had learned to loathe and shudder at, because it was full of gold. Much gold. At least he spared me that, and I know that I was loved, and the knowledge has kept me from going mad through many a weary day and restless night, when my hot eyeballs had not a tear to shed, and even to weep was a luxury denied me. Our house was an old Tudor mansion. My father was very particular in keeping the smallest peculiarities of his home unaltered. Thus the many peaks and gables, the numerous turrets, and the mullioned windows with their quaint lozenge panes set in lead, remained very nearly as they had been 3 centuries back. Over and above the quaint melancholy of our dwelling, and the deep woods of its park, and the sullen waters of the mere, our neighbourhood was thinly peopled and primitive, and the people round us were ignorant and tenacious of ancient ideas and traditions. Thus it was a superstitious atmosphere that we children were reared in, and we heard, from our infancy, countless tales of horror, some mere fables doubtless, others legends of dark deeds of the olden time, exaggerated by credulity and the love of the marvellous. Our mother had died when we were young, and our other parent being, though a kind father, much absorbed in affairs of various kinds as an active magistrate and landlord, there was no one to check the unwholesome stream of tradition with which our plastic minds were inundated in the company of nurses and servants. As years went on, however, the old ghostly tales partially lost their effects, and our undisciplined minds were turned more towards balls, dresses, and partners, and other matters airy and trivial, more welcome to our riper age. It was at a county assembly that Reginald and I first met and loved. Yes, I am sure that he loved me with all his heart. It was not as deep a heart as some, I have thought, in my grief and anger, but I never doubted its truth and honesty. Reginald's father and mine approved of our growing attachment, and, as for myself, I know I was so happy then, that I look back upon these fleeting moments as on some delicious dream. I now come to the change. I have lingered on my childish reminiscences, my bright and happy youth, and now I must tell the rest, the blight and the sorrow. It was Christmas, always a joyful and hospitable time in the country, especially in such an old hall as our home, where quaint customs and frolics were much clung to, as part and parcel of the very dwelling itself. The hall was full of guests, so full, indeed, that there was a great difficulty in providing sleeping accommodation for all. Several narrow and dark chambers in the turrets, mere pigeon-holes, as we irreverently called what had been thought good enough for the stately gentlemen of Elizabeth's reign, were now allotted to bachelor visitors, after being empty for a century. All the spare rooms in the body and wings of the hall were occupied, of course, and the servants who had been brought down were lodged at the farm and at the keeper's, so great was the demand for space. At last, the unexpected arrival of an elderly relative, who had been asked months before, but scarcely expected, caused great commotion. My aunts went about wringing their hands distractedly. Lady Speldhurst was a personage of some consequence. She was a distant cousin, and had been for years on cool terms with us all, on account of some fancied affront or slight when she had paid her last visit, about the time of my christening. She was 70 years old. She was infirm, rich, and testy. Moreover, she was my godmother, though I had forgotten the fact, But it seems that though I had formed no expectations of a legacy in my favour, my aunts had done so for me. Aunt Margaret was especially eloquent on the subject. "There isn't a room left," she said. "Was ever anything so unfortunate? We cannot put Lady Speldhurst into the turrets. And yet where is she to sleep? And Rosa's godmother, too. Poor dear child, how dreadful! After all these years of estrangement, and with 100,000 in the funds, and no comfortable warm room at her own unlimited disposal, and Christmas, of all times in the year! What was to be done?" My aunts could not resign their own chambers to Lady Speldhurst, because they had already given them up to some of the married guests. My father was the most hospitable of men, but he was rheumatic, gouty, and methodical. His sisters-in-law dared not propose to shift his quarters, and indeed he would have far sooner dined on prison fare than have been translated to a strange bed. The matter ended in my giving up my room. I had a strange reluctance to making the offer, which surprised myself. Was it a boding of evil to come? I cannot say. We are strangely and wonderfully made. It may have been. At any rate, I do not think it was any selfish unwillingness to make an old and infirm lady comfortable by a trifling sacrifice. I was perfectly healthy and strong. The weather was not cold for the time of year. It was a dark, moist Yule, not a snowy one, though snow brooded overhead in the darkling clouds. I did make the offer, which became me, I said with a laugh, as the youngest. My sisters laughed too, and made a jest of my evident wish to propitiate my godmother. "She is a fairy godmother, Rosa," said Minnie, "and you know she was affronted at your christening, and went away muttering vengeance. Here she's coming back to see you. I hope she brings golden gifts with her." I thought little of Lady Speldhurst and her possible golden gifts. I cared nothing for the wonderful fortune in the funds that my aunts whispered and nodded about so mysteriously. But since then, I have wondered whether, had I then shown myself peevish or obstinate, had I refused to give up my room for the expected kinswoman, it would not have altered the whole of my life. But then Lucy and Minnie would have offered in my stead, and been sacrificed. What do I say? Better that the blow should have fallen as it did, than on those dear ones. The chamber to which I removed was a dim little triangular room in the western wing, and was only to be reached by traversing the picture gallery, or by mounting a little flight of stone stairs which led directly upwards from the low-browed arch of a door that opened into the garden. There was one more room on the same landing-place, and this was a mere receptacle for broken furniture, shattered toys, and all the lumber that will accumulate in the country house. The room I was to inhabit for a few nights was a tapestry-hung apartment with faded green curtains of some costly stuff, contrasting oddly with a new carpet and the bright fresh hangings of the bed, which had been hurriedly erected. The furniture was half old, half new, and on the dressing-table stood a very quaint oval mirror, in a frame of black wood, unpolished ebony, I think. I can remember the very pattern of the carpet, the number of chairs, the situation of the bed, the figures on the tapestry. Nay, I can recollect not only the colour of the dress I wore on that fatal evening, but the arrangement of every scrap of lace and ribbon, of every flower, every jewel, with a memory but too perfect. Scarcely had my maid finished spreading out my various articles of attire for the evening, when there was to be a great dinner party, when the rumble of a carriage announced that Lady Speldhurst had arrived. The short winter's day drew to a close, and a large number of guests were gathered together in the ample drawing-room around the blaze of the wood fire after dinner. My father, I recollect, was not with us at first. There were some squires of the old hard-riding, hard-drinking stamp still lingering over their port in the dining-room, and the host, of course, couldn't leave them. But the ladies and all the younger gentlemen, both those who slept under our roof and those who would have a dozen miles of fog and mire to encounter on their road home, were all together. Need I say that Reginald was there? He sat near me, my accepted lover, my plighted future husband. We were to be married in the spring. My sisters were not far off. They, too, had found eyes that sparkled and softened in meeting theirs, had found hearts that beat responsive to their own, and in their cases no rude frost nipped the blossom ere it became the fruit. There was no canker in the flowerets of young hope, no cloud in their sky. Innocent and loving, they were beloved by men worthy of their esteem. The room, a large and lofty one with an arched roof, had somewhat of a sombre character from being wainscoted and sealed with polished black oak of a great age. There were mirrors, and there were pictures on the walls, and handsome furniture, and marble chimney-pieces, and a gay two-may carpet, but these merely appeared as bright spots on the dark background of the Elizabethan woodwork. Many lights were burning, but the blackness of the walls and roof seemed absolutely to swallow up their rays, like the mouth of a cavern. 100 candles could not have given that apartment the cheerful lightness of a modern drawing-room, but the gloomy richness of the panels matched well with the ruddy gleam from the enormous wood fire, in which, crackling and glowing, now lay the mighty Yule log. Quite a blood-red lustre poured forth from the fire, and quivered on the walls and the groined roof. We had gathered round the vast antique hearth in a wide circle. The quivering light of the fire and candles fell upon us all, but not equally, for some were in shadow. I remember still how tall and manly and handsome Reginald looked that night, taller by the head than any there, and full of high spirits and gaiety. I, too, was in the highest spirits. Never had my bosom felt lighter, and I believe it was my mirth which gradually gained the rest, for I recollect what a blithe, joyous company we seemed, all save one. Lady Speldhurst, dressed in grey silk and wearing a quaint headdress, sat in her armchair facing the fire, very silent, with her hands and her sharp chin propped on a sort of ivory-handled crutch that she walked with, for she was lame, peering at me with half-shut eyes. She was a little spare old woman, with very keen, delicate features of the French type. Her grey silk dress, her spotless lace, old-fashioned jewels, and prim neatness of array were well suited to the intelligence of her face, with its thin lips and eyes of a piercing black, undimmed by age. Those eyes made me uncomfortable, in spite of my gaiety, as they followed my every movement with curious scrutiny. Still, I was very merry and gay. My sisters even wondered at my ever-ready mirth, which was almost wild in its excess. I have heard since then of the Scottish belief that those doomed to some great calamity become fey, and are never so disposed for merriment and laughter as just below the blow falls. If ever mortal was fey, then I was so on that evening. Still, though I strove to shake it off, the pertinacious observation of old Lady Speldhurst's eyes did make an impression on me of a vaguely disagreeable nature. Others too noticed her scrutiny of me, but set it down as a mere eccentricity of a person always reputed whimsical, to say the least of it. However, this disagreeable sensation lasted but a few minutes. After a short pause, my aunt took her part in the conversation, and we found ourselves listening to a weird legend which the old lady told exceedingly well. One tale led to another. Everyone was called on in turn to contribute to the public entertainment, and story after story, always relating to demonology and witchcraft, succeeded. It was Christmas, the season for such tales, and the old room, with its dusky walls and pictures, and vaulted roof, drinking up the light so greedily, seemed just fitted to give effect to such legendary lore. The huge logs crackled and burnt with glowing warmth. The blood-red glare of the Yule log flashed on the faces of the listeners and narrator, on the portraits, and the holly wreathed around their frames, and the upright old dame in her antiquated dress and trinkets, like one of the originals of the pictures, stepped from the canvas to join our circle. It threw a shimmering lustre of an ominously ruddy hue upon the oaken panels. No wonder that the ghost and goblin stories had a new zest. No wonder that the blood of the more timid grew chill and curdled, that their flesh crept and their hearts beat irregularly. And the girls peeped fearfully over their shoulders and huddled close together like frightened sheep, and half fancied they beheld some impish and malignant face gibbering at them from behind the darkling corners of the old room. By degrees my high spirits died out, and I felt the childish tremors long latent, long forgotten, coming over me. I followed each story with painful interest. I did not ask myself if I believed the dismal tales. I listened, and fear grew upon me, the blind, irrational fear of our nursery days. I am sure most of the other ladies present, young or middle-aged, were affected by the circumstances under which these traditions were heard, no less than by the wild, fantastic character of them. But with them, the impression would die out next morning, when the bright sun should shine on the frosted boughs, and the rime on the grass, and the scarlet berries and green spikelets of the holly. And with me, but what was to happen ere another day dawn? Before we had made an end of this talk, my father and the other squires came in, and we ceased our ghost stories, ashamed to speak of such matters before these newcomers, hard-headed, unimaginative men, who had no sympathy with idle legends. There was now a stir and a bustle. Servants were handing round tea and coffee and other refreshments. Then there was a little music and singing. I sang a duet with Reginald, who had a fine voice and good musical skill. I remember that my singing was much praised, and indeed I was surprised at the power and pathos of my own voice, doubtless due to my excited nerves and mind. Then I heard someone say to another that I was by far the cleverest of the squire's daughters, as well as the prettiest. It did not make me vain. I had no rivalry with Lucy and Minnie, but Reginald whispered some soft, fond words in my ear, a little before he mounted his horse to set off homewards, which did make me happy and proud, and to think that the next time we met. But I forgave him long ago. Poor Reginald. And now shawls and cloaks were in request, and carriages rolled up to the porch, and the guests gradually departed. At last no one was left but those visitors staying in the house. Then my father, who had been called out to speak with the bailiff of the estate, came back with a look of annoyance on his face. "Strange story I've just been told," said he. "Here's been my bailiff to inform me of the loss of 4 of the choicest ewes out of that little flock of Southdowns I set such store by, and which arrived in the north but 2 months since, and the poor creatures have been destroyed in so strange a manner, for their carcasses are horribly mangled." Most of us uttered some expression of pity or surprise, and some suggested that a vicious dog was probably the culprit. "It would seem so," said my father. "It certainly seems the work of a dog, and yet all the men agree that no dog of such habits exists near us, where, indeed, dogs are scarce, excepting the shepherd's collies and the sporting dogs secured in yards. Yet the sheep are gnawed and bitten, for they show the marks of teeth. Something has done this and has torn their bodies wolfishly, but apparently it has been only to suck the blood, for little or no flesh is gone." "How strange!" cried several voices. Then some of the gentlemen remembered to have heard cases when dogs addicted to sheep-killing had destroyed whole flocks, as if in sheer wantonness, scarcely deigning to taste a morsel of each slain wether. My father shook his head. "I've heard of such cases too," he said, "but in this instance I'm tempted to think the malice of some unknown enemy has been at work. The teeth of a dog have been busy, no doubt, but the poor sheep are being mutilated in a fantastic manner, as strange as horrible. Their hearts in especial have been torn out, and left at some paces off half gnawed. Also, the men persist that they found the print of a naked human foot in the soft mud of the ditch, and near it, this." And he held up what seemed a broken link of a rusted iron chain. Many were the ejaculations of wonder and alarm, and many and shrewd the conjectures, but none seemed exactly to suit the bearings of the case. And when my father went on to say that 2 lambs of the same valuable breed had perished in the same singular manner 3 days previously, and that they also were found mangled and gore-stained, the amazement reached a higher pitch. Old Lady Speldhurst listened with calm, intelligent attention, and joined in none of our exclamations. At length she said to my father, "Try and recollect, have you no enemy among your neighbours?" My father started and knit his brows. "Not one that I know of," he replied, and indeed he was a popular man and a kind landlord. "The more lucky you," said the old dame with one of her grim smiles. It was now late, and we retired to rest before long. One by one the guests dropped off. I was the member of the family selected to escort old Lady Speldhurst to her room, the room I had vacated in her favour. I did not much like the office. I felt a remarkable repugnance to my godmother, but my worthy aunts insisted so much that I should ingratiate myself with one who had so much to leave that I could not but comply. The visitor hobbled up the broad oaken stairs actively enough, propped on my arm and her ivory crutch. The room never had looked more genial and pretty, with its brisk fire, modern furniture, and the gay French paper on the walls. "A nice room, my dear, and I ought to be much obliged to you for it, since my maid tells me it is yours," said her ladyship. "But I am pretty sure you repent your generosity to me, after all those ghost stories, and tremble to think of a strange bed and chamber, eh?" I made some commonplace reply. The old lady arched her eyebrows. "Where have they put you, child?" she asked. "In some cock loft of the turrets, eh? Or in a lumber room? A regular ghost trap. I can hear your heart beating with fear this moment. You're not fit to be alone." I tried to call up my pride and laugh off the accusations against my courage, all the more perhaps because I felt its truth. "Do you want anything more that I can get you, Lady Speldhurst?" I asked, trying to feign a yawn of sleepiness. The old dame's keen eyes were upon me. "I rather like you, my dear," she said, "and I liked your mamma well enough before she treated me so shamefully at the christening dinner. Now, I know you are frightened and fearful, and if an owl should but flap your window tonight, it might drive you into fits. There's a nice little sofa bed in this dressing-closet. Call your maid to arrange it for you, and you can sleep there snugly under the old witch's protection, and then no goblin dare harm you, and nobody will be a bit the wiser or quiz you for being afraid." How little I knew what hung in the balance of my refusal or acceptance of that trivial proffer, had the veil of the future been lifted for one instant. But that veil is impenetrable to our gaze. Yet perhaps she had a glimpse of the dim vista beyond, she who made the offer, for when I declined with an affected laugh, she said in a thoughtful, half-abstracted manner, "Well, well, we must all take our own way through life. Good night, child. Pleasant dreams." And I softly closed the door. As I did so, she looked round at me rapidly, with a glance I have never forgotten, half malicious, half sad, as if she had divined the yawning gulf that was to devour my young hopes. It may have been mere eccentricity, the odd fantasy of a crooked mind, the whimsical conduct of a cynical person, triumphant in the power of affrighting youth and beauty. Or, I have since thought, it may have been that this singular guest possessed some such gift as the Highland second sight, a gift vague, sad, and useless to the possessor, but still sufficient to convey a dim sense of coming evil and boding doom. And yet, had she really known what was in store for me, what lurked behind the veil of the future, not even that arid heart could have remained impassive to the cry of humanity. She must have snatched me back, even from the edge of the black pit of misery. But doubtless she had not the power. Doubtless she had but a shadowy presentiment, at any rate, of some harm to happen, and could not see, save darkly, into the viewless void. where the wisest stumble. I left her door. As I crossed the landing, a bright gleam came from another room whose door was left ajar. It, the light, fell like a bar of golden sheen across my path. As I approached, the door opened, and my sister Lucy, who had been watching for me, came out. She was already in a white cashmere wrapper, over which her loosened hair hung darkly and heavily like tangles of silk. "Rosa, love," she whispered, "Minnie and I can't bear the idea of your sleeping out there all alone in that solitary room. The very room, too, Nurse Sherard used to talk about. So, as you know, Minnie has given up her room and come to sleep in mine. Still, we should so wish you to stop with us tonight at any rate, and I could make up a bed on the sofa for myself or you, and—" I stopped Lucy's mouth with a kiss. I declined her offer. I would not listen to it. In fact, my pride was up in arms, and I felt I would rather pass the night in the churchyard itself than accept a proposal dictated, I felt sure, by the notion that my nerves were shaken by the ghostly lore we had been raking up, that I was a weak, superstitious creature, unable to pass a night in a strange chamber. So I wouldn't listen to Lucy, but kissed her, bade her good night, and went on my way laughing to show my light heart. Yet, as I looked back in that dark corridor and saw the friendly door still ajar, the yellow bar of light still crossing from wall to wall, the sweet, kind face still peering after me from amid its clustering curls, I felt a thrill of sympathy, a wish to return, a yearning after human love and companionship. False shame was strongest and conquered. I waved a gay adieu. I turned the corner, and peeping over my shoulder, I saw the door close. The bar of yellow light was there no longer in the darkness of the passage. I thought at that instant that I heard a heavy sigh. I looked sharply round. No one was there. No door was open, yet I fancied with a wonderful vividness that I did hear an actual sigh breathed not far off, and plainly distinguishable from the groan of the sycamore branches as the wind tossed them to and fro in the outer blackness. If ever a mortal's good angel had cause to sigh for sorrow, not sin, mine had cause to mourn that night. But imagination plays us strange tricks, and my nervous system was not overcomposed or very fitted for judicial analysis. I had to go through the picture gallery. I had never entered this apartment by candlelight before, and I was struck by the gloomy array of the tall portraits, gazing moodily from the canvas on the lozenge-paned or painted windows, which rattled to the blast as it swept howling by. Many of the faces looked stern, and very different from their daylight expressions. In others, a furtive, flickering smile seemed to mock me as my candle illuminated them. And in all, the eyes, as usual with artistic portraits, seemed to follow my motions with a scrutiny and an interest the more marked for the apathetic immovability of the other features. I felt ill at ease under this stony gaze, though conscious how absurd were my apprehensions, and I called up a smile and an air of mirth, more as if acting a part under the eyes of human beings than of their mere shadows on the wall. I even laughed as I confronted them. No echo had my short-lived laughter, but from the hollow armour and arching roof, and I continued on my way in silence. I have spoken of the armour. Indeed, there was a fine collection of plate and mail, for my father was an enthusiastic antiquary. In especial, there were 2 suits of black armour, erect and surmounted by helmets with closed visors, which stood as if 2 mailed champions were guarding the gallery and its treasures. I had often seen these, of course, but never by night, and never when my whole organisation was so overwrought and tremulous as it then was. As I approached the Black Knights, as we had dubbed them, a wild notion seized on me that the figures moved, that men were concealed in the hollow shells which had once been borne in battle and tourney. I knew the idea was childish, yet I approached in irrational alarm, and fancied I absolutely beheld eyes glaring on me from the eyelet holes in the visors. I passed them by, and then my excited fancy told me that the figures were following me with stealthy strides. I heard a clatter of steel, caused, I'm sure, by some more violent gust of wind sweeping the gallery through the crevices of the old windows, and with a smothered shriek I rushed to the door, opened it, darted out, and clapped it to with a bang that re-echoed through the whole wing of the house. Then, by a sudden and not uncommon revulsion of feeling, I shook off my aimless terrors, blushed at my weakness, and sought my chamber only too glad I had been the only witness of my late tremors. As I entered my chamber, I thought I heard something stir in the neglected lumber room, which was the only neighbouring apartment. But I was determined to have no more panics, and resolutely shut my ears to this slight and transient noise, which had nothing unnatural in it. For surely, between rats and wind, an old manor house on a stormy night needs no sprites to disturb it. So I entered my room and rang for my maid. As I did so, I looked around me, and a most unaccountable repugnance to my temporary abode came over me, in spite of my efforts. It was no more to be shaken off than a chill is to be shaken off when we enter some damp cave, and rely upon it. The feeling of dislike and apprehension with which we regard at first sight certain places and people was not implanted in us without some wholesome purpose. I grant it is irrational, mere animal instinct. But is not instinct God's gift, and is it for us to despise it? It is by instinct that children know their friends from their enemies, that they distinguish with such unerring accuracy between those who like them and those who only flatter and hate them. Dogs do the same. They will fawn on one person, they slink snarling from another. Show me a man whom children and dogs shrink from, and I will show you a false, bad man, lies on his lips, and murder at his heart. No, let none despise the heaven-sent gift of innate antipathy, which makes the horse quail when the lion crouches in the thicket, which makes the cattle scent the shambles from afar, and low in terror and disgust as their nostrils snuff the blood-polluted air. I felt this antipathy strongly as I looked around me in my new sleeping room, and yet I could find no reasonable pretext for my dislike. A very good room it was, after all, now that the green damask curtains were drawn, the fire burning bright and clear, candles burning on the mantelpiece, and the various familiar articles of toilet arranged as usual. The bed, too, looked peaceful and inviting, a pretty little white bed, not at all the gaunt funereal sort of couch which haunted apartments generally contain. My maid entered, and assisted me to lay aside the dress and ornaments I'd worn, and arranged my hair as usual, prattling the while in Abigail fashion. I seldom cared to converse with servants, but on that night a sort of dread of being left alone, a longing to keep some human being near me, possessed me. And I encouraged the girl to gossip, so that her duties took her half an hour longer to get through than usual. At last, however, she had done all that could be done, and all my questions were answered, and my orders for the morrow reiterated and vowed obedience to, and the clock on the turret struck 1. Then Mary, yawning a little, asked if I wanted anything more, and I was obliged to answer no, for very shame's sake. And she went. The shutting of the door, gently as it was closed, affected me unpleasantly. I took a dislike to the curtains, the tapestry, the dingy pictures, everything. I hated the room. I felt a temptation to put on a cloak, run half-dressed to my sister's chamber, and say I'd changed my mind and come for shelter. But they must be asleep, I thought, and I couldn't be so unkind as to wake them. I said my prayers with unusual earnestness and a heavy heart. I extinguished the candles, and was just about to lay my head on my pillow, when the idea seized me that I would fasten the door. The candles were extinguished, but the firelight was amply sufficient to guide me. I gained the door. There was a lock, but it was rusty or hampered. My utmost strength could not turn the key. The bolt was broken and worthless. Balked of my intention, I consoled myself by remembering that I had never had need of fastenings yet, and returned to my bed. I lay awake for a good while, watching the red glow of the burning coals in the grate. I was quiet now and more composed. Even the light gossip of the maid, full of petty human cares and joys, had done me good, diverting my thoughts from brooding. I was on the point of dropping asleep when I was twice disturbed. Once by an owl hooting in the ivy outside, no unaccustomed sound, but harsh and melancholy. Once by a long and mournful howling set up by the mastiff chained in the yard beyond the wing I occupied. A long-drawn, lugubrious howling was this latter, and much such a note as the vulgar declare to herald a death in the family. This was a fancy that I never shared, but yet I could not help feeling that the dog's mournful moans were sad and expressive of terror, not at all like his fierce, honest bark of anger, but rather as if something evil and unwonted were abroad. But soon I fell asleep. How long I slept, I never knew. I woke at once, with that abrupt start which we all know well, and which carries us in a second from utter unconsciousness to the full use of our faculties. The fire was still burning, but it was very low, and half the room or more was in deep shadow. I knew, I felt, that some person or thing was in the room, although nothing unusual was to be seen by the feeble light. Yet it was a sense of danger that had aroused me from slumber. I experienced, while yet asleep, the chill and shock of sudden alarm, and I knew, even in the act of throwing off sleep like a mantle, why I awoke, and that some intruder was present. Yet, though I listened intently, no sound was audible except the faint murmur of the fire, the dropping of a cinder from the bars, the loud, irregular beatings of my own heart. Notwithstanding this silence, by some intuition I knew that I had not been deceived by a dream, and felt certain that I was not alone. I waited. My heart beat on quicker. More sudden grew its pulsations, as a bird in a cage might flutter in the presence of a hawk. And then I heard a sound, faint but distinct, the clank of iron, the rattling of a chain. I ventured to lift my head from the pillow. Dim and uncertain as the light was, I saw the curtains of my bed shake, and caught a glimpse of something beyond, a darker spot in the darkness. This confirmation of my fears did not surprise me so much as it shocked me. I strove to cry aloud, but could not utter a word. The chain rattled again, and this time the noise was louder and clearer. But though I strained my eyes, they could not penetrate the obscurity that shrouded the other end of the chamber, whence came the sullen clanking. In a moment, several distinct trains of thought, like many-coloured strands of thread twining into one, became palpable to my mental vision. Was it a robber? Could it be a supernatural visitant? Or was I the victim of a cruel trick, such as I had heard of, and which some thoughtless persons love to practice on the timid, reckless of its dangerous results? And then a new idea, with some ray of comfort in it, suggested itself. There was a fine young dog of the Newfoundland breed, a favourite of my father's, which was usually chained by night in an outhouse. Neptune might have broken loose, found his way to my room, and finding the door imperfectly closed, have pushed it open and entered. I breathed more freely as this harmless interpretation of the noise forced itself upon me. It must be the dog. But I was distressing myself uselessly. I resolved to call him. I strove to utter his name. Neptune! Neptune! But a secret apprehension restrained me, and I was mute. Then the chain clanked nearer and nearer to the bed. I saw a dusky, shapeless mass appear between the curtains on the opposite side to where I was lying. How I longed to hear the whine of the poor animal that I hoped might be the cause of my alarm. But no, I heard no sound, save the rustle of the curtains and the clash of the iron chain.
Just then the dying flame of the fire leaped up, and with one sweeping, hurried glance I saw that the door was shut, and horror! It is not the dog. It is the semblance of a human form that now throws itself heavily on the bed outside the clothes and lies there, huge and swart in the red gleam that treacherously dies away after showing so much to affright and sinks into dull darkness. There was now no light left, though the red cinders yet glowed with a ruddy gleam like the eyes of wild beasts. The chain rattled no more. I tried to speak, to scream wildly for help. My mouth was parched, my tongue refused to obey. I could not utter a cry, and indeed, who could have heard me? Alone as I was in that solitary chamber, with no living neighbour, and the picture gallery between me and any aid that even the loudest, most piercing shriek could summon. And the storm that howled without would have drowned my voice, even if help had been at hand. To call aloud, to demand who was there, alas, how useless, how perilous. If the intruder were a robber, my outcries would but goad him to fury. But what robber would act thus? As for a trick, that seemed impossible. And yet, what lay by my side, now wholly unseen? I strove to pray aloud as there rushed on my memory a flood of weird legends, the dreaded yet fascinating lore of my childhood. I had heard and read of the spirits of wicked men forced to revisit the scenes of their earthly crimes, of demons that lurked in certain accursed spots, of the ghoul and vampire of the East. Stealing amid the graves they rifled for their ghostly banquets, and I shuddered as I gazed on the blank darkness where I knew it lay. It stirred, it moaned hoarsely, and again I heard the chain clank close beside me, so close that it must almost have touched me. I drew myself from it, shrinking away in loathing and terror of the evil thing. What I knew not, but felt that something malignant was near. And yet, in the extremity of my fear, I dared not speak. I was strangely cautious to be silent, even in moving farther off, for I had a wild hope that it, the phantom, the creature, whichever it was, had not discovered my presence in the room. And then I remembered all the events of the night, Lady Speldhurst's ill-omened vaticinations, her half-warnings, her singular look as we parted, my sister's persuasions, my terror in the gallery, the remark that this was the room Nurse Sherard used to talk of. And then memory, stimulated by fear, recalled the long-forgotten past, the ill repute of this disused chamber, the sins it had witnessed, the blood spilled, the poison administered by unnatural hate within its walls, the tradition which called it haunted. The green room, I remembered how fearfully the servants avoided it, how it was mentioned rarely and in whispers when we were children, and how we had regarded it as a mysterious region, unfit for mortal habitation. Was it, the dark form with the chain, a creature of this world, or a spectre? And again, more dreadful still, could it be that the corpses of wicked men were forced to rise and haunt in the body the places where they had wrought their evil deeds? And was such as these my grisly neighbour? The chain faintly rattled. My hair bristled, my eyeballs seemed starting from their sockets. The damps of a great anguish were upon my brow. My heart laboured as if I were crushed beneath some vast weight. Sometimes it appeared to stop its frenzied beatings. Sometimes its pulsations were fierce and hurried. My breath came short and with extreme difficulty, and I shivered as if with cold. Yet I feared to stir. It moved. It moaned. Its fetters clanked dismally.
The couch creaked and shook. This was no phantom then, no air-drawn spectre, but its very solidity, its palpable presence, were 1,000 times more terrible. I felt that I was in the very grasp of what could not only affright, but harm, of something whose contact sickened the soul with deathly fear. I made a desperate resolve. I glided from the bed. I seized a warm wrapper, threw it around me, and tried to grope with extended hands my way to the door. My heart beat high at the hope of escape. But I had scarcely taken one step before the moaning was renewed. It changed into a threatening growl that would have suited a wolf's throat, and a hand clutched at my sleeve. I stood motionless. The muttering growl sank to a moan again. The chain sounded no more, but still the hand held its grip of my garment, and I feared to move. It knew of my presence then. My brain reeled, the blood boiled in my ears, and my knees lost all strength, while my heart panted like that of a deer in the wolf's jaws. I sank back, and the benumbing influence of excessive terror reduced me to a state of stupor. When my full consciousness returned, I was sitting on the edge of the bed, shivering with cold and barefooted. All was silent, but I felt that my sleeve was still clutched by my unearthly visitant. The silence lasted a long time. Then followed a chuckling laugh that froze my very marrow, and the gnashing of teeth as in demoniac frenzy, and then a wailing moan, and this was succeeded by silence. Hours may have passed, nay, though the tumult of my own heart prevented my hearing the clock strike, must have passed, but they seemed ages to me. And how were they spent? Hideous visions passed before the aching eyes that I dare not close, but which gazed ever into the dumb darkness where it lay, my dread companion through the watches of the night. I pictured it in every abhorrent form which an excited fancy could summon up, now as a skeleton, with hollow eye-holes and grinning fleshless jaws, now as a vampire, with livid face and bloated form and dripping mouth wet with blood. Would it never be light? And yet, when day should dawn, I should be forced to see it, face to face. I had heard that spectre and fiend were compelled to fade as morning brightened, but this creature was too real, too foul a thing of earth to vanish at cockcrow. No, I should see it, the horror, face to face. And then the cold prevailed, and my teeth chattered, and shiverings ran through me, and yet there was the damp of agony on my bursting brow. Some instinct made me snatch at a shawl or cloak that lay on a chair within reach, and wrap it around me. The moan was renewed, and the chain just stirred. Then I sank into apathy, like an Indian at the stake in the intervals of torture. Hours fled by, and I remained like a statue of ice, rigid and mute. I even slept, for I remember that I started to find the cold grey light of an early winter's day was on my face, and stealing around the room from between the heavy curtains of the window, shuddering, but urged by the impulse that rivets the gaze of the bird upon the snake, I turned to see the horror of the night. Yes, it was no fevered dream. No hallucination of sickness, no airy phantom unable to face the dawn. In the sickly light I saw it lying on the bed, with its grim head upon the pillow. A man, or a corpse arisen from its unhallowed grave and awaiting the demon that animated it? There it lay, a gaunt, gigantic form, wasted to a skeleton, half-clad, foul with dust and clotted gore, its huge limbs flung upon the couch as if at random, its shaggy hair streaming over the pillows like a lion's mane. Its face was towards me. Oh, the wild hideousness of that face, even in sleep. In features it was human,
even through its horrid mask of mud and half-dried bloody gouts. But the expression was brutish and savagely fierce. The white teeth were visible between the parted lips in a malignant grin. The tangled hair and beard were mixed in leonine confusion, and there were scars disfiguring that brow. Round the creature's waist was a ring of iron, to which was attached a heavy but broken chain, the chain I had heard clanking. With a second glance I noted that part of the chain was wrapped in straw to prevent its galling the wearer. The creature, I cannot call it a man, had the marks of fetters on its wrists. The bony arm that protruded through one tattered sleeve was scarred and bruised. The feet were bare and lacerated by pebbles and briars, and one of them was wounded and wrapped in a morsel of rag. And the lean hands, one of which held my sleeve, were armed with talons like an eagle's. In an instant the horrid truth flashed upon me. I was in the grasp of a madman. Better the phantom that scares the sight than the wild beast that rends and tears the quivering flesh, the pitiless human brute that has no heart to be softened, no reason at whose bar to plead, no compassion, naught of man save the form and the cunning. I gasped in terror. Ah, the mystery of those ensanguined fingers, those gory wolfish jaws, that face, all besmeared with blackening blood, is revealed. The slain sheep so mangled and rent, the fantastic butchery, the print of the naked foot, all were explained. And the chain, the broken link of which was found near the slaughtered animals, it came from his broken chain, the chain he had snapped, doubtless, in his escape from the asylum where his raging frenzy had been fettered and bound. In vain, ah me, how had this grisly Samson broken manacles and prison bars? How had he eluded guardian and keeper and a hostile world, and come hither on his wild way, hunted like a beast of prey, and snatching his hideous banquet like a beast of prey too? Yes, through the tatters of his mean and ragged garb, I could see the marks of the severities, cruel and foolish, with which men at that time tried to tame the might of madness. The scourge, its marks were there, and the scars of the hard iron fetters, and many a cicatrice and welt that told a dismal tale of harsh usage. But now he was loose, free to play the brute, the baited, tortured brute that they had made him, now without the cage, and ready to gloat over the victims his strength should overpower. Horror, horror! I was the prey, the victim, already in the tiger's clutch. And a deadly sickness came over me, and the iron entered into my soul, and I longed to scream, and was dumb. I died 1,000 deaths as that awful morning wore on. I dared not faint, but words cannot paint what I suffered as I waited till the moment when he should open his eyes and be aware of my presence, for I was assured he knew it not. He had entered the chamber as a lair, when weary and gorged with his horrid orgy, and he had flung himself down to sleep, without a suspicion that he was not alone. Even his grasping my sleeve was doubtless an act done betwixt sleeping and waking, like his unconscious moans and laughter in some frightful dream. Hours went by. Then I trembled as I thought that soon the house would be astir, that my maid would come to call me as usual, and awake that ghastly sleeper. And might he not have time to tear me as he tore the sheep before any aid could arrive? At last, what I dreaded came to pass. A light footstep on the landing. There is a tap at the door. A pause succeeds, and then the tapping is renewed, and this time more loudly. Then the madman stretched his limbs and uttered his moaning cry, and his eyes slowly opened, very slowly opened, and met mine. The girl waited a while ere she knocked for the 3rd time. I trembled, lest she should open the door unbidden, see that grim thing, and by her idle screams and terror bring about the worst. Long before strong men could arrive, I knew that I should be dead, The maid waited, no doubt surprised at my unusually sound slumbers, for I was in general a light sleeper and an early riser. But, reluctant to deviate from habit by entering without permission, I was still alone with the thing in man's shape. But he was awake now. I saw the wondering surprise in his haggard, bloodshot eyes. I saw him stare at me half vacantly, then with a crafty yet wondering look. And then I saw the devil of murder begin to peep forth from those hideous eyes, and the lips to part as in a sneer, and the wolfish teeth to bare themselves. But I was not what I had been. Fear gave me a new and a desperate composure, a courage foreign to my nature. I had heard of the best method of managing the insane. I could but try. I did try. Calmly, wondering at my own feigned calm, I fronted the glare of those terrible eyes. Steady and undaunted was my gaze, motionless my attitude. I marvelled at myself. But in that agony of sickening terror I was outwardly firm. They sink, they quail abashed, those dreadful eyes, before the gaze of a helpless girl, and the shame that is never absent from insanity bears down the pride of strength, the bloody cravings of the wild beast. The lunatic moaned and drooped, his shaggy head between his gaunt, squalid hands. I lost not an instant. I rose, and with one spring reached the door, tore it open, and with a shriek rushed through, caught the wondering girl by the arm, and crying to her to run for her life, rushed like the wind along the gallery, down the corridor, down the stairs. Mary's screams filled the house as she fled beside me. I heard a long-drawn, raging cry, the roar of a wild animal, mocked of its prey, and I knew what was behind me. I never turned my head. I flew rather than ran. I was in the hall already. There was a rush of many feet, an outcry of many voices, a sound of scuffling feet and brutal yells and oaths and heavy blows, and I fell to the ground, crying, "Save me!" and lay there in a swoon. I awoke from a delirious trance. Kind faces were around my bed. Loving looks were bent on me by all, by my dear father and dear sisters, but I scarcely saw them before I swooned again. When I recovered from that long illness through which I had been nursed so tenderly, the pitying looks I met made me tremble. I asked for a looking-glass. It was long denied me, but my importunity prevailed at last. A mirror was brought. My youth was gone at one fell swoop. The glass showed me a livid and haggard face, blanched and bloodless as of one who sees a spectre, and in the ashen lips and wrinkled brow and dim eyes I could trace nothing of my old self. The hair, too, jetty and rich before, was now as white as snow, and in one night the ravages of half a century had passed over my face. Nor have my nerves ever recovered their tone from that dire shock. Can you wonder that my life was blighted, that my lover shrank from me? So sad a wreck was I. I am old now, old and alone. My sisters would have had me to live with them, but I chose not to sadden their genial homes with my phantom face and dead eyes. Reginald married another. He has been dead many years. I never ceased to pray for him, though he left me when I was bereft of all. The sad weird is nearly over now. I am old and near the end, and wishful for it. I have not been bitter or hard, but I cannot bear to see many people, and am best alone. I try to do what good I can with the worthless wealth Lady Speldhurst left me, for at my wish my portion was shared between my sisters. What need had I of inheritances? I, the shattered wreck made by that one night of horror. Someone in the Lift by L.P. Hartley. There's someone coming down in the lift, Mummy. No, my darling, you're wrong, there isn't. But I can see him through the bars. A tall gentleman. You think you can, but it's only a shadow. Now you'll see. The lift's empty. And it always was. This piece of dialogue, or variations of it, had been repeated at intervals ever since Mr. and Mrs. Malden and their son Peter had arrived at the Brompton Court Hotel, where, owing to a domestic crisis, they were going to spend Christmas. New to hotel life, the little boy had never seen a lift before, and he was fascinated by it. When either of his parents pressed the button to summon it, he would take up his stand some distance away to watch it coming down. The ground floor had a high ceiling, so the lift was visible for some seconds before it touched floor level, and it was then, at its first appearance, that Peter saw the figure. It was always in the same place, facing him, in the left-hand corner. He couldn't see it plainly, of course, because of the double grille, the gate of the lift and the gate of the lift shaft, both of which had to be firmly closed before the lift would work. He had been told not to use the lift by himself, an unnecessary warning, because he connected the lift with the things that grown-up people did, and, unlike most small boys, he wasn't over-anxious to share the privileges of his elders. He was content to wonder and admire. The lift appealed to him more as magic than as mechanism. Acceptance of magic made it possible for him to believe that the lift had an occupant when he first saw it, in spite of the demonstrable fact that when it came to rest, giving its fascinating click of finality, the occupant had disappeared. "If you don't believe me, ask Daddy," his mother said. Peter didn't want to do this, and for two reasons, one of which was easier to explain than the other. "Daddy would say I was being silly," he said. "Oh, no, he wouldn't. He never says you're silly." This was not quite true. Like all well-regulated modern fathers, Mr. Malden was aware of the danger of offending a son of tender years. The psychological results might be regrettable. But Freud or no Freud, fathers are still fathers. And sometimes, when Peter irritated him, Mr. Malden would let fly. Although he was fond of him, Peter's private vision of his father was of someone more authoritative and awe-inspiring than a stranger seeing them together would have guessed. The other reason which Peter didn't divulge was more fantastic. He hadn't asked his father because when his father was with him, he couldn't see the figure in the lift. Mrs. Malden remembered the conversation and told her husband of it. "The lift's a dark place," she said, "and I dare say he does see something. He's so much nearer to the ground than we are. The bars may cast a shadow and make a sort of pattern that we can't see. I don't know if it's frightening him, but you might have a word with him about it." At first, Peter was more interested than frightened. Then he began to evolve a theory. If the figure only appeared in his father's absence, didn't it follow that the figure might be, could be, must be his own father? In what region of his consciousness Peter believed this, it would be hard to say, but for imaginative purposes he did believe it, and the figure became for him Daddy in the lift. The thought of Daddy in the lift did frighten him, and the neighbourhood of the lift shaft, in which he felt compelled to hang about, became a place of dread. Christmas Day was drawing near, and the hotel began to deck itself with evergreens. Suspended at the foot of the staircase, in front of the lift, was a bunch of mistletoe, and it was this that gave Mr. Malden his idea. As they were standing under it waiting for the lift, he said to Peter, "Your mother tells me you've seen someone in the lift who isn't there." His voice sounded more accusing than he meant it to, and Peter shrank. "Oh, not now," he said truthfully. "Only sometimes." "Your mother told me that you always saw it," his father said, again more sternly than he meant to. "And do you know who I think it may be?" Caught by a gust of terror, Peter cried, "Oh, please don't tell me." "Why, you silly boy," said his father reasonably. "Don't you want to know?" Ashamed of his cowardice, Peter said he did. "Why, it's Father Christmas, of course." Relief surged through Peter. "But doesn't Father Christmas come down the chimney?" he asked. "That was in the old days. He doesn't now. But now he takes the lift." Peter thought a moment. "Will you dress up as Father Christmas this year?" he asked, "even though it's an hotel?" "I might. And come down in the lift?" Why, yes, that's what it's for. After this, Peter felt happier about the shadowy passenger behind the bars. Father Christmas couldn't hurt anyone, even if he was, as Peter now believed him to be, his own father. Peter was only 6, but he could remember 2 Christmas Eves when his father had dressed up as Santa Claus and given him a delicious thrill. He could hardly wait for this one, when the apparition in the corner would at last become a reality. Alas, 2 days before Christmas Day, the lift broke down. On every floor it served, and there were 6, counting the basement, the forbidding notice, "Out of order," dangled from the door handle. Peter complained as loudly as anyone, though secretly he couldn't have told why. He was glad that the lift no longer functioned, and he didn't mind climbing the 4 flights to his room, which opened out of his parents' room but had its own door too. By using the stairs he met the workmen. He never knew on which floor they would be, and from them gleaned the latest news about the lift crisis. They were working overtime, they told him, and were just as anxious as he to see the last of the job. Sometimes they even told each other to put a jerk into it. Always Peter asked them when they would be finished, and they always answered, "Christmas Eve, at latest." Peter didn't doubt this. To him, the workmen were infallible, possessed of magic powers, capable of suspending the ordinary laws that governed lifts. Look how they left the gates open and shouted to each other up and down the awesome lift shaft, paying as little attention to the other hotel visitors as if they didn't exist. Only to Peter did they vouchsafe a word. But Christmas Eve came, the morning passed, the afternoon passed, and still the lift didn't go. The men were working with set faces and a controlled hurry in their movements. They didn't even return Peter's "good night" when he passed them on his way to bed. Bed! He'd begged to be allowed to stay up this once for dinner. He knew he wouldn't go to sleep, he said, till Father Christmas came. He lay awake, listening to the urgent voices of the men, wondering if each hammer stroke would be the last, and then, just as the clamour was subsiding, he dropped off. Dreaming, he felt adrift in time. Could it be midnight? No, because his parents had, after all, consented to his going down to dinner. Now was the time. Averting his eyes from the forbidden lift, he stole downstairs. There was a clock in the hall, but it had stopped. In the dining room there was another clock. But dared he go into the dining room alone, with no one to guide him and everybody looking at him? He ventured in, and there, at their table, which he couldn't always pick out, he saw his mother. She saw him too, and came towards him, threading her way between the tables as if they were just bits of furniture, not alien islands under hostile sway. "Darling," she said, I couldn't find you. Nobody could. But here you are." She led him back, and they sat down. "Daddy will be with us in a minute." The minutes passed. Suddenly there was a crash. It seemed to come from within, from the kitchen, perhaps. Smiles lit up the faces of the diners. The man at a nearby table laughed and said, "Something's on the floor. Somebody'll be for it." "What is it?" whispered Peter, too excited to speak out loud. "Is anyone hurt?" "Oh, no, darling. Somebody's dropped a tray, that's all." To Peter it seemed an anticlimax, this paltry accident that had stolen the thunder of his father's entry, for he didn't doubt that his father would come in as Father Christmas. The suspense was unbearable. "Can I go into the hall and wait for him?" His mother hesitated, and then said, "Yes." The hall was deserted. Even the porter was off duty. Would it be fair, Peter wondered, or would it be cheating and doing himself out of a surprise if he waited for Father Christmas by the lift? Magic has its rules, which mustn't be disobeyed. But he was there now, at his old place in front of the lift, and the lift would come down if he pressed the button. He knew he mustn't, that it was forbidden, that his father would be angry if he did. Yet he reached up and pressed it. But nothing happened. The lift didn't come. And why? Because some careless person had forgotten to shut the gates. Monkeying with the lift, his father called it.
Perhaps the workmen had forgotten in their hurry to get home. There was only one thing to do: find out on which floor the gates had been left open, and then shut them. On their own floor it was, and in his dream it didn't seem strange to Peter that the lift wasn't there, blocking the black hole of the lift shaft, though he daren't look down it. The gates clicked to. Triumph possessed him. Triumph lent him wings. He was back on the ground floor with his finger on the button. The thrill of power such as he had never known ran through him when the machinery answered to his touch. But what was this? The lift was coming up from below, not down from above. And there was something wrong with its roof, a jagged hole that let the light through. But the figure was there, in its accustomed corner, and this time it hadn't disappeared. It was still there. He could see it through the mazy crisscross of the bars, a figure in a red robe with white edges and wearing a red cowl on its head. His father, Father Christmas, Daddy in the lift. But why didn't he look at Peter? And why was his white beard streaked with red? The two grills folded back when Peter pushed them. Toys were lying at his father's feet, but he couldn't touch them, for they too were red, red and wet as the floor of the lift, red as the jag of lightning that tore through his brain.
Marley's ghost. Marley was dead, to begin with. There's no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner, Scrooge, signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Mind, I don't mean to say that I know of my own knowledge what there is particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined myself to regard a coffin nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade, but the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hand shall not disturb it, or the country's done for. You will therefore permit me to repeat, emphatically, that Marley was as dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead. Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend, and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There's no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I'm going to relate. If we were not perfectly convinced that Hamlet's father died before the play began, there would be nothing more remarkable in his taking a stroll at night in an easterly wind upon his own ramparts than there should be in any other middle-aged gentleman rashly turning out after dark in a breezy spot, say St. Paul's churchyard, for instance, literally to astonish his son's weak mind. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door, Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge, and sometimes Marley, but he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire, secret and self-contained and solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shrivelled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. A frosty rime was on his head and on his eyebrows and his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature always about with him. He iced his coffee in the dog days and didn't thaw it out 1 degree at Christmas. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather chill him, no wind that blew was bitterer than he. No falling snow was more intent upon its purpose, no pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place. But Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and then would wag their tails as though they said, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, dark master." But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked, to edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance, was what the knowing ones call nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been light all day, and candles were flaring in the windows of the neighbouring offices like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every chink and keyhole, and was so dense without that although the court was one of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. To see the dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by and was brewing on a large scale. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who, in a dismal little cell beyond a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal box in his own room, and so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed. "A Merry Christmas, Uncle, God save you," cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. "Bah," said Scrooge, "humbug." He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow. His face was ruddy and handsome, his eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again. "Christmas a humbug, Uncle?" said Scrooge's nephew. "You don't mean that, I'm sure." "I do," said Scrooge. "Merry Christmas. What a right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry, you're poor enough?" "Come then," returned the nephew gaily. "What right have you to be dismal? What right have you to be morose? You're rich enough." Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said "Bah!" again, and followed it up with "Humbug." "Don't be cross, Uncle," said the nephew. "What else can I be," returned the uncle, "when I live in such a world of fools as this? Merry Christmas. Out upon Merry Christmas. What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a year older but not an hour richer? A time for balancing your books and having every item in them through a round dozen of months presented dead against you? If I could work my will," said Scrooge indignantly, "every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should." "Uncle," pleaded the nephew. "Nephew," returned the uncle sternly, "keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine. Keep it, repeated Scrooge's nephew, but you don't keep it. Let me leave it alone, then, said Scrooge. Much good may it do you, much good has it ever done you. There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say, returned the nephew, Christmas among the rest. But I'm sure I have always thought of Christmastime when it has come round, apart from the veneration due to its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. The only time I know of in the long calendar of the year, when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely and to think of people below them as if they really were fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound on other journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good, and will do me good, and I say, God bless it. The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded. Becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety, he poked the fire and extinguished the last frail spark for ever. Let me hear another sound from you, said Scrooge, and you'll keep Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir, he added, turning to his nephew. I wonder you don't go into Parliament. Don't be angry, uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow. Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed he did. He went the whole length of the expression and said that he would see him in that extremity first. But why? Cried Scrooge's nephew. Why? Why did you get married? Said Scrooge. Because I fell in love. Because you fell in love, growled Scrooge, as if that were the only thing in the world more ridiculous than Merry Christmas. Good afternoon. Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it as a reason for not coming now? Good afternoon, said Scrooge. I want nothing from you. I ask nothing from you. Why can't we be friends? Good afternoon, said Scrooge. I'm sorry with all my heart to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party, but I have made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humour to the last. So a Merry Christmas, uncle. Good afternoon, said Scrooge, and a Happy New Year. Good afternoon, said Scrooge. His nephew left the room without an angry word notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow the greetings of the season upon the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially. There's another fellow, muttered Scrooge, who overheard him. My clerk with 15 shillings a week and a wife and family talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam. This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands and bowed to him. Scrooge and Marley's, I believe, said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list. Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley? Mr. Marley's been dead these 7 years, Scrooge replied. He died 7 years ago this very night. We have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner, said the gentleman, presenting his credentials. It certainly was, for they had been 2 kindred spirits. At the ominous word liberality, Scrooge frowned and shook his head and handed the credentials back. At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, said the gentleman, taking up a pen, it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute, who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts, sir. Are there no prisons? Asked Scrooge. There are plenty of prisons, said the gentleman, laying down the pen again. And the union workhouses? Demanded Scrooge. Are they still in operation? Yes, they are, still, returned the gentleman. I wish I could say they were not. The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigour then, said Scrooge. Both very busy, sir. Oh, I was afraid from what you said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course, said Scrooge. I'm very glad to hear it. Under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the multitude, returned the gentleman, a few of us are endeavouring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. We chose this time because it is a time of all others when want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. What shall I put you down for? Nothing, Scrooge replied. You wish to be anonymous. I wish to be left alone, said Scrooge. Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there. Many can't go there, and many would rather die. If they would rather die, said Scrooge, they had better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that. But you might know it, observed the gentleman. It's not my business, Scrooge returned. It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentleman withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labours with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more facetious temper than was usual with him. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened so that people ran about with flaring links, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was always peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of a Gothic window in the wall, became invisible and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds with tremulous vibrations afterward, as if its teeth were chattering in its frozen head up there. The cold became intense. In the main street at the corner of the court, some labourers were repairing the gas pipes and had lighted a great fire in a brazier, round which a party of ragged men and boys were gathered, warming their hands and winking their eyes before the blaze in rapture. The water plug, being left in solitude, its overflowing sullenly congealed and turned to misanthropic ice. The brightness of the shops where holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows made pale faces ruddy as they passed. Poulterers' and grocers' trades became a splendid joke, a glorious pageant, with which it was next to impossible to believe that such dull principles as bargain and sale had anything to do. The Lord Mayor in the stronghold of the mighty mansion house gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as a Lord Mayor's household should, and even the little tailor, whom he had fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up tomorrow's pudding in his garret while his lean wife and the baby sallied out to buy the beef. Foggier yet, and colder, piercing, searching, biting cold. If the good St. Dunstan had but nipped the evil spirit's nose with a touch of such weather as that, instead of using his familiar weapons, then indeed he would have roared to lusty purpose. The owner of one scant young nose, gnawed and mumbled by the hungry cold as bones are gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol, but at the first sound of "God bless ye, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay," Scrooge seized the ruler with such energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog and even more congenial frost. At length, the hour of shutting up the counting-house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed out his candle and put on his hat. "You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose," said Scrooge. "If quite convenient, sir." "It's not convenient," said Scrooge, "and it's not fair. If I was to stop £1/crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'd be bound." The clerk smiled faintly. "And yet," said Scrooge, "you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work." The clerk observed that it was only once a year. "A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December," said Scrooge, buttoning his greatcoat to the chin. "But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning." The clerk promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill, at the end of a lane of boys, 20 times in honour of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt, to play at the blind man's buff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms, in a lowering pile of building up a yard, where it had so little business to be that one could scarcely help fancying He must have run there when it was a young house playing at hide and seek with the other houses and forgotten the way out again. It was old enough now, and dreary enough, for nobody lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was fain to grope with his hands. The fog and frost so hung about the black old gateway of the house that it seemed as if the genius of the weather sat in mournful meditation on the threshold. Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. It is also a fact that Scrooge had seen it night and morning during his whole residence in that place. Also, that Scrooge had as little of what is called fancy about him as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation, alderman, and livery. Let it also be borne in mind that Scrooge had not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 7 years dead partner that afternoon. And then, let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker, without its undergoing any intermediate process of change, not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face. It was not in impenetrable shadow, as the other objects in the yard were, but had a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. It was not angry or ferocious, but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on its ghostly forehead. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by breath or hot air, and though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That, and its livid colour, made it horrible, but its horror seemed to be in spite of the face and beyond its control, rather than part of its own expression. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of a terrible sensation to which it had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key he had relinquished, turned it sturdily, walked in, and lighted his candle. He did pause with a moment's irresolution before he shut the door, and he did look cautiously behind it first, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtails sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on, so he said "Pooh, pooh," and closed it with a bang. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above and every cask in the wine merchant's cellars below appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall and up the stairs, slowly too, trimming his candle as he went. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and six up a good old flight of stairs or through a bad young Act of Parliament, but I mean to say you might have got a hearse up that staircase and taken it broadwise, with the splinter bar towards the wall and the door towards the balustrades, and done it easy. There was plenty of width for that and room to spare, which is perhaps the reason why Scrooge thought he saw a locomotive hearse going on before him in the gloom. Half a dozen gas lamps out in the street wouldn't have lighted the entry too well, so you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa, a small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and the little saucepan of gruel. Scrooge had a cold in his head upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in the suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room as usual. Old fireguard, old shoes, 2 fish baskets, washing stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in. Double locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. It was a very low fire indeed, nothing on such a bitter night. He was obliged to sit close to it and brood over it before he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago, and paved all round with quaint Dutch tiles designed to illustrate the scriptures. There were Cains and Abels, Pharaoh's daughters, queens of Sheba, angelic messengers descending through the air on clouds like featherbeds, Abrahams, Belshazzars, apostles putting off to sea in butter boats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts, and yet that face of Marley, 7 years dead, came, like the ancient prophet's rod, and swallowed up the whole. If each smooth tile had been a blank at first, with power to shape some picture on its surface from the disjointed fragments of his thoughts, there would have been a copy of old Marley's head on every one. "Humbug," said Scrooge, and walked across the room. After several turns he sat down again. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room and communicated for some purpose now forgotten with the chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment and with a strange, inexplicable dread that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound, but soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This might have lasted half a minute or a minute, but it seemed an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun, together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted houses were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder on the floors below. Then, coming up the stairs. Then, coming straight towards his door. "It's humbug still," said Scrooge. "I won't believe it." His colour changed, though, when without a pause it came on through the heavy door and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up as though it cried, "I know him, Marley's ghost," and fell again. The same face, the very same. Marley in his pigtail usual waistcoat, tights and boots, the tassels on the latter bristling like his pigtail, and his coat skirts, and the hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long and wound about him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now, though he looked the phantom through and saw it standing before him, though he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes, and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and chin, which wrapper he had not observed before. He was still incredulous and fought against his senses. "How now?" said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever. "What do you want with me?" "Much." Marley's voice, no doubt about it. "Who are you?" "Ask me who I was." "Who were you then?" said Scrooge, raising his voice. "You're particular for a shade." He was going to say "to a shade," but substituted this as more appropriate. "In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley." Can you sit down?" asked Scrooge, looking doubtfully at him. "I can." "Do it then." Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of its being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it. "You don't believe in me," observed the ghost. "I don't," said Scrooge. "What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your senses?" "I don't know," said Scrooge. "Why do you doubt your senses?" "Because," said Scrooge, "a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are. Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel in his heart by any means waggish then. The truth is that he tried to be smart as a means of distracting his own attention and keeping down his terror, for the spectre's voice disturbed the very marrow in his bones. To sit staring at those fixed, glazed eyes in silence for a moment would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce with him. There was something very awful, too, in the spectre's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of its own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but this was clearly the case, for though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated, as by the hot vapour from an oven. "You see this toothpick?" said Scrooge, returning quickly to the charge, for the reason just assigned, and wishing, though it were only for a second, to divert the vision's stony gaze from himself. "I do," replied the ghost. "You're not looking at it," said Scrooge. "But I see it," said the ghost, notwithstanding. "Well," returned Scrooge, "I have but to swallow this, and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug, I tell you, humbug." At this, the spirit raised a frightful cry, and shook its chain with such a dismal and appalling noise that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling into a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage round its head as if it were too warm to wear indoors, its lower jaw dropped down upon its breast. Scrooge fell upon his knees and clasped his hands before his face. "Mercy," he said, "dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?" "Man of the worldly mind," replied the ghost, "do you believe in me or not?" "I do," said Scrooge. "I must. But why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?" "It is required of every man," the ghost returned, "that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men and travel far and wide. And if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world. Oh, woe is me, and witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth, and turn to happiness." Again the spectre raised a cry and shook its chain and wrung its shadowy hands. "You are fettered," said Scrooge, trembling. "Tell me why." "I wear the chain I forged in life," replied the ghost. "I made it link by link and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you?" Scrooge trembled more and more. "Oh, would you know," pursued the ghost, "the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was full as heavy and as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have laboured on it since. It is a ponderous chain." Scrooge glanced about him on the floor in the expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable, but he could see nothing. "Jacob," he said imploringly, "old Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob." "I have none to give," the ghost replied. "It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is all permitted to me. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting-house. Mark me, in life, my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me." It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hands in his breeches pockets. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting up his eyes or getting off his knees. "You must have been very slow about it, Jacob," Scrooge observed, in a businesslike manner, though with humility and deference. "Slow," the ghost repeated. 7 years dead," mused Scrooge, "and travelling all the time." "The whole time," said the ghost. "No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse." "You travel fast," said Scrooge. "On the wings of the wind," replied the ghost. "You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years," said Scrooge. The ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry, and clanked its chain so hideously in the dead silence of the night
that the ward would have been justified in indicting it for a nuisance. Oh, captive, bound, and double-ironed, cried the phantom, not to know that ages of incessant labour by immortal creatures for this earth must pass into eternity before the good of which it is susceptible is all developed, not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness, not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one's life's opportunity misused. Yet such was I. Oh, such was I. But you were always a good man of business, Jacob, faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. Business, cried the ghost, wringing its hands again. Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business. It held up its chain at arm's length, as if that were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground again. At this time of the rolling year, the spectre said, I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down, and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me? Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. Hear me, cried the ghost. My time is nearly gone. I will, said Scrooge, but don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob, pray. How is it that I appear before you in a shape that you can see, I may not tell? I have sat invisible beside you many and many a day. It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered and wiped the perspiration from his brow. That is no light part of my penance, pursued the ghost. I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate, a chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer. You were always a good friend to me, said Scrooge. Thank ye. You will be haunted, resumed the ghost, by 3 spirits. Scrooge's countenance fell almost as low as the ghost's had done. Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob? He demanded in a faltering voice. It is. I think I'd rather not, said Scrooge. Without their visit, said the ghost, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow, when the bell tolls 1. Couldn't I take 'em all at once and have it over, Jacob? Hinted Scrooge. Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more, and look that for your own sake you remember what has passed between us. When it had said these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table and bound it round its head as before. Scrooge knew this by the smart sound its teeth made when the jaws were brought together by the bandage. He ventured to raise his eyes again and found his supernatural visitor confronting him in an erect attitude with its chain wound over and about its arm. The apparition walked backward from him, and at every step it took, the window raised itself a little, so that when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach, which he did. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held up its hand, warning him to come no nearer. Scrooge stopped, not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear, for on the raising of the hand, he became sensible of confused noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and regret, wailings inexpressibly sorrowful and self-accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge and floated out upon the bleak, dark night. Scrooge followed to the window, desperate in his curiosity. He looked out. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might be guilty governments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost in a white waistcoat with a monstrous iron safe attached to its ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was clearly that they sought to interfere for good in human matters, and had lost the power forever. Stave 2. The first of the three spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that looking out of bed, he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. He was endeavouring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes when the chimes of a neighbouring church struck the 4 quarters, so he listened for the hour. To his great astonishment, the heavy bell went on from 6 to 7, and from 7 to 8, and irregularly up to 12, then stopped. 12? It was past 2 when he went to bed. The clock was wrong. An icicle must have got into the works. 12. He touched the spring of his repeater to correct this most preposterous clock. Its rapid little pulse beat 12, and stopped. "Why, it isn't possible," said Scrooge, "that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night. It isn't possible that anything has happened to the sun, and this is 12 at noon." The idea being an alarming one, he scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. He was obliged to rub off the frost with the sleeve of his dressing gown before he could see anything, and could see very little then. All he could make out was that it was still very foggy and extremely cold, and that there was no noise of people running to and fro and making a great stir, as there unquestionably would have been if night had beaten off bright day and taken possession of the world. This was a great relief, because 3 days after sight of this first of exchange paid to Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge, or his order, and so forth, would have become a mere United States security if there were no days to count by. Scrooge went to bed again, and thought and thought and thought it over and over and over, and could make nothing of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was, and the more he endeavoured not to think, the more he thought. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly. Every time he resolved within himself, after mature inquiry, that it was all a dream, his mind flew back again, like a strong spring released, to its first position, and presented the same problem to be worked all through. Was it a dream or not? Scrooge lay in this state until the chime had gone 3 quarters more, when he remembered on a sudden that the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. He resolved to lie awake until the hour was past, and considering that he could no more go to sleep than go to heaven, this was perhaps the wisest resolution in his power. The quarter was so long that he was more than once convinced he must have sunk into a doze unconsciously and missed the clock. At length it broke upon his listening ear. Ding dong. 1/4 said Scrooge, counting. Ding dong. 1/2, said Scrooge. Ding dong. 1/4 to it, said Scrooge. Ding dong. The hour itself, said Scrooge triumphantly, and nothing else. He spoke before the hour bell sounded, which it did now with a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand. Not the curtains at his feet, nor the curtains at his back, but those to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, starting up into a half-recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them, as close to it as I am now to you, and I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man, viewed through some supernatural medium which gave him the appearance of having receded from the view and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were, like those upper members, bare. It wore a tunic of the purest white, and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and, in singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was that from the crown of its head there sprung a bright, clear jet of light, by which all this was visible, and which doubtless was the occasion of its using, in its duller moments, a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm. Even this, though, when Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality, for, as its belt sparkled and glittered now in one part and now in another, and what was light one instant, at another time was dark, so the figure itself fluctuated in its distinctness, being now a thing with one arm, now with one leg, now with 20 legs, now a pair of legs without a head, now a head without a body, of which dissolving parts no outline would be visible in the dense gloom wherein they melted away. And in the very wonder of this, it would be itself again, distinct and clear as ever. "Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?" asked Scrooge. "I am." The voice was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if instead of being so close beside him, it were at a distance. "Who and what are you?" Scrooge demanded. "I am the ghost of Christmas past." "Long past?" inquired Scrooge, observant of its dwarfish stature. "No, your past." Perhaps Scrooge could not have told anybody why if anybody could have asked him, but he had a special desire to see the spirit in its cap, and begged him to be covered. "What," exclaimed the ghost, "would you so soon put out with worldly hands the light I give? Is it not enough that you are one of those whose passions made this cap, and forced me through whole trains of years to wear it low upon my brow?" Scrooge reverently disclaimed all intention to offend, or any knowledge of having wilfully bonneted the spirit at any period of his life. He then made bold to inquire what business brought him there. "Your welfare," said the ghost. Scrooge expressed himself much obliged, but could not help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him thinking, for it said immediately, "Your reclamation, then. Take heed." It put out its strong hand as it spoke, and clasped him gently by the arm. "Rise, and walk with me." It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes, that bed was warm, that the thermometer a long way below freezing, that he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing gown, and nightcap, and that he had a cold upon him at that time. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made towards the window, clasped his robe in supplication. I am a mortal," Scrooge remonstrated, "and liable to fall." "Bear but a touch of my hand there," said the spirit, laying it upon his heart, "and you shall be upheld in more than this." As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall, and stood upon an open country road with fields at either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it, for it was a clear, cold winter day, with snow upon the ground. "Good heaven," said Scrooge, clasping his hands together as he looked about him. "I was bred in this place. I was a boy here." The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000 odours floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts and hopes and joys and cares, long, long forgotten. "Your lip is trembling," said the ghost. "What is that upon your cheek?" Scrooge muttered with an unusual catching in his voice that it was a pimple, and begged the ghost to lead him where it would. "You recollect the way?" inquired the spirit. Remember it, cried Scrooge with fervour. I could walk it blindfold. Strange to have forgotten it for so many years, observed the ghost. Let us go on. They walked along the road, Scrooge recognising every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting towards them with boys upon their backs, who called to other boys in country gigs and carts driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits and shouted to each other, until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it. These are but shadows of things that have been, said the ghost. They have no consciousness of us. The jocund travellers came on, and as they came, Scrooge knew and named them every one. Why was he rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them? Why did his cold eye glisten and his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas as they parted at crossroads and byways for their several homes? What was Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out upon Merry Christmas! What good had it ever done him? The school is not quite deserted, said the ghost. A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still. Scrooge said he knew it, and he sobbed. They left the high road by a well-remembered lane, and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick, with a little weathercock-surmounted cupola on the roof, and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes, for the spacious offices were little used. Their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken, and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and the coach-houses and sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of its ancient state within, for entering the dreary hall and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found them poorly furnished, cold, and vast. There was an earthy savour in the air, a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight, and not too much to eat. They went, the ghost and Scrooge, across the hall, to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of these, a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form and wept to see his poor forgotten self as he used to be. Not a latent echo in the house, not a squeak and scuffle from the mice behind the panelling, not a drip from the half-thawed water-spout in the dull yard behind, not a sigh among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar, not the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door, no, not a clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge with a softening influence, and gave a freer passage to his tears. The spirit touched him on the arm and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. Suddenly a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window, with an axe stuck in his belt, and leading by the bridle an ass laden with wood. "Why, it's Ali Baba!" Scrooge exclaimed in ecstasy. "It's dear old honest Ali Baba. Yes, I know. One Christmastime, when yonder solitary child was left here all alone, he did come for the first time, just like that. Poor boy. And Valentine," said Scrooge, "and his wild brother Orson. There they go. And what's his name, who was put down in his drawers asleep at the gate of Damascus? Don't you see him? And the Sultan's groom turned upside down by the genie. There he is upon his head. Serve him right, I'm glad of it. What business had he to be married to the princess?" To hear Scrooge expending all the earnestness of his nature on such subjects, in a most extraordinary voice between laughing and crying, and to see his heightened and excited face, would have been a surprise to his business friends in the city indeed. "There's the parrot," cried Scrooge. "Green body and yellow tail, with a thing like a lettuce growing out of the top of his head. There he is. Poor Robinson Crusoe, we called him when he came home again after sailing round the island. Poor Robinson Crusoe, where have you been, Robinson Crusoe?" The man thought he was dreaming, but he wasn't. It was the parrot, you know. There goes Friday running for his life to the little creek. "Hello! Hoop! Hello!" Then, with a rapidity of transition very foreign to his usual character, he said, in pity for his former self, "Poor boy," and cried again. "I wish," Scrooge muttered, putting his hand in his pocket and looking about him after drying his eyes with his cuff. "But it's too late now." "What is the matter?" asked the spirit. "Nothing," said Scrooge, "nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something. That's all." The ghost smiled thoughtfully and waved its hand, saying as it did so, "Let us see another Christmas." Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked, fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked laths were shown instead. But how all this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so. So, there he was, alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost, and with a mournful shaking of his head, glanced anxiously towards the door. It opened, and a little girl much younger than the boy came darting in, and putting her arms about his neck and often kissing him, addressed him as her dear, dear brother. "I've come to bring you home, dear brother," said the child, clapping her tiny hands and bending down to laugh. "To bring you home, home, home." "Home, little fan," returned the boy. "Yes," said the child, brimful of glee. "Home, for good and all. Home for ever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be, that home's like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed, that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home. And he said, yes, you should, and sent me in a coach to bring you. And you're to be a man," said the child, opening her eyes, "and are never to come back here. But first, we're to be together all the Christmas long and have the merriest time in the whole world." "You're quite a woman, little fan," exclaimed the boy. She clapped her hands and laughed and tried to touch his head, but being too little, laughed again and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him in her childish eagerness towards the door, and he, nothing loath to go, accompanied her. A terrible voice in the hall cried, "Bring down Master Scrooge's box there." And in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension and threw him into a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him. He then conveyed him and his sister into the veriest old well of a shivering best parlour that ever was seen, where the maps upon the wall and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the windows were waxy with cold. Here he produced a decanter of curiously light wine and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered instalments of those dainties to the young people, at the same time sending out a meagre servant to offer a glass of something to the postboy, who answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was the same tap as he had tasted before, he'd rather not. Master Scrooge's trunk being by this time tied onto the top of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster good-bye right willingly, and getting into it drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing the hoar-frost and snow from off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray. "Always a delicate creature whom a breath might have withered," said the ghost. "But she had a large heart." "So she had," cried Scrooge. "You're right. I'll not gainsay it, spirit. God forbid." "She died a woman," said the ghost, "and had, as I think, children." "One child," Scrooge returned. "True," said the ghost. "Your nephew." Scrooge seemed uneasy in his mind and answered briefly, "Yes." Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way, and all the strife and tumult of a real city were. It was made plain enough by the dressing of the shops that here too it was Christmas time again, but it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it. "Know it," said Scrooge. "Was I apprenticed here?" They went in. At sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig sitting behind such a high desk that if he had been 2 inches taller he must have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried out in great excitement, "Why, it's old Fezziwig, bless his heart! It's Fezziwig alive again!" Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, rich, fat, jovial voice, "Yo-ho there, Ebenezer! Dick!" Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow apprentice. "Dick Wilkins, to be sure," said Scrooge to the ghost. "Bless me, yes. There he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick. Dear, dear." "Yo-ho, my boy," said Fezziwig. "No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick. Christmas, Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up," cried old Fezziwig with a sharp clap of his hands, "before a man can say Jack Robinson." You wouldn't believe how those two fellows went at it. They charged into the street with the shutters. 1, 2, 3, had 'em up in their places. 4, 5, 6, barred 'em and pinned 'em. 7, 8, 9, and came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses. "Hilly-ho!" cried old Fezziwig, skipping down from the high desk with wonderful agility. "Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Hilly-ho, Dick. Cheer up, Ebenezer." Clear away? There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off as if it were dismissed from public life for evermore. The floor was swept and watered. The lamps were trimmed. Fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin the baker. In came the cook with her brother's particular friend the milkman. In came the boy from over the way who was suspected of not having board enough from his master, trying to hide himself behind the girl from next door but one, who was proved to have had her ears pulled by the mistress. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping, old top couple always turning up in the wrong place, new top couple starting off again as soon as they got there, all top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig, clapping his hands to stop the dance, cried out, "Well done!" and the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. But scorning rest upon his reappearance, he instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if the other fiddler had been carried home exhausted on a shutter, and here he were, a brand new man, resolved to beat him out of sight, or perish. There were more dances, and there were forfeits, and more dances, and there was cake, and there was negus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler, an artful dog, mind, the sort of man who knew his business better than you or I could have told him, struck up Sir Roger de Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig, top couple too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out for them, 3 or 4 and 20 pair of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, people who would dance and had no notion of walking. But if they had been twice as many, or 4 times, old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. If that's not high praise, tell me higher, and I'll use it. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You couldn't have predicted at any given time what would have become of them next. And when old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advance and retire, both hands to your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle and back again to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs, and came upon his feet again without a stagger. When the clock struck 11, this domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side of the door, and shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 prentices, they did the same to them, and thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. During the whole of this time, Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self, he corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost, and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folks so full of gratitude." "Small," echoed Scrooge. The spirit signed to him to listen to the two apprentices who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said, "Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?" "It isn't that," said Scrooge, heated by the remark, and speaking unconsciously like his former, not his latter self. "It isn't that, spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it's impossible to add and count them up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune." He felt the spirit's glance and stopped. "What is the matter?" asked the ghost. "Nothing particular," said Scrooge. "Something, I think," the ghost insisted. "No," said Scrooge, "no. I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all." His former self turned down the lamps as he gave utterance to the wish, and Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air. "My time grows short," observed the spirit. "Quick." This was not addressed to Scrooge or to anyone whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect, for again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadow of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a mourning dress, in whose eyes there were tears which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past. "It matters little," she said softly, "to you very little. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve." "What idol has displaced you?" he rejoined. "A golden one." "This is the even-handed dealing of the world," he said. "There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth." "You fear the world too much," she answered gently. "All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one until the master passion, gain, engrosses you. Have I not?" "What then?" he retorted. "Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I'm not changed towards you." She shook her head. "Am I?" "Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so, until in good season we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man. I was a boy," he said impatiently. "Your own feeling tells you that you are not what you are," she returned. "I am. That which promised happiness when we were one in heart is fraught with misery now that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this, I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it and can release you. Have I ever sought release? In words? No, never. In what then? In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end, in everything that made my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this had never been between us," said the girl, looking mildly, but with steadiness upon him, "tell me, would you seek me out and try to win me now?" Ah, no. He seemed to yield to the justice of this supposition in spite of himself, but he said with a struggle, "You think not." "I would gladly think otherwise if I could," she answered. "Heaven knows. When I have learned a truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can I even believe that you would choose a dowerless girl, you, who in your very confidence with her weigh everything by gain? Or choosing her, if for a moment you were false enough to your one guiding principle to do so, do I not know that your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do, and I release you, with a full heart, for the love of him you once were. He was about to speak, but with her head turned from him, she resumed, You may, the memory of what is past half makes me hope you will, have pain in this, a very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it gladly as an unprofitable dream from which it happened well that you awoke. May you be happy in the life you have chosen. She left him, and they parted. Spirit, said Scrooge, show me no more. Conduct me home. Why do you delight to torture me? One shadow more, exclaimed the ghost. No more, said Scrooge. No more. I don't wish to see it. Show me no more. But the relentless ghost pinioned him in both his arms and forced him to observe what happened next. They were in another scene and place, a room not very large or handsome, but full of comfort. Near to the winter fire sat a beautiful young girl, so like that last that Scrooge believed that it was the same until he saw her, now a comely matron, sitting opposite her daughter. The noise in this room was perfectly tumultuous, for there were more children there than Scrooge, in his agitated state of mind, could count, and unlike the celebrated herd in the poem, there were not 40 children conducting themselves like one, but every child was conducting itself like 40. The consequences were uproarious beyond belief, but no one seemed to care. On the contrary, the mother and the daughter laughed heartily and enjoyed it very much, and the latter, soon beginning to mingle in the sports, got pillaged by the young brigands most ruthlessly. What would I not have given to be one of them, though I never could have been so rude? No, no, I wouldn't for all the wealth of all the world have crushed that braided hair and torn it down. And for the precious little shoe, I wouldn't have plucked it off. God bless my soul to save my life. As to measuring her waist in sport as they did, bold young brood, I couldn't have done it. I should have expected my arm to have grown round it for a punishment and never to come straight again. And yet I should have dearly liked, I own, to have touched her lips, to have questioned her, that she might have opened them, to have looked upon the lashes of her downcast eyes and never raised a blush, to have let loose waves of hair, an inch of which would be a keepsake beyond price. In short, I should have liked, I do confess, to have the lightest license of a child, and yet to have been man enough to know its value. But now a knocking at the door was heard, and such a rush immediately ensued that she, with a laughing face and plundered dress, was borne towards it in the centre of a flushed and boisterous group, just in time to greet the father, who came home attended by a man laden with Christmas toys and presents. Then the shouting and the struggling and the onslaught that was made on the defenceless porter, the scaling him with chairs for ladders to dive into his pockets, despoil him of brown paper parcels, hold on tight by his cravat, hug him round his neck, pommel his back, and kick his legs in irrepressible affection. The shouts of wonder and delight with which the development of every package was received, the terrible announcement that the baby had been taken in the act of putting a doll's frying pan into its mouth, and was more than suspected of having swallowed a fictitious turkey glued on a wooden platter, the immense relief of finding this a false alarm, the joy and gratitude and ecstasy, they are all indescribable alike. It is enough that by degrees the children and their emotions got out of the parlour, and by one stair at a time up to the top of the house where they went to bed, and so subsided. And now Scrooge looked on more attentively than ever, when the master of the house, having his daughter leaning fondly on him, sat down with her and her mother at his own fireside, and when he thought that such another creature, quite as graceful and as full of promise, might have called him father, and been a springtime in the haggard winter of his life, his sight grew very dim indeed. Belle, said the husband, turning to his wife with a smile, I saw an old friend of yours this afternoon. Who was it? Guess. How can I? Tut, don't I know? She added in the same breath, laughing as he laughed. Mr. Scrooge. Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window, and as it was not shut up and he had a candle inside, I could scarcely help seeing him. His partner lies upon the point of death, I hear, and there he sat alone, quite alone in the world, I do believe. Spirit, said Scrooge in a broken voice, remove me from this place. I told you these were shadows of the things that have been, said the ghost, that they are what they are. Do not blame me. Remove me, Scrooge exclaimed. I cannot bear it. He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which in some strange way there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. Leave me, take me back, haunt me no longer. In the struggle, if that can be called a struggle in which the ghost, with no visible resistance on its own part, was undisturbed by any effort of its adversary, Scrooge observed that its light was burning high and bright, and dimly connecting that with its influence over him, he seized the extinguisher cap and by sudden action pressed it down upon its head. The spirit dropped beneath it, so that the extinguisher covered its whole form. But though Scrooge pressed down with all his force, he could not hide the light which streamed from under it in an unbroken flood upon the door. He was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further, of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed, and had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Stave 3. The second of the three spirits. Awaking in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, and sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time for the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention. But finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains this new spectre would draw back, he put them every one aside with his own hands, and lying down again, established a sharp lookout all around the bed. For he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its appearance, and did not wish to be taken by surprise and made nervous. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plumed themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and being usually equal to the time of day, expressed the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything from pitch and toss to manslaughter, between which opposite extremes, no doubt, there lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as hardily as this, I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and that nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing, and consequently when the bell struck 1, and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and centre of a blaze of ruddy light, which streamed upon it when the clock proclaimed the hour, and which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant, or would be at, and was sometimes apprehensive that he might be at that very moment an interesting case of spontaneous combustion, without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, however, he began to think, as you or I would have thought at first, for it is always the person not in the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it, and would unquestionably have done it too. At last, I say, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. The idea taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called him by his name and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room, there was no doubt about that. But it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, and from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened.
The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as that dull petrification of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for that many and many a winter season gone. Heaped up on the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense twelfth cakes, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up, high up, to shed its light on Scrooge as he came peeping round the door. "Come in," exclaimed the ghost. "Come in and know me better, man." Scrooge entered timidly and hung his head before this spirit. He was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them. "I am the ghost of Christmas present," said the spirit. "Look upon me." Scrooge reverently did so. It was clothed in one simple green robe or mantle bordered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure that its capacious breast was bare, as if disdaining to be warded or concealed by any artifice. Its feet, observable beneath the ample folds of the garment, were also bare, and on its head it wore no other covering than a holly wreath, set here and there with shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free as its genial face, its sparkling eye, its open hand, its cheery voice, its unconstrained demeanour, and its joyful air. Girded round its middle was an antique scabbard, but no sword was in it, and the ancient sheath was eaten up with rust. "You have never seen the like of me before," exclaimed the spirit. "Never," Scrooge made to answer it. "Have never walked forth with the younger members of my family, meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born in these later years," pursued the phantom. I don't think I have," said Scrooge. "I'm afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, spirit?" "More than 1,800, said the ghost. "A tremendous family to provide for," muttered Scrooge. The ghost of Christmas present rose. "Spirit," said Scrooge submissively, "conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learnt a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it." "Touch my robe." Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, pigs, sausages, oysters, pies, puddings, fruit and punch, all vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, the ruddy glow, the hour of night, and they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning, where, for the weather was severe, the people made a rough but brisk and not unpleasant kind of music in scraping the snow from beneath the pavement in front of their dwellings and from the tops of their houses, whence it was mad delight to see the boys, to see it come plumping down into the road below and splitting into artificial little snowstorms. The house fronts looked black enough, and the windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth white sheet of snow upon the roofs, and with the dirtier snow upon the ground, which last deposit had been ploughed up in deep furrows by the heavy wheels of carts and wagons, furrows that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times, where the great streets branched off and made intricate channels hard to trace in the thick yellow mud and icy water. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked up with a dingy mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of sooty atoms, as if all the chimneys in Great Britain had by one consent caught fire and were blazing away to their dear hearts' content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate or the town, and yet was there an air of cheerfulness abroad that the clearest summer air and brightest summer sun might have endeavoured to diffuse in vain. For the people who were shovelling away on the housetops were jovial and full of glee, calling out to one another from the parapets, and now and then exchanging a facetious snowball, better-natured missile far than many a wordy jest, laughing heartily if it went right, and not less heartily if it went wrong. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers were radiant in their glory. There were great round pot-bellied baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcoats of jolly old gentlemen lolling at the doors,
and tumbling out into the street in their apoplectic opulence. There were ruddy, brown-faced, broad-girthed Spanish onions shining in the fatness of their growth like Spanish friars, and winking from their shelves in wanton slyness at the girls as they went by and glanced demurely at the hung-up mistletoe. There were pears and apples clustered high in blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes made in the shopkeeper's benevolence to dangle from conspicuous hooks, that people's mouths might water gratis as they passed. There were piles of filberts, mossy and brown, recalling in their fragrance ancient walks among the woods and pleasant shufflings ankle-deep through withered leaves. There were Norfolk biffins, squat and swarthy, setting off the yellow of the oranges and lemons, and in the great compactness of their juicy persons, urgently entreating and beseeching to be carried home in paper bags and eaten after dinner. The very gold and silver fish set forth among these choice fruits in a bowl, though members of a dull and stagnant-blooded race, appeared to know that there was something going on, and to a fish went gasping round and round their little world in slow and passionless excitement. The grocers, oh, the grocers, nearly closed, with perhaps 2 shutters down or 1, but through those gaps such glimpses. It was not alone that the scales descending on the counter made a merry sound, or that the twine and roller parted company so briskly, or that the canisters were rattled up and down like juggling tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so grateful to the nose, or even that the raisins were so plentiful and rare, the almonds so extremely white, the sticks of cinnamon so long and straight, and other spices so delicious, the candied fruit so caked and spotted with molten sugar as to make the coldest lookers-on feel faint and subsequently bilious. Nor was it that the figs were moist and pulpy, or that the French plums blushed in modest tartness from their highly decorated boxes, or that everything was good to eat and in its Christmas dress. But the customers were all so hurried and so eager in the hopeful promise of the day that they tumbled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicker baskets wildly, and left their purchases upon the counter, and came running back to fetch them, and committed hundreds of the like mistakes, in the best humour possible, while the grocer and his people were so frank and fresh that the polished hearts with which they fastened their aprons behind might have been their own, worn outside for general inspection, and for Christmas doors to peck at, if they chose. But soon the steeples called good people all to church and chapel, and away they came, flocking through the streets in their best clothes and with their gayest faces, and at the same time there emerged from scores of by-streets, lanes and nameless turnings innumerable people, carrying their dinners to the bakers' shops. The sight of these poor revellers appeared to interest the spirit very much, for he stood with Scrooge beside him in the baker's doorway, and taking off the covers as their bearers passed, sprinkled incense on their dinners from his torch. And it was a very uncommon kind of torch, for once or twice, when there were angry words between some dinner carriers who had jostled each other, he shed a few drops of water on them from it, and their good humour was restored directly. For, they said, it was a shame to quarrel upon Christmas Day, and so it was. God love it, so it was. In time the bells ceased, and the bakers were shut up, and yet there was a genial shadowing forth of all these dinners, and the progress of their cooking in the thawed blotch of wet above each baker's oven, where the pavement smoked, as if its stones were cooking too. "Is there a peculiar flavour in what you sprinkle from your torch?" asked Scrooge. "There is. My own." "Would it apply to any kind of dinner on this day?" asked Scrooge. "To any kindly given." "To a poor one most." "Why to a poor one most?" asked Scrooge. "Because it needs it most." "Spirit," said Scrooge after a moment's thought, "I wonder you, of all the beings in the many worlds about us, should desire to cramp these people's opportunities of innocent enjoyment." "I?" cried the spirit. "You would deprive them of their means of dining every 7th day. Often the only one on which they can be said to dine at all," said Scrooge. "Wouldn't you?" "I?" cried the spirit. "You seek to close these places on the 7th day," said Scrooge, "and it comes to the same thing." "I seek?" exclaimed the spirit. "Forgive me if I'm wrong. It has been done in your name, or at least in that of your family," said Scrooge. "There are some upon this earth of yours," returned the spirit, "who lay claim to know us, and who do their deeds of passion, pride, ill will, hatred, envy, bigotry, and selfishness in our name, who are as strange to us and all our kith and kin as if they had never lived. Remember that, and charge their doings on themselves, not us." Scrooge promised that he would, and they went on, invisible as they had been before, into the suburbs of the town. It was a remarkable quality of the ghost which Scrooge had observed at the baker's, that notwithstanding his gigantic size, he could accommodate himself to any place with ease, and that he stood beneath a low roof quite as gracefully and like a supernatural creature as it was possible he could have done in any lofty hall. And perhaps it was the pleasure the good spirit had in showing off this power of his, or else it was his own kind, generous, hearty nature, and his sympathy with all men, that led him straight to Scrooge's clerk. For there he went, and took Scrooge with him, holding his robe. And on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled, and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with a sprinkling of his torch. Think of that. Bob had but 15 bob a week himself. He pocketed on Saturdays but 15 copies of his Christian name, and yet the ghost of Christmas present blessed his 4-roomed house. Then up rose Mrs. Cratchit, Cratchit's wife, dressed out but poorly in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons, which are cheap, and make a goodly show for sixpence. And she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and getting the corners of his monstrous shirt collar, Bob's private property, conferred upon his son and heir in honour of the day, into his mouth, rejoiced to find himself so gallantly attired, and yearned to show his linen in the fashionable parks. And now 2 smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelt the goose and known it for their own, and basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion, these young Cratchits danced about the table, and exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, while he, not proud, although his collars nearly choked him, blew the fire, until the slow potatoes, bubbling up, knocked loudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled. "What has ever gone into your precious father, then?" said Mrs. Cratchit. "And your brother, Tiny Tim? And Martha weren't as late last Christmas Day by half an hour." "Here's Martha, mother," said a girl, appearing as she spoke. "Here's Martha, mother," cried the 2 young Cratchits. "Hurrah! There's such a goose, Martha." "Why, bless your heart alive, my dear, how late you are," said Mrs. Cratchit, kissing her a dozen times and taking off her shawl and bonnet off her with officious ease. "We'd a deal of work to finish up last night," replied the girl, "and had to clear away this morning, mother." "Well, never mind so long as you're come," said Mrs. Cratchit. "Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm. Lord bless ye." "No, no, there's father coming," cried the 2 young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. "Hide, Martha, hide." So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, the father, with at least 3 feet of comforter exclusive of the fringe hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim! He bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. "Why, where's our Martha?" cried Bob Cratchit, looking round. "Not coming," said Mrs. Cratchit. "Not coming?" said Bob, with a sudden declension in his high spirits, for he had been Tim's blood horse all the way from church, and had come home rampant. "Not coming? Upon Christmas Day?" Martha didn't like to see him disappointed, if it were only in joke, so she came up prematurely from behind the closet door and ran into his arms, while the 2 young Cratchit hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off into the wash-house, that he might hear the pudding singing in the copper. "And how did little Tim behave?" asked Mrs. Cratchit, when she had rallied Bob on his credulity, and Bob had hugged his daughter to his heart's content. "As good as gold," said Bob, "and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see." Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. His active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and back came Tiny Tim before another word was spoken, escorted by his brother and sister to his stool before the fire, and while Bob, turning up his cuffs, as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hot mixture in a jug with gin and lemons, and stirred it round and round and put it on the hob to simmer. Master Peter and the 2 ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Such a bustle ensued that you might have thought a goose, the rarest of all birds, a feathered phenomenon to which a black swan was a matter of course, and in truth it was something very like it in that house. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigour. Miss Belinda sweetened up the apple sauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner at the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and mounting guard upon their posts, crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it into the breast. But when she did, and when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all round the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of his knife and feebly cried, "Hurrah! There never was such a goose." Bob said he didn't believe there ever was such a goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavour, size and cheapness were the themes of universal admiration. Eked out by applesauce and mashed potatoes, it was a sufficient dinner for the whole family. Indeed, as Mrs. Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom of a bone upon the dish, they hadn't ate it all at last. Yet everyone had had enough, and the youngest Cratchits in particular were steeped in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now, the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witness, to take the pudding up and bring it in. Suppose it should not be done enough. Suppose it should break in turning out. Suppose somebody should have got over the wall of the backyard and stolen it while they were merry with the goose, a supposition at which the two young Cratchits became livid. All sorts of horrors were supposed. Hello! A great deal of steam. The pudding was out of the copper. A smell like a washing day. That was the cloth. A smell like an eating house and a pastry cook's next door to each other, with the laundresses next door to that. That was the pudding. In half a minute, Mrs. Cratchit entered, flushed but smiling proudly, with the pudding, like a speckled cannonball, blazing in half a quartern of ignited brandy, and bedight with Christmas holly stuck into the top. Oh, a wonderful pudding, Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said that now the weight was off her mind, she would confess. She had had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought it was at all a small pudding for a large family. It would have been flat heresy to do so. Any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. At last the dinner was all done, the cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. The compound in the jug being tasted and considered perfect, apples and oranges were put upon the table, and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, meaning half a one, and at Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glass, 2 tumblers, and a custard cup without a handle. These held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as golden goblets would have done, and Bob served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. Then Bob proposed, "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us," which all the family re-echoed. "God bless us every one," said Tiny Tim, the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side upon his little stool. Bob held his withered little hand in his as if he loved the child and wished to keep him by his side, and dreaded that he might be taken from him. "Spirit," said Scrooge with an interest he had never felt before, "tell me if Tiny Tim will live." "I see a vacant seat," replied the ghost, "in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die." "No, no," said Scrooge. "Oh, no, kind spirit. Say he'll be spared." "If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race," returned the ghost, "will find him here. What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it, and decrease the surplus population." Scrooge hung his head to hear his own words quoted by the spirit, and was overcome with penitence and grief. "Man," said the ghost, "if man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cant until you have discovered what the surplus is. and where it is? Will you decide what men shall live, what men shall die? It may be that in the sight of heaven you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. Oh God, to hear the insect on the leaf pronouncing on the too much life among his hungry brothers in the dust. Scrooge bent before the ghost's rebuke, and trembling cast his eyes upon the ground. But he raised them speedily on hearing his own name. Mr. Scrooge, said Bob, I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast. The founder of the feast, indeed, cried Mrs. Cratchit, reddening. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast on, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it. My dear, said Bob, the children. Christmas Day. It should be Christmas Day, I'm sure, said she, on one which drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Robert. Nobody knows it better than you do, poor fellow. My dear, was Bob's mild answer, Christmas Day. I'll drink his health for your sake and the day's, said Mrs. Cratchit. Not for his. Long life to him, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt. The children drank the toast after her. It was the first of their proceedings in which they had no heartiness. Tiny Tim drank it last of all, but he didn't care twopence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for full 5 minutes. After it had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before from the mere relief of Scrooge the baleful being done with. Bob Cratchit told them how he had had a situation in his eye for Master Peter, which would bring in, if obtained, full 5 and 6pence weekly. The two young Cratchits laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter's being a man of business, and Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the fire from between his collars, as if he were deliberating what particular investments he should favour when he came into the receipt of that bewildering income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at a milliner's, then told them what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch, and how she meant to lie abed tomorrow morning for a good long rest, tomorrow being a holiday she passed at home. Also, how she had seen a countess and a lord some days before, and how the lord was much about as tall as Peter, at which Peter pulled up his collar so high that you couldn't have seen his head if you'd been there. All this time the chestnuts and the jug went round and round, and by they had a song about a lost child travelling in the snow from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice and sang it very well indeed. There was nothing of high mark in this. They were not a handsome family. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty. And Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when they faded and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. By this time it was getting dark and snowing pretty heavily, and as Scrooge and the spirit went along the streets, the brightness of the roaring fires in kitchens, parlours, and all sorts of rooms was wonderful. Here the flickering of a blaze showed preparations for a cosy dinner, with hot plates baking through and through before the fire, and deep red curtains ready to be drawn to shut out cold and darkness. There, all the children of the house were running out into the snow to meet their married sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, and be the first to greet them. Here again were shadows on the window blind of guests assembling, and there a group of handsome girls, all hooded and fur-booted, and all chattering at once, tripped lightly off to some near neighbour's house, where woe upon the single man who saw them enter, artful witches, well they knew it, in a glow. But if you had judged from the numbers of people on their way to friendly gatherings, you might have thought that there was no one at home to give them welcome when they got there, instead of every house expecting company and piling up its fires half chimney high. Blessings on it, how the ghost exulted, how it bared its breadth of breast, and opened its capacious palm, and floated on, outpouring with a generous hand its bright and harmless mirth on everything within its reach. The very lamplighter who ran on before, dotting the dusky street with specks of light, and who was dressed to spend the evening somewhere, laughed out loudly as the spirit passed, though little kenned the lamplighter that he had any company but Christmas. And now, without a word of warning from the ghost, they stood upon a bleak and deserted moor, where monstrous masses of rude stone were cast about, as though it were the burial place of giants, and water spread itself wheresoever it listed, or would have done so, but for the frost that held it prisoner, and nothing grew but moss and furze and coarse rank grass. Down in the west, the setting sun had left a streak of fiery red, which glared upon the desolation for an instant like a sullen eye, and frowning, lower, lower, lower yet, was lost in the thick gloom of darkest night. "What place is this?" asked Scrooge. "A place where miners live who labour in the bowels of the earth," returned the spirit. "But they know me. See." A light shone from the window of a hut, and swiftly they advanced towards it. Passing through the wall of mud and stone, they found a cheerful company assembled round a glowing fire. An old man and woman, with their children and their children's children, and another generation beyond that, all decked out gaily in their holiday attire. The old man, in a voice that seldom rose above the howling of the wind upon the barren waste, was singing them a Christmas song. It had been a very old song when he was a boy, and from time to time they all joined in the chorus. So surely as they raised their voices, the old man got quite blithe and loud, and so surely as they stopped, his vigour sank again. The spirit did not tarry here, but bade Scrooge hold his robe, and passing on above the moor, sped. Whither? Not to see. To see. To Scrooge's horror, looking back, he saw the last of the land, a frightful range of rocks behind them, and his ears were deafened by the thundering of water, as it rolled and roared and raged among the dreadful caverns it had worn, and fiercely tried to undermine the earth. Built upon a dismal reef of sunken rocks, some league or so from shore, on which the waters chafed and dashed the wild year through, there stood a solitary lighthouse. Great heaps of seaweed clung to its base, and storm birds, born of the wind, one might suppose, as seaweed of the water, rose and fell about it like the waves they skimmed. But even here, two men who watched the light had made a fire that through the loophole in the thick stone wall shed out a ray of brightness on the awful sea. Joining their horny hands over the rough table at which they sat, they wished each other Merry Christmas in their can of grog, and one of them, the elder too, with his face all damaged and scarred with hard weather, as the figurehead of an old ship might be, struck up a sturdy song that was like a gale in itself. Again the ghost sped on, above the black and heaving sea, on, until being far away, as he told Scrooge, from any shore, they lighted on a ship. They stood beside the helmsman at the wheel, the lookout in the bow, the officers who had the watch, dark, ghostly figures in their several stations, but every man among them hummed a Christmas tune, or had a Christmas thought, or spoke below his breath to his companion of some bygone Christmas day, with homeward hopes belonging to it. And every man on board, waking or sleeping, good or bad, had had a kinder word for another on that day than on any other day in the year, and had shared to some extent in its festivities, and had remembered those he cared for at a distance, and had known that they delighted to remember him. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while listening to the moaning of the wind, and thinking what a solemn thing it was to move on through the lonely darkness over an unknown abyss, whose depths were secrets as profound as death. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while thus engaged, to hear a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognize it as his own nephew's, and to find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, with the spirit standing smiling by his side, and looking at that same nephew with approving affability. "Ha ha!" laughed Scrooge's nephew. "Ha ha ha! If you should happen, by any unlikely chance, to know a man more blessed in a laugh than Scrooge's nephew, all I can say is, I should like to know him too. Introduce him to me, and I'll cultivate his acquaintance." It is a fair, even-handed, and noble adjustment of things that while there is infection in disease and sorrow, there is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humour. When Scrooge's nephew laughed in this way, holding his sides, rolling his head, and twisting his face in the most extravagant contortions, Scrooge's niece by marriage laughed as heartily as he, and their assembled friends, being not a bit behindhand, roared out lustily, "Ha ha ha!" "He said that Christmas was a humbug, as I live," cried Scrooge's nephew. "He believed it too." "More shame for him, Fred," said Scrooge's niece indignantly. "Bless bless these women, they never do anything by halves, they're always in earnest. She was very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with a dimpled, surprised-looking capital face, a ripe little mouth that seemed made to be kissed, as no doubt it was, all kinds of good little dots about her chin that melted into one another when she laughed, and the sunniest pair of eyes you ever saw in any little creature's head. Altogether, she was what you would call provoking, you know, but satisfactory too. Oh, perfectly satisfactory. He's a comical old fellow, said Scrooge's nephew, that's the truth, and not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offences carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him. I'm sure he's very rich, Fred, hinted Scrooge's niece. At least you always tell me so. What of that, my dear, said Scrooge's nephew. His wealth is of no use to him. He don't do any good with it. He don't make himself comfortable with it. He hasn't the satisfaction of thinking, ha, that he's ever going to benefit us with it. I have no patience with him, observed Scrooge's niece. Scrooge's niece's sisters and all the other ladies expressed the same opinion. Oh, I have, said Scrooge's nephew. I'm sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried. Who suffers by his ill whims? Himself, always. He takes it into his head to dislike us, and he won't come and dine with us. What's the consequence? He don't lose much of a dinner. Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner, interrupted Scrooge's niece. Everybody else said the same, and they must be allowed to have been competent judges because they had just had dinner, and with the dessert upon the table were clustered round the fire by lamplight. Well, I'm very glad to hear it, said Scrooge's nephew, because I haven't great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper? Topper had clearly got his eye upon one of Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast who had no right to express an opinion on the subject, whereat Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed. Do go on, Fred, said Scrooge's niece, clapping her hands. He never finishes what he begins to say, such a ridiculous fellow. Scrooge's nephew revelled in another laugh, and as soon as it was impossible to keep the infection off, though the plump sister tried hard to do it with aromatic vinegar, his example was unanimously followed. I was only going to say, said Scrooge's nephew, that the consequence of his taking a dislike to us and not making merry with us is, as I think, that he loses some pleasant moments which could do him no harm. I'm sure he loses pleasanter companions than he can find in his own thoughts, either in his mouldy old office or his dusty chambers. I mean to give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not, for I pity him. He may rail at Christmas till he dies, but he can't help thinking better of it. I defy him if he finds me going there in good temper year after year and saying, Uncle Scrooge, how are you? If it only puts him in the vein to leave his poor clerk £50, that's something. And I think I shook him yesterday. It was their turn to laugh now at the notion of his shaking Scrooge. But being thoroughly good-natured and not much caring what they laughed at, so that they laughed at any rate, he encouraged them in their merriment and passed the bottle joyously. After tea, they had some music, for they were a musical family and knew what they were about. When they sung a glee or a catch, I can assure you, especially Topper, who could growl away in the bass like a good one and never swell the large veins in his forehead or get red in the face over it. Scrooge's niece played well upon the harp, and played, among other things, a simple little air, a mere nothing. You might learn to whistle it in 2 minutes, which had been familiar to the child who fetched Scrooge from the boarding school, as he had been reminded by the ghost of Christmas past. When this strain of music sounded, all the things that the ghost had shown him came upon his mind. He softened more and more, and thought that if he could have listened to it often years ago, he might have cultivated the kindnesses of life for his own happiness with his own hands, without resorting to the sexton's spade that buried Jacob Marley. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while they played at forfeits, for it's good to be children sometimes, and never better than at Christmas, when its mighty founder was the child himself. Stop! There was the first game at Blind Man's Buff, of course there was. And I no more believe Topper was really blind than I believe he had eyes in his boots. My opinion is that it was a done thing between him and Scrooge's nephew, and that the ghost of Christmas present knew it. The way he went after that plump sister in the lace tucker was an outrage on the credulity of human nature, knocking down the fire irons, tumbling over the chairs, bumping against the piano, smothering himself among the curtains. Wherever she went, there went he. He always knew where the plump sister was. He wouldn't catch anybody else. If you had fallen up against him, as some of them did, on purpose, he would have made a feint of endeavouring to seize you, which would have been an affront to your understanding, and would instantly have sidled off in the direction of the plump sister. She often cried out that it wasn't fair, and it really wasn't. But when at last he caught her, when in spite of all her silken rustlings and her rapid flutterings past him, he got her into a corner whence there was no escape, then his conduct was the most execrable. For he's pretending not to know her, he's pretending that it was necessary to touch her headdress, and further to assure himself of her identity by pressing a certain ring upon her finger, and a certain chain about her neck, was vile, monstrous. No doubt she told him her opinion of it when, another blind man being in office, they were so very confidential together, behind the curtains. Scrooge's niece was not one of the blind man's buff party, but was made comfortable with a large chair and a footstool in a snug corner, where the ghost and Scrooge were close behind her. But she joined in the forfeits and loved her game to admiration with all the letters of the alphabet. Likewise at the game of how, when, and where, she was very great, and to the secret joy of Scrooge's nephew beat her sisters hollow, though they were sharp girls too, as Topper could have told you. There might have been 20 people there, young and old, but they all played, and so did Scrooge, for wholly forgetting in the interest he had in what was going on, that his voice made no sound in their ears. He sometimes came out with his guess quite loud, and very often guessed quite right too, for the sharpest needle, best Whitechapel, warranted not to cut in the eye, was not sharper than Scrooge, blunt as he took it in his head to be. The ghost was greatly pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favour that he begged like a boy to be allowed to stay until the guests departed. But this, the spirit said, could not be done. "Here's a new game," said Scrooge. "1 half-hour, spirit, only one." It was a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest must find out what, he only answering to their questions yes or no, as the case was. The brisk fire of questioning to which he was exposed elicited from him that he was thinking of an animal, a live animal, a rather disagreeable animal, a savage animal, an animal that growled and grunted sometimes, and talked sometimes, and lived in London, and walked about the streets, and wasn't made a show of, and wasn't led by anybody, and didn't live in a menagerie, and was never killed in a market, and was not a horse, or an ass, or a cow, or a bull, or a tiger, or a dog, or a pig, or a cat, or a bear. At every fresh question that was put to him, this nephew burst into a fresh roar of laughter, and was so inexpressibly tickled that he was obliged to get up off the sofa and stamp. At last, the plump sister, falling into a similar state, cried out, "I've found it out! I know what it is, Fred! I know what it is!" "What is it?" cried Fred. "It's your Uncle Scrooge," which it certainly was. Admiration was the universal sentiment, though some objected to the reply, "Is it a bear?" ought to have been yes, inasmuch as an answer in the negative was sufficient to have diverted their thoughts away from Mr. Scrooge, supposing they had ever had any tendency that way. "He's given us plenty of merriment, I'm sure," said Fred, "and it would be ungrateful not to drink his health. Here is a glass of mulled wine ready in our hand at the moment, and I say, Uncle Scrooge." "Well, Uncle Scrooge," they cried. "A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the old man, whatever he is," said Scrooge's nephew. "He wouldn't take it from me, but may he have it nevertheless. Uncle Scrooge." Uncle Scrooge had imperceptibly become so gay and light of heart that he would have pledged the unconscious company in return, and thanked them in an inaudible speech if the ghost had given him time. But the whole scene passed off in the breath of the last words spoken by his nephew, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirit stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful, on foreign lands, and they were close at home, by struggling men, and they were patient in their greater hope, by poverty, and it was rich, in almshouse, hospital, and jail, in misery's every refuge, where vain man in his little brief authority had not made fast the door and barred the spirit out, he left his blessing and taught Scrooge his precepts. It was a long night, if it were only a night, but Scrooge had his doubts of this because the Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed into the space of time they passed together. It was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the ghost grew older, clearly older. Scrooge had observed this change, but never spoke of it until they left a children's 12th night party, when looking at the spirit as they stood together in an open place, he noticed that its hair was grey. "Are spirits' lives so short?" asked Scrooge. "My life upon this globe is very brief," replied the ghost. "It ends tonight." "Tonight!" cried Scrooge. "Tonight at midnight. Hark! The time is drawing near." The chimes were ringing the 11:15 at that moment. "Forgive me if I'm not justified in what I ask," said Scrooge, looking intently at the spirit's robe. "But I see something strange and not belonging to yourself protruding from your skirts. Is it a foot or a claw?" "It might be a claw, for the flesh there is upon it," was the spirit's sorrowful reply. "Look here." From the foldings of its robe it brought 2 children, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at its feet and clung upon the outside of its garment. "Oh, man, look here, look down here," exclaimed the ghost. They were a boy and a girl, yellow, meagre, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostrate too, in their humility, where graceful youth should have filled their features out and touched them with its freshest tints. A stale and shriveled hand like that of age had pinched and twisted them and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked and glared out, menacing. No change, no degradation, no perversion of humanity in any grade through all the mysteries of wonderful creation, as monsters half so horrible and dread, ignorance and want. Scrooge started back appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say they were fine children, but the words choked themselves rather than be parties to a lie of such enormous magnitude. "Spirit, are they yours?" Scrooge could say no more. "They are man's," said the spirit, looking down upon them, "and they cling to me, appealing from their fathers. This boy is ignorance. This girl is want. Beware them both, and all of their degree. But most of all, beware this boy, for on his brow I see that written which is doom, unless the writing be erased." "Deny it," cried the spirit, stretching out his hand towards the city. "Slander those who tell it ye. Admit it for your factious purposes and make it worse, and bide the end." "Have they no refuge or resource?" cried Scrooge. "Are there no prisons?" said the spirit, turning on him for the last time with his own words. "Are there no workhouses?" The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost and saw it not. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him. Stave 4. The Last of the Spirits. The phantom slowly, gravely, silently approached. When it came near him, Scrooge bent down upon his knee. For in the very air through which this spirit moved, it seemed to scatter gloom and mystery. It was shrouded in a deep black garment which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible save one outstretched hand. But for this it would have been difficult to detach its figure from the night and separate it from the darkness by which it was surrounded. He felt that it was tall and stately when it came beside him, and that its mysterious presence filled him with a solemn dread. He knew no more, for the spirit neither spoke nor moved. "I am in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come," said Scrooge. The spirit answered not, but pointed onward with its hand. "You are about to show me the shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us," Scrooge pursued. Is that so, Spirit? The upper portion of the garment was contracted for an instant in its folds, as if the spirit had inclined its head. That was the only answer he received. Although well used to ghostly company by this time, Scrooge feared the silent shape so much that his legs trembled beneath him, and he found that he could hardly stand when he prepared to follow it. The spirit paused a moment, as if observing his condition and giving him time to recover. But Scrooge was all the worse for this. It thrilled him with a vague, uncertain horror to know that behind the dusky shroud there were ghostly eyes intently fixed upon him, while he, though he stretched his own to the utmost, could see nothing but a spectral hand, and one great heap of black. "Ghost of the future," he exclaimed, "I fear you more than any spectre I have seen. But as I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope to live to be another man from what I was, I am prepared to bear you, your company, and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me?" It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them. "Lead on," said Scrooge, "lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, Spirit." The phantom moved away as it had come towards him. Scrooge followed in the shadow of its dress, which bore him up, he thought, and carried him along. They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up about them and encompass them of its own act. But there they were, in the heart of it, on 'Change, amongst the merchants who hurried up and down and chinked the money in their pockets and conversed in groups and looked at their watches and trifled thoughtfully with their great gold seals and so forth, as Scrooge had seen them often. The spirit stopped beside one little knot of businessmen. Observing that the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk. "No," said a great fat man with a monstrous chin. "I don't know much about it, either way. I only know he's dead." "When did he die?" inquired another. "Last night, I believe." "Why, what was the matter with him?" asked a third, taking a vast quantity of snuff out of a very large snuff-box. "I thought he'd never die." "God knows," said the first with a yawn. "What has he done with his money?" asked a red-faced gentleman with a pendulous excrescence on the end of his nose that shook like the gills of a turkey-cock. "Haven't heard," said the man with the large chin, yawning again. "Left it to his company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me, that's all I know." This pleasantry was received with a general laugh. "It's likely to be a very cheap funeral," said the same speaker, "for upon my life I don't know of anybody to go to it. Suppose we make up a party and volunteer?" "I don't mind going if lunch is provided," observed the gentleman with the excrescence on his nose, "but I must be fed if I make one." "Well, I'm the most disinterested among you, after all," said the first speaker, "for I never wear black gloves and I never eat lunch. But I'll offer to go if anybody else will. When I come to think of it, I'm not at all sure that I wasn't his most particular friend, for we used to stop to speak whenever we met. Bye-bye." Speakers and listeners strolled away and mixed with other groups. Scrooge knew the men and looked towards the spirit for an explanation. The phantom glided on into a street, its finger pointed to two persons meeting. Scrooge listened again, thinking that the explanation might lie here. He knew these men also perfectly. They were men of business, very wealthy and of great importance. He had made a point always of standing well in their esteem, in a business point of view, that is, strictly in a business point of view. "How are you?" said one. "How are you?" returned the other. "Well," said the first, "old Scratch has got his own at last, eh?" "So I'm told," returned the second. "Cold, isn't it?" "Seasonable for Christmastime. You're not a skater, I suppose?" No, something else to think of." "Good morning." Not another word. That was their meeting, their conversation, and their parting. Scrooge was at first inclined to be surprised that the spirit should attach importance to conversations apparently so trivial, but feeling assured that they must have some hidden purpose, he set himself to consider what it was likely to be. They could scarcely be supposed to have any bearing on the death of Jacob, his old partner, for that was past, and this ghost's province was the future. Nor could he think of anyone immediately connected with himself to whom he could apply them. But nothing doubting that to whomsoever they applied, they had some latent moral for his own improvement, he resolved to treasure up every word he heard and everything he saw, and especially to observe the shadow of himself when it appeared, for he had an expectation that the conduct of his future self would give him the clue he missed, and would render the solution of these riddles easy. He looked about in that very place for his own image, but another man stood in his accustomed corner, and though the clock pointed to his usual time of day for being there, he saw no likeness of himself among the multitudes that poured in through the porch. It gave him little surprise, however, for he had been revolving in his mind a change of life, and thought and hoped he saw his new-born resolutions carried out in this. Quiet and dark beside him stood the phantom, with its outstretched hand. When he roused himself from his thoughtful quest, he fancied from the turn of the hand and its situation in reference to himself that the unseen eyes were looking at him keenly. It made him shudder and feel very cold. They left the busy scene and went into an obscure part of the town where Scrooge had never penetrated before, although he recognised its situation and its bad repute. The ways were foul and narrow, the shops and houses wretched, the people half naked, drunken, slipshod, ugly. Alleys and archways, like so many cesspools, disgorged their offences of smell and dirt and life upon the straggling streets, and the whole quarter reeked with crime, with filth and misery. Far in this den of infamous resort there was a low-browed, beetling shop below a penthouse roof, where iron, old rags, bottles, bones, and greasy offal were bought. Upon the floor within were piled up heaps of rusty keys, nails, chains, hinges, files, scales, weights, and refuse iron of all kinds. Secrets that few would like to scrutinize were bred and hidden in mountains of unseemly rags, masses of corrupted fat, and sepulchres of bones. Sitting in among the wares he dealt in by a charcoal stove made of old bricks was a grey-haired rascal nearly 70 years of age, who had screened himself from the cold air without by a frowsy curtaining of miscellaneous tatters hung upon a line, and smoked his pipe in all the luxury of calm retirement. Scrooge and the Phantom came into the presence of this man just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop. But she had scarcely entered when another woman similarly laden came in too, and she was closely followed by a man in faded black, who was no less startled by the sight of them than they had been upon the recognition of each other. After a short period of blank astonishment, in which the old man with the pipe had joined them, they all three burst into a laugh. "Let the charwoman alone to be the first," cried she who had entered the first. "Let the laundress alone to be the second, and let the undertaker's man alone to be the third. Look here, old Joe, here's a chance if we haven't all three met here without meaning it." "You couldn't have met in a better place," said old Joe, removing his pipe from his mouth. "Come into the parlour. You're made free of it long ago, you know, and the other two ain't strangers. Stop till I shut the door of the shop. Ah, how it squeaks. There ain't such a rusty bit of metal in the place as its own hinges, I believe. And I'm sure there's no such old bones here as mine. Ha ha! We're all suitable to our calling. We're well matched. Come into the parlour. Come into the parlour." The parlour was the space behind a screen of rags. The old man raked the fire together with an old stair rod, and having trimmed his smoky lamp, for it was night, with the stem of his pipe, put it in his mouth again. While he did this, the woman who had already spoken threw her bundle on the floor and sat down in a flaunting manner on a stool, crossing her elbows on her knees and looking with bold defiance at the other two. "What odds then? What odds, Mrs. Dilber?" said the woman. "Every person has a right to take care of themselves. He always did." "That's true indeed," said the laundress. "No man more so." "Why then, don't stand staring as if you was afraid, woman. Who's the wiser? We're not going to pick holes in each other's coats, I suppose." "No, indeed," said Mrs. Dilber and the man together. "We should hope not." "Very well then," cried the woman. "That's enough. Who's the worse for the loss of a few things like this? Not a dead man, I suppose." "No, indeed," said Mrs. Dilber, laughing. "If he wanted to keep her after he was dead, the wicked old screw," pursued the woman. "Why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? If he had been, he'd have had somebody to look after him when he was struck with death, instead of lying gasping out his last there alone by himself." "It's the truest word that was ever spoke," said Mrs. Dilber. "It's a judgment on him." "I wish it was a little heavier judgment," replied the woman, "and it should have been, you may depend on it, if I could have laid my hands on anything else. Open that bundle, old Joe, and let me know the value of it. Speak out plain. I'm not afraid to be the first, nor afraid for them to see it. We know pretty well that we were helping ourselves before we met here, I believe. It's no sin. Open the bundle, Joe. But the gallantry of her friends would not allow of this, and the man in faded black, mounting the breach first, produced his plunder. It was not extensive. A seal or two, a pencil case, a pair of sleeve buttons, and a brooch of no great value were all. They were severally examined and appraised by old Joe, who chalked the sums he was disposed to give for each upon the wall, and added them up into a total when he found there was nothing more to come. "That's your account," said Joe, "and I wouldn't give another sixpence if I was to be boiled for not doing it. Who's next?" Mrs. Dilber was next. Sheets and towels, a little wearing apparel, 2 old-fashioned silver teaspoons, a pair of sugar tongs, and a few boots. Her account was stated on the wall in the same manner. "I always give too much to ladies. It's a weakness of mine, and that's the way I ruin myself," said old Joe. "That's your account. If you asked me for another penny and made it an open question, I'd repent of being so liberal and knock off half a crown." "And now undo my bundle, Joe," said the first woman. Joe went down on his knees for the greater convenience of opening it, and having unfastened a great many knots, dragged out a large and heavy roll of some dark stuff. "What you call this?" said Joe. "Bed curtains?" "Ah," returned the woman, laughing and leaning forward on her crossed arms. "Bed curtains." "You don't mean to say you took 'em down, rings and all, with him lying there?" said Joe. "Yes, I do," replied the woman. "Why not?" "You were born to make your fortune," said Joe, "and you'll certainly do it." "I certainly shan't hold my hand when I can get something in it by reaching it out for the sake of such a man as he was, I promise you, Joe," returned the woman coolly. "Don't drop that oil upon the blankets now." "His blankets?" asked Joe. "Who else's do you think?" replied the woman. "He ain't likely to take cold without 'em, I dare say." "I hope he didn't die of anything catching, eh?" said old Joe, stopping in his work and looking up. "Don't you be afraid of that," returned the woman. "I ain't so fond of his company that I'd loiter about him for such things if he did. You may look through that shirt till your eyes ache, but you won't find a hole in it, nor a threadbare place. It's the best he had, and a fine one too. They'd have wasted it if it hadn't been for me." "What'd you call wasting of it?" asked old Joe. "Putting it on him to be buried in, to be sure," said the woman with a laugh. "Somebody was fool enough to do it, but I took it off again. If calico ain't good enough for such a purpose, it ain't good enough for anything. It's quite as becoming to the body. He can't look uglier than he did in that one." Scrooge listened to this dialogue in horror, as they sat grouped about their spoil in the scanty light afforded by the old man's lamp. He viewed them with a detestation and disgust which could hardly have been greater, though they had been obscene demons marketing the corpse itself. "Ha ha!" laughed the same woman, when old Joe, producing a flannel bag with money in it, took out their several gains upon the ground. "This is the end of it, you see. He frightened everyone away from him when he was alive to profit us when he was dead." "Spirit," said Scrooge, shuddering from head to foot. I see. The case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. Merciful heaven, what's this?" He recalled in terror. The scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bed, a bare, uncurtained bed, on which, beneath a ragged sheet, there lay something covered up, which, though it was dumb, announced itself in awful language. The room was very dark, too dark to be observed with any accuracy, though Scrooge glanced round it in obedience to a secret impulse, anxious to know what kind of room it was. A pale light, rising in the outer air, fell straight upon the bed, and on it, plundered and bereft, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this man. Scrooge glanced towards the phantom. Its steady hand was pointed to the head. The cover was so carelessly adjusted that the slightest raising of it, the motion of a finger on Scrooge's part, would have disclosed the face. He thought of it, felt how easy it would be to do it, and longed to do it. But he had no more power to withdraw the veil than to dismiss the spectre at his side. O cold, cold, rigid, dreadful death, set up thine altar here, and dress it with such terrors as thou hast at thy command, for this is thy dominion. But of the loved, revered, and honoured head, thou canst not turn one hair to thy dread purposes, or make one feature odious. It is not that the hand is heavy and will fall down when released. It is not that the heart and pulse are still, but that the hand was open, generous, and true, the heart brave, warm, and tender, and the pulse a man's. Strike, shadow, strike, and see his good deeds springing from the wound to sow the world with life immortal. No voice pronounced these words in Scrooge's ears, and yet he heard them when he looked upon the bed. He thought, if this man could be raised up now, what would be his foremost thoughts? Avarice, hard dealing, griping cares, they have brought him to a rich end, truly. He lay in the dark, empty house with not a man, a woman, or a child to say that he was kind to me in this or that, and for the memory of one kind word I will be kind to him. A cat was tearing at the door, and there was a sound of gnawing rats beneath the hearthstone. What they wanted in the room of death, and why they were so restless and disturbed, Scrooge did not dare to think. Spirit, he said, this is a fearful place. In leaving it, I shall not leave its lesson, trust me. Let us go. Still, the ghost pointed with an unmoved finger to the head. I understand you, Scrooge returned, and I would do it, if I could. But I have not the power, Spirit, I have not the power. Again, it seemed to look upon him. If there's any person in the town who feels emotion caused by this man's death, said Scrooge, quite agonized, show that person to me, Spirit. I beseech you. The phantom spread its dark robe before him for a moment, like a wing, and withdrawing it revealed a room by daylight where a mother and her children were. She was expecting someone, and with anxious eagerness, for she walked up and down the room, started at every sound, looked out from the window, glanced at the clock, tried, but in vain, to work with her needle, and could hardly bear the voices of the children in their play. At length, the long-expected knock was heard. She hurried to the door and met her husband, a man whose face was careworn and depressed, though he was young. There was a remarkable expression in it now, a kind of serious delight of which he felt ashamed, and which he struggled to repress. He sat down to the dinner that had been hoarding for him by the fire, and when she asked him faintly what news, which was not until after a long silence, he appeared embarrassed how to answer. Is it good, she said, or bad? To help him. Bad, he answered. We're quite ruined. No, there's hope yet, Caroline. If he relents, she said, amazed, there is. Nothing is past hope if such a miracle has happened. He is past relenting, said her husband. He is dead. She was a mild and patient creature if her face spoke truth, but she was thankful in her soul to hear it, and she said so with clasped hands. She prayed forgiveness the next moment and was sorry, but the first was the emotion of her heart. What the half-drunken woman whom I told you of last night said to me when I tried to see him and obtain a week's delay, and what I thought was a mere excuse to avoid me, turns out to have been quite true. He was not only very ill, but dying then. To whom will our debt be transferred? I don't know. But before that time we shall be ready with the money, and even though we weren't, it will be a bad fortune indeed to find so merciless a creditor in his successor. We may sleep tonight with light hearts, Caroline. Yes, soften it as they would, their hearts were lighter. The children's faces, hushed and clustered round to hear what they so little understood, were brighter, and it was a happier house for this man's death. The only emotion that the ghost could show him caused by the event was one of pleasure. Let me see some tenderness connected with the death, said Scrooge, or that dark chamber spirit which we just left now will be forever present to me. The ghost conducted him through several streets familiar to his feet, and as they went along, Scrooge looked here and there to find himself, but nowhere was he to be seen. They entered poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet, very quiet. The noisy little Cratchits were as still as statues in one corner, and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book before him. The mother and her daughters were engaged in sewing, but surely they were very quiet. And he took a child and set him in the midst of them. Where had Scrooge heard those words? He had not dreamed them. The boy must have read them out, as he and the spirit crossed the threshold. Why did he not go on? The mother laid her work upon the table and put her hand up to her face. The colour hurts my eyes, she said. The colour. Oh, poor Tiny Tim. They're better now again, said Cratchit's wife. It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home for the world. It must be near his time. Past it, rather, Peter answered, shutting up his book. But I think he has walked a little slower than he used these few last evenings, mother. They were very quiet again. At last she said, and in a steady, cheerful voice that only faltered once, I've known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder very fast indeed. And so have I, cried Peter, often. And so have I, exclaimed another. So had all. But he was very light to carry, she resumed, intent upon her work. And his father loved him so, that it was no trouble, no trouble. And there's your father at the door. She hurried out to meet him, and little Bob, in his comforter, he had need of it, poor fellow, came in. His tea was ready for him on the hob, and they all tried who should help him to it most. Then the two young Cratchits got upon his knees and laid each child a little cheek against his face, as if they said, Don't mind it, father. Don't be grieved. Bob was very cheerful with them and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table and praised the industry and speed of Mrs. Cratchit and the girls. They would be done long before Sunday, he said. Sunday. You went today then, Robert, said his wife. Yes, my dear, returned Bob. I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green a place it is, but you'll see it often. I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday. My little child, cried Bob. My little child. He broke down all at once. He couldn't help it. If he could have helped it, he and his child would have been farther apart perhaps than they were. He left the room and went upstairs into the room above, which was lighted cheerfully and hung with Christmas. There was a chair set close beside the child, and there were signs of someone having been there lately. Poor Bob sat down in it, and when he thought a little and composed himself, he kissed the little face. He was reconciled to do what had happened, and went down again quite happy. They drew about the fire and talked, the girls and mother working still. Bob told them of the extraordinary kindness of Mr. Scrooge's nephew, whom he had scarcely seen but once, and who, meeting him in the street that day, and seeing that he looked just a little down, you know, said Bob, inquired what had happened to distress him. On which, said Bob, for he is the pleasantest spoken gentleman you ever heard, I told him. I'm heartily sorry for it, Mr. Cratchit, he said, and heartily sorry for your good wife. By the by, how he ever knew that, I don't know. Knew what, my dear? Why, that you were a good wife, replied Bob. Everybody knows that, said Peter. Very well observed, my boy, cried Bob. I hope they do. Heartily sorry, he said, for your good wife. If I can be of any service to you in any way, he said, giving me his card, that's where I live. Pray come to me. Now, it wasn't, cried Bob, for the sake of anything he might be able to do for us. So much for his kind way that this was quite delightful. It really seemed as if he had known our Tiny Tim and felt with us. I'm sure he's a good soul, said Mrs. Cratchit. You'll be sure of it, my dear, returned Bob, if you saw and spoke to him. I shouldn't be at all surprised, mark what I say, if he got Peter a better situation. Only hear that, Peter, said Mrs. Cratchit. And then, cried one of the girls, Peter will be keeping company with someone and setting up for himself. Get along with you, retorted Peter, grinning. It's just as likely as not, said Bob, one of these days, though there's plenty of time for that, my dear. But however and whenever we part from one another, I'm sure that we shall none of us forget poor Tiny Tim, shall we, or this first parting that there was amongst us? Never, father, cried they all. And I know, said Bob, I know, my dears, that when we recollect how patient and how mild he was, though he was only a little child, we shall not quarrel easily among ourselves and forget poor Tiny Tim in doing it. No, never, father, they all cried again. I'm very happy, said little Bob. I'm very happy. Mrs. Cratchit kissed him, his daughters kissed him, the two young Cratchits kissed him, and Peter and himself shook hands. Spirit of Tiny Tim, thy childish essence was from God. Spectre, said Scrooge. Something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what man that was whom we saw lying dead. The ghost of Christmas yet to come conveyed him as before, though at a different time, he thought. Indeed, there seemed no order in these latter visions, save that they were in the future, into the resorts of businessmen, but showed him not himself. Indeed, the spirit did not stay for anything, but went straight on, as to the end just now desired, until besought by Scrooge to tarry for a moment. "This court," said Scrooge, "through which we hurry now, is where my place of occupation is, and has been for a length of time. I see the house. Let me behold what I shall be in days to come." The spirit stopped. The hand was pointed elsewhere. "The house is yonder," Scrooge exclaimed. "Why do you point away?" The inexorable finger underwent no change. Scrooge hastened to the window of his office and looked in. It was an office still, but not his. The furniture was not the same, and the figure in the chair was not himself. The phantom pointed as before. He joined it once again, and wondering why and whither he had gone, accompanied it until they reached an iron gate. He paused to look around before entering. A churchyard. Here, then, the wretched man whose name he had now to learn lay underneath the ground. It was a worthy place, walled in by houses, overrun by grass and weeds, the growth of vegetation's death, not life, choked up with too much burying, fat with repleted appetite. A worthy place. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. He advanced towards it, trembling. The phantom was exactly as it had been, but he dreaded that he saw new meaning in its solemn shape. "Before I draw nearer to that stone to which you point," said Scrooge, "answer me one question. Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or are they shadows of things that may be only?" Still, the ghost pointed downward to the grave by which it stood. "Men's courses will foreshadow certain ends, to which, if persevered in, they must lead," said Scrooge. "But if the courses be departed from, the ends will change. Say it is thus with what you show me." The spirit was immovable as ever. Scrooge crept towards it, trembling as he went, and followed the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge. "Am I that man who lay upon the bed?" he cried upon his knees. The finger pointed from the grave to him and back again. "No, spirit! Oh, no, no!" The finger was still there. "Spirit," he cried, tight clutching at his rope, "hear me. I'm not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been but for this intercourse. Why show me this if I am past all hope?" For the first time the hand appeared to shake. "Good spirit," he pursued, as down upon the ground he fell before it, "your nature intercedes for me and pities me. Assure me that I may yet change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life." The kind hand trembled. "I will honour Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all the year. I will live in the past, the present, and the future. The spirits of all three shall strive within me. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me that I may sponge away the writing on this stone." In his agony, he caught the spectral hand. It sought to free itself, but he was strong in his entreaty and detained it. The spirit, stronger still, repulsed him. Holding up his hands in a last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. Stave 5. The end of it. Yes, and the bedpost was his own, the bed was his own, the room was his own, best and happiest of all. The time before him was his own, to make amends in. "I will live in the past, the present, and the future," Scrooge repeated as he scrambled out of bed. "The spirits of all three shall strive within me. O Jacob Marley, heaven and the Christmastime be praised for this. I say it on my knees, old Jacob, on my knees." He was so fluttered and so glowing with his good intentions that his broken voice would scarcely answer to his call. He had been sobbing violently in his conflict with the spirit, and his face was wet with tears. "They're not torn down," cried Scrooge, folding one of his bed curtains in his arms. "They're not torn down, rings and all. They are here. I am here. The shadows of the things that would have been may be dispelled. They will be. I know they will." His hands were busy with his garments all this time, turning them inside out, putting them on upside down, tearing them, mislaying them, making them parties to every kind of extravagance. "I don't know what to do," cried Scrooge, laughing and crying in the same breath, and making a perfect raccoon of himself with his stockings. "I'm as light as a feather. I'm as happy as an angel. I'm as merry as a schoolboy. I'm as giddy as a drunken man. A Merry Christmas to everybody. A Happy New Year to all the world. Hello there! Oop! Hello!" He had frisked into the sitting room, and was now standing there perfectly winded. "There's the saucepan that the gruel was in," cried Scrooge, starting off again and going round the fireplace. "There's the door by which the ghost of Jacob Marley entered. There's the corner where the ghost of Christmas Present sat. There's the window where I saw the wandering spirits. It's all right. It's all true. It all happened." Really, for a man who had been out of practice for so many years, it was a splendid laugh, a most illustrious laugh, the father of a long, long line of brilliant laughs. "I don't know what day of the month it is," said Scrooge. "I don't know how long I've been among the spirits. I don't know anything. I'm quite a baby. Never mind, I don't care. I'd rather be a baby. Hello, whoop, hello, here!" He was checked in his transports by the churches ringing out the lustiest peals he had ever heard. Clash, clang, hammer, ding-dong bell, ding-dong, hammer, clang, clash. Oh, glorious, glorious! Running to the window, he opened it and put out his head. No fog, no mist. Clear, bright, jovial, stirring, cold, cold, piping for the blood to dance to. Golden sunlight, heavenly sky, sweet, fresh air, merry bells. Oh, glorious, glorious! "What's today?" cried Scrooge, calling downward to a boy in Sunday clothes, who perhaps had loitered in to look about him. "Eh?" returned the boy with all his might of wonder. "What's today, my fine fellow?" said Scrooge. "Today?" replied the boy. "Why, Christmas Day." "It's Christmas Day," said Scrooge to himself. "I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. They can do anything they like. Of course they can. Of course they can. Hello, my fine fellow." "Hello," returned the boy. "Do you know the poulterers in the next street but one, at the corner?" Scrooge inquired. "I should hope I did," replied the lad. "An intelligent boy," said Scrooge. "A remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the little prize turkey, the big one." "What, one as big as me?" returned the boy. "What a delightful boy," said Scrooge. "It's a pleasure to talk to him. Yes, my buck." "It's hanging there now," replied the boy. "Is it?" said Scrooge. "Go and buy it." "Walker!" exclaimed the boy. "No, no," said Scrooge. "I'm in earnest. Go and buy it, and tell them to bring it here, that I may give them the direction of where to take it. Come back with the man, and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes, and I'll give you half a crown." The boy was off like a shot. He must have had a steady hand at a trigger who could have got a shot off half so fast. "I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's," whispered Scrooge, rubbing his hands and splitting with a laugh. "He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim. Joe Miller never made such a joke as sending it to Bob's will be." The hand in which he wrote the address was not a steady one, but write it he did somehow, and went downstairs to open the street door, ready for the coming of the poulterer's man. As he stood there, waiting his arrival, the knocker caught his eye. "I shall love it as long as I live," cried Scrooge, patting it with his hand. "I scarcely even looked at it before. What an honest expression it has in its face. It's a wonderful knocker. Ah, here's the turkey. Hello, Hoop. How are you? Merry Christmas." It was a turkey. He could never have stood upon his legs, that bird. It would have snapped them short off in a minute, like sticks of sealing wax. "Why, it's impossible to carry that to Camden Town," said Scrooge. "You must have a cab." The chuckle with which he said this, and the chuckle with which he paid for the turkey, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab, and the chuckle with which he recommenced the boy, were only to be exceeded by the chuckle with which he sat down breathless in his chair again, and chuckled till he cried. Shaving was not an easy task, for his hand continued to shake very much, and shaving requires attention, even when you don't dance while you're at it. But if he had cut the end of his nose off, he would have put a piece of sticking plaster over it and been quite satisfied. He dressed himself all in his best, and at last got out into the streets. The people were by this time pouring forth, as he had seen them with the ghost of Christmas present, and walking with his hands behind him, Scrooge regarded every one with a delighted smile. He looked so irresistibly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humoured fellows said, "Good morning, sir. A Merry Christmas to you." And Scrooge said often afterwards that of all the blithe sounds he had ever heard, those were the blithest in his ears. He had not gone far when, coming on towards him, he beheld the portly gentleman who had walked into his counting-house the day before, and said, "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe?" It sent a pang across his heart to think how this old gentleman would look upon him when they met, but he knew what path lay straight before him, and took it. "My dear sir," said Scrooge, quickening his pace and taking the old gentleman by both his hands, "how do you do? I hope you succeeded yesterday. It was very kind of you. A Merry Christmas to you, sir." "Mr. Scrooge?" "Yes," said Scrooge, "that's my name, and I fear it may not be pleasant to you. Allow me to ask your pardon, and will you have the goodness," here Scrooge whispered in his ear. "Lord bless me," cried the gentleman, as if his breath were taken away. "My dear Mr. Scrooge, are you serious?" "If you please," said Scrooge, "not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favour?" "My dear sir," said the man, shaking hands with him, "I don't know what to say to such "Don't say anything, please," retorted Scrooge. "Come and see me. Will you come and see me?" "I will," cried the old gentleman, and it was clear he meant to do it. "Thank ye," said Scrooge. "I'm much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. Bless you." He went to church and walked about the streets and watched the people hurrying to and fro, and patted children on the head and questioned beggars, and looked down into the kitchens of houses and up to the windows, and found that everything could yield him pleasure. He had never dreamed at any walk that anything could give him so much happiness. In the afternoon he turned his steps towards his nephew's house. He passed the door a dozen times before he had the courage to go up and knock, but he made a dash and did it. "Is your master at home, my dear?" said Scrooge to the girl. "Nice girl, very." "Yes, sir." "Where is he, my love?" said Scrooge. "He's in the dining room, sir, along with the mistress. I'll show you upstairs, if you please." "Thank ye, he knows me," said Scrooge, with his hand already on the dining room lock. "I'll go in here, my dear." He turned it gently and sidled his face in, round the door. They were looking at the table, which was spread out in great array, for these young housekeepers are always nervous on such points, and like to see that everything is right. "Fred!" said Scrooge. Dear heart alive, how his niece by marriage started. Scrooge had forgotten for the moment about her sitting in the corner with the footstool, or he wouldn't have done it on any account. "Why, bless my soul," cried Fred. "Who's that?" "It's I, your Uncle Scrooge. I've come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred?" "Let him in?" It's a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. He was at home in 5 minutes. Nothing could be heartier. His niece looked just the same. So did Topper when he came. So did the plump sister when she came. So did everyone when they came. Wonderful party, wonderful games, wonderful unanimity, wonderful happiness. But he was early at the office the next morning. Oh, he was early there. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late, that was the thing he'd set his heart upon. And he did it, yes, he did. The clock struck 9. No Bob. 1:15. No Bob. He was a full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Scrooge sat with his door wide open, that he might see him come into the tank. His hat was off before he opened the door. His comforter, too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen, as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock. "Hello," growled Scrooge, in his accustomed voice, as near as he could feign it. "What do you mean by coming here at this time of day?" I'm very sorry, sir," said Bob. "I'm behind with my time." "You are?" repeated Scrooge. "Yes, I think you are. Step this way, sir, if you please." "It's only once a year, sir," pleaded Bob, appearing from the tank. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir." "Now, I'll tell you what, my friend," said Scrooge. "I'm not going to stand this sort of thing any longer, and therefore," he continued, leaping from his stool and giving Bob such a dig in the waistcoat He staggered back into the tank again, and therefore I'm about to raise your salary. Bob trembled and got a little nearer to the ruler. He had a momentary idea of knocking Scrooge down with it, holding him and calling to the people in the court for help and a strait waistcoat. "A Merry Christmas, Bob," said Scrooge with an earnestness that could not be mistaken, as he clapped him on the back. "A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavour to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of smoking bishop, Bob. Make up the fires and buy another coal scuttle before you dot another I, Bob Cratchit." Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all, and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh, and little heeded them, for he was wise enough to know that nothing ever happened on this globe for good at which some people did not have their fill of laughter in the outset. And knowing that such as these would be blind anyway, he thought it quite as well that they should wrinkle up their eyes in grins as have the malady in less attractive forms. His own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further intercourse with spirits, but lived upon the total abstinence principle ever afterwards, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that be truly said of us, and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, every one.